Hey Aunt Chen, did the store receive my package today? Oh, okay. I'll be right over. It's nothing, just a knife. The old one broke. Don't worry, I've got plenty of money. All right, I won't keep you. The bus is here, talk to you later. Chen Jing hung up the phone, looking extremely excited. It had been 3 or 4 days since he last handled a knife, and he was eager to practice now that his package had arrived. Maybe a trip to the outskirts to test it out? Just as he was thinking this, the roar of an engine reached his ears, and a heavy-looking bus pulled up skillfully to the stop. Chen Jing temporarily put his thoughts aside and quickly joined the orderly line of people boarding the bus. The morning scene in Nance's city wasn't much different from other cities in Xiaogua. Vendors, workers, white-collar professionals, office ladies, students, and the elderly all poured into the streets. The city awoke from its slumber, bursting with impressive vitality. Yet, there was something that set Nance's city apart with a distinct, cold hue. About 100 meters away, at the center of an intersection, several heavily armed police officers in black protective gear and helmets stood with guns in hand, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Chen Jing curiously observed the special barrels of the officers' guns, which were noticeably different from regular firearms, before averting his gaze. He was used to such scenes, and so were the other people on the street. It was his turn to board the bus. Chen Jing tightened the black bow case slung over his shoulder, pulled a coin from his pocket, tossed it casually, and stepped onto the bus without looking at the result. The driver, who had been watching, was about to say something but closed his mouth when the coin landed perfectly in the farebox slot. There were still a few empty seats on the bus, so Chen Jing found a window seat, placed the over-amateur-long bow case in front of him, leaned his elbow against the window, rested his head on his hand, and lazily gazed outside, his eyes unfocused as memories surfaced in his mind. Chen Jing wasn't his real name. It was the name he had in this life. In his previous life, he died young in a car accident and was reborn into this world, which was both similar and entirely different. It's been 15 years since then. He had to admit, this life was particularly exciting because of the knife, the bow. Is there anyone who hasn't gotten off yet? Please hurry and disembark. The driver, seated in the enclosed cabin, habitually called out twice. When no one responded, he closed the door and drove off again. The noisy environment on the bus didn't interrupt Chen Jing's thoughts, but he had moved from reminiscing about his past to pondering some confusion about martial arts training from yesterday. With a few sparks of inspiration, his fingers unconsciously traced patterns in front of him. Just as the bus had driven a few dozen meters, suddenly, boom, a loud explosion erupted. Chen Jing shuddered, his previously unfocused eyes sharpening and becoming alert. While everyone else was still reacting, he quickly stood up to assess the situation, unzipped the bow case in front of him, and firmly grasped the black longbow inside. To the naked eye, a thick plume of black smoke rose abruptly in the east, casting a shadow over the clear sky. Though the exact location was obscured by buildings, it was evident that the accident occurred some distance away. Breathing a sigh of relief, Chen Jing noted that the crisis was temporarily averted. It was only then that the other passengers began to react, with gasps, tremors, screams, and questions filling the air, creating a chaotic scene. The driver instinctively hit the brakes, and the sudden stop brought a moment of silence to the bus, followed by an even louder commotion. Seeing this, Chen Jing shouted for quiet, his voice surprisingly powerful enough to quell the passengers' cries. For a moment, everyone fell silent. He then quickly explained in a loud voice, "There's no need to panic, everyone. The accident occurred far from here. It won't affect us, so please stay calm." Hearing this, and realizing that nothing was happening on their side, the passengers quickly settled down. The transition from fear to calm was brief, as if they were accustomed to such events. Chen Jing also noticed that the armed police officers nearby hadn't rushed off to assist as one might expect, but remained vigilant in their area, reassuring the pedestrians who were relatively composed. It seemed they noticed something unusual with his bus, as a fully armed officer approached, gesturing for the driver to continue driving and not block traffic. The driver signaled an okay and promptly restarted the bus. The passengers, now free from danger, quickly shifted their focus, engaging in hushed conversations. Some by the window even took out their phones to record videos of the smoke. Wow, that was loud. Was it hit by a shell? Even the military wouldn't hit their own, right? Who else could it be but those uncivilized brutes? Savages or savage beasts? Probably savages. Only they could disguise themselves here. No, a tunnler could too. Its size could cause such a commotion. Haha, would it really come this far to die? Who knows? You can't understand a beast's mind. Having nothing else to do, Chen Jing returned to his seat, curious about the cause of the recent incident. Although he didn't know who was responsible, the noise suggested it wasn't something ordinary. Meanwhile, the discussions on the bus continued energetically. How many incidents like this have there been this year? Who knows? The third? The fourth? And those are just the ones that made noise and couldn't be hidden. Who knows how many have been covered up without causing a big stir? Times are getting harder. If only things were like they were 15 years ago. An elderly man with gray hair spoke with eyes filled with painful memories. The passengers seemed to be drawn into unpleasant memories by his words, and silence fell over them. You can't say that. After a while, an excited voice came from behind Chen Jing. A teenager, looking to be in his second year of middle school, flushed with excitement, holding a phone in one hand while gesturing animatedly, said, "In my opinion, we should actually thank the great change in the world 15 years ago. It gave us the possibility of cultivation in this world. 1 against 10, 1 against 100, leaping over roofs, cutting bullets with swords, controlling thunder. Haha. The martial arts dreams of the past are no longer fiction, no longer fantasies, but reality. I will definitely become a warrior in the future." The compartment fell silent once more. A warrior, huh? After a long pause, someone finally sighed. Others also began to express their feelings. The young were full of ambition, while the older ones were filled with regret. A warrior, huh? Chen Jing echoed in his heart, as his extraordinary vision caught sight of a fast-moving shadow. Dressed in military uniform and wielding a long sword, it crossed the road towards the black smoke before ordinary people could react. A military warrior, 3rd rank or higher. Red Hill Station is here. Passengers getting off, please exit through the rear door. After readjusting his quiver, Chen Jing stood up, slung it over his back, and got off the bus. Huh? That guy looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? A teenager sitting in the back caught a glimpse of Chen Jing's profile and wondered. He tried to take a closer look, but Chen Jing had already left the bus. Who could he be? Ding ding ding. Accompanied by the crisp and pleasant sound of the doorbell, Chen Jing entered a clothing store. The saleswoman, ready to greet a customer, smiled and asked upon seeing him, "Hey Chen, what brings you here?" Chen Jing smiled and greeted the young woman in uniform. "Hi, Sister Zhao. I'm here to pick something up. Is Aunt Chen in the store?" Aunt Chen was a family friend who had taken care of him since his parents passed away in an accident when he was young. Sister Zhao pointed behind her. "The manager's in the office. You can go straight in." "All right." Chen Jing nodded politely, greeted a few familiar young ladies as he passed by, and arrived at the office door, gently knocking. "Come in." A slightly hoarse, mature female voice came from inside. Chen Jing opened the door and walked in, immediately asking, "Aunt Chen, has my package arrived?" The woman, immersed in her work, looked up, revealing a mature and charming face that had weathered the years but lost none of its allure. She smiled helplessly. "You're really impatient." Chen Jing rubbed her temples, her fair skin flawless. Chen Jing shrugged with a smile, wisely choosing not to respond. Chen Jing knew she couldn't persuade the stubborn young man in front of her, so she stood up and stretched lazily. Her simple yet detailed coffee-colored lady's suit tightened with her movements, highlighting her still impressive figure. She then pointed to a silver rectangular box in the corner. "It's here. Why don't you try it out?" Chen Jing's eyes lit up as he quickly picked up the seemingly heavy silver box with ease, placed it on the desk, and opened it. Inside lay a black-sheathed straight blade about 90 centimeters long. He lifted the hefty combat knife, drawing out the black handle. With a crisp, melodious sound, the straight, slender blade with beautiful patterns appeared before him. He familiarized himself with the knife, skillfully twirling and flourishing it, satisfied with its performance. Not bad, he thought, for a combat knife infused with tears of stone, worth the price he paid. Chen Jing smiled and asked, "How is it?" "Satisfied. Pretty good." Chen Jing elegantly sheathed the knife and strapped it to his waist. "Aunt Chen, it's getting late. I'll head to the outskirts to practice." Chen Jing, knowing his nature, didn't stop him, but as usual, reminded him, "Remember to stay safe and come over for dinner tonight." Got it. 15 years ago, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Cracks, like torn wounds, abruptly appeared worldwide, forcibly connecting two entirely different worlds. Before the inhabitants of our world could react, the natives of the other world swarmed in, launching a brutal onslaught. These invaders were towering figures, clad in animal hides, with bizarre tribal tattoos smeared across their faces, resembling a horde of uncivilized barbarians. Even more terrifying, they commanded a variety of fierce beasts, bringing endless nightmares to the residents near the cracks. These seemingly primitive barbarians possessed terrifying physical attributes that defied scientific explanation. Ordinary bullets felt like mere tickles against them. The unprepared local military forces were pushed back, staining the earth with blood. In this sudden catastrophe, countless lives, including Chen Jing's mother and Aunt Chen's husband, were lost forever. However, technological civilization demonstrated an astonishing capacity for adaptation. Nations quickly mobilized heavy forces, deploying large-caliber firepower and launching heavy artillery and missiles. The organized military formations soon turned the tide against the disorganized barbarians. Even those barbarian warriors, comparable to mythical legends, could not escape their fate under the relentless military assault. Ultimately, a nuclear bomb vaporized the strongest of the barbarians on the spot, thoroughly repelling the invaders. Yet, when the military prepared to counterattack the other world, they faced a harsh reality. Modern technology was entirely ineffective there. and their prized firearms were reduced to mere sticks. The two worlds thus entered a bizarre stalemate. This disaster also brought an unexpected opportunity. The martial arts system of the other world was introduced to our world and, after research and improvement, quickly spread, evolving into the current martial artist system. Chen Jing's father was among the first martial artists, but he heroically perished while exploring the other world. This experience, combined with his mature mindset, gave Chen Jing a profound understanding of the true meaning of martial arts and strength. At this moment, Chen Jing, with a battle knife at his waist and a quiver on his back, walked down the street, occasionally drawing envious glances from passers-by. Just as he boarded a bus heading to the outskirts, his phone buzzed with a message from Uncle Lee. Coordinates XXX, wolves spotted nearby, high price for wolf pelts, bones, and teeth. Chen Jing checked the coordinates, which were conveniently near his destination. Over the years, his practice of archery had led him to hunt numerous wild animals in the outskirts, which is how he came to know the fair-priced fur trader, Uncle Lee. He replied with a confirmation gesture. Having spent all his savings on the battle knife, he was temporarily living off Aunt Chen's hospitality. Although it wasn't his first time, he preferred to be self-reliant. Uncle Lee's message arrived just in time, and he could only hope the wild wolves wouldn't wander too far, causing him a wasted trip. Nansu City lies close to Mo Ridge, with the shadow of the mountains perpetually looming over this border town. Animals from the deep mountains often wander out, turning the outskirts into a natural hunting ground. However, the more concerning threat comes from the beasts of another world that have settled in Mo Ridge, completely disrupting the local ecological balance. Wolves have never been recorded in this area before. Within the boundaries of the Xia Kingdom, there are two world rifts, one of which is deep within Mo Ridge. Nansu City has paid a heavy price because of this rift. Although it escaped the fate of being massacred like surrounding cities by the barbarians, defending the city came at the cost of countless lives. The complex and treacherous terrain of Mo Ridge, with its towering peaks and ridges, has made it impossible for the military to establish a complete defensive blockade, leading to frequent reports of attacks in Nansu City. Chen Jing traveled to the final station and then walked quite a distance. After the routine check at the military post, he finally set foot in the true wilderness. He took out his bow and slung it over his back, gripping the sheath of his sword tightly in his left hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously as he advanced steadily towards the coordinates. 15 minutes later, about a kilometer from the target location, Chen Jing suddenly halted. His ears twitched slightly, and he skillfully drew his longbow. The prey had come to him on its own. A light breeze swept through, causing the dense wild grass ahead to sway gently. Chen Jing's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. His fingers released, sending a steel arrow flying straight into a patch of grass. A woo! A pained howl pierced the silence of the fields. Chen Jing continued smoothly, drawing another arrow from his quiver, knocking and drawing in one fluid motion. In a flash, another wolf leaped from the grass, jaws wide open, sharp fangs glinting. The second arrow he had just shot pierced its mouth perfectly, the arrowhead emerging from its neck, killing the wolf instantly as it collapsed heavily in the grass. A woo! A third howl came from afar, filled with fear and panic. The last wolf had evidently lost the will to attack. Chen Jing pinpointed its location by sound and released a third precise arrow, after which there was silence. Only 3. Chen Jing waited for a moment to ensure there was no more movement around him, then put away his longbow and drew his sword. He stepped over the wolf with the pierced mouth and approached the first wolf he had killed. The arrow had gone through its eye socket straight into the brain, leaving the pelt undamaged, which would fetch a good price. He then moved to the last location and found the wolf still breathing faintly, its chest rising and falling slightly. Frowning, Chen Jing pressed the tip of his sword to its eye, applying pressure until the wolf's body twitched a few times and then went still. Just as he was about to start skinning, Chen Jing noticed something in the wolf's mouth. Taking out his knife, he carefully pried open the wolf's jaws to find a small piece of leather caught on its fangs. Examining it closely, he realized it was a piece of animal hide, seemingly from a garment, with fresh bloodstains. Animal hide. Chen Jing's eyes narrowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. In modern society, no one wore animal hide clothing anymore, and even if there were enthusiasts, they wouldn't be in this area. To his knowledge, only one group of people commonly used animal hide: the barbarians from another world. Could a barbarian have breached the Mo Ridge defenses and infiltrated this area? Chen Jing stood up straight, gripping his sword more tightly as he scanned his surroundings warily. Something seemed off. The blood on the hide was fresh, and its scent was distinctly different from the wolf's blood. This could only mean one thing: it was the barbarian's own blood. Chen Jing's thoughts became clearer, and his gaze grew sharper. Blood on the clothing indicated the barbarian was already wounded during the escape. The wolves attacked him, yet he survived, even though his clothes were torn, suggesting his injuries were severe and his strength greatly diminished. Even a low-level warrior could easily fend off an entire wolf pack barehanded. Judging by the freshness of the blood, The barbarian couldn't be far from his current location. As for the possibility of the wolves having devoured the barbarian, Chen Jing quickly dismissed it, decisively cut open the stomachs of the 3 wolves, finding them empty. So the final conclusion was clear. A severely injured barbarian warrior, perhaps no longer even at the first level of strength, was nearby. What now? Should he call the police or military to report the situation and then leave or wait for support? Of course not. If he backed down now, what was the point of all his martial training, and why hunt the wolves at all? Chen Jing grinned bloodthirstily, wiping his blood-stained sword on the wolf's pelt, and looked expectantly into the distance. What to do now? Naturally, he would find him and kill him himself. On a dirt path, Chen Jing paused, slightly out of breath, his gaze fixed on the abandoned village not far ahead. He had just conducted another thorough search of the 3 wolf carcasses and unexpectedly found a crucial clue, a blood-stained piece of a sign with a faint stroke of a Chinese character. This discovery invigorated him, as only this village within dozens of miles could have such a shop sign. Chen Jing didn't rush in, but quietly climbed a small hill outside the village. He lay prone in the grass, observing the long-dead settlement from above. This place was the first to fall when the barbarians invaded, leaving no survivors. The scene before him was haunting. A third of the buildings were in ruins, and the blackened bloodstains on the ground silently spoke of the tragedy that had occurred. Although the military later reclaimed the area, it was abandoned due to its dangerous frontier location. Using the advantageous terrain, Chen Jing quickly noticed something unusual in the small village. In the western area, a conspicuously fresh red bloodstain starkly contrasted with the old ones around it. Following the clear drag marks, they led to a dilapidated shop. The shop sign was battered, with a noticeable hollow on the left side, leaving only the characters for convenience store faintly recognizable on the right. The sequence of events became apparent. A severely injured barbarian warrior had taken refuge in this convenience store, only to be confronted by a pack of wolves drawn by the scent of blood. These wolves had clearly picked the wrong fight and paid a heavy price. One particularly unlucky wolf was sent flying by a punch from the barbarian, crashing into the shop sign. Fortunately, the barbarian seemed exhausted, allowing the wolf to escape and ultimately fall into Chen Jing's hands with the other survivors, guiding him in the right direction. Time was of the essence, so Chen Jing slid down the hill and hurried toward the village's west side. The convenience store's front door was tightly shut, with bloodstains and drag marks concentrated at the entrance. Instead of entering directly, he circled to the back of the shop. Typically, these rural stores have a 2-story structure, with business on the first floor and living quarters on the second. With a swift leap, he tapped his toes against the wall, agile as a monkey, and climbed onto the second-floor balcony in a fluid, silent movement. Drawing his sword, Chen Jing gently pushed open the balcony door and cautiously stepped inside. A heavy, musty odor and dust greeted him, the room lifeless. The corridor leading to the stairs was untouched by dust, indicating no one had been upstairs. Nevertheless, he meticulously searched each room, and after confirming no one was there, he turned to descend. As he reached the stairway, a strong stench of blood mixed with the distinctive musk of animal hide hit him. Chen Jing descended the stairs directly, but the scent had already faded, indicating the target had long since left. Ultimately, he confirmed that no one was there anymore. In the small shop on the first floor, 3 wolf carcasses lay sprawled on the ground, their bellies slit open with entrails scattered everywhere. The stench of blood pooled into a dark red puddle, with several gnawed, unidentified organs floating on its surface. Chen Jing frowned as he quickly stepped outside, taking a deep breath of fresh air to dispel the metallic scent from his nostrils. He then closed his eyes, focusing intently to trace the scent left by the barbarians. Moments later, he opened his eyes, confirming the direction of pursuit towards the east. Half an hour later, 2 figures swiftly arrived, halting abruptly in front of the shop. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard exchanged a glance with his companion, and upon receiving confirmation, he immediately raised his spear. With a swift motion, the shop door shattered. He dashed inside with his military boots and emerged shortly after, shaking his head to signal that no one was there. His companion, who appeared more refined, closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then pointed eastward. Chase. By the way, there's another presence in this direction. The bearded man nodded. If it's a barbarian, kill them. If not, let them go. With that, he took up his spear and pursued. Half an hour further on, after an hour of tracking and nearly losing the trail several times, Chen Jing finally caught up with his target at the edge of a wooded area. A wooden ranger's cabin stood silently, and a barbarian had just emerged, seemingly having rested there briefly. Chen Jing concealed himself, taking a closer look at the living, breathing barbarian from another world for the first time. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, with exceptionally muscular build. His bronze bald head bore a strange red plant tattoo on one side of his face, its roots extending to his neck and branches spreading to the back of his head. He wore a finely crafted animal hide garment. Though damaged, The quality of the material and cut indicated a high status within the barbarian tribe. However, what shocked Chen Jing even more was the gaping wound on the barbarian's chest, large enough for a bowl, with ribs and internal organs clearly visible, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. Ordinary people might not understand, but as a martial artist, Chen Jing knew well this was the no blood loss ability possessed only by fourth-tier martial artists. Martial artists, those who have broken the genetic shackles of the human body, have long surpassed ordinary limits, defying physical laws. Fourth-tier martial artists, as the elite among the martial hierarchy, are most notably capable of controlling their blood flow at will, essentially immune to bleeding. To continue fighting with such severe injuries, let alone having previously torn apart wolves, made such an opponent truly fearsome. The characteristic of a martial artist's ability to not shed a drop of blood doesn't completely prevent bleeding. Instead, it allows them to quickly stop the bleeding, avoiding secondary damage caused by continuous blood loss. This explains why firearms struggle to inflict fatal injuries on martial artists above the third level. Although bullets have great penetrating power, they find it difficult to break through the strong surface defense of these martial artists. Even if a bullet manages to penetrate, the martial artist's unique physique minimizes the damage. Chen Jing weighed his options. Could he handle a martial artist of at least the fourth level, even if severely injured and only retaining a tenth of their strength? Moreover, thanks to the earlier wolf pack's sacrifice, the opponent seemed to have somewhat recovered. Was he really confident in his chances? These doubts lingered in his mind for only a moment before he decisively dismissed them. He reaffirmed to himself, if he didn't seize such an opportunity, why train in martial arts at all? Besides, he was always cautious, with every step based on thorough planning. The barbarian martial artist turned his back to Chen Jing and slowly walked toward the forest. Chen Jing silently stood up, holding his longbow, which had been his companion for many years, parallel to his body with his left hand. With his right hand, he drew a long, heavy, and specially designed armor-piercing arrow from his quiver. The arrowhead was uniquely sharp and crafted specifically for powerful opponents. He had only this one precious arrow in stock. Drawing the arrow, setting the string, and pulling the bow, each movement flowed seamlessly into the next. The familiar sound of the bowstring echoed in his ears as Chen Jing's pupils dilated, his focus unwavering. Now was the moment. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through the air. Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away in Nansu City, a teenager who had passionately spoken on the bus was back home, deeply pondering that vague figure. He felt frustrated by the sensation of having a memory just out of reach. Bored, he picked up his phone and absent-mindedly scrolled through his school's class chat group. Suddenly, his fingers froze, and his eyes locked onto an old chat message. Congratulations to our student Chen Jing from Class 3A for passing the martial artist assessment with outstanding results and being specially recruited into Jiangnan Military Academy. Following this was an ID photo. The young man in the picture wore a calm expression, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes exuded confidence and pride, as if everything was under his control. The deafening sonic boom suddenly erupted by the barbarian's ear, triggering his instinctive combat reflexes honed over years of battle. His body moved before his mind could process, shifting with muscle memory. Thud! His knee slammed into the ground, and under the immense impact, the barbarian couldn't help but half kneel, a pained groan escaping from deep within his throat. He looked down in fury and shock to find an arrow lodged in his chest, piercing through an already bloody wound. Instantly, the pain intensified. The barbarian spun around violently like a wounded beast, his blood-red eyes locking onto the figure with a bow 100 meters away, unleashing a thunderous roar from his throat. Chen Jing remained expressionless, his hands moving fluidly with practiced ease. Calmly, he drew a second arrow, nocked it, aimed, and shot again at the same spot on the barbarian. This time, the barbarian was prepared. Though too injured to fully evade, he fiercely raised his thick arm in front of his chest. Whoosh! The arrow pierced his arm, leaving a vivid blossom of blood. The barbarian paid no heed to the injury, only fixing Chen Jing with a cold, deathly stare. Chen Jing did not pause to confirm the shot's result, instead continuing with near-mechanical precision to draw and release arrows. Whoosh! The third arrow whistled through the air. If this keeps up, I'll wear him down eventually, Chen Jing thought, but suddenly paused. For the first time, his expression shifted, his brows furrowed, as he watched the silent, half-kneeling barbarian in the distance. Even from 100 meters away, Chen Jing could feel the sudden surge of heavy, oppressive, and bloodthirsty energy emanating from the barbarian, mixed with a strange, peculiar scent. The entire world seemed to fall silent in an instant, leaving only the sound of his own heartbeat echoing clearly. No more hesitation. Chen Jing swiftly drew the bowstring to its limit, an arrow racing towards the barbarian's brow. Thwack! The high-speed arrow was suddenly caught by a withered hand, the arrowhead barely pressing against the barbarian's brow, squeezing out a tiny bead of blood. Chen Jing showed no regret for the failed shot. instead watching the barbarian with a look of astonishment. If he hadn't kept his eyes on him, he would have thought it was a different person. The barbarian's once 2-meter tall, burly frame had shrunk to about 1.70 meters, like a deflated balloon. His once powerful muscles now withered and shrunken, his once elastic skin now covered in wrinkles. This once towering, robust barbarian had transformed into a gaunt, diminutive old man in mere seconds. Yet, his aura had not diminished. It had become even more dangerous and formidable. Chen Jing immediately realized that the barbarian had employed some desperate secret technique, akin to the military self-sacrifice tactic, burning one's essence to unleash final strength. Such techniques have astounding effects, but are short-lived, with severe aftereffects. No matter how much power you unleash, it hinges on whether your body can withstand it. Chen Jing thought as he knocked another arrow, contemplating calmly. Even a 4th-tier warrior wouldn't last long without treatment under such injuries. Now, using such a self-destructive technique, how many seconds can you hold on? How much real strength can you muster? The barbarian's lips twisted into a grim smile, his ashen eyes locked onto Chen Jing. In the next moment, his body shot forth like an arrow, leaving afterimages, charging at Chen Jing like a ravenous leopard. Arrows whistled through the air as Chen Jing slightly shifted his body to avoid a fatal hit. Even with an arrow lodged in his shoulder, his speed didn't falter as he continued to close in on the barbarian. At such close quarters, the barbarian didn't have another chance to shoot. Nikudachi, the barbarian roared, his voice thunderous as his muscular arm lunged for Chen Jing's head like a vice. Though he couldn't understand the barbarian's language, Chen Jing remained calm, precisely throwing his longbow with his left hand. The barbarian caught the bow, his knuckles turning white, and with a crack, the weapon he loathed so much shattered. The barbarian followed up with a powerful punch aimed straight at Chen Jing's face, a blow strong enough to crush a skull. In a split second, Chen Jing met the punch with his own fist. His pale, yet strong hand collided with the barbarian's iron fist, and just as the barbarian applied more force, Chen Jing used the momentum to pull away, sprinting into the depths of the forest without hesitation. Only a fool would fight Hedon now, Chen Jing muttered, shaking his reddened right hand, which throbbed with pain as if the bones were about to break. He knew that if he couldn't outlast the barbarian's secret technique, he would end up at the enemy's mercy. The barbarian, caught off guard by his opponent's cunning, cursed loudly in words Chen Jing couldn't comprehend. This was a life-risking secret technique of their tribe, and if he couldn't kill his opponent in time, the technique would backfire and kill him. Chen Jing darted through the forest like a fish in water, narrowly escaping danger several times. As each second ticked by, the barbarian's despair and fury grew stronger. Manuxer. In that moment, emotions of glory, pride, nostalgia, pain, regret, and despair surged forth as the barbarian uttered this profound phrase. Suddenly, Chen Jing's heart pounded violently, his brain issuing a warning of deadly danger. With no time to think, he instinctively rolled to the side. A thin red line of blood whizzed past him, embedding into a nearby tree with a thud, effortlessly piercing its thick trunk. The tree withered at a visible speed, its leaves falling and turning to ash within seconds. More eerily, the bloodline seemed alive, continuously siphoning the tree's life essence into the barbarian, whose withered body began to regain its vitality. Chen Jing swallowed hard, feeling like he was in a horror film. The bloodline reappeared on the barbarian's arm, aimed once more at him. In that minute, the barbarian, who should have been exhausted, grew even more formidable by absorbing the life essence. I refuse to believe a technique this defiant of nature has no flaws. Chen Jing gritted his teeth, dodging the bloodline's attacks, and holding on. Meanwhile, the barbarian had lost all hope of survival, his reason eroded by the secret technique, his pupils twisting into beast-like eyes. In his final moments of sanity, he let out a howl of despair. Bloodlines gushed from the barbarian's arms, chest, back, legs, and every part of his body, shooting indiscriminately in all directions like a deadly rain of blood. Chen Jing took a sharp, cold breath, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes, and instantly tensed his muscles, throwing himself toward a nearby steep slope with all his might. His body, like a runaway cannonball, tumbled rapidly down the slope, kicking up a trail of dust. As Chen Jing made his escape, the vitality within a 100-meter radius of the barbarian was swiftly drained. Flowers, grass, and trees withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning from vibrant green to withered yellow, and finally crumbling to dust, creating a spectacle both magnificent and terrifying. This overwhelming life essence surged into the barbarian's shriveled body like an invisible torrent. The barbarian's body swelled at an astonishing rate, his bones cracking and rearranging with loud snaps, and his marble-like muscles expanding rapidly, even more robust than before. In just a few breaths, his previous severe injuries had completely healed. However, eerily, his skin began to continuously crack and bleed, healing instantly each time, only to split open again, as if struggling to contain an uncontrollable force. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chen Jing had quietly returned to the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, his expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he drew the long knife from his waist, and like a bolt of lightning, charged toward the barbarian. Though he didn't understand the principles behind this life-absorbing secret technique, Chen Jing knew a simple truth. A bottle filled to the brim is bound to overflow. The human body, as a container, also has its limits. Forcefully injecting too much energy would either cause it to overflow automatically or explode on the spot. His current action was to hasten this process for the barbarian. Step by step, Chen Jing moved swiftly and methodically, without a hint of panic, each step landing precisely where it should. This was a technique he had grasped from the footwork teachings of a martial arts senior online, allowing him to maintain speed while maximizing balance. As the distance between him and the barbarian closed to 5 meters, Chen Jing suddenly accelerated. A crisp sound of the blade being drawn sliced through the air. The long knife's blade, mirror-like, reflected the barbarian's blood-red, beast-like eyes, now devoid of reason. The barbarian tried to raise his hand to block, but his overly swollen body no longer obeyed his commands, his arms unable to match the speed of the long knife. A flash of the blade and the sharp edge sliced precisely across the barbarian's thick neck, leaving a horrific wound that cut halfway through. Chen Jing didn't linger, withdrawing the knife and retreating swiftly to create distance. Crackling sounds erupted from within the barbarian's body, like beans popping in a hot pan. Chen Jing's fatal strike shattered the precarious balance within the barbarian. Like a balloon pricked with a needle, the barbarian's massive form deflated instantly, collapsing limply to the ground. In his final moments, the barbarian briefly regained a sliver of clarity, his copper-colored eyes filled with reluctance as they gazed at the sun in the sky. With his last ounce of strength, his deformed, inhuman right hand slowly reached towards the sun, as if trying to grasp something. 3 seconds later, the fourth-tier barbarian warrior was dead. After waiting for a while and seeing that nothing unexpected would happen, Chen Jing flicked the blood droplets off his knife and approached the barbarian's corpse. Manuxier, the unfamiliar word echoed in his mind. It was the last thing the barbarian had cried out in a sorrowful tone before dying. Since Chen Jing had never learned the barbarian language, he couldn't understand its meaning. He furrowed his brow, then shook his head to dismiss the thought. Probably just a cry for a loved one. No need to dwell on it. He stood still, his eyes scanning the eerie surroundings once more. The twisted vines and old trees stretched menacingly, casting sinister shadows in the dim light, like the entrance to hell itself. A chill ran up his spine, and Chen Jing shivered involuntarily. If I had known that this guy would be so destructive even when seriously injured, I would never have chased after him, he muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and taking a deep breath. But luckily, it's me standing here, and him lying down. A slight smile tugged at Chen Jing's lips, and his mood lifted. He crouched down eagerly, ready to scour the battlefield for spoils. On TV, they always say you find martial arts manuals, rare treasures, or even magical mentors on defeated foes, leading to invincibility. Minutes later, Chen Jing stood up, disappointed, brushing the dust off his knees. Turns out TV shows and novels are full of lies. Who carries martial arts manuals around? You learn them and remember them. And rare treasures? Anyone with a brain would use them immediately rather than leave them for someone else. Still, it wasn't a total loss. He found an ornate golden crystal necklace on the corpse, intricately designed with a touch of the barbarian's wild style. It could fetch a good price, but he examined it in his palm. It's my first real trophy. I might keep it as a memento. Chen Jing carefully pocketed the necklace, glanced around the desolate wilderness, and pulled out his phone, only to find no signal. How do I report this? The government would probably reward me for this corpse. He eyed the battered barbarian body and shook his head disdainfully. Drag it back? No way. As he hesitated, a sudden gust of wind swept past. In a blink, 2 men in military uniforms appeared before him. What speed? Chen Jing was startled, his instincts on high alert. His left hand quietly moved to the knife handle, while he maintained a calm exterior. Who might you be? The newcomers were the 2 men he had seen earlier at the convenience store, one of whom had a particularly noticeable beard. They didn't immediately answer Chen Jing's question, but instead looked around at the 100-meter radius of devastation, broken trees, torn ground, and scattered blood. After a long moment, the 2 exchanged a glance, then turned their gaze to the barbarian's corpse on the ground, and back to Chen Jing, their eyes darting between the 2. Chen Jing felt the hairs on his neck stand up. Experts. They must be experts. He swallowed nervously, especially when the bearded man's gaze fell on him, feeling as if he was facing a dragon that could devour him at any moment, his life no longer in his own hands. Then the more refined-looking man stepped forward and asked, "Young man, did you kill this barbarian?" Chen Jing straightened slightly and nodded. "Yes, officers. I was just fulfilling my duty as any citizen of Xia country should. By the insignias on their shoulders, Chen Jing had already identified their ranks, one a captain, the other a major. The bearded man was the major. Realizing this, he felt somewhat relieved. Are you a martial artist? Captain Zhao asked, his gaze piercing as he looked directly at Chen Jing. Chen Jing stood tall and replied, I broke through a month ago and have passed the martial artist assessment. Please provide your ID number. Captain Zhao's tone was authoritative and left no room for refusal. Chen Jing felt a bit disgruntled after all. He had killed a barbarian and was being treated like a criminal. But he knew the situation demanded compliance, so he recited his number without error. Captain Zhao quickly verified the information on his wrist tactical computer and, upon confirmation, nodded to the bearded colonel. Turning back to Chen Jing, he smiled for the first time. Truly a hero in the making. Becoming a martial artist at such a young age and personally defeating a barbarian warrior is remarkable. He patted Chen Jing on the shoulder. My name is Zhao. Could you share your battle experience with us? Relieved that the political screening was over, Chen Jing recounted the entire event in detail, even presenting a necklace he had taken from the barbarian as proof. You've learned martial techniques for scent tracking? Captain Zhao's interest was piqued. As a member of the pursuit team, he was very familiar with such skills. Yes, it's my father's 5 apertures meridian technique. I've been practicing it since I was a child, Chen Jing replied. Captain Zhao was visibly surprised. He knew the technique well. It trained the body's 5 senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, and the mysterious brow center. Mastery of it led to extraordinary sensory perception. However, it was notoriously difficult to learn, and few achieved true proficiency. The bearded colonel, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but express his admiration. Impressive, especially at your age. Captain Zhao immediately extended an invitation. Would you consider joining the military? Chen Jing hesitated. I've already been specially recruited by Jiangnan Military Academy, so I guess I'm already a soldier? They got to you first, Captain Zhao remarked with regret. The bearded colonel raised an eyebrow, but said no more. He swiftly approached the barbarian's corpse, and with 3 quick movements, extracted a small, oval blood crystal the size of a pea. Seeing Chen Jing's curious expression, Captain Zhao explained, this is a life crystal, something unique to the hearts of barbarian warriors from other worlds. Due to environmental differences, our warriors don't develop them. Despite its size, it's quite valuable. Many genetic serums require it. A life crystal from a 4th-tier warrior can be worth 500 contribution points. That much. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. As a martial artist, he knew the importance of contribution points. Whether for martial manuals, weapons, armor, or elixirs, everything required contribution points for exchange. The current society, open and inclusive, had surpassed the barbarians' centuries of accumulation in just a few decades through frequent martial exchanges. With enough contribution points, even the techniques of a 9th-tier legendary warrior were within reach, albeit at a high price. The main ways to earn contribution points were participating in otherworldly expeditions, resource extraction, or completing state tasks. Of course, one could also purchase them, but the costs were exorbitant and typically limited to common manuals. It's not a 4th tier, it's a 5th-tier life crystal. The bearded man suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Without waiting for the others to ask, he explained, as expected, the massive life essence extracted by the last secret technique upgraded its quality. This is a very rare occurrence. Captain Zhao looked at Chen Jing with a hint of excitement and envy in his voice. Well, a 4th-tier warrior with a 5th-tier life crystal. Congratulations, based on wartime distribution principles, you get half the value of the body. A 5th-tier crystal is worth 1,000 contribution points, so you get 500 points. He paused, then continued. By the way, you probably don't know who caused the injuries on this barbarian, right? See that spear? That's it. So according to distribution rules, the major damage caused by Major Yin and the final blow dealt by you are to be equally split between you two. Any problems? Chen Jing quickly shook his head, a joyful expression on his face. Of course not. He was already overjoyed internally, not expecting such a substantial gain. He felt fortunate that these two were upright and didn't forcibly take anything. If he had encountered those who would kill and rob, he would have been in big trouble. Once everything was settled, Major Yin instructed his companion, tell them to come and clean up the scene. Captain Zhao took out a satellite phone and added, we also need to inform the Nansu city government since this is their jurisdiction. But Chen Jing here is probably going to earn some extra income. Hey, for killing a 4th-tier warrior who attempted to infiltrate Nansu city, the city government should reward him well. Listening to this, Chen Jing's smile grew even brighter. Happiness came so suddenly that he could only face it with a grin. After the call was finished, he approached shyly and asked quietly, Brother Zhao, can I borrow the phone to make a call? Captain Zhao handed him the satellite phone without much thought. Chen Jing took the phone and walked aside, already planning. He intended to call his school, thinking that such a heroic act by a high school senior, defending the homeland by defeating a barbarian invader, was worth promoting. It would surely bring in another bonus. Additionally, he could use the school's influence to urge the city government to expedite the reward, avoiding any delays. Hello? Is this Teacher Wang? Chen Jing's voice could be heard. Zhao and Yin exchanged a peculiar glance. Although Chen Jing had consciously moved a bit further away, they could still hear everything clearly due to their capabilities. They couldn't help but be a bit surprised at the young man's cleverness. A green military vehicle roared in, interrupting their thoughts. Everything that needed reporting had been reported, and what needed resolving had been resolved. Just as Chen Jing was about to leave, the two suddenly stopped him. Under Chen Jing's puzzled gaze, they stood before him, straightened their uniforms, and stood with their backs straight. Their expressions turned serious and solemn as they said in unison, Captain Zhao Xianping, Southern Command. Major Yan Di, Southern Command. Salute. Returning to the civilized city, Chen Jing didn't go to Aunt Chen's house as he had promised earlier. Instead, he went straight home. He glanced at the bruises and scratches on his body, the dust-covered clothes, and the dried bloodstains, shaking his head. If Aunt Chen saw him like this, she would definitely ask a lot of questions, followed by a long lecture. It's best to avoid such trouble if possible. Once home, Chen Jing cleaned himself up a bit and then fell asleep. Early the next morning, he was awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. The caller ID showed it was the Martial Artist Association, so he answered immediately. After the call, he raised an eyebrow, thinking that their efficiency was impressively quick. The phone call had lifted Chen Jing's spirits. The achievements for defeating the barbarians had been credited to him. One was 500 contribution points from a 5th-level life crystal, and the other was a reward from the city government, also 500 contribution points. Overnight, he went from having 0 contribution points to being a small-time wealthy person with 1,000 points. The thought made Chen Jing grin. However, the most pressing matter was to actually secure those 1,000 contribution points. Since he had forgotten to apply for a martial arts card, the points were still with the Martial Artist Association. Chen Jing decided to head there immediately. The Martial Artist Association was no stranger to Chen Jing. He had passed the martial artist test there just a month ago, becoming a first-level martial artist. He took the number 31 bus for 9 stops, then transferred to the number 18 bus for another 5 stops, spending nearly an hour to reach his destination. In front of him was a large, silver-white hall situated in the prime real estate of the city center. The top of the glass wall was engraved with the 7 glittering golden characters, Nansu City Martial Arts Association. Even hurried passers-by would slow down to take a few admiring glances. After undergoing routine checks at the entrance, Chen Jing entered the lobby, where many martial artists were already coming and going. He explained his situation to the pretty receptionist at the front desk, and was then led to a reception room. Before long, a young woman wearing a black skirt suit with wavy, burgundy hair walked in. She appeared to be in her early 20s and was quite attractive. She extended her right hand with a smile, saying, "Hello, Mr. Chen, sorry to keep you waiting." Chen Jing shook her soft hand and replied, "Please don't call me Mr. Chen, it sounds strange. Just call me by my name. Then I won't be formal." Suman replied with a light laugh, her eyes filled with appreciation as she looked at Chen Jing. Before coming in, she had reviewed his information. A 17-year-old martial artist could be considered a genius, but in the vast country of Xia, there were quite a few such talents every year. However, defeating a 4th-level opponent as a 1st-level martial artist even if the opponent was seriously injured was still impressive. Moreover, she had carefully read the military's battle report, which showed that this young man had both talent and courage. The higher-ups had a very high opinion of him and great expectations. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they sat down. Suman took a silver-white card from her briefcase, which looked exquisitely crafted. She handed the card to Chen Jing and explained, "Chen, this is your martial arts card. It functions like a bank card, capable of storing cash and contribution points, and it's also a symbol of your identity as a martial artist. In many places, if you need to prove your identity as a martial artist, just show this." Suman gracefully handed the exquisite card to Chen Jing. "Little brother Chen," Suman began, but Chen Jing was already thinking to himself, "Might as well call me Mr. Chen. Then again, should I call her Big Sister Sue?" Outwardly, he respectfully said, "Sister Sue." Taking the card, Chen Jing examined it closely. The card's edges were engraved with intricate designs, with his portrait on the front, flanked by images of a sword and shield. On the back, it bore the solemn national emblem and his account number at the bottom. "This card is made of special material and can withstand the impact of a bullet," Suman advised. "The first one is free, but replacing a lost card isn't cheap." "I'll make sure to take good care of it," Chen Jing assured, knowing its financial significance. "The account is already registered on the Warnet. You can purchase martial arts manuals directly using the martial arts card. The initial password is 6 zeros, you should change it later." Although Chen Jing felt Suman was taking liberties by treating him like a junior, he was grateful for the time she spent explaining the details of the martial arts card and Warnet to him as a newcomer. "Check if your account has been credited," Suman suggested, relaxing as the conversation continued. She crossed one leg over the other, causing her tight skirt to ride up slightly. revealing her ample thigh. Chen Jing noticed, but pretended not to. He inserted the martial arts card into a sleek black device similar to a security token from his past life. It's an essential tool for every martial artist. After connecting to his laptop, Chen Jing logged into WarNet, a trading platform exclusively for martial artists, which he had only heard about until now. After entering his account details, he successfully logged in and immediately received a notification of 1,000 contribution points. He informed Suman and eagerly browsed the WarNet, where a vast array of body strengthening and energy guiding techniques were on display. Martial arts training is divided into 9 levels, akin to ascending a heavenly ladder. The human body has 9 barriers, each a form of restraint. Body strengthening techniques focus on external training, honing the entire body through precise movements, while energy guiding techniques focus on internal cultivation, directing energy flow through the meridians. Together, they enable a martial artist to break through barriers and surpass human limits. That's why the WarNet prominently features these techniques. As Chen Jing browsed through the pages, he noticed that most techniques were collected from various tribes. The value ranges from dozens to thousands of contribution points, with a wide variety of options. Chen Jing noticed that the body refining methods and guiding techniques once used by martial artists have now become public benefits, distributed for free. He browsed the list of techniques carefully, weighing his options. The higher the value of a technique, the better the training effect, but it also increases the requirements for the practitioner's aptitude. Every choice requires personal consideration. The techniques are divided into 9 levels, allowing for gradual purchases according to one's cultivation level, which certainly alleviates the financial burden on martial artists. After all, not everyone can become a strong or legendary figure. Chen Jing's attention was drawn to the combat skills and secret techniques section. There was an array of martial skills for knives, swords, spears, fists, palms, and legs, dazzling to the eyes. Further down were various auxiliary training gene potions, special fruits for healing severe injuries, and even unique forging ores from other worlds. These intriguing items captivated Chen Jing. Suddenly, a long, fair hand waved in front of him, interrupting his thoughts. Chen Jing snapped back to reality, apologizing somewhat sheepishly. Sorry, I got too absorbed. What is this? Suman placed 2 documents in front of him, a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. One is from the Southern War Zone, and the other from the Nansu City government. These are the signed confirmations that the battle achievements have been successfully awarded to the intended recipients. The official process is so cumbersome, as if they're afraid we'll pocket something. After examining them carefully, Chen Jing shrugged, quite thorough. Sign here, Suman said, leaning slightly forward to point at the signature line. The distance between them suddenly closed, and her breath lightly brushed Chen Jing's face as she spoke. Instinctively, he looked up, catching a glimpse of fair skin through her blouse. Seeing that she seemed unfazed, Chen Jing didn't mind, thinking it was no loss to him. All done, Suman said as she gathered the documents, sitting back with a relaxed expression. Chen Jing thanked her sincerely. Thanks so much, Sister Su, for all your help this time. It's only right, given you're our city's martial arts prodigy, Suman replied with a smile. After a few more polite exchanges, Chen Jing stood to leave, extending his hand courteously. Suman stood up straight, shaking his hand with her right hand. Until next time, and may your martial journey be prosperous. A crumpled piece of paper suddenly appeared in Chen Jing's palm, and he looked at her in surprise. Suman maintained her composed smile, as if nothing had happened. If not for the paper clearly coming from her hand, Chen Jing might have thought it appeared out of nowhere. Oh, by the way, Suman added, since you've just broken through to the first-rank martial artist, it's crucial to choose your body refining method and guiding technique. You have 1,000 contribution points in your account, and it's best to invest them here. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me, as I know quite a bit about this. You have my contact info. With a playful wink, she turned and walked away. Watching Suman's retreating figure, Chen Jing thought to himself, she's definitely flirting with me. After returning home, Chen Jing immediately sat down in front of his computer and logged into battle.net. Staring at the shiny 1,000 contribution points in his account, his fingers lightly tapped the keyboard as he pondered how to best use this hard-earned wealth. Leaving it unused is not an option, he muttered to himself, his eyes flicking through the various categories on battle.net. As someone at the lowest level among martial artists, enhancing his skills was the top priority. He first looked at the weapons and equipment section. Buying a war knife was out of the question, but he did need a new war bow since his previous one was damaged in a battle with barbarians. However, such basic equipment could be purchased with regular currency once the school issued bonuses. When he glanced over the combat suit category, he frowned. Those high-end suits made from a mix of beast leather and precious materials were exorbitantly priced. I won't need them for now, so I'll set them aside for the moment. The gene potion section was tempting, but Chen Jing quickly shook his head. I've just broken through to the first tier, and the most important thing right now is to solidify my foundation. These accelerating potions aren't suitable yet. The martial arts techniques category was especially enticing. Each skill, like the Celestial Dominance Fist, Unity Finger, Azure Dragon Spear Technique, Mist Shadow Sword, and You Step, was alluring. Unfortunately, even the cheapest technique cost tens of thousands of contribution points, far beyond his budget. Besides, once military school starts, they'll naturally teach martial arts techniques, so there's no rush. After much consideration, his gaze finally settled on the categories of body strengthening methods and guidance techniques. Although Suman often teased him, she was right, this was what he most urgently needed at the moment. The existing national basic methods had minimal effect on a first-tier martial artist, and there were still 3 full months before military school began. This 1,000 contribution points were earned with my life on the line. They can't be wasted. Chen Jing spent 2 consecutive days immersed in battle.net, even politely declining Aunt Chen's calls for meals. Although he had some ideas about the right techniques, spending this fortune still made him nervous. If I make the wrong purchase, there's nowhere to cry about it, he lamented, scratching his head in frustration. There's no return policy on battle.net, and he lacked experienced martial artists to consult. His high school martial arts teacher? A first-tier martial artist who couldn't even win a fight, what advice could they offer? Just as he was at his wit's end, a figure suddenly flashed in his mind. Suman. Chen Jing pondered, his gaze growing increasingly bright. Suman from the Martial Arts Association not only frequently interacted with martial artists, but also claimed to have extensive knowledge of their affairs. She had even offered her assistance if needed, an opportunity too valuable to pass up. This isn't about being attracted to her, he emphasized to himself. It's about my martial arts future, and I can't afford to be careless. Being not entirely oblivious, Chen Jing didn't make the foolish move of discarding the paper with her number. He swiftly saved it to his phone, making it easier to call her. In the Nansu City Martial Arts Association office, Suman hung up the phone with a radiant smile. A well-dressed man, who had been waiting patiently beside her, stepped forward with an eager expression. Suman, do you have time for dinner tonight? He asked expectantly. Her expression turned cold instantly, and she replied bluntly, sorry, I don't like older men. Her slender black heels clicked sharply on the floor as she turned and walked away without hesitation, leaving the man in the suit standing there in disbelief. After a while, he murmured to himself, but we're the same age. As night fell, Chen Jing arrived on time and took Suman, who had just finished work, to a bustling restaurant. The soft lighting highlighted her exquisitely made-up face, with eyeshadow and lipstick perfectly complementing her demeanor. Instead of diving straight into business, Chen Jing started with various interesting life anecdotes. Having lived a second life, he wasn't like his peers who only buried themselves in books, oblivious to social interactions. On the contrary, he had a knack and experience in charming women. Although this time he was dealing with a sophisticated woman rather than a young girl, Suman's expression suggested that this dinner was a delightful experience for her. Finally, after they had both eaten their fill, Chen Jing asked the question he truly wanted answered: which body strengthening methods and guidance techniques suited him. Suman had anticipated this before arriving, though she was surprised he took so long to ask. His mature demeanor was indeed unlike the rashness and naivety typical of his age. She thought perhaps it was this very nature that had led to his current achievements. These thoughts flashed through her mind briefly before she cupped her flushed cheeks and suddenly asked, what is your goal for your martial arts journey? Chen Jing put down his empty wine glass and replied without hesitation, to become a legendary martial artist, the strongest of this era. Great ambition. Suman nodded approvingly. And how do you rate your martial arts talent? It's decent, Chen Jing said modestly. Not just decent, it's quite remarkable, Suman said, her alluring eyes fixed on Chen Jing. I've never heard of anyone making significant progress in the 5 apertures meridian technique before breaking through as a martial artist. Chen Jing maintained his smile, concealing any pride. Then what are you hesitating for? Suman asked. Chen Jing looked puzzled. They are the fundamentals, the cornerstone of martial arts, Suman stated firmly. You need to understand one thing. Expensive is definitely better than cheap. Without a strong foundation, how can you become powerful? Become legendary? Chen Jing's eyes lit up, as if a sudden revelation had made everything crystal clear. Seeing he understood, Suman smiled. Actually, deep down, you've already made your decision, haven't you? You just needed someone to tell you that your decision is right. Thank you. Chen Jing expressed his gratitude sincerely. You're welcome, and thank you for the dinner. I had no idea about this place before, and the food was excellent. If it's good, I'll treat you here more often. Chen Jing responded smoothly. That sounds great, Suman replied without hesitation, then shifted to the main topic. By the way, do you use a sword? Yes. Since you have 1,000 contribution points, your priority should be to invest them all in the fundamentals, Suman advised seriously. Those miraculous pills and legendary weapons aren't what you should consider right now. I have some techniques that are perfect for you. Let me go through them, and you can understand more. Chen Jing's eyes gleamed. I'm all ears. The martial arts techniques listed online were numerous, and though their functions were detailed, only those who had practiced them truly understood their effects. He didn't have access to these people, but Suman did. This was the real reason he sought her out, and her confidence assured him she wasn't just bluffing. He was eagerly looking forward to it. As time ticked by, the dinner was enjoyable and lengthy for both Chen Jing and Suman. Did you remember everything I mentioned? Suman asked finally. Of course. So, have you made a choice? One of the techniques you mentioned was already at the top of my list before I came here. Oh, it seems you've decided, Suman smiled. Let me guess, is it also the one I think suits you best? Let's say it together on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3 inch. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound echoed. Chen Jing set his book down and quickly made his way to the door. As he opened it, he was greeted by a stranger in a well-tailored suit, holding a silver briefcase in his right hand. Behind him stood 2 bodyguards in black attire, their sharp eyes and commanding presence immediately revealing them as more skilled fighters than Chen Jing. Feeling cautious, Chen Jing's gaze quickly swept over the 3 men before settling on the one in front. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "May I ask who you are?" The man in the suit wore a polite smile and spoke calmly. "Mr. Chen Jing, hello. We're couriers from Zhanwang Express. The manual you purchased from Zhanwang yesterday at 3 p.m. has arrived. Please present your ID and martial arts card." Hearing this, Chen Jing's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and a look of delight appeared on his face. He quickly returned inside to retrieve his ID and martial arts card, handing them to the man. After carefully verifying them, the man respectfully said, "Mr. Chen Jing, here is the manual you ordered from Zhanwang. Please use your fingerprint to open it." Chen Jing took the silver briefcase and pressed his thumb against the fingerprint reader on one side. With a clear beep, the case slowly opened to reveal a book about 1 centimeter thick. The gilded characters Jiao Chong Lei Dao caught his eye, causing his heart to race with excitement. This manual was a choice he and Su Man had agreed upon, deeming it the most suitable for his practice. Remembering Su Man's enthusiastic assistance, a smile crept onto Chen Jing's lips as he mentally noted this favor. The delivery man handed over a receipt for Chen Jing to sign, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Chen Jing, please sign after confirming everything is correct." He was well aware of the manual's value and couldn't help but speculate about Chen Jing's identity living in a regular neighborhood, yet able to afford such an expensive manual. After signing, the delivery man routinely reminded, "Mr. Chen Jing, I'm sure you're aware of the restrictions after purchasing a martial arts manual. Nonetheless, I must reiterate, the copyright belongs to the creator, and buyers must not share it with others. It is for personal use only. Violators will face consequences from Zhanwang, the Martial Arts Association, the Security Bureau, and the copyright owner." Chen Jing solemnly nodded in understanding. The delivery man and the bodyguards then took their leave. Back inside, Chen Jing gently stroked the manual, reflecting, "Just this one manual costs 1,000 contribution points, and that's only for the first stage. Selling martial arts is truly a lucrative business." He quickly calculated in his mind. The more people buy, the more they earn. These copyright holders must be incredibly wealthy. When I travel to other worlds, I must collect more manuals. It's undoubtedly a steady, profitable venture. Carefully placing the manual aside, Chen Jing began to look forward to the training journey ahead. He imagined a future filled with wealth and prosperity, his face full of longing. It took him a while to snap back to reality and focus on the task at hand. The 9-layer Thunderblade manual lay open before him. Chen Jing sat upright, concentrating intently. Rumor had it that this technique was notoriously difficult to master, and he was eager to experience it firsthand. Thunder, the whip of heaven and earth, the order of all beings. The manual began with a bold declaration. Chen Jing's eyes grew more focused, not daring to miss a single word. The practice of the 9-layer Thunderblade was said to imbue each strike with the awe-inspiring power of heaven, carrying the force to sweep away all obstacles. It was as heavy as dark clouds and as fierce as dancing lightning. He continued to read, the manual detailing the intricacies of the 9-layer force applicable to both blade techniques and body movements. Each attack layered upon the previous like waves, and when mastered, a single strike could contain 9 layers of force, each stronger than the last. Incredible. Chen Jing kept reading, though the complex moves made him shrug. Pressure creates motivation. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. The bell marking the end of class at Nansu High School shattered the quiet of the campus, and suddenly the corridors were filled with students savoring their freedom. "What's happening?" A boy with acne pointed towards the school gate. "Why are the principal, vice principal, dean, and grade director all standing there like they're waiting for someone important?" "You don't know?" His friend adjusted his glasses, looking surprised. "No what?" "Chen Jing is coming back to school." A girl's voice, full of excitement and anticipation, chimed in nearby. The boy turned to see it was the girl he had long had a crush on, and his heart raced, unsure how to continue the conversation. "Chen Jing? Of course, I've heard of him. He's the school star," he said, trying to sound nonchalant. "But it's just a school visit. Is all this really necessary?" His friend subtly tugged at his sleeve, pointing to the prominent red banner on the school building. He looked up, It's the same as before. Congratulations to our Class 3 senior, Chen Jing, for becoming a first-level warrior. Congratulations to our Class 3 senior, Chen Jing, for being specially admitted to Jiangnan Military School. Wait, there's more. The boy with acne widened his eyes. Congratulations to our Class 3 senior, Chen Jing, for personally defeating a 4th-level barbarian invader from another world. Wow, really? That's incredible. When Chen Jing arrived at school, he was greeted by an enthusiastic and grandiose scene. The school had not gone to such lengths even when he first became a warrior. This time, nearly the entire leadership was present. He had underestimated the impact of this event. Indeed, for a top high school, having a student become a warrior before graduation was worth celebrating. But over the years, it wasn't entirely unheard of and not particularly newsworthy. However, a high school student personally defeating a 4th-level barbarian warrior, even if the opponent was gravely injured, was unprecedented. High school student, warrior, cross-level defeat, 4th level, barbarian. These words together were a first in the nation. How could the school not celebrate grandly and boast about it? Recently, Chen Jing's heroic deeds have become a hot topic in Nancy City. The government news channel repeatedly broadcasts reports of this young hero defeating barbarian invaders, making his name well known throughout the city. However, Chen Jing himself is deeply immersed in practicing the ninefold Thunderblade, unaware of the outside world's commotion. It wasn't until one morning, when he bought a tea egg at a breakfast stall, that the cheerful stall owner gave him an extra one with a smile. This left Chen Jing puzzled. Has my charm extended to middle-aged women now? Soon, the truth came to light. At school, numerous officials greeted him with warm handshakes and smiles, their enthusiasm almost overwhelming. Through these interactions, Chen Jing finally understood the reason behind his overnight fame. As a young man, he naturally felt pleased with this honor, but his rational mind reminded him that the fame of a first-rank warrior is fleeting. This is just the beginning, he silently told himself. There will be more honors waiting for me in the future. At that moment, curious faces peeked out from the windows of the school building. Chen Jing waved his hand, prompting a wave of cheers. The school reporter's camera flashed continuously, capturing moments of him shaking hands and posing for photos with each leader. Chen Jing maintained a gracious smile. After all, these photos would be displayed on the school's honor wall, leaving a good impression for future students. Once all the officials had finished their greetings, a student representative gracefully approached. She wore a pure white blouse with a gray pleated skirt, her long legs clad in canvas shoes, and her long hair gently swayed in the breeze. Her pure oval face blushed, and her big eyes sparkled with excitement and pride. As the girl handed Chen Jing a bouquet of flowers, her fingertips playfully brushed his palm, and she mischievously winked. Chen Jing understood the gesture and responded with a knowing look. When they exchanged a polite hug, Chen Jing's keen hearing picked up the surrounding sounds: loud hisses from the girls, seemingly mixed with a few heartbroken sighs from the boys. At that moment, Chen Jing thought to himself, yes, this is how it's supposed to feel. Seeing the students' enthusiasm, the principal, whose face bore the marks of time, eagerly suggested, Chen Jing, how about giving a live speech? Chen Jing quickly waved his hands in refusal, thinking to himself that since becoming a martial artist, he had already shown off once in front of the whole school. Doing it again might lose its novelty. The principal, slightly disappointed but understanding, proposed, then let's head to the conference room for a proper chat. Standing at the door isn't ideal. Chen Jing gladly accepted, calculating that after cooperating for so long, it was time for a bonus. In the hallway, a group of students whispered among themselves. A girl, whom a pimple-faced boy secretly admired, remarked, Chen Jing is handsome and strong, and I've heard he's very gentle. It would be amazing to be his girlfriend. This comment struck the pimple-faced boy like lightning, causing him great distress. The boy with glasses patted him sympathetically on the shoulder, unintentionally deepening his pain. Another girl teased quietly, I wish so too. But I've heard he has close relationships with many girls. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? It's not about getting married. Even a short romance with him would be a memorable experience. At the very least, you'd make everyone else envious. You cheeky girl. The girls huddled together, whispering to avoid the pimple-faced boy overhearing and feeling even worse. After a while, their volume unknowingly returned to normal. No matter how much you fantasize, he's already taken. Didn't you see how Huang Can threw herself at him, making sure everyone knew Chen Jing was hers? These words hit the boy with glasses like a heavy blow. Images of Huang Can, dressed in white and playing the guzheng at last year's school celebration, filled his mind. Her fairy-like presence was unforgettable. But now, the pimple-faced boy, as a good friend, noticed the glasses boy's distress and sympathetically patted his shoulder, feeling his pain. The glasses boy forced a smile, thinking how familiar this expression was. Well, I heard. The girl, about to spill some gossip, suddenly realized two boys were eavesdropping nearby. She shot them a fierce glare, pulled her eager friends away, and shared some dubious rumors in hushed tones. The pimple-faced boy and the glasses boy exchanged a look of mutual understanding and said, "Let's work hard. Become martial artists." When Chen Jing received a 200,000 yuan bonus check, he finally broke into a genuine smile, thinking it was worth being taken advantage of by these old men for so long. After the meeting, Chen Jing walked alongside his homeroom teacher. Over 3 years, they had developed a good rapport. The teacher chuckled, "Will you still come to school? Since you've been specially recruited, there's no need to take the college entrance exam. You could use this time to relax. The future won't be easy." Chen Jing replied, "I'll still need to come to school. My home is too small for martial arts practice, so I need to use the school's gym." "You really don't waste a moment," the teacher remarked, looking at the most successful student of his teaching career. Though Chen Jing's shoulders were still a bit slender, his potential was already shining through. In the future, this young man will use his broad shoulders to shield countless ordinary people from the storms of life. The homeroom teacher gave Chen Jing a firm pat on the shoulder, earnestly advising him, "Be very careful on the road ahead. I want to hear more about you on TV, so I can boast to my son that you were my student." Chen Jing felt the teacher's sincere concern and responded with a smile. "I will. My goal is to become the best of my generation, and until I achieve that, no one can take me away." That's the spirit. The homeroom teacher patted his back again. "Come on, let's go say goodbye to your classmates. Let them admire our city's young hero one last time." "Is that really necessary?" Chen Jing hesitated. "Don't pretend. I've figured out your little tricks over these 3 years. Isn't it more thrilling to show off in front of familiar faces? Let's go, let's go." Without giving him a chance to protest, the homeroom teacher pushed Chen Jing toward the classroom. Meanwhile, in the school martial arts hall, dozens of teenagers in white training uniforms stood tall, holding long swords. On the platform at the front of the group, a girl who appeared to be a year or two older faced them. She wore a black, tight-fitting outfit, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and her clear, beautiful face was full of seriousness. "Thrust," the girl commanded sharply. Dozens of iron swords thrust forward in perfect unison, their movements precise and coordinated. "Hold your positions. Keep going. Straighten your backs, keep your shoulders level, and look straight ahead." The girl patrolled the group, correcting the posture of those whose stances were not up to standard. Moments later, she returned to the platform, coldly watching the students whose sword blades trembled, forcing them to grit their teeth and persevere. "Withdraw." As she gave the command, a chorus of relieved sighs followed. However, moments later, her commanding voice rang out again. "Thrust." No one dared to slack off, biting their lips as they thrust forward once more. After several repetitions, the girl calmly announced, "10-minute break, then unknown sparring, pair up freely." Cheers erupted instantly. "Su Yao, what are you looking for?" Sun Qingqing, who was drinking water, noticed her friend's restless gaze and asked curiously. "I heard Chen Jing has been training here recently. Hoping to catch a glimpse," Su Yao replied. "Chen Jing is here," Sun Qingqing exclaimed excitedly. "Stop swooning," Su Yao said helplessly. "He's probably in a private training room, so we won't see him. I was hoping to ask him for some martial arts tips. Which girl in our school doesn't want to learn from Chen Jing?" Sun Qingqing giggled. "But you're the prettiest in our class, so you've got a good chance." Su Yao rolled her eyes. "What I meant by asking for advice is not what you're thinking. Besides, he's about to graduate. Even if you wanted to, there's no time." "That's exactly why you need to seize the opportunity," Sun Qingqing said excitedly. "You have no idea how jealous my middle school friends are when they hear I go to the same school as Chen Jing and see him often. If I could become his girlfriend then." Su Yao ignored her friend's wild fantasies and continued searching. Suddenly, she noticed the instructor was nowhere to be seen, a puzzled expression crossing her youthful, pretty face. Where did they go? At that moment, inside a private training room in the school's martial arts hall, dressed in a pristine martial arts uniform, Chen Jing held a standard straight-edged sword, his eyes fixed intently on the serious-faced middle-aged man before him. "Mr. Li, are you ready?" he asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Mr. Li took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Though it had only been a little over 10 days since they last met, his student seemed transformed. The powerful aura he exuded felt like a storm cloud looming overhead, creating an involuntary sense of pressure. "All right, let's do this," he said, raising his longsword into a defensive stance. Chen Jing slowly lifted his straight sword, the tip pointed directly at Mr. Li. "Then, let's begin," he declared, and before the words had fully left his mouth, he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Mr. Li's eyes were fixed on him, trying to anticipate the direction of the attack. Suddenly, a blinding flash of the sword's light cut through the air, accompanied by a piercing ring. Before Mr. Li could react, his longsword was already vibrating violently in his hands. The immense force felt like an electric current coursing through his body, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. With a clang, the longsword fell to the ground. The cold tip of the blade was already at his throat. In just one move, the outcome was decided. Mr. Li looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Although he had lost in their past sparring matches, it had never been so swift and decisive. In just a few days, the progress his opponent had made was astounding. His emotions were mixed disappointment, admiration, and even a touch of envy. Shall we go again, Mr. Li? Chen Jing asked somewhat sheepishly. He had unintentionally gone all out to test his mastery of the ninefold Thunderblade, feeling slightly embarrassed in the process. However, the chance to spar with a peer of the same caliber was rare, and he was eager to continue. Mr. Li took a deep breath, suppressing his negative emotions. Let's continue, he replied. Opportunities to spar with a peer, especially one as outstanding as you, are invaluable. I'll certainly learn a lot, but you'll have to go easy on your teacher this time. As he said this, his face flushed slightly, as asking a student to go easy was not exactly dignified. Fortunately, they were in a secluded area with only one observer. Chen Jing immediately responded, understood. He decided to try using half his strength while practicing some of the less familiar techniques of the ninefold Thunderblade. Although he was unaware of the complex emotions his opponent was experiencing, he certainly didn't want to scare away a free sparring partner. I didn't expect him to improve so quickly. In the hall, the young coach witnessed the entire process just as she entered, her tone full of admiration. Martial arts prodigies always surpass expectations, and that's an indisputable fact. Huangqin had been sitting in the audience seats of the training room. She pointed to the empty seat beside her and smiled at Gu Yifei, who had just arrived. Aren't you supposed to be mentoring the juniors? How do you have time to be here? There's only one martial arts teacher at school, and they can't handle so many students. Gu Yifei sat down beside her and explained the school's tradition of having senior martial arts students mentor the juniors. I had to take some time to check things out. I wanted to see how far behind I am, but she shook her head with a wry smile. It's quite discouraging. Huang Can's gaze remained fixed on the agile figure on the field as she softly said, you're already impressive, probably not far from becoming a martial artist. Keep pushing, and you'll at least be able to keep up. As for me, I've long been sentenced to a death penalty in martial arts. Everyone has their strengths. Gu Yifei quickly comforted her. You're very accomplished in music, unlike me, who can't carry a tune. I heard you've been specially recruited by the Guangling Music Academy, the top music school in the Eastern world, a future great musician. Inside the training room, the crisp sound of swords clashing was incessant. Huangqin casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and asked, which school are you planning to apply to, Yifei? With your academic scores and martial prowess, you could easily get into Jiangnan Military Academy, just like Chen Jing. My ambitions lie elsewhere. Gu Yifei shook her head, glancing at the unopened energy drink in Huang Can's hand, but said no more. At that moment, Chen Jing approached. Your ambitions lie elsewhere? What a waste of your martial arts talent, class leader. Not everyone is destined to be a martial artist or a soldier. Gu Yifei retorted with a sideways glance at him. Every profession has its value and can contribute to national development and social stability. Chen Jing quickly made a gesture of surrender, cutting her off before she launched into a lecture. He accepted the drink Huangqin handed him, silently musing about how much she overthinks. Watching their interaction, Huangqin covered her mouth to stifle a giggle and then asked, so which university are you planning to apply to, Yifei? Nansu University. Gu Yifei replied without hesitation. With your grades, you could get into Kyoto University. Why Nansu? Chen Jing asked, surprised. They're both top universities, there's not much difference, Gu Yifei explained. Nansu is local, and I don't want to go too far. Besides, the university has martial arts programs, so my talent won't be wasted. She gave Chen Jing a pointed look as she finished speaking. Chen Jing wanted to say more, but was stopped by a look from Huang Can. It's getting late. I need to get back to class. Gu Yifei checked the time and bid them farewell. As she watched the refreshing figure disappear from view, Huang Can softly explained, Yifei was raised by her grandmother and doesn't want to go far. What about her parents? Chen Jing asked. She's an orphan. The roar of explosions tore through the sky as shells rained down like a storm. Amid the deafening sonic booms, mushroom clouds blossomed one after another on the ground. A dozen barbarian warriors were caught off guard, instantly blown to pieces, leaving only the strongest barbarian leader, bloodied, charging out from the smoke. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot pierced through the cacophony of artillery. The barbarian leader froze, half of his head blown apart in an instant. From the 7 o'clock direction, 20 novice barbarian warriors and 5 intermediate ones were closing in. Heavy machine guns ready. Warriors, take your positions. With the command, the machine gun emplacement opened fire first. A dense barrage of bullets tore through half of the barbarians, scattering them. The surviving barbarians, relying on their extraordinary reflexes, dodged while their short spears flew towards the exposed machine gun positions like locusts. In an instant, several machine gun emplacements fell silent, as if struck by a heavy artillery barrage. Sensing the critical situation, dozens of uniformed warriors from the Xia Kingdom leaped from their positions, charging straight into the enemy ranks. The battlefield trembled, the impact even more intense than the previous explosions of modern weapons. Among them, a bearded man wielding a long spear stood out. He was Yin Di, unstoppable wherever he went. He thrust his spear through a barbarian in front of him, then with a flick, used the impaled body to smash into another barbarian who was about to strike. As Yen Di prepared to find his next target, his keen hearing picked up movement behind him. He swiftly turned, and with a bang, a barbarian attempting a sneak attack fell to the ground, his head bursting like a watermelon. Unfazed, Yen Di moved on to his next target. A few minutes later, the battle subsided. Yen Di stood in place, blood dripping from his sleeves, some his own, some from the enemy. He surveyed the area. The enemy was no more, but several familiar faces had also left this world forever. Zhao Xianping approached, dragging his weary body. A grim scar stretched across his left cheek, nearly reaching his eye, narrowly avoiding becoming a cyclops. He came to Yen Di's side, saying helplessly, "These guys just won't quit, launching surprise attacks every now and then." Yen Di dusted himself off, responding calmly, "We can invade their territory, but they can't attack ours? Come on, we didn't invade them. If anyone should be blamed, it's those guys up north." Zhao Xianping retorted indignantly. "You go tell them and see if they listen," Yen Di replied indifferently. Do they even listen to reason?" Zhao Xianping chuckled bitterly. "Not sure. Anyway, let's just be ready for whatever comes. At least we can earn more contribution points," Yen Di said. Zhao Xianping winced, his facial wound stinging more. "Let's get your wound dressed," he said, turning to leave. In the distance, the artillery positions roared again, echoing with thunderous booms. The scene shifted abruptly as the school bell rang. Only Chen Jing and Huang Can remained in the classroom. Chen Jing congratulated Huang Can. "I heard you also got in through special admission." "Congratulations." Huang Can shrugged. "Too bad it's not Jiangnan Military Academy." Chen Jing understood Huang Can's disappointment and offered comfort. "Guangling Music School is perfect for you. You love music, right? If our city ever produces a great musician, I'll bask in the glory too." Huang Can lowered her head, a hint of bitterness in her voice. "Yeah, wonder who'll be basking in my glory then." Chen Jing was taken aback by the comment, his face awkward, wisely choosing not to respond. Huang Can sighed inwardly, knowing Chen Jing's personality from the start, yet still giving her heart without hesitation. Women often harbor the fantasy of transforming a wayward man with their own efforts. Standing by the window, Huang Can gazed out at the distant view of the campus. Her fingers absent-mindedly played with the golden diamond-shaped crystal necklace at her neck as her thoughts wandered. She recalled the rumors circulating about her at school, and a slight, cold smile crept onto her lips. Those people were only worthy of standing aside, envious and resentful. She turned to look at Chen Jing, who was sitting on the bed, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Huang Can was well aware that in a few months, she and Chen Jing would be going their separate ways. She wasn't naive enough to believe that distance wouldn't affect their relationship, and she knew that leaving meant the end of their connection. But for now, she chose not to dwell on it, and decided to enjoy the remaining time. To ease the awkward atmosphere she had created, Huang Can pointed at Chen Jing's neck and curiously asked, "What are you wearing? It's pretty. I haven't seen you wear it before." Seeing her return to normal, Chen Jing felt relieved. He knew Huang Can had a bit of an extreme personality, but he didn't mind. In his previous life, he hadn't even held a girl's hand before dying young. So in this life, he was determined to live boldly and freely. "I got it from a barbarian I defeated recently," Chen Jing replied nonchalantly. "It's my first trophy, so I wear it." Huang Can stood up and examined the necklace closely in her palm. She was surprised to find that the craftsmanship of the golden diamond-shaped crystal was so exquisite. Although she instantly liked the necklace, she didn't ask for it, understanding its special significance to Chen Jing. "I didn't expect the barbarians to have such good craftsmanship," Huang Can genuinely admired. Chen Jing, however, seemed indifferent. "Who knows?" He shrugged. "I hope it brings you blessings." Huang Can gently placed the necklace back around Chen Jing's neck and softly said, "I hope it brings you blessings." Little did she know, her wish would indeed come true in the future. As Chen Jing watched Huang Can's retreating figure, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the campus as the day came to a close. Since tomorrow was the weekend, and there were no evening classes today, the usually bustling school was unusually quiet. Su Yao, feeling weary, was the last to leave the classroom. As she walked with her heavy backpack, she replayed in her mind the martial arts moves she had learned during the day, occasionally mimicking them with her hands, as if sparring with an invisible opponent. Just then, her gaze accidentally fell on the opposite building. On the same floor as hers, a door quietly opened. Su Yao was about to look away when she suddenly recognized the figure emerging from the door. It was Chen Jing. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was about to call out to him to ask about a martial arts question that had been troubling her. However, just as she was about to speak, another figure stepped out from the door. Su Yao swallowed her words and looked more closely, recognizing the school beauty, Huang Can. With the bombardment of modern information, Su Yao quickly understood the relationship between the two. She couldn't help but sigh. Love indeed makes people idle, but martial arts are eternal. With a knowing demeanor, She turned to leave, realizing this was not the right time to ask her question. Meanwhile, Huang asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Chen Jing turned back, shaking his head slightly. "Nothing." Huang didn't press further and instead asked, "Will you be staying at the martial arts hall during this time?" Chen Jing nodded, planning to practice the Nine Thunder Sword before the military academy started. Upon receiving his confirmation, Huang offered, "I'll come keep you company, since I've already been specially admitted. School doesn't really matter." Chen Jing agreed happily. "I'd be honored. Just remember to bring me lunch. Every time I go out, the junior girls are overly enthusiastic." Huang teased, "Don't you enjoy it?" Chen Jing admitted, "Too much of it gets tiring. Besides, with the school beauty by my side, why would I be interested in anyone else?" "Smooth talker." Huang playfully scolded, then suggested, "You could also bring your Guzheng to play. A beauty playing the zither while a gentleman practices swordsmanship is quite a scene." All right, my dear master. A full-service experience for you." Huang replied half-jokingly. Over the next month or so, Chen Jing's life became remarkably routine. During the day, he focused on honing the Nine Thunder Sword in the practice room, attended to by Huang, who occasionally played soothing Guzheng music. To him, martial arts training was never meant to be monotonous or grueling. In the evenings, he alternated between staying at his own home and spending time at Aunt Chen's house. Aunt Chen had a daughter in middle school who only returned home on weekends due to her boarding school. Time flew by, and Chen Jing's skills steadily improved. Soon, the college entrance exams arrived. As in the past, the importance of these exams was undeniable. However, in the Summer Kingdom, the exams tested not only academic knowledge but also martial arts abilities, with the latter carrying significant weight. But this was irrelevant to Chen Jing and Huang, as they had already been specially admitted and didn't need to take the exams. With the school being used as an exam venue, Chen Jing treated himself to a rare 2-day break. He and Huang leisurely strolled through shopping districts, enjoyed delicious food, and watched movies. After seeing Huang home, Chen Jing went to Aunt Chen's house. Today, her daughter was back, making it a perfect opportunity to visit. They had known each other since childhood, and Chen Jing fondly recalled how he used to tease the adorable and naive little girl with his mischievous uncle antics for many years. As Xia Yuner entered her second year of middle school, she became much more astute. She began to look at Chen Jing with disdain, often arguing with him. Their exchanges filled with tension. In the Mingyue neighborhood, rows of detached villas lined the lakeside neatly. Aunt Chen's residence was far more impressive than Chen Jing's home, a testament to her hard-earned success over the years. Indeed, Aunt Chen was a formidable woman. Chen Jing was very familiar with the place, as Aunt Chen had even prepared a room specifically for him. Despite her constant invitations for him to move in, Chen Jing preferred his solitude and independence. Even with Aunt Chen and the ever-arrogant Xia Yuner not opposing the idea, he mostly stayed at his own place, only visiting for a few days at a time. On this particular day, Chen Jing unlocked the door and stepped into the house, immediately sensing 4 pairs of eyes on him. Surprised, he looked around and realized there were guests. In the center of the living room stood a charming woman, around Aunt Chen's age, with a tall figure elegantly accentuated by a fitted blue dress. The most striking feature was her impressive physique, accentuated by the neck of her dress. Beside her was a much younger girl, who appeared to be about Xia Yuner's age and bore a resemblance to the woman, suggesting they were mother and daughter. Aunt Chen quickly approached Chen Jing, warmly introducing him. "This is your Aunt Zhang, my good friend who lives in our community. And this is her daughter, Jiang Xiaoming, who is in the same class as Yuner." Just as Chen Jing was about to politely greet them, Zhang Huiyan interjected, feigning annoyance. "Do I look that old? Just call me Sister Zhang." Aunt Chen chuckled. "We're the same generation. If he calls you that, it lowers my seniority." Zhang Huiyan dismissed it with a wave. "Everyone can call each other whatever they like. We're not stuck in the old ways." Chen Jing went along and called her Sister Zhang, which seemed fitting given her youthful appearance, more like a woman in her 20s. Though Aunt Chen also appeared youthful, the generational gap was clear. Zhang Huiyan beamed. "No wonder you always brag about your nephew. He's so sensible. No need for introductions. I've seen the news about our city's martial arts prodigy. I didn't expect it to be your nephew. He keeps a low profile. I'm envious." Chen Jing thought that compared to Aunt Chen's mature demeanor, Sister Zhang was indeed more lively and youthful. Nearby, Jiang Xiaoming recognized Chen Jing, her eyes full of admiration and excitement. If not for Xia Yuner's eye-rolling intervention, she might have rushed over for a hug and a photo. Aunt Chen sighed. "I just hope he isn't a martial arts prodigy. A peaceful life would be best." Zhang Huiyan countered. "No way. In today's world, strength equals status. For single mothers like us, having a martial artist in the family means peace of mind." As the adults chatted endlessly around Chen Jing, Jiang Xiaoming quietly complained to Xia Yuner. "Yuner, you're so mean. You knew Chen Jing is your brother. Why didn't you tell me? Were you trying to keep him to yourself?" Xia Yuner rolled her eyes, responding impatiently. "He's not some celebrity. Why are you so excited? Calm down, don't embarrass me. But he's so handsome." Can looks put food on the table? His martial arts talent is amazing. He's just a first-level martial artist, cannon fodder in the martial world. He's so gentle and considerate. How did you even notice that? And he defeated a 4th level. That was just luck against an injured opponent. So you do want him all to yourself. Ugh, I'm going to get you for this. Their playful banter reached Chen Jing, who glanced over, catching Xia Yun'er's attention. She quickly tidied Jiang Xiaoming's messy clothes, covering up the assets inherited from her mother that could make grown women envious, then shot Chen Jing a practiced glare, mouthing the words, scumbag. Chen Jing understood all too well. Ever since Xia Yun'er had grown out of her naive phase, he had heard this countless times. Aunt Chen and the others noticed the commotion, and Zheng Huiyun called Jiang Xiaoming over to greet Chen Jing. Jiang Xiaoming eagerly ran over, while Xia Yun'er muttered, "Damn Lilicon." Jiang Xiaoming quickly completed a series of actions, hugging, taking photos, and adding him as a friend, then happily edited the pictures and uploaded them to their class group chat, causing a flurry of excitement. Seeing the messages in the group, Xia Yun'er scoffed. However, as Jiang Xiaoming continued chatting enthusiastically in the group, Xia Yun'er suddenly felt uneasy, as if something that belonged to her was being taken away, leaving her inexplicably annoyed. Unnoticed, Chen Jing quietly appeared behind Xia Yun'er and skillfully gave her a gentle pat on the head. Xia Yun'er resisted the discomfort, catching a glimpse of others around them. To maintain her image, she bit her lips silently. Although she didn't react outwardly, she discreetly rolled her eyes at Chen Jing several times. Seeing that he had pushed enough, Chen Jing nimbly moved to face Xia Yun'er, a hint of concern in his eyes. He asked, "Have you been slacking off in your martial arts practice lately?" Xia Yun'er raised her chin disdainfully, a confident smile playing on her lips. "Unlike someone who's always flirting around, I'm now the top martial artist in the class." Chen Jing, having already activated his keen hearing, had overheard the whispers of the two girls earlier. He glanced at Xia Yun'er nonchalantly and said, "Even if you are, you're still not even qualified to be cannon fodder." Xia Yun'er flushed with embarrassment at his words and quickly retorted, "That's only because I haven't been practicing for long. Humph. By the time I'm your age, I won't just be at the 1st level." Chen Jing chuckled softly, his tone teasing. "All right, our family's prodigy. Go change into your training clothes and show me your progress. After all, you're my sister. You can't embarrass me." For once, Xia Yun'er didn't argue back. Though she feigned reluctance, her actions were swift as she turned and dashed to her room. At that moment, a timid voice piped up, Can I join?" Chen Jing turned to see Jiang Xiaoming looking up at him with big, hopeful eyes. Unable to resist, he patted her head too and said warmly, "Go ahead, let Yun'er lend you a set of clothes." "Yay!" Jiang Xiaoming cheered and quickly ran to the bedroom. A few minutes later, the two girls emerged in their training outfits. Chen Jing briefly greeted Aunt Chen and the others before leading the girls to the open space in the back to start their training session. Xia Yun'er's attitude toward training was remarkably serious, as if she were a different person. She didn't bicker with Chen Jing, but listened intently to his martial arts explanations, humbly correcting her mistakes. Jiang Xiaoming's foundation was much weaker than Xia Yun'er's, and her form was riddled with errors. Chen Jing patiently guided her. Even though the young girl was somewhat distracted by her admiration, she was smart enough not to waste too much of his time. Chen Jing couldn't help but secretly muse. This little girl's figure is quite developed. The training outfit that was loose on Xia Yun'er fit tightly on her, especially during complex and challenging moves. Despite his composed exterior, Chen Jing inwardly chuckled, thinking, with a friend like this, Yun'er must feel quite the pressure. Then, Chen Jing retrieved 3 wooden swords and personally instructed the two in combat skills. Qin Qing and Zheng Huiyun watched with interest from the sidelines. They saw Xia Yun'er being tripped to the ground by Chen Jing with a heavy thud that resonated even from afar, making Zheng Huiyun wince sympathetically, as if she could feel the pain herself. Yet, Xia Yun'er gritted her teeth and stood up again, diving back into the training. Zheng Huiyun couldn't help but ask, "Does Yun'er always train this hard?" Qin Qing, accustomed to this, replied calmly. "She sets high standards for herself." Zheng Huiyun nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder Xiaoming told me Yun'er is the strongest in the class. This kind of determination is indeed rare." She glanced at her own daughter, Jiang Xiaoming, who was on the field looking confused, her sword seemingly disappearing from her hands within moments. Comparing her to Xia Yun'er, Zheng Huiyun sighed and covered her face. Qin Qing noticed and softly commented, "Chen Jing is a good teacher." She paused before continuing, "You know our family situation. Her father's death had a profound impact on her." Zheng Huiyun fell silent at this, eventually murmuring, "Damn barbarians." As evening approached, under Qin Qing's warm insistence, Zheng Huiyun and her daughter decided to stay the night. Late at night, after completing his meditation exercises, Chen Jing lay on his bed and practiced the 5 apertures meridian technique left by his deceased father. This technique didn't require strict postures, but demanded high levels of concentration and control. It involved channeling inner energy along specific paths to unblock the 5 apertures. Chen Jing had already successfully opened the eye, nose, and ear apertures, leaving only the mouth and the most mysterious brow aperture. The effect of fully opening the ear aperture was astounding. What was once a silent night now buzzed with life. He could clearly hear insects hunting in the grass, the flick of a stray cat's tail, a dog gnawing on furniture in the distance, and even the footsteps of a security guard on patrol. More embarrassingly, he could even hear the sounds of a couple engaging in intimate activities from afar. Although Chen Jing could only maintain this heightened state for a minute, even without exerting himself fully, his hearing was far superior to that of other martial artists at his level. No sound in the entire villa, no matter how many walls stood in the way, could escape his ears. He heard the 4 women in the house still awake. Aunt Chen and Sister Zhang were enthusiastically discussing cosmetics, while Xia Yuner and Jiang Xiaoming were helping each other apply liniment. Chen Jing's lips curled into a smile as he recalled how he hadn't held back during the day's training. The 2 girls were probably covered in bruises by now. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoming's voice broke through. How so painful? Yuner, is Chen Jing always this strict? Yeah, he's a beast, Xia Yuner replied with resignation. But he looks so handsome when wielding a sword. Jiang Xiaoming said excitedly. I'm so jealous that you get to be taught by him every time. If you're itching for it, you can join in, Xia Yuner joked half seriously. You said it. No take-backs. Jiang Xiaoming agreed immediately, then shifted the topic. By the way, Yuner, do you have any advice? This extra weight is really tiring me out during fights. Xia Yuner replied through gritted teeth. Then cut it off. Chen Jing couldn't help but chuckle, imagining Xia Yuner's exasperated face even through the walls. No way, Jiang Xiaoming exclaimed. My mom says being flat means you're not a girl anymore. This comment was like rubbing salt in Xia Yuner's wound. Chen Jing vividly remembered her fiery reactions whenever he called her flat princess. Sure enough, after a minute of silence, Xia Yuner erupted. Go to hell. Chen Jing was about to tune out when he overheard Aunt Chen and Sister Zhang discussing him. Initially, the conversation was normal topics like studies, martial arts, hobbies, and personality, but as time went on, it became more off-color and explicit. It reminded Chen Jing of an online discussion. You can never imagine the extent of the innuendo when women start talking. As Chen Jing immersed himself in this peaceful and harmonious atmosphere, a faint explosion sound reached his ears. He got up and looked out the window, seeing nothing unusual, but that sound signaled the impending end of tranquility. He knew that soon, it would be his turn to bear the weight for everyone. After the college entrance exams, Chen Jing returned to his usual routine. With the third-year students gone, Nansu No. 1 High School became quiet, and the arrival of summer vacation plunged the campus into silence. With the school's permission, Chen Jing obtained the keys to the martial arts hall, spending most of his time training hard there, occasionally taking breaks with Huang Qin to maintain a balance between work and rest. During this time, Gu Yifei frequently sought Chen Jing's guidance on martial arts. When he learned that she had been accepted into Nancy University, he wasn't surprised. It seemed that the next 4 years would see them as neighbors, given that Jiangnan Military Academy was located in Nancy City, not far from Nancy University. In late August, at Nansu Airport, Huang Qin, dressed in a breezy outfit, bid farewell to Chen Jing one last time. Although she had mentally prepared for this, there was still an air of reluctance in her eyes, but she had come to accept it. She gazed at Chen Jing for a long moment before finally smiling freely. I wonder which woman will be able to tame you in the future. Chen Jing touched his nose and joked. If even you can't, then probably no one can. Smooth talker. Huang Qin teased. All right, I'm off. Remember to call me when you get there safely. Sure, safe travels. Yeah, you too. Huang Qin hesitated, then added. And remember, don't die out there. Of course, Chen Jing promised solemnly. That evening, after receiving a message from Huang Qin confirming her safe arrival at school, Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the red notice letter from Jiangnan Military Academy in his hand and knew that the era of youthful romance had ended and the time for battles and heroics was about to begin. Jiangnan Military Academy, formerly known as Jiangnan University of Military and Martial Arts, is located at the southernmost end of Jing'an District in Nancy City, adjacent to the Mo Ridge Hengchong Mountains. Although it has not been established for long, its outstanding performance has earned it the reputation of being the top military academy in the South. On the morning of September 1st, under a sky heavy with clouds, 2,000 freshmen in brand new uniforms stood in neat rows on field number 1 of Jiangnan Military Academy, waiting in the chilly wind. Suddenly, the sound of firm, powerful military boots echoed. The sound wasn't loud, yet it seemed to reverberate right next to each student's ear, creating a sense of pressure. Chen Jing closed his eyes, his heightened senses detecting an immense presence approaching, akin to a massive black mountain. This aura far surpassed that of Lieutenant Colonel Yan Di, who had previously made him feel oppressed. Chen Jing realized with excitement. This was at least a 7th-tier warrior. It was indeed worthy of being the top military academy in the South, seeing such a formidable martial artist on just the second day of reporting. A few seconds later, the footsteps abruptly stopped. Chen Jing opened his eyes to see a pair of black military boots already standing on the podium. Even with his enhanced vision, he couldn't track the person's movement, as if they had never left the platform. The other freshmen also noticed the figure that had suddenly appeared, and murmurs of astonishment arose. Quiet. The owner of the boots commanded in a low voice, thunderous and instantly silencing the crowd. With cold, indifferent eyes sweeping over the students, the newcomer spoke rapidly. I am Tang Feng, the vice principal of Jiangnan Military Academy. The principal is unavailable due to unforeseen circumstances, so I will be leading the freshman assembly. Welcome to Jiangnan Military Academy. Time will prove that you have made the right choice. Starting tomorrow, there will be a week-long martial arts assessment for freshmen. You are responsible for your own safety. Those who withdraw will be expelled. That's all. Dismissed. Before the words had fully settled, Tang Feng's figure had already vanished. Chen Jing was left speechless. The assembly had exceeded his expectations. In less than a minute, a few words had resolved everything. Was this the military style? Everyone present was stunned for a while, seemingly unable to believe the assembly had ended so abruptly. They had prepared to listen to a speech for an hour or two, but the reality was unexpectedly different. The freshmen exchanged glances for a long time before leaving with their thoughts. Regardless, this brief and powerful speech had left a profound first impression of Jiangnan Military Academy on them. Back in the dormitory, his newly acquainted roommate Zhao Lei enthusiastically said, "It's my first time seeing someone as charismatic as Vice Principal Tang. Really impressive." Like Chen Jing, Zhao Lei was a special recruit and a first-tier martial artist. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Definitely lucky we didn't have to stand around for hours. He then asked, by the way, do you know what the freshman martial arts assessment is about? Zhao Lei explained, I looked into it beforehand. Every year, the school conducts an assessment for freshmen, mainly testing their combat abilities. The results determine student rankings, with those higher up receiving better resources. Let's talk about our dormitory. The two-person dorms that Chen Jing and the other freshmen are staying in are considered the worst in the entire military academy. Unlike the typical four-person rooms in regular universities, military academies that focus on martial arts training have higher requirements for dormitories, as practicing martial arts requires space. A two-person room is the minimum standard, and it's said that the school even offers single rooms and independent villas. The top performers in the freshman martial arts assessment have the chance to live in those standalone villas. The path of martial arts is always brutal, with only a few truly standing out. Even in a military school, the focus is on cultivating elite warriors and enhancing high-level combat power, rather than the conventional army's pursuit of mass integration. This training model means that competition within the school is particularly fierce. Chen Jing turned his head and asked, do you know what the assessment involves? Zhao Lei shook his head. No idea, the assessment changes every year. The only constant is that every year, some freshmen die during the assessment. Life or death. Chen Jing smirked slightly. Such trivial matters don't scare me. At dawn the next day, 2,000 freshmen gathered again at field number 1. Surprisingly, Principal Tang, whose popularity skyrocketed overnight, did not appear. Instead, a line of teachers dressed in military uniforms with school-level ranks took the stage. Although Tang Feng's appearance was brief yesterday, Chen Jing noticed the Major General rank on his shoulder. For martial artists in the military, ranks are not only based on military achievements, but also on strength. A Major General's strength is typically high-level 7th rank, while a school officer must be at least a mid-level warrior, which is 4th rank or above. Official warriors stepped forward. A burly, bald man with a voice like thunder commanded. He was one of the 2 highest-ranked teachers present. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing immediately stepped out of the line, standing at attention alongside Zhao Lei and others. Wow, when did warriors become so common? He heard Zhao Lei mutter quietly beside him. Chen Jing glanced around and noticed a considerable number of people stepping forward, at least 200 or 300 by his estimation. He couldn't help but wonder, since when did talented warriors become so abundant? A first-rank warrior isn't particularly rare, but a first-rank warrior under 18 is a different story. Such martial arts prodigies are rare in small towns, and even in large cities, there are only a few per generation. Could all the nation's geniuses have been recruited here? No matter how impressive the school is, that seems unlikely. The bald man scanned the crowd, counted the numbers, and then grinned, though on his fierce face, the smile looked rather menacing. He turned to another person of equal rank and said, Old Wang, I'll be heading off now. Old Wang frowned and cautioned, be careful with your side. I didn't agree with your plan initially, but since the school authorities approved it, make sure you handle it carefully. These students are the future of Xia. Got it, the bald man replied dismissively. He then led the freshman warriors away from the field. Once the bald man and his group were out of sight, the teachers behind Old Wang began to discuss quietly. This year's special admissions are 100 students. all who broke through to warrior level before graduating high school. But unexpectedly, over 200 showed up. Do you think Xia's martial arts talent is suddenly flourishing? Aside from a few who genuinely broke through before school started, most likely used genetic agents to advance. While there's nothing wrong with using agents, with unstable foundations, they're still at the bottom among first-rank warriors. So what? Anyone in the know realizes our school holds a freshman selection assessment at the start. Breaking through now, even with an unstable foundation, is still better than not advancing at all. They can secure a good rank and consolidate their skills later. That's how it used to be. This year is different, Old Wang interjected. I just hope that Thunder Tiger listens to reason and doesn't go overboard. Only he could suggest such a high-risk assessment. The school authorities approved it after the last South-North competition defeat to the North. It was embarrassing for the leadership. Ahem. Old Wang interrupted the conversation, pointing to the approaching military transport vehicles. They're here. Let's get the students on board. Yes, sir. My name is Lei Hu, and I am the chief examiner for your assessment. The bald man, Lei Hu, stood in front of a rundown warehouse, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as cold as ice. His sharp gaze swept over Chen Jing and the others as he spoke each word deliberately. I trust you're all aware of the significance of the new recruit assessment, so I won't waste my breath. However, he paused, a cold smile playing on his lips, perfectly embodying a smile that doesn't reach the eyes. This year is a bit different. Most people in the lineup wore puzzled expressions, as if on cue. Lei Hu nodded in satisfaction and continued. Because this time, I am the examiner. Because I am ruthless. Because I am merciless. Because I despise trash. So, I'm here to clean up some trash. At first, the crowd was dismissive, but as Lei Hu's words continued to flow, their expressions grew serious. Even Chen Jing was no exception. Although Lei Hu's presence wasn't as intimidating as Vice Principal Tang Feng's from the previous day, his aura of bloodthirsty menace made Chen Jing's heart skip a beat. Lei Hu began calling out. Among you are warriors admitted through special recruitment. His gaze swept over Zhao Lei and others before shifting to the other side. And there are also those who broke through using external aids. Chen Jing suddenly understood. He had read on the battle net about an awakening potion that significantly increased the chances of a warrior's breakthrough. Although there were some side effects, compared to the opportunity to become a breakthrough warrior, these side effects were almost negligible. However, such a potion was expensive, beyond the reach of most people. Lei Hu continued to walk, exuding power. There are those from prestigious family backgrounds. He stopped in front of a young man, staring at him for a while. The young man remained unfazed, his expression calm. There are wealthy, second-generation heirs. He moved to another person, who quickly lowered his head in panic, eliciting a mocking laugh from Lei Hu. And there are second-generation warriors with legendary parents. Hearing this, even the composed Chen Jing couldn't help but glance over. Standing before Lei Hu was a girl with striking features. Her height was particularly notable, even surpassing Lei Hu's 6-foot frame. As soon as the words were spoken, the tall girl with a supermodel figure met Lei Hu's gaze with her sharp eyes, unyielding. Lei Hu grinned, a mix of mockery and admiration. Oh, and there's also a rising star. The spotlight turned to Chen Jing. Lei Hu looked up, his eyes fixed on Chen Jing with a half-smile. Chen Jing remained impassive, silent. Confronting a superior in such a situation was akin to courting death. He quietly observed Lei Hu's shiny head, the sunlight reflecting off it as if it were illuminated, looking rather striking. Lei Hu, feeling a slight itch on his scalp, found Chen Jing's unyielding demeanor uninteresting and turned away, continuing, all of this, in my eyes, is trash. Apart from Chen Jing, the aristocratic descendant mentioned by Lei Hu, and a few others, the rest of the new recruits were incited to a boiling point by this simple provocation. Ignoring the indignant atmosphere below, Lei Hu proceeded. Of course, even trash gets a chance to be remade. And this opportunity is this assessment. Now, listen carefully to the assessment details. Remember, I won't repeat myself. The crowd of over 200 fell silent, everyone holding their breath, afraid to miss a single word. After a brief explanation, Chen Jing's expression turned serious. This assessment was indeed unexpected. According to the requirements, these new recruits would be sent to survive in a ruined city labeled as 025 for a week. The term, ruined city, refers to a city that was heavily destroyed in battles with barbarians and subsequently abandoned for reconstruction due to various reasons. These cities, now devoid of human population, have become havens for mutated creatures and savage beasts, serving as natural hunting grounds. Many freelance warriors and mercenaries come to hunt these creatures to obtain valuable materials from them, which they exchange for money or contribution points. Ruined City number 025 is a unique case as it is under military jurisdiction. Although it was originally a county-level city and not very large, even with 200 to 300 people inside, it would feel like a drop in the ocean. The requirement of the new student assessment is not only to survive a week in this perilous city, but also to strive to hunt beasts and earn contribution points. Ultimately, the assessment results will be ranked based on the number of contribution points earned. As the details of the assessment were released, students began to whisper and discuss among themselves. However, Lehu appeared indifferent, wearing a casual smile as he spoke. The probability of death in this assessment is high. I'm warning you in advance, if you're not confident in your abilities, it's best to withdraw now. Although you'll be expelled, with your current martial skills, any prestigious university would welcome you. But in this assessment, death means real death, with no turning back. As soon as he finished speaking, the murmurs below intensified. This year's assessment was indeed more difficult and dangerous than in previous years. Although participants could choose to withdraw midway, doing so would mean failing the assessment and facing expulsion. The path of martial arts is about competition. If you can't compete, you'll be lost in the crowd. Chen Jing was well aware of this, and he accepted the challenge without hesitation. He turned to look at his roommate from the past few days, who returned a determined gaze, leading to a knowing smile between them. Looking around, he noticed that most people shared their resolve. Since they were here, they were determined to persevere despite the dangers ahead. After all, the path of martial arts has never been smooth. However, some were hesitant, mainly those who had relied on drugs to break through. They initially thought that some sacrifices would earn them good results, but didn't expect this year's assessment to separate martial artists from non-martial artists. Consequently, they became the weakest in this batch. Worse still, the assessment location was the perilous ruined city, and with their abilities, surviving a week seemed unlikely. Eventually, a few individuals couldn't suppress their fear and stepped out of the line to withdraw. Seeing this, Lehu applauded approvingly and said with a smile, "Good. Those with self-awareness are more admirable, unlike some, who are foolishly arrogant and end up losing their lives in vain. Is there anyone else who wants to withdraw? Time waits for no one. We're about to depart." For some reason, Chen Jing found Lehu's smile particularly unsettling. Seeing that Lehu did not reprimand anyone, another dozen or so people stepped forward to withdraw. Lehu's expression remained unchanged as he asked a few more times. Ultimately, a few more withdrew, leaving only those with determined expressions who were unwavering. Chen Jing quietly counted. 23 had withdrawn, mostly those who became martial artists through drug use. None of the specially recruited students like him had withdrawn. Those who could independently become martial artists before the age of 18 all possessed extraordinary qualities. Lehu called over a staff member and instructed, "Take them away." After the withdrawing students left, he addressed the remaining ones with undisguised disdain. "All right, the trash has finally left." The crowd was taken aback, unsure how to react. The young man, referred to by Lehu as a noble offspring, had a glint of understanding in his eyes as he quickly grasped the situation. He discreetly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze pausing briefly on the tall and aloof Shang Qingmei, whose cold and beautiful face bore a faint, mocking smile. Standing nearby, Chen Jing's lips curled slightly as a knowing look flashed in his eyes. This scene seemed familiar to him, as if he had anticipated it all along. Lehu glanced around, taking an amused interest in the bewildered expressions of the crowd. However, when he noticed a few discerning looks among them, his interest waned slightly. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice to announce, "Congratulations, everyone, on passing the first stage of the new student assessment. From this moment, you are officially members of Jiangnan Military Academy." As his words fell, a hush descended on the scene. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly still processing the sudden news. Meanwhile, Chen Jing subtly smirked, a just as expected expression in his eyes. Lehu, keenly observing their reactions, offered a meaningful smile. He patiently explained, "The path of martial arts is a long one, with some ahead and others behind. Those who come later often take shortcuts to catch up, which is not unusual. The development of genetic serums is precisely to accelerate the enhancement of martial prowess." His tone then turned serious. "However, as martial artists, one must never forget their essence courage. If you shrink back in the face of danger and fear death, then why train in martial arts at all? You might as well go home and raise pigs." Like those who withdrew upon hearing the assessment was dangerous, they lacked the basic spirit of a warrior and are unworthy of being part of Jiangnan Military Academy. At this point, a hesitant voice emerged from the crowd. "So, do we still need to go to the ruined city for the assessment?" Lehu responded with a fierce grin. "Of course. What I just mentioned was only the first stage. Now comes the real second stage. However, you can choose to withdraw at any time without affecting your enrollment, although your final ranking will be quite low." He paused, adding with a hint of implication, "I'm sure you're all aware of the consequences of a low ranking." Finally, Lehu posed a challenging question. "Does anyone want to quit now? I'll give you one last chance. Remember, the ruined city is fraught with danger, and casualties are inevitable." Faced with this warning, no one opted to withdraw. Though their expressions varied, everyone remained silent, evidently resolved to face the challenge. Seeing this, Lehu's expression turned serious, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd. "Very well, then begin selecting your weapons." As the warehouse door swung open, A rush of cold air poured out. The mechanical hum filled the air as rows of spotlights flickered on, illuminating the armory. Swords, axes, shields, spears, and an array of cold weapons were neatly arranged on racks, glinting menacingly under the bright lights. Over 200 freshmen filed in, each selecting their weapon of choice. When it was Chen Jing's turn, his eyes scanned the room swiftly, and without hesitation, he picked up a straight-edged war knife, a recurved bow, and a quiver of arrows. He pulled the bowstring, feeling its resilience, and nodded in approval. He also examined the war knife, noting that while it wasn't as superior as the one he had previously bought, it was significantly better than most common weapons available. Chen Jing felt a twinge of regret, as the assessment required the use of standard-issue weapons, meaning his personal knife and bow had to remain in his dorm. As he pondered this, Zhao Lei quickly chose a sword and shield and approached him, lowering his voice. Have you killed a beast before? Does a barbarian count? Chen Jing replied coolly. Zhao Lei paused. Though he had heard of Chen Jing's exploits, he had always been skeptical, knowing how the media often exaggerates. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, what was it like, killing for the first time? Like slaughtering a chicken? Chen Jing answered tersely, his tone chilling. This brief exchange made Chen Jing realize that most of those around him were likely inexperienced in combat, perhaps never having even killed a chicken. He thought to himself that if these people could perform at half their potential in their first real fight, it would be commendable. However, that wasn't his concern. Instead, he saw a greater advantage for himself. From the moment he began training with a bow, countless beasts had fallen to Chen Jing's arrows. Having even killed barbarians, he had no fear of mere beasts. His goal from the start had been to secure first place in the warrior assessment. Chen Jing had no interest in playing the underdog. With strength, he intended to openly compete for the top spot, to gain more resources and enhance his skills quickly. He understood that no legendary warrior ever reached the pinnacle by staying low-key or pretending to be weak. Without competing against the geniuses of his time or honing himself in bloody battles, how could he reach such heights? Moreover, the ninefold Thunderblade technique he practiced emphasized momentum. Thunder is the scourge of all evil, and it was not meant for lowly or sneaky actions. As Chen Jing was lost in thought, Zhao Lei tugged at his sleeve, pointing to a distance. Chen Jing, look, it's rare to see a girl choosing such heavy weapons. Following Zhao Lei's gaze, Chen Jing saw a tall, striking woman effortlessly lifting a tumter-long heavy bronze spear. She moved with agility as she exited the armory. Chen Jing recognized her as Shang Qingmei. Impressive physical strength, Chen Jing remarked. Handling such a heavy weapon required immense stamina, challenging even for ordinary warriors, let alone a woman. Yet, her confident choice indicated her physical prowess was far beyond her peers. Chen Jing remained vigilant. Unlike the common swords, those adept with such unique and formidable weapons should never be underestimated. The image of Yan Di, a powerful colonel who wielded a similar spear, flashed in his mind, leaving a lasting impression from their brief encounter. By the way, which legendary warrior used a spear? Zhao Lei suddenly asked, then joked. Honestly, I feel sorry for her future husband. He'd be hard-pressed to handle that. Chen Jing, deep in thought, chuckled softly and replied, you're really concerned about the wrong things. Just as he was about to speak, something unexpected happened. Chen Jing felt a shiver run down his spine, as if electricity had coursed through his body. His senses were heightened, and he quickly scanned the surroundings, finally focusing on Shang Qingmei. It's her, Chen Jing thought, realizing this strange sensation wasn't directed at him, but was a ripple effect. He couldn't help but admire the legendary martial artist's profound skill in combining willpower and spiritual techniques. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Chen Jing turned abruptly, seeing Zhao Lei standing motionless like a statue. He rushed over and shook him vigorously. Zhao Lei, Zhao Lei. After several calls, Zhao Lei snapped out of it, shivering as he asked, bewildered, what just happened? Chen Jing patted his shoulder sympathetically. Watch your words. He glanced at the departing Shang Qingmei, reflecting, it's best not to offend a woman with a grudge. The scene shifted to a green camouflage military vehicle speeding through the wilderness, finally stopping in front of some abandoned buildings. The communicator inside the vehicle crackled with orders. Chen Jing, disembark. Chen Jing quickly checked his gear, nodded to his classmates inside the vehicle, and then jumped out. The military vehicle accelerated away, leaving a trail of dust. 2 hours earlier, after Lei who gave the orders, a dozen transport vehicles had carried the new students toward their destination. At intervals, a student would be dropped off, marking the official start of the assessment. Chen Jing surveyed the area and recognized it as the outskirts of the 025 ruined city. He noticed a damaged road sign with the faint words Li Xian Village and an arrow pointing towards the city. He meticulously checked his equipment. Besides his knife and bow, he had a GPS watch, military knife, gauze, flint, a canteen, camouflage combat uniform, a backpack, and 3 days' worth of rations. The red distress button on the GPS watch was the last resort for failing the assessment. Beasts are more common in the city, so it's best not to linger here, Chen Jing mused. Today's task is to find a safe house before nightfall. Let's move out. He decisively headed towards the city. Meanwhile, a kilometer northwest of the 025 ruined city, a dark green military camp stood tall. Inside the largest tent, rows of computers were manned by personnel in uniform, with a giant screen at the front displaying real-time images of the 025 ruined city. Lehu sat lazily at the head, his legs propped up on the table. He instructed a military secretary beside him. Lieutenant, report the latest situation of the 025 ruined city. Although a teacher at Jang military school, Lehu was also an active-duty soldier. This freshman field assessment had mobilized significant resources from the Southern Military District. The lieutenant promptly took out the prepared documents and reported with precision. With approval from the Southern Military District, our unit has recently completed the renovation plan for the 025 ruined city. The streets, intersections, and beast-infested areas of ruined city number 025 are covered by densely packed surveillance devices, with an astonishing 95 monitoring coverage. Meanwhile, reconnaissance satellites Beifeng 3, 7, and 10 are conducting real-time surveillance, with ruined city number 025 as their target. The Tactical Emergency Response Team is on high alert, ready to launch rescue operations at any moment. All third-tier and above beasts in the city were exterminated a few days ago, leaving only 9 third-tier beasts. When asked whether to eliminate these last 9, Lehu firmly refused. No need. They're just third-tier, not yet at the fourth-tier transformation. I specifically instructed the cleanup team to spare them. The lieutenant was visibly surprised, evidently unaware of the situation. He questioned, Colonel, as far as I know, the freshmen in your school are primarily first-tier martial artists. If they encounter a third-tier beast, it might not be a meaningful assessment. Lehu understood his concern but simply waved it off, his tone resolute. Won't they run away if they encounter one? Besides, I've seen first-tier individuals take down third-tier beasts. That's settled. Since they're practicing martial arts, they must be prepared for both killing and being killed. Despite his doubts, the lieutenant could only salute respectfully. Yes, sir. He was secretly amazed. A first-tier individual can kill a third-tier beast? Is such a person possible? At that moment, within the ruins of the city, a sharp blade sliced through scales and flesh, piercing precisely into the heart of a mutated bamboo viper. This snake differed from ordinary bamboo vipers. Its green scales were entwined with black markings, indicating it was a rare mutated species. The appearance of world rifts caused the merging of two worlds, and the invasion of alien species severely disrupted the original ecological chain. Especially around the rifts, there were hybrids of beasts and native species, as well as mutated species evolved from local animals. These native mutants were typically stronger than their pre-mutation counterparts and exhibited extreme aggression. The mutated bamboo viper before him was a case in point, with venom more potent than that of its relatives. A bite would be fatal to an ordinary person, but for those who had become martial artists, the venom was harmless, thus rendering it worthless. Chen Jing stepped on the snake's head, crushing it effortlessly. He withdrew his blade and continued forward. The road leading to the city had long been abandoned, overgrown with weeds, some reaching waist height. On either side, partially collapsed concrete buildings were overrun with vines, interspersed with vibrant flowers. If not for the lurking dangers, it would resemble a rather beautiful ruin. Suddenly, a rabbit with blood-red eyes darted out from the nearby undergrowth. Chen Jing swiftly caught and killed it, tossing the carcass aside. The organs of such mutated species had long transformed, and he dared not take the risk of eating them. In fact, he avoided even ordinary wild game, fearing unknown bacteria or viruses. Recalling past experiences of practicing archery and hunting on the outskirts, Chen Jing would only bring back parts like animal pelts or teeth that could be sold, while the meat was buried on the spot. If he wanted to eat meat, he preferred beasts. Scientific research confirmed that beasts were not only rich in vitality and had delicious meat, but were also a rare source of nourishment. Ordinary people could strengthen their bodies by consuming it, while martial artists could accelerate their training. Nowadays, many high-end restaurants in the city offered beast cuisine. As he walked, Chen Jing encountered several similar attacks, mostly from mutated species. Normal animals would usually avoid a human of his size. However, these attacks were largely ineffective against him. After all, mutation does not equal evolution, nor is it genetic recombination. Just like a mouse, no matter how much it mutates, cannot surpass a regular tiger. Genetics set their limits. Because of this, Chen Jing had yet to earn a single contribution point. The mutated species he encountered so far lacked any valuable organs. However, as taller buildings came into view, he saw new opportunities ahead. Chen Jing, with his extraordinary eyesight, was intently focused on a 4-story building not far away. This unfinished, abandoned structure had one wall covered in cement, while the other side exposed red bricks and steel bars. To the average person, It might seem unremarkable, but Chen Jing's keen eyes detected an anomaly on the cement wall, a slightly darker, grayish elliptical area. With his vision fully engaged, Chen Jing instantly identified the creature camouflaged within a horned rock beast, a feral creature from another realm. Information about this beast flashed through his mind. First-tier strength, formidable defense, measuring 1.2 to 1.4 meters in length and 55 to 65 centimeters in height, with limbless tail and skin resembling gray rock, offering excellent urban camouflage. Besides biting and clawing, its most lethal weapon was the 20-centimeter horn on its head, which held some value for weapon crafting, earning 20 contribution points. The school's earlier notice about beasts in the ruins briefly crossed Chen Jing's mind. Lei Hu had jokingly remarked that it was to let you know which beast might kill you, so you could die with clarity. Reports indicated that horned rock beasts typically lived in male-female pairs, but Chen Jing saw no sign of another. Quick and decisive, Chen Jing resolved, abandoning any futile search. He swiftly drew his battle bow, aiming at this stationary target. Knocking an arrow, drawing the string, aiming, and shooting all executed with fluid precision, as if his muscles were guided by instinct. With a sharp whistling sound, the iron arrow flew like lightning, striking the horned rock beast right in the eye socket. The thick cornea offered no resistance against the arrow's impact, allowing it to penetrate deep into the beast's brain. Thus, the first live feral beast Chen Jing had ever encountered fell silently, unaware of its adversary's presence. For a well-prepared, skilled archer, taking down a horned rock beast challenge for an average first-tier warrior was effortless. Of course, this required exceptional eyesight, arm strength, archery skills, and a steady mindset, all indispensable. After the battle, Chen Jing quickly stowed his bow and jogged to the beast's carcass. He deftly drew his knife, severed the horn, carefully wrapped it, and placed it in his backpack. 20 contribution points secured, he thought. Off to a good start. Had his phone not been confiscated before the assessment, he might have snapped a selfie with the carcass to commemorate his first beast kill. But now, the priority was to quickly find shelter in the city. 10 minutes later, Chen Jing, moving swiftly, suddenly halted, his brow furrowing as he looked back cautiously. His ears had caught the sound of something large approaching from behind. Judging by the speed, evasion was no longer an option. Chen Jing surveyed his surroundings and chose a strategic spot with a high wall at his back. Slowly drawing his battle knife, his muscles tensed as he awaited the impending clash. A minute later, a larger male horned rock beast appeared in view, its eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance, clearly seeking retribution for its fallen mate. Chen Jing was silently surprised that even at such a distance, the beast could track him by scent. It seemed the horned rock beast's sense of smell was indeed as sharp as a hunting dog's, if not superior. The heavy thud of hooves echoed on the cracked concrete, causing small stones to jump with each impact. The male horned rock beast charged furiously at Chen Jing, the distance between them closing rapidly. Facing the beast's direct onslaught, Chen Jing felt a surge of excitement. He gripped his battle knife tightly, his expression serious as he awaited his opponent. In this desolate outskirts, the ruins of modern buildings bore witness to an imminent primal battle. 15 years ago, who could have imagined such a scene? Back then, people relied on firearms and other hot weapons to deal with beasts, and swords had long become relics of the past. Yet now, these cold weapons once again shone with deadly brilliance. The horned rock beast charged mindlessly. Chen Jing deftly sidestepped, simultaneously bringing his knife down to slice a wound on the beast's back. The collision of blade and tough hide sparked a flurry of sparks. Though the strike barely broke the surface, it caused the 100-kilogram beast to stagger and crash aside. Chen Jing quickly assessed that strike wasn't worth the effort. While he could break through its defenses in one blow, it would expend too much energy. A wise warrior knows how to achieve the greatest effect with the least effort. The injured horned rock beast was in discomfort. Though the knife didn't penetrate deeply, it sent a strange shockwave through its body, unsettling it. Shaking its head, the beast locked eyes with its target once more and launched a second charge. This time, it lowered its head, its gleaming horn aimed directly at Chen Jing, fully committed to the attack. The veins in Chen Jing's left arm bulged, his sleeve visibly swelling. His eyes flashed with precision timing. Just as the horned rock beast was about to collide, he sidestepped and grabbed the horn with his left hand. Before the beast could react, Chen Jing pulled and executed a deft spin. The 200-pound horned rock beast swung in a semicircle around him, its entire body lifted off the ground. Then, Chen Jing slammed it into the ground with great force, creating a large crater in the concrete as the beast let out a pained howl. Chen Jing didn't pause, planting his left foot heavily on the beast to prevent it from struggling. Gripping the knife with both hands, he drove the blade down with precision. Blood gushed from the horned rock beast's eye sockets, staining the entire blade. This seamless combination of moves ended the life of the still-dazed beast. With a flash of the knife, Chen Jing swiftly cut off the horn and stored it in his backpack. earning 20 contribution points. Without a change in expression, he sheathed his knife and turned to leave, the chaotic scene behind him suggesting it was just another routine hunt. In the command center several kilometers away, a massive screen vividly displayed the battle scene. Chen Jing gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and thrust it down without hesitation. The camera angle was perfect, causing the young female soldiers watching to feel their hearts race, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Isn't that our superstar? Not bad, not bad, giving us quite a show, Lei Hu commented, leaning back with his hands behind his head and feet propped up on the desk, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Teacher Li from Jiangnan Military Academy observed the screen closely and remarked, "That must be the young man reported on TV earlier." Although the media often exaggerates, judging by his performance just now, a first tier taking down a severely injured fourth tier seems credible. Lei Hu scoffed. How could it not be credible? If it were fake, would those penny-pinching city officials reward him with contribution points? Would old Yan, that reserved guy, willingly share half the battle merits with him? It'd be a miracle if he didn't stab the kid. Ignoring Lei Hu's tone, Teacher Li expressed interest in Chen Jing's contribution points, asking, "So, this little guy has quite a few contribution points. What techniques did he exchange them for?" "He hasn't mentioned exchanging for anything besides techniques," another teacher, Jang, interjected, "but it's obvious to anyone that Chen Jing's current strength is not typical of a novice. The body-strengthening techniques before becoming a martial artist couldn't have led to such an improvement." Teacher Zhang rewound the combat footage to Chen Jing's first encounter with the horned rock beast, pausing at the moment Chen Jing struck its back. He played the clip, showing the beast briefly but noticeably shuddering. The martial artists present keenly noticed this detail. Pointing to the screen, Teacher Zhang explained, "Chen Jing didn't use his full strength with that strike. It was just a test. For the horned rock beast to shudder like that, unless it had a seizure, indicates a special effect from that strike." Teacher Li concluded, "The power of vibration. There are several techniques with this property, but specifically with a blade. What do you think, Teacher Lei?" His tone was teasing. Lei Hu's face twitched slightly, and he reluctantly replied, "The ninefold Thunderblade." Teacher Li marveled. To practice the ninefold Thunderblade at the first tier, he must have invested all his contribution points. Quite daring. Fearless as a young calf, Teacher Zhang added. But it seems he's doing quite well. Mastering the vibration force of the ninefold Thunderblade isn't something not bad can describe. It's been less than a year since he started training, right? Not even half a year. That's really impressive, Teacher Li mused. I remember someone boasting to me about mastering the ninefold Thunderblade's vibration force in a year and calling himself a genius. Teacher Zhang clarified. To be precise, it was a year and 2 months. The entire tent fell into an awkward silence. After a while, Teacher Li feigned confusion. So what do we make of this? Teacher Zhang played along. Yes, what about Chen Jing? Teacher Lei, care to comment? Their synchronized banter left Lei Hu's face alternating between red and green, his lips quivering as he struggled to respond. He had also trained in the ninefold Thunderblade, but only after reaching the 4th tier, investing all his savings into it. It took him a year to master the vibration force, which was considered quite an achievement. He had proudly boasted about it to Li and Zhang numerous times. But today, karma had caught up with him. Li and Zhang exchanged a knowing smile, finally seeing Lei Hu humbled. He had boasted countless times in front of them, and since they couldn't beat him in a fight, it had been quite annoying. But they knew not to push too far. When Lei Hu lost face, everyone had to be cautious. Hey, there's fighting elsewhere too. Let's switch over and take a look. A brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the air, sending a vicious beast's head flying skyward. Even in its final moments, its eyes glimmered with the satisfaction of a successful sneak attack. However, Li Haoran, whom Lei Hu referred to as a young nobleman, remained unfazed by the scene. With fluid movements, he sheathed his sword and retrieved a pristine cloth from his pocket, meticulously wiping every trace of blood from the blade until it gleamed once more. Once satisfied, Li Haoran turned to calmly assess the carcass on the ground, his gaze evaluating its worth. He then pulled out a pair of disposable plastic gloves, expertly putting them on to cover every inch of his skin. What followed resembled a precise surgical operation. Li Haoran drew a dagger and expertly navigated the beast's body with each deliberate cut. He carefully extracted the bloody organs, placing them swiftly into specially designed sealed bags from the school, which he then stashed in his backpack. After completing this task, Li Haoran removed his gloves and washed his hands thoroughly with water from a flask. His actions were measured and composed. Finally, having tidied up, he continued on his way without a backward glance. The scene shifts to a road littered with car wrecks. Lin Zhan, a burly man wielding a bloodied long knife, faces off against 3 fierce black wolves. These wolves, known as Mo mountain wolves, are unique mutated species from Mo Ridge, possessing first-tier strength and a tendency to hunt in packs. Lin Zhan's combat suit was tattered, with long, bloody gashes revealing the intensity of prior battles. Yet he paid no heed to these wounds. Instead, he burst into laughter and tore off his shredded shirt, exposing his strong, bronze torso. The fresh scars only added to his wild allure. Come on! Lin Zhan's roar echoed through the deserted street. Surprisingly, the Mo mountain wolves, despite their numbers, hesitated to advance. The silent warning of their fallen comrades' bodies highlighted the danger posed by this human. A smirk of derision appeared on Lin Zhan's lips. Heh! If you're not coming to me, then I'll come to you. He slung his long knife over his shoulder, whistling a carefree tune as he strolled toward the wolves, as if on a leisurely walk. Minutes later, when Lin Zhan reappeared, his bronze torso bore new wounds. Behind him, no other creature emerged. The scene shifts again to Zhao Lei, who had just split open the skull of a mutated dog with one swift strike. He exhaled deeply and carefully lowered his shield, inspecting himself for any bites. Although he knew that as a warrior, his resistance to viruses like rabies had significantly increased, making them nearly harmless, he still exercised caution. After all, this was a first-tier mutated species, and he wasn't about to take any chances. Zhao Lei felt a wave of relief, grateful for the 2 prior battles that had kept him from panicking and squandering his strength like he had during his first encounter with a wild beast. He couldn't help but recall his earlier awkwardness and near mishaps. Having confirmed he was unharmed, Zhao Lei relaxed. Yet, as he glanced at the dog's corpse, a trace of frustration crossed his face. These mutated dogs don't seem to have anything valuable. Was this fight all for nothing? He muttered, feeling a bit annoyed. Just then, a black dot appeared on the distant horizon, rapidly approaching with a piercing whistle. Zhao Lei frowned. What is that, he wondered. But before he could figure it out, the object had closed in to within 10 meters. As the distance shrank, the shrill noise grew louder, almost unbearable. Suddenly, Zhao Lei's eyes widened in recognition. Is that a spear? His heart raced as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Is someone trying to kill me? Who could it be? Panic surged through him, and his expression turned frantic. Don't you know there are satellite surveillances here? Aren't you afraid of facing a military tribunal for killing me? This thought flashed through Zhao Lei's mind, but as an experienced martial artist, his body instinctively reacted. However, just as his brain issued the command to dodge, the sharp spearhead was already closing in on him. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhao Lei could distinctly smell the rust on the spearhead, a metallic scent that felt like the whisper of death. Despair washed over him like a tide. He knew there was no escape. Just when Zhao Lei thought he was about to meet his end, a gust of wind whipped across his right cheek. The lethal spear narrowly missed his head, shooting past him. Immediately after, a beast's anguished howl pierced the air, followed by the dull thud of the spear embedding into the ground, restoring silence to the surroundings. Zhao Lei stood frozen, his face a mask of relief from narrowly escaping death. He turned mechanically to see a massive gray lizard impaled by a tumter-long spear, hanging from the wall behind him. Seeing this unexpected scene, Zhao Lei finally understood what had transpired. While he was still processing the heart-stopping moment, a rhythmic sound of footsteps came from the direction where the spear had been thrown. Zhao Lei looked over to see a tall woman approaching. She was dressed in khaki combat attire, wearing high military boots, her long legs particularly striking. Her face was cold yet beautiful, exuding an undeniable presence with every move she made. Zhao Lei opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Should he blame her for not warning him before acting? Or complain about how the near-fatal strike almost hit him? Or perhaps thank her for saving his life? However, before Zhao Lei could organize his thoughts, the woman, named Shang Qingmei, had already walked past him. She didn't even spare him a glance as she headed straight for the lizard's corpse pinned to the wall. With swift movements, she pulled out the spear as if it were the most ordinary task. Zhao Lei finally managed to quell his chaotic thoughts, ready to express his gratitude. Yet, just as he uttered the first syllable of "thank you," Shang Qingmei turned and left, carrying the bloodstained spear, her stride steady as she disappeared around the street corner. Throughout the entire process, she never once acknowledged Zhao Lei, as if he were invisible. Zhao Lei stood there, unable to snap out of his daze. The unexpected encounter, both thrilling and perplexing, left him with a myriad of questions and a strange feeling of being overlooked. In the following time, Zhao Lei experienced 2 more intense battles, gathering materials estimated to be worth 18 contribution points. When he reached the city, the scene before him made him gasp. At least half the buildings were either collapsed or reduced to ruins. The bloodstains on the streets and walls silently testified to the devastation of years past. Compared to the outskirts, the beasts here were more active. The scattered beast tracks and patches of relatively fresh blood on the ground indicated a recent fierce conflict. However, Chen Jing was not in a hurry to hunt down the beasts. He cautiously searched through the dusty shops lining the streets and finally found a local map in the corner of a general store. He studied the map carefully, first confirming his location, then examining the surrounding area. After some thought, he made a decision and set off quickly. After crossing 2 ravaged streets, a strikingly prominent residential building, over 20 stories high, came into view. Chen Jing decided to use it as his temporary base. In this former county-level city, most residential complexes were ordinary buildings no more than 7 stories high. According to regulations, buildings over 7 stories required elevators. The presence of this high-rise provided Chen Jing with an excellent vantage point and a refuge. Residential buildings with 20 floors are a rarity. Chen Jing stood before this towering structure, surveying his surroundings. The low-rise buildings around him resembled crouching beasts, highlighting the prominence of this tall building. He felt a surge of joy, knowing this vantage point would maximize his visual advantage, aiding in the hunt for wild beasts. However, safety came first. Chen Jing decided to thoroughly inspect the building to avoid any surprises while he slept. He cautiously pushed open the already ajar door and immediately found there was a pile of hardened feces at the entrance. Although he wasn't a biologist, he understood this was likely a territorial marker left by a beast. He silently hoped the owner of the feces had either left or died. Otherwise, a fierce battle was inevitable. Chen Jing began a methodical search from the ground up. He meticulously checked each floor, entering any rooms with open or damaged security doors, and knocking on closed doors to ensure there was no movement inside. After all, no animal could survive for years in a sealed room. As he ascended, he encountered increasing amounts of droppings, bones, and tattered fur, some of which were still fresh. His heart rate quickened, knowing a confrontation was imminent. Finally, on the 7th floor staircase, Chen Jing came face to face with the true occupants of the building for hellhounds. Their sleek black fur glistened menacingly in the dim light, and their sharp claws and gaping jaws were a testament to their ferocity. Chen Jing recognized these creatures immediately. They were the hunting dogs of the barbarians, accomplices in their invasion, and now a nightmare for every child in Xia. Their actions were so malevolent that they had been dubbed hellhounds. The 4 hellhounds before him were all first tier, their white-spotted heads revealing them as not purebred, likely hybrids born from the barbarians' invasion and local dogs. Chen Jing hadn't anticipated encountering 4 first-tier hellhounds in such a confined stairway, but he knew running would be foolish. Turning his back on these notorious hunters was akin to courting death. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Chen Jing took a deep breath and tightened his grip on his weapon. Now was the time to fight for his life. The moment the enemies met, it felt as if the air had frozen. Chen Jing was already prepared, while the hellhounds halted, relying on their animal instincts, cautiously observing this human. In that split second, the outcome was decided. Chen Jing shot forward like an arrow, his form becoming a blur. With his right hand gripping the hilt, he swung the blade swiftly, accompanied by a sharp, clear sound. The blade mercilessly split the middle hellhound into 2, all in less than a second. Without any pause, Chen Jing dashed through the spray of blood and flesh, heading towards the rear. On the narrow staircase, 4 hellhounds were positioned in a 3 in front, 1 in back formation. While the 2 on either side were still in shock, Chen Jing aimed for the last one. However, despite the powerful strike, Chen Jing was drained of his strength. It was precisely in this moment of transition between old and new force that the last hellhound seized its chance. It opened its massive jaws, targeting Chen Jing's throat. The foul stench was overwhelming, and Chen Jing could even see the bloodstains between its fangs. Yet, Chen Jing remained unfazed, his movements fluid and seamless. With a twist of his wrist, the blade's trajectory shifted from a chop to an upward slice. Gripping the sword with both hands, he thrust it into the belly of the lunging hellhound. The tip pierced the fur effortlessly, slicing through its body as if it were tofu. After completing this sequence of actions, Chen Jing didn't stop and continued rushing upstairs. Although his strength was enough to handle the remaining 2 first-level beasts, the confined space posed a risk of injury. Considering the 6 days of assessments ahead, with increasing dangers, he opted for a more cautious approach. As he ran, Chen Jing flicked the blade, tossing the carcass towards the pursuing hellhounds. The other hellhound only managed to bite his backpack due to his deliberate evasive maneuvers. Despite the 2 remaining hellhounds charging fearlessly, Chen Jing had already found a breakthrough, securing an advantage for the battle ahead. Chen Jing quickly unlocked the clasp on his tactical bag and tossed it to the hellhounds that were relentlessly pursuing him. The bait worked as planned, buying him precious time. He picked up his pace, sprinting up the stairwell. 8th floor, 9th floor, 10th floor. The stairs seemed endless, but Chen Jing knew that even the tallest building had a top. The panting of the 2 hellhounds behind him grew louder. He could almost feel their hot breath on the back of his neck. As he reached the 16th floor, his chance came. The lead hellhound had just stepped onto the landing when Chen Jing spun around, a flash of cold steel slicing through the air. The hound instinctively dodged, but was a fraction too slow. The sharp blade cleaved through its skull, and blood splattered across the stairs. Chen Jing exhaled in relief, thinking that with only 1 hellhound left, his goal of remaining unscathed was within reach. However, he underestimated the tenacity of this species that had brought so much suffering to humanity. Just as he braced for the final showdown, The hellhound he thought was on its last legs suddenly surged with astonishing strength. It lunged forward, clamping its jaws onto Chen Jing's blade. Even with Chen Jing's strength, he couldn't pull the weapon free in an instant. Staring into the blood-red eyes of the hellhound, its brain almost spilling out, Chen Jing couldn't help but feel a twinge of respect. But there was no time for reflection. He quickly abandoned the weapon and continued his frantic dash up the stairs. The last hellhound, having witnessed its companion's fate, made no sound. It simply followed silently. As the saying goes, a biting dog doesn't bark. Finally, Chen Jing reached the 20th floor, the top of the building. By the time the last hellhound arrived, its prey had vanished. The iron door to the rooftop was locked, and only one apartment door stood ajar. Relying on its keen sense of smell, the hellhound detected that familiar scent inside. As a trusted aide to the barbarians, this hellhound was evidently quite intelligent. Learning from experience, it didn't rush in recklessly. It approached the doorway cautiously before suddenly leaping to the right. If there was an ambush, it would be on the right, as the left was a wall. But it leaped into nothingness. Only a familiar khaki coat lay on the ground. At that moment, Chen Jing, who had climbed onto the roof, released his grip and dropped heavily onto the hellhound's back. Using all his strength to pin down the struggling beast, Chen Jing swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into the creature's eye socket. The blade sank in completely, and after a few violent convulsions, the hellhound went still. Breathing heavily, Chen Jing climbed off the hellhound's corpse. He carefully sliced into its forehead and extracted a lump of flesh the size of a glass marble. These were highly valuable in military recovery operations, rumored to be linked to the hellhound's potential to evolve from the 1st to the 8th tier. Although these hellhounds weren't purebred, each lump was still worth 30 contribution points. Chen Jing then descended the building, retrieving similar lumps from the other corpses, and reclaimed his sword and backpack. The day's haul exceeded expectations, and Chen Jing estimated he had earned at least 150 contribution points. He optimistically thought that in another 10 days, he might gather the 2,000 contribution points needed for the 2nd tier of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Unfortunately, he could only stay here for 7 days. However, Chen Jing knew his optimism might be naive. A bountiful first day didn't guarantee the same luck every day. In this perilous ruined city, anything could happen at any time. More crucially, Chen Jing was unaware that this ruined city, numbered 025, was actually a trimmed-down version. Cleared by Jiangnan Military Academy and the military, the city's high-end threats had been removed. Most remaining creatures were 1st-tier beasts, with a few 2nd-tier and even fewer 3rd-tier remnants, significantly reducing the overall threat level. This was actually a special privilege granted by the Academy to freshmen, giving them a chance to earn substantial contribution points in a relatively safe environment. Of course, only those students with outstanding abilities could fully capitalize on this opportunity. As night fell, Chen Jing began disposing of the 4 hellhound corpses. He didn't want to endure the stench all night. Simultaneously, he started to fortify the residential building, transforming it into a secure base for the coming days. In this city of ruins filled with uncertainties, a reliable shelter was essential. The night had fallen, and the command center outside the ruins of City 025 was brightly lit. Lei, who sat at the head of the table, focused intently on his phone screen, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. A lieutenant stood at attention, reporting the day's intelligence. Report, sir. On the first day, we received 21 distress calls, successfully rescuing 20 people, with 1 unfortunate casualty. Additionally, 3 individuals were confirmed dead before any distress signal was sent. As of now, there are 196 people remaining in the ruins of City 025. As the lieutenant finished speaking, Lei merely waved him off without lifting his eyes from the screen. However, Mr. Li, standing nearby, looked grim and couldn't help but speak up. 20 people eliminated on the first day is too high a proportion. And 3 deaths. Lei, I've said before that this assessment is too aggressive. With so many deaths, it'll be hard to justify. These are promising students, and it's a shame to lose them like this. Lei finally looked up, a hint of disdain on his lips. Dead promising students are no longer promising. If they can't pass this test, they would die on the battlefield sooner or later. This just hastens the inevitable. What's there to regret? Mr. Li was incensed by his words, raising his voice. That's not the point. Throwing them against beasts without even a day's training is reckless. Have they learned military combat skills? Do they know how to deal with beasts? Have they been taught survival skills? I think Tang Feng must be crazy to agree to such an assessment. Mr. Zhang, standing nearby, quickly intervened. All right. True gold doesn't fear the fire. It's only been a day, and haven't we already seen many new students make remarkable progress? By the end of these 7 days, they might be transformed, and this cohort could be much stronger than previous ones. Mr. Li immediately countered. That's because they have a strong foundation to begin with. A gradual approach could achieve the same results. Lei sneered and interrupted. Without the baptism of blood and fire, they can never progress this quickly. No wonder the South's performance in the North-South competition has been declining. It seems the school has been too comfortable for too long. Do you know how the Northern schools train their students? They take them directly to other worlds to fight barbarians. Both Mr. Li and Mr. Zhang were shocked, their mouths agape. Mr. Li stammered. Aren't they afraid all the students will die? Lei Hu replied coldly. Afraid? Of course. But so what? Let me ask you, what is the purpose of a martial arts military academy like ours? Mr. Li instinctively answered. To cultivate martial arts experts. Exactly, Lei Hu said ruthlessly, pointing at the big screen. Even if all 200 die, as long as a few high-level warriors emerge, our teaching can be considered successful. If a legendary warrior appears, it wouldn't matter if all 2,000 or even the entire school perished. After hearing Lei Hu's inhumane words, Mr. Li wanted to argue but found himself at a loss. He tried several times, but ultimately could only close his mouth in resignation. Mr. Zhang also fell silent. They both knew they were not ordinary people sheltered in an ivory tower. They wouldn't lament over life's difficulties or frequently cry out for human rights, freedom, equality, or democracy. In this harsh world, some truths are just starkly realistic. If Lei Hu's words were spoken to society's professors, experts, lawyers, politicians, scholars, and other elite figures, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. However, when faced with warriors who have crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the situation is quite different. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was heavy. As soon as Lei Hu finished speaking, the entire room fell into a dead silence. The warriors present were silently contemplating his words, fully aware of the decisive impact a high-level martial artist can have on the battlefield, far exceeding that of a fully equipped elite armored division. Teacher Zhang, in particular, understood the importance of a legendary warrior to the Summer Nation and even the entire world. Therefore, regarding Lei Hu's somewhat radical remarks, he neither agreed nor disagreed, choosing instead to remain silent. After a long pause, Lei Hu raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at the two school teachers, and said each word with emphasis. The North-South competition is 2 years away. Time is of the essence. Remember, this time, Vice Principal Tang cannot afford to lose, Principal Wu cannot afford to lose, and the school cannot afford to lose. Li and Zhang both nodded silently, their expressions grave. Suddenly, Teacher Zhang seemed to recall something and hurriedly cautioned. Shang Qingmei, you must pay close attention. If anything goes wrong and that person intervenes, no one will be able to protect you. Lei Hu gave a simple smile, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. I understand. Shang Qianxiu, a 9th-level legendary warrior. Achievements: killing 2 legendary barbarian warriors. As night fell, Chen Jing chose a decent apartment on the 15th floor to rest. He knew well that the night belonged to the beasts, and wandering outside at this time was akin to courting death. He quickly cleared a space in the center of the dusty living room, pushing aside the sofa and coffee table to create a training area for himself. Reflecting on today's life and death battles, Chen Jing felt that his understanding of the ninefold Thunderblade had greatly improved. This kind of tempering on the edge of life and death was undoubtedly the best way to unleash potential and enhance cultivation. He believed that after this experience, his strength would surely reach a new level. As night enveloped the world, Chen Jing stood by the window, gazing at the ruins shrouded in darkness. The once vibrant and bustling city was now nothing but dead silence. In the distance, the occasional inhuman roars echoed, as if declaring that this city had become the domain of beasts. Filled with emotion, Chen Jing began rigorous martial training, gathering strength for the challenges of tomorrow. After finishing his practice, he fell into a half-dreaming sleep, conserving energy for the next day. Early the next morning, Chen Jing got up, slung his longbow over his shoulder, and headed to the rooftop terrace. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, his eyes capturing every detail of the surrounding environment, rivaling the capabilities of binoculars. Centered around the residential building, to the west lay a wholesale market with small shops densely packed. Several shadows flitted among them, which Chen Jing identified as a few Emoshan wolves. To the north and south were old residential complexes, no more than 7 stories high, with narrow paths crisscrossing. Not far to the east was a wide avenue. Chen Jing carried his longbow as he quietly ascended to the 4th floor. He cautiously approached the room facing the iron-jawed crocodile and, through the shattered window, drew his bow to aim. His breathing was steady, his eyes sharp, and the arrow shot through the air. It pierced through the crocodile's eyelid with uncanny precision, driving deep into its eye socket. The beast thrashed and rolled on the ground in pain, its tenacity astonishing. Chen Jing remained unfazed, calmly nocking another arrow. His eyes aligned with the arrow shaft, patiently waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, the crocodile opened its massive jaws, and Chen Jing released the string instantly. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight into the open mouth, as if drawn by it, and disappeared into the beast's body. Moments later, the crocodile finally ceased its struggle. Chen Jing quickly descended the stairs, cleared the debris blocking the iron door, and gathered materials from the carcass. Using this high vantage point and long-distance shooting strategy, he safely dispatched another first-tier beast. As he finished scavenging materials from the second beast and prepared to leave, he unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest. A solitary tusked boar was gleefully munching on a corpse on the ground. Its hefty body, short limbs, coarse bristles, and two tusks jutting downward from its mouth painted an intimidating picture. Chen Jing's eyes lit up, and he swiftly charged forward, dispatching the unexpected prize with a single stroke. The two tusks were undoubtedly excellent materials for collection. At that moment, an idea flashed in his mind. He deliberately sliced a large gash in the boar's belly, causing intestines, organs, and blood to gush out, filling the air with the scent of blood. Chen Jing glanced thoughtfully at the corpses on the ground, then turned back to the residential building, returning to the fourth-floor room to quietly wait. Since the crocodile's carcass could attract other beasts to feed, now with two corpses and an intensified scent of blood, it was likely to lure more beasts into the trap. Although this method held unknown risks, the potential rewards could be greater. Besides, he was positioned several meters high, and even if danger arose, he could escape through other windows, so there was no need for excessive worry. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the greedy prey to walk into his trap. 10 minutes later, another wild boar with tusks charged recklessly, its excitement palpable. Chen Jing, quick-eyed and swift-handed, shot it dead with precision and then swiftly went downstairs to gather materials. He casually made a cut on the boar's carcass before returning upstairs to keep watch. Just 5 minutes passed when a beast the size of a small calf came into view, cautiously approaching. Chen Jing recognized it as a tiger-tailed mastiff, a first-rank beast. He didn't act hastily, but patiently waited for the moment it lowered its head to eat. However, luck wasn't on his side this time. As the arrow flew, the mastiff inadvertently swished its thick, mottled tail in joy, knocking the arrow aside and causing it to hit a nearby carcass. The mastiff instantly became alert, its eyes locking onto Chen Jing's position. It roared twice and charged at him with all its might. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, unhurriedly drawing his bow again. This time, with extraordinary speed, he knocked 2 arrows in succession, releasing them less than a second apart. The experienced mastiff managed to deflect the first arrow with its tail again, but was caught off guard by the second. The long arrow struck its tiger tail precisely, severely injuring the beast. Chen Jing calmly ended its life, cut off the tiger tail, and threw the body into the growing pile of corpses soaked in blood. Returning to the building, Chen Jing continued to wait for his next target. About 20 minutes later, 2 desert mountain wolves approached from the west. They cautiously surveyed the area, and once assured of safety, began to feed. This time, Chen Jing faced no surprises, dispatching them efficiently with 2 arrows. In the following period, Chen Jing killed over a dozen first-rank beasts, reaping a substantial harvest. Yet, contrary to expectations, his expression grew increasingly grave. The frequency of beast appearances was escalating. On one occasion, as he was downstairs collecting materials, another beast charged in. Though he was lucky this time, he realized that encountering a pack could have dire consequences. Gazing at the mountain of corpses before him, Chen Jing packed the materials into his backpack, resolving to leave immediately. A sense of foreboding surged within him, warning that lingering any longer would be courting disaster. However, Murphy's Law struck again. Just as Chen Jing stood up, a black spike silently and swiftly aimed for his back. Danger! Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to instinctively roll away. The scorpion tail narrowly grazed his left arm, leaving a deep wound, almost fatal. He quickly turned to see a beast with a scorpion tail, lion's head, tiger's body, and 4 legs glaring at him. A scorpion-tailed lion, a second-rank beast. Without hesitation, Chen Jing fled northward. Though he had once pursued and killed a severely injured 4th-rank expert with his initial first-rank strength, he wasn't intimidated by this scorpion-tailed lion. Instead, he feared that lingering would attract more beasts. If that happened, escape might no longer be an option. Chen Jing had carefully considered his escape route. The north was where most of the beasts were attacking from, so fleeing south would minimize the risk of encountering more of them. Behind him, the manticore pursued with fierce eyes, unwilling to let its prey escape. To it, fresh meat was far more enticing than a corpse, especially when it came to this unfamiliar two-legged creature, which only heightened its hunting instincts. A fierce chase ensued between man and beast amid the ruins. Suddenly, the manticore's tail stinger struck like lightning. Chen Jing dodged just in time, and the sharp stinger pierced a hole the size of a bowl in the wall. He was about to counterattack with his blade when the manticore swiftly retracted its tail. By now, they had moved away from the residential area, so there was no longer a concern about attracting other beasts. Chen Jing stopped, turned, and faced the second-tier beast, ready for a showdown. The manticore, seeing its prey no longer fleeing, eyed its opponent warily. Time was of the essence, and Chen Jing was unwilling to prolong the fight. He took the initiative, swinging his blade at the manticore. It dodged nimbly and counterattacked, falling right into Chen Jing's trap. With a flick of his wrist, he turned his swinging motion into a downward strike, the blade landing heavily on the manticore's head. Though the blow left the manticore reeling, it also sent a jolt up Chen Jing's arm. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jing pressed the attack, swinging his blade with both hands. With a loud clang, the manticore's tail blocked the blow, sparks flying, leaving only a dent on its hard shell. What a tough shell, Chen Jing thought, while the manticore winced in pain from the impact. Chen Jing unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, giving the manticore no chance to recover. Finally, his blade sliced through its hide, causing blood to gush out. But it was far from a fatal wound. A second-tier beast's vitality far surpassed that of a first-tier. The enraged manticore retaliated with claws and stinger. Chen Jing narrowly avoided a critical hit, losing a few strands of hair in the process. Calmly, he grabbed the manticore's tail with his left hand and yanked, throwing it off balance, then delivered a powerful knee strike to its jaw. The nearly 200-kilogram beast was flipped over by the blow. The moment had come. Chen Jing's aura surged as he assumed the starting stance of the ninefold Thunderblade technique. He was well aware of the second-tier beast's characteristics and knew it was time to end the battle. His military boots struck the ground with a thunderous sound, and a dazzling blade light blossomed before the manticore's eyes. The long blade cleaved precisely into its head. Though it appeared to merely penetrate the skull, the manticore's gaze had already turned lifeless. Withdrawing the blade, the wound revealed that the beast's brain had been thoroughly pulverized. This was the power of the first wave of the ninefold Thunderblade's core, technicia successive, powerful impact, like crashing waves. For a first-tier warrior to take down a second-tier beast showcased the formidable prowess of top-tier human martial arts. Chen Jing took a deep breath to alleviate the weakness within. Despite its incredible power, such a high-burst technique could only be used once an hour at his current strength. However, there was no time to rest. The commotion might attract other beasts. He quickly approached the manticore's corpse, straightened its tail, and used his blade tip to pierce the chitinous shell. A long, thin black stinger was revealed. This was the manticore's most lethal weapon, capable of creating massive wounds in a human body. Such second-tier materials were quite valuable, worth at least 60 contribution points. Chen Jing carefully extracted the stinger and stored it in his backpack. He then swiftly left the battlefield, wary of other beasts ambushing him. Returning to last night's shelter was no longer an option. Though his strategy had paid off, the risks were too great. The pile of beast carcasses was like a giant lure, potentially attracting more second or even third-tier beasts. If that happened, even escaping would be difficult. He resolved never to take such a gamble again. Bang! The thick snake tail smashed a row of abandoned, rusty fitness equipment into pieces. Iron shards flew like rain, but Chen Jing's sword danced with a silver gleam, precisely deflecting each flying fragment. Just as he was about to counterattack, a shadow caught his eye, and he instinctively rolled to the left. A massive black snake had whooshed past, narrowly missing Chen Jing's clothes. Missing its target, the snake had crashed into the garage, tearing the shutter door like paper. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Chen Jing dashed forward with lightning speed, his sword flashing coldly. Without waiting to assess the damage, he swiftly retreated to a safe distance. The black-scaled snake writhed in pain, its body as thick as a grown man's waist thrashing wildly. Its powerful tail struck the concrete, creating craters and sending rubble flying. It quickly recoiled from the garage, coiling its 8-meter-long body and raising its head high. Its cold, vertical pupils emitted a chilling aura as if sizing up its prey. Chen Jing calculated silently. This was the third Tier 2 beast he had encountered in 4 days. The previous 2 had already become trophies in his backpack, and this one seemed destined to share the same fate. The snake's body bore several long sword wounds, its scales shattered and bleeding profusely. Hissing menacingly, the black-scaled snake wasted no time. Its towering body suddenly contracted, and its tail slammed the ground like a taut spring released. With its gaping maw, it lunged at Chen Jing with astonishing speed. Feeling the gust of wind, Chen Jing calmly calculated the timing. Just as the attack was about to hit, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the snake's strike. Swiftly, he swung his sword again, delivering a powerful blow to the snake's body. The hard scales cracked under the massive impact, releasing a putrid spray of blood. Unfortunately, the shockwave had limited effect on a creature of such size and power beyond its stage. After the strike, Chen Jing skillfully retreated. He knew that a few more attacks like this would gradually wear the beast down, much like boiling a frog in warm water. No rush. Enraged, the black-scaled snake endured the pain, its tail sweeping like lightning. Chen Jing was prepared, leaping over 3 meters high, grabbing onto the security bars of a second-floor window, effortlessly evading the deadly sweep. However, the nearby tree wasn't so fortunate. The snake's tail smashed into the trunk, snapping it in half. With a thunderous crash, the tree fell, landing right on the snake's body. Chen Jing's eyes lit up as he seized this unexpected opportunity. He quickly jumped down, charging at the trapped black-scaled snake. In a panic, the creature writhed desperately, trying to free itself from the tree. Without interference, it might have escaped within 10 seconds. But Chen Jing wasn't about to let this rare chance slip away. He leaped onto the snake's body, heading straight for its head. Before the black-scaled snake could react, Chen Jing gripped his sword with both hands and plunged it down with the force of 9 layers of energy. Under the impact of the dual attack, the snake's head exploded internally. Life quickly drained from the black-scaled snake, but its massive body continued to twitch and writhe unconsciously until the last spark of life faded, leaving it completely still. Chen Jing exhaled deeply, retrieving a cloth from his pocket to carefully wipe the sticky blood from his sword. Just as he was about to collect his spoils, his keen hearing detected movement from the path to his left. Within half a minute, 3 people dressed similarly to him appeared in view. The 3 immediately spotted the enormous snake corpse on the ground, breaking into a cold sweat as they assumed defensive stances. However, the leader soon noticed the snake was already dead and signaled his companions to relax. After a thorough observation, they finally confirmed the danger had passed. The leader wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with relief, "Luckily, this thing is already dead, or we would have to escape from another Tier 2 beast again." Teammate Lu Sheng broke the silence. Who could have done this? Zhou Shen looked around, his gaze landing on the remains of a beast on the ground. This was clearly no ordinary fight. The intactness of the corpse was suspicious. A thought crossed his mind. Remember that lunatic named Lin Zhan we ran into yesterday? He definitely has the strength for this. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement and turned to their silent companion. Xiaobai, what do you think? Xiaobai didn't respond immediately. He slowly raised his hand and pointed to a spot ahead. The formidable person you're talking about is right there, isn't he? Following Xiaobai's gesture, Zhou Shen and Lu Xing noticed a figure crouching in the shadow of a large tree. The person stood up, holding a knife, and looked at them warily. Do you need something? Zhou Shen couldn't help but swallow nervously. No, nothing. Did you kill this black-scaled snake? Chen Jing nodded briefly. Yes. Amazing. Zhou Shen genuinely admired. He thought to himself, first Lin Zhan, and now another strong individual. This year's freshmen are truly exceptional. Chen Jing seemed unwilling to linger. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. With that, he turned to leave. Zhou Shen called out with a hint of hope. Would you like to team up? There's strength in numbers, and we could achieve more together. No thanks. I'm used to working alone. Chen Jing slung his bulging backpack over his shoulder and waved goodbye. Watching Chen Jing's figure fade into the distance, Lu Sheng sighed. What a pity. It would have been great if he joined us. Zhou Shen was more laid back. He's doing just fine on his own. Doesn't need us slowing him down. Xiaobai added. Too bad we didn't get his name. A figure like that, we can easily find out back at school, Zhou Shen said. All right, stay alert. We're still in the ruined city. The other 2 nodded quickly. Chen Jing entered an abandoned mall, searching for prey while contemplating his next move. He had been in this area for a few days, encountering more and more freshmen. To avoid resource competition, he decided to move east tomorrow and explore a new area. As he was about to leave, a flash of a sword suddenly came from around the corner. Chen Jing quickly retreated, but the sword light pursued him relentlessly. In a pinch, he grabbed a dirty piece of clothing from a shelf and threw it. The clothing was instantly sliced by the sword light, but the brief distraction gave Chen Jing an opening. He swiftly drew his battle knife, the crisp sound of its unsheathing echoing in the empty mall. The clash of blade and sword rang out with a clear sound. Only then did Chen Jing see the attacker clearly a fellow student, but with a peeking opera mask on his face. Classmate, what is the meaning of this? Chen Jing asked cautiously. The masked man stepped back a few paces, his voice raspy. Hand over your backpack. Chen Jing understood immediately. This was about contribution points. He assumed a fighting stance. Do you know the consequences of doing this? The masked man sneered. The dead don't need to worry about consequences. Before he finished speaking, a cold gleam was already hurtling towards Chen Jing's face. Clang. The clash of a saber and a long sword echoed through the air. Chen Jing was prepared. He stepped forward with his military boots, swinging his long blade directly at the masked man. His opponent moved with an uncanny agility, instantly appearing on Chen Jing's left side, the sword tip aiming for his waist. Chen Jing pivoted on his toes, spinning like a top to narrowly evade the deadly strike. His saber followed through with a horizontal slash, its sharp edge threatening to cleave his foe in two. Yet, the masked man vanished like a ghost beneath the blade, displaying an extraordinary ability to dodge. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this is the second time. Such an eerie footwork technique explains why he dares to seize others' contribution points. Realizing he couldn't stay on the defensive, Chen Jing drew the scabbard with his left hand to block a new round of attacks. Simultaneously, his right hand swung the saber again, this time faster and more forceful. The results of his recent practice with the ninefold thunder saber technique were evident. The masked man was caught off guard by the sudden increase in speed and hurriedly stepped back to dodge. However, Chen Jing's ears twitched as if predicting his opponent's position, and he slashed again at the spot where the masked man had just appeared. Clang! The masked man barely managed to parry with his sword, but the immense force sent him stumbling backward. He realized with shock that his opponent not only possessed greater strength, but also a peculiar pulsating power within the saber that left him momentarily numb. Though unsure of this battle technique, the masked man knew one thing. He couldn't meet it hidden. Chen Jing seized the opportunity, closing the distance in an instant. His blade flashed with lethal intent, forcing the masked man to constantly evade, unable to counterattack. After several exchanges, the masked man's momentum waned, while Chen Jing grew more vigorous, like a sharp blade unsheathed, brimming with lethal energy. Unlike the noble elegance of swordsmanship, saber techniques were domineering, powerful, and fierce. Once touched, they unleashed an unending storm. The masked man was forced to continuously employ his evasive skills, exhausting himself far more than Chen Jing. Eventually, he stumbled, revealing a fatal flaw. Chen Jing's eyes gleamed with determination as he seized the fleeting opportunity. He poured all his accumulated energy into this decisive strike. The saber flashed like lightning, illuminating the battlefield as if it were daylight. The masked man's pupils contracted, his vision filled only with the dazzling blade. Regret welled up within him. Realizing he had lost the moment, he hesitated and feared confronting his opponent hidden. Each strike left an indelible impression of Chen Jing's relentless gaze in his mind. He knew all too well that trying to block this strike hidden would be fatal, and his opponent would show no mercy. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, having made up his mind. Who is this guy? How is he so formidable? Just as Chen Jing's saber was about to strike, he suddenly sensed a change in his opponent's aura, which became inexplicably feeble. The masked man spat out a mouthful of blood, the vivid red seeping through the mask seams. Then, his body turned unexpectedly light, retreating at twice his previous speed. Chen Jing was caught off guard and could only watch as the masked man crashed through a window, fleeing swiftly. As he escaped, the masked man turned back to shout, "If you pursue me, the surveillance outside will record it. Do you want to end up in a military court?" Hearing this, Chen Jing paused, choosing not to chase. He knew well that while the masked man had used some secret technique to escape, it must have come at a great cost, and such a state wouldn't last long. Even if the opponent managed to escape for now, with Chen Jing's experience in tracking down barbarians, he could find them given some time. He stood at the entrance of the mall, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. What the opponent said was true. If he chased after them now, it would appear to the school as if he were hunting them down. Such a situation would be a mess to explain. Chen Jing shook his head reluctantly and slowly sheathed his knife. The sound of metal scraping against leather echoed in the empty mall, as if voicing his unwillingness. The thought of having to share a school with an unknown snake in the future made him frown, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Don't let me find you," he muttered through gritted teeth. Chen Jing was never one to forgive easily. He believed in taking revenge from dawn till dusk. If not for his own strength, he would have fallen prey to this treacherous person. Not only would his contribution points be stolen, but his life could also be in jeopardy. This realization stoked the fire of anger in his chest. His gaze became piercing, as if trying to penetrate the surrounding darkness. "That strange gait of yours is your biggest giveaway. Just wait, one day I'll catch you." As Chen Jing was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The masked man didn't have a backpack when he attacked. Chen Jing recalled the earlier situation carefully. He was certain that no one had been following him for a while, and even if there was, it couldn't have been the masked man, a first-level martial artist. This meant the masked man's ambush was not premeditated, but rather a spuro-themit decision. His mind worked quickly, reasoning, "The opponent noticed me and decided to attack on a whim to grab my backpack. So the question is, where's his backpack?" Chen Jing considered several possibilities. The idea of hiding the backpack somewhere and then appearing to hunt was not impossible, but unlikely. The chances of a passerby or a wild animal taking the backpack were also slim. After all, the contents of the backpack were crucial for the assessment, and it was safer to carry it. He continued analyzing. In this accident-prone city of ruins, you never know when you might be chased by wild beasts. If you get lost in a panic and can't find your way back to where the backpack is hidden, then what? A conclusion gradually took shape in Chen Jing's mind. So, it's very likely that the masked man carried the backpack with him. He just hid it temporarily to better deal with me. The hiding spot can't be too far, so it should be somewhere in this mall. With this thought, Chen Jing's spirits lifted, and he turned back into the mall without hesitation. His eyes gleamed with excitement in the dim light as he began a thorough search, leaving no corner or potential hiding spot unchecked. Half an hour later, Chen Jing was holding a khaki combat backpack, unable to suppress a burst of laughter. He eagerly opened the backpack to check its contents, roughly estimating about 270 to 80 contribution points. This unexpected gain brought him closer to his goal of being first in the assessment. The frustration of letting the masked man escape vanished, and Chen Jing even felt a bit grateful to his opponent. What a generous guy, he murmured to himself, his face beaming with the joy of victory. However, 3 hours later, a sneaky figure appeared outside the mall. This person lingered outside for a long time before finally making up their mind and cautiously stepping inside. Every step was filled with hesitation, and they frequently glanced back, as if ready to flee at any moment. 10 minutes later, the figure stood silently in a corner, motionless. After a long pause, they let out a low growl through clenched teeth. Damn bastard. I won't rest until I get my revenge. With that, they turned and disappeared into the night. Bang! A massive 200-kilogram creature crashed to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Chen Jing remained unfazed as he slowly withdrew his battle knife from the manticore's mouth, expertly brushing the grime off his clothes before skillfully collecting his loot. Compared to his first encounter with a second-tier beast, he was a completely different person now. The intense life-and-death battles over the past few days had not only enriched his experience, but also rapidly advanced his martial arts skills and combat techniques. Now, when facing most second-tier beasts, he no longer needed to risk everything by using his full strength. After carefully storing the precious materials, Chen Jing continued eastward. His choice proved to be exceptionally wise. The number of beasts in this area far exceeded the previous ones, yet there were no other people in sight. As long as he acted cautiously and avoided provoking too many beasts at once, this place would be a fertile ground for his harvest. Thud, thud, thud. Even from a distance, the urgent, heavy, and chaotic sound of running was clearly audible. Chen Jing understood that it was likely that family of creatures out foraging again. Blood-striped wild boars, a second-tier mutant species evolved from ordinary wild boars, were particularly troublesome because they had formed groups. The thunderous sound was caused by a dozen of them moving together. These creatures were the absolute rulers of the ruins, and even third-tier beasts had to give them a wide berth. The last time he encountered them, Chen Jing turned and ran without hesitation. Although the sound seemed far away this time, he still chose to move in the opposite direction to ensure his safety. 10 minutes later, after taking down a reckless first-tier beast, Chen Jing suddenly became alert and turned around quickly. Behind him was a tumter-high wall, which wasn't the main issue. What mattered was the intense fighting noise coming from not far behind the wall. Such commotion was beyond the capabilities of a second-tier beast. It was likely a formidable third-tier opponent. As he hesitated, pondering whether to retreat or take a risk for potential gains, his expression suddenly changed. The fighting noises were getting closer, coming at him with great force. Bang! The 2-meter wall was instantly smashed, leaving a gaping hole. Chen Jing dodged just in time as a massive beast came into view, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen. An armored earth dragon, which could reach 5th-tier status as an adult. Even though this one wasn't fully grown, its 3rd-tier strength was formidable. Without hesitation, Chen Jing turned and fled. The armored earth dragon, having noticed this little bug, swung its double-bladed axe-like tail at him with alarming speed. With no other choice, Chen Jing drew his knife, ready to face the attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him like a bolt of lightning. The newcomer wielded a bronze spear, striking fiercely at the oncoming tail. Despite the significant size difference between the person and the armored earth dragon, and even though the tumter-long spear seemed flimsy compared to the dragon's formidable, thick tail, the outcome was astonishing. The seemingly unstoppable tail was forcefully knocked back by the spear. With his keen eyes, Chen Jing saw a deep dent where the spear had struck, with dark blood oozing out. What terrifying strength! Chen Jing's gaze instinctively fell on the newcomer's tall, well-proportioned back. With a figure more perfect than a supermodel and wielding a spear, he instantly recognized the mysterious savior. Chen Jing couldn't help but wonder if this was a case of beauty saves the hero. Before he could think further, Shang Qingmei had already taken up her spear and was in pursuit, striding forward without looking back. Hurry up and leave. Are you waiting here to die? Her voice was as cold and distant as a deep pool, echoing in Chen Jing's ears. Chen Jing was momentarily stunned, realizing he was being seen as a burden. Without saying much, he nodded and turned to leave. Since she was confident enough to face the third-tier beast alone, staying would only arouse unnecessary suspicion. Sensing that Chen Jing was far enough away, Shang Qingmei nodded slightly, acknowledging that he had some self-awareness. She focused on the third-tier beast in front of her, ready to end the battle swiftly. The iron-armored earth dragon charged furiously. Shang Qingmei swept her foot across the ground, raising her spear horizontally. She moved like a dragon emerging from its lair, the spearhead aimed directly at her opponent. There was no intention of dodging. It was a direct clash. Chen Jing hadn't gone far. He quickly climbed to the rooftop of a nearby building, observing the battle from a distance. Although he knew he was not in immediate danger, he felt indebted to his rescuer. If help was needed, he was ready to step in, though he hoped it wouldn't come to that. Boom. A loud crash, like a collision of titans. Even from afar, Chen Jing could feel the ground shake. To his surprise, The diminutive Shang Qingmei was overpowering the massive iron-armored earth dragon. With each thrust of her spear, she forced it to retreat, leaving it with no chance to counterattack. Its steel-like skin was already riddled with wounds of varying depths. Another fierce jab landed on the beast, causing it to cough up blood, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Chen Jing winced, thinking this woman was quite brutal. But he also realized that things might turn unfavorable if this continued. As an observer, Chen Jing saw more clearly. Although Shang Qingmei currently had the upper hand, the iron-armored earth dragon was renowned for its defense. Despite her attacks, it remained alive. Even though she had reached the level of a second-tier warrior, maintaining such a high-intensity assault was unsustainable. When Chen Jing realized that Shang Qingmei was a second-tier warrior, he was taken aback. He hadn't expected someone his age to progress so quickly in cultivation and possess such formidable combat skills, easily suppressing a top-tier third-tier beast. She was undoubtedly the strongest among their cohort of new students. Chen Jing felt a strong sense of urgency. He had thought that his achievements would secure him the top spot in this assessment. But now, with the emergence of such a powerful second-tier warrior, her gains might not be any less than his, provided her luck wasn't too bad. He silently resolved to push himself even harder moving forward. On the battlefield, Shang Qingmei was aware of the changing situation, but her expression remained calm, clearly having a plan in place. Her spear suddenly surged with power, piercing a hole in the iron-armored earth dragon. Enraged, it lunged at her, only to be violently swatted aside by the other end of her spear, leaving it dazed. This scene seemed similar to previous exchanges, but this time, Shang Qingmei's aura intensified. To Chen Jing, she seemed like her spear sharp and unstoppable, capable of piercing anything. Even from a distance, her presence was blindingly intense. Her enchanting phoenix eyes opened, her gaze as fierce as a thunderstorm, filled with a chilling aura. Sparks danced along her spear. At that moment, she took a step forward, a flash of electricity, moving with her spear, charged with an inevitable force toward her enemy. From his vantage point, Chen Jing saw Shang Qingmei's spear reach the iron-armored earth dragon's head in the blink of an eye. Before it could react, the spearhead easily penetrated its tough defense, the entire 2-meter spear embedding deep into its skull. The third-tier iron-armored earth dragon was killed instantly. As Chen Jing marveled at the impressive combat skills and powerful thrust, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He quickly drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and pulled back the string in one fluid motion. With a swoosh, a steel arrow whistled through the air, aimed straight at Shang Qingmei. Shang Qingmei was in a brief moment of relaxation when she suddenly sensed danger approaching. She turned her head to see an arrow whistling towards her, shot by a familiar figure in the distance. Her face remained expressionless as she coldly observed the scene, her eyes reflecting the cold, sharp outline of the arrowhead. The arrow swiftly approached, narrowly grazing her left cheek and taking a strand of black hair with it. Shang Qingmei didn't flinch, her deep, ancient eyes remained calm. A sense of familiarity flashed through her mind, as if she had encountered a similar situation before. In the distance, Chen Jing slowly lowered his bow, a faint smile playing on his lips. He sighed inwardly, realizing the arrow hadn't intimidated her. Shang Qingmei's gaze remained fixed on him, maintaining a composed demeanor. Chen Jing approached unhurriedly, nodding gently at Shang Qingmei and smiling. Chen Jing. Shang Qingmei's cool eyes flickered slightly, her lips parting softly. Shang Qingmei. Chen Jing nodded again and drew a dagger, turning to attend to his spoils. Shang Qingmei also unsheathed her spear, beginning to gather materials from the iron-armored ground dragon. Although they stood close, each was absorbed in their task, as if the other didn't exist. The breeze blew gently, enveloping them in silence. A few minutes later, as Chen Jing was about to leave, he suddenly perked up, turning sharply to look behind him. Almost simultaneously, Shang Qingmei raised her head, her gaze moving past Chen Jing's shoulder. "Run!" Chen Jing exchanged a glance with Shang Qingmei and shouted urgently. Without waiting, he sprinted forward with all his might. Shang Qingmei, not hesitating, grabbed her backpack, slung her spear over her back, and followed closely behind. Moments later, a house collapsed with a crash, and over a dozen blood-striped wild boars charged over the ruins towards the dragon's corpse. The lead boar sniffed the air and grunted to its companions. 3 boars stayed to guard the corpse, while the rest, including the leader, pursued Chen Jing and Shang Qingmei. The buildings on either side flashed by rapidly. Chen Jing observed as he ran, his expression growing more serious. He glanced at Shang Qingmei, saying, "They're catching up." Carrying a heavy backpack and steel spear, Shang Qingmei kept pace with Chen Jing. Her fair forehead showed no sweat, her tone calm. "Keep running until they lose interest." Seeing his companion showing no signs of fatigue, Chen Jing felt a sense of admiration and relaxed slightly. He considered offering to share the load, but swallowed the words. He sped up, taking the lead to clear the path. Shang Qingmei pursed her lips at this. Strong-willed by nature, she disliked letting others take the lead. but she knew despite her composed exterior, she hadn't fully recovered from the previous battle. In times of crisis, pride had to be set aside. She exhaled softly, following Chen Jing while silently using a technique to restore her energy. The ruins were a haven for beasts and mutants, and their frantic dash inevitably disturbed various creatures. Chen Jing slashed through a first-tier beast blocking their way, his ears twitching as he shouted, "We need to speed up. They're getting closer." With that, he accelerated. Shang Qingmei remained silent, keeping pace without falling behind. The sheath swung through the air with a powerful strike, sending the attacking mutated dog crashing into the nearby shop window. The sound of shattering glass was piercing, but Chen Jing didn't pause and continued straight through. Suddenly, he frowned as a second-tier mutated porcupine appeared ahead, blocking the path. Chen Jing thought to himself that with its body covered in spikes, a normal attack might not be effective. It seemed he would have to use the ninefold force. Just as he was contemplating his strategy, a cool voice came from beside him. "I'll handle this," said Shang Qingmei. Before Chen Jing could respond, Shang Qingmei had already charged at the mutated porcupine, delivering a swift slash. As the creature prepared to counterattack, Chen Jing had already strategically moved aside, quickly darting past the porcupine's side. This feint successfully drew its attention. In that instant, a cold glint appeared unexpectedly. Shang Qingmei's tumterlong spear pierced through the air like lightning, striking from behind and directly penetrating the porcupine's skull before it could react. She withdrew her spear fluidly, as if completing a routine task. A second tier against a second tier, with Shang Qingmei's strength exceeding her level, defeating the enemy with one strike was effortless. She slung the spear over her back and continued forward calmly, as if the fierce battle moments ago was nothing more than a trivial incident. Time flew by, yet the blood-marked boars relentlessly pursued them, driven by some unknown determination. Chen Jing panted heavily, aware that they couldn't continue like this. Their stamina was limited, and with more beasts obstructing their path, they would eventually be caught. He scanned the area and pointed to a large 6-story mall not far away, saying decisively, "Let's head there to outmaneuver them." Shang Qingmei, beads of sweat on her forehead, understood the urgency of the situation and agreed without objection. Minutes later, they dashed into the mall. The first floor was mostly brand clothing stores, with empty racks and a few dusty garments left behind. Without stopping, they headed to the non-functioning escalator and ascended to the second floor. Scanning the surroundings, Chen Jing's eyes lit up as he pulled Shang Qingmei towards a perfume section. Surprisingly, there were still many intact bottles on display. A plan formed in his mind. Chen Jing quickly grabbed several arrows from his quiver, rubbing them against himself before doing the same to Shang Qingmei. "Leave your scent on these arrows," he explained as he rubbed them against her clothes. Shang Qingmei resisted the urge to punch him, quickly understanding his strategy. However, she wondered if his actions were purely due to the urgency or if there was another reason. She stared coldly at his face, trying to discern his true intentions. Regardless, Chen Jing calmly shot the arrows, placing them on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. He then sprayed some perfume on himself and Shang Qingmei before smashing the remaining bottles. The second floor was soon enveloped in a strong perfume scent. 5 minutes later, a group of 12 blood-marked boars charged into the mall. The leading boar sniffed the air, overwhelmed by the mix of perfumes, causing its nose to twitch uncomfortably. "A pig with a dog's nose. Just our luck," Chen Jing muttered quietly from a hidden corner on the second floor. "Mutated species and otherworldly beasts can't be explained with knowledge from our world," Shang Qingmei replied, her eyes focused intently on the scene below. The boar leader on the first floor grunted to its companions, leaving 2 to guard while the remaining 9 followed it upstairs. They bypassed the second floor, heading straight to the third, indicating that Chen Jing's strategy with the arrows had worked as intended. Time is of the essence. Chen Jing's eyes were sharp as he pointed to the 2 blood-striped wild boars below and issued a concise and forceful command. "You take one, I'll take the other. Kill with one strike, no noise." Shang Qingmei calmly responded, "Let's go." Her voice was steady and resolute. After the 2 quietly departed, the remaining blood-striped wild boars, without their leader's restraint, revealed their true nature. Exhausted, they lay down to rest, as the long chase had left them drained. However, their watchful eyes remained fixed on the exits, not daring to relax their vigilance. Suddenly, the boars stood alert, as if sensing something amiss. In a flash, Chen Jing and Shang Qingmei charged at the boars like arrows from a bow. Chen Jing's sword swung down. The blade, enhanced with 9 layers of force, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. A massive boar head flew off, blood gushing out. At the same time, Shang Qingmei's attack was even more fierce. Her weapon sliced through like lightning, instantly shattering the head of the other boar, sending bone fragments flying. "Go!" Chen Jing growled, and the 2 of them dashed out of the mall like the wind. As they ran, they grabbed bottles of perfume from their backpacks and sprayed themselves liberally. The strong, pungent scent perfectly masked the lighter fragrance they had used earlier. Chen Jing recalled the puzzled look he had given Shang Mei when she meticulously prepared these perfumes, which earned him a rare eye roll from her. Now it was clear how well prepared she had been. The trick worked. The blood-striped boar leader could no longer track their scent. In an area teeming with beasts, 2 additional scents were hardly noticeable. Half an hour later, they found refuge in an abandoned house to catch their breath. Chen Jing lay comfortably on a sofa, casually saying, "Looks like we lost them." During this time, the terrifying sound of pursuit had completely disappeared, and he finally exhaled in relief. Shang Mei glanced disdainfully at the dirty sofa, choosing a relatively clean spot to sit cross-legged. She calmly assessed, "There won't be any surprises now." After another half hour and multiple safety checks, Shang Mei stood up first, her tone indifferent as she said, "I'll be leaving now." Chen Jing understood that after the crisis, they would naturally part ways. He couldn't help but admire her cool demeanor, which was far beyond any pretense. He calmly replied, "All right, you go ahead. I'll be heading out soon too." As Shang Mei's long legs stepped out of the doorway, her voice, usually cool but now with a hint of unfamiliar warmth, suddenly rang out. "Thanks for this time." Chen Jing was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure, waving it off. "We supported each other. Without you, I couldn't have managed either." Watching Shang Mei's figure fade into the distance, Chen Jing suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Just a reminder, I'm claiming first place in this assessment. You don't stand a chance." A strong and determined voice responded from ahead, accepting Chen Jing's challenge. Chen Jing's lips curled into a smile, thinking to himself, "What an extraordinary woman." On the 7th day, the final day of the warrior assessment, Chen Jing appeared solemn, his gaze fixed on a small farmer's market 100 meters away. This area had become the territory of a third-tier wild Biasta black-scaled horned horse. The creature was enormous, standing 2.5 meters tall at the shoulder, nearly 3 meters long, and weighing over 2 tons. Its body was covered with black scales, and a spiral horn extended from its head, exuding an imposing presence. After discovering this beast the previous day, Chen Jing had made meticulous preparations and was now ready to act. If he hadn't encountered Shang Mei 2 days earlier, he wouldn't have dared to take such a risk against a third-tier beast. Frankly, his abilities were sufficient to handle second-tier beasts with ease, but facing a third-tier beast could be deadly if he made any mistakes. However, witnessing Shang Mei, who had advanced to the second tier, effortlessly slay a third-tier beast, ignited a strong sense of urgency within Chen Jing. He had been confident that, with his recent gains, securing the top spot in the assessment was within reach. But Shang Mei's appearance had completely disrupted his plans. Just the materials from one third-tier beast could earn over 100 contribution points. Although third-tier beasts were rare in these ruins, who could guarantee Shang Mei had only hunted one? Moreover, with her skills, hunting first or second-tier beasts was a trivial task. Over the past 2 days, Chen Jing had also been frantically hunting beasts, but his results were limited. Powerful beasts often traveled in packs, making him hesitant to provoke them. Weaker ones were adept at hiding, making them difficult to find. He also avoided causing too much commotion, with the lessons from previous days still fresh in his mind. Managing to hunt a dozen or so beasts each day was already quite an achievement. Thus, upon discovering this third-tier black-scaled horned horse, Chen Jing decided to take a gamble. He stood on the rooftop of a shop on the edge of the market, his massive 1.7-meter-long war bow fully drawn, its steel arrow aimed directly at the black-scaled horned horse feasting on the carcass of an unknown beast. In the past, Chen Jing primarily used his bow against first-tier beasts. Encounters with second-tier beasts often left little room for distance, offering him few opportunities to use it. And against first-tier beasts, there was no need to use his full strength. Thus, today marked the first time he was going all out. With his stamina, he could only manage to shoot a dozen or so arrows in this state. While firearms had considerable lethality against first to third-tier beasts, a warrior's war bow delivered far superior burst damage at medium to short range compared to ordinary firearms. In this battle across tiers, Chen Jing relied heavily on the power of his strong war bow. With a sharp whoosh, the steel arrow flew through the air, reaching its target in an instant. Chen Jing's ambush succeeded, as the sharp arrowhead penetrated the black-scaled horned horse's scales, embedding deeply into its body. The black-scaled horned horse cried out in pain, its front hooves rearing up. Its bloodshot eyes quickly locked onto Chen Jing, and after its hooves hit the ground heavily, it launched itself forward, charging at him like a black lightning bolt. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Chen Jing maintained a full draw on his bowstring, holding his breath, perfectly still. Finally, as the black-scaled horned horse leaped, about to pounce onto the roof where he stood, he acted decisively. Another arrow flew, and at such close range, it was impossible to miss. The sharp arrowhead embedded itself precisely into the black-scaled horned horse's neck, and blood gushed out instantly. The immense force of the arrow pushed the airborne beast back several centimeters, but it didn't stop it from leaping onto the rooftop. Chen Jing had anticipated this, and with a swift movement, he leaped onto the rooftop of an adjacent shop. The enraged black-scaled horned horse was about to give chase, but overlooked its own weight. Its massive body, weighing at least 2 tons, was catastrophic for an ordinary plastic roof. As soon as it stepped on it, a loud crack echoed, and the roof collapsed instantly, sending the colossal creature crashing into the shop below. Chen Jing seized this fleeting opportunity, and before his opponent could regain its footing, he let another arrow fly, hitting its neck once more. Now, 3 arrows were lodged like sharp spikes deep in the black-scaled horned horse's neck, and blood had soaked its scaly armor. Learning from its mistakes, the black-scaled horned horse stopped attempting to leap and instead turned into a violent demolition machine. It began to ram the pillars of the shop beneath Chen Jing. These fragile pillars couldn't withstand such brute force and collapsed in an instant. Chen Jing moved swiftly, shifting to another adjacent rooftop almost simultaneously as the shop fell. This brief moment was deliberate, as only at close range could he ensure each arrow hit its mark. Although the black-scaled horned horse was now on guard, the massive commotion and collapsing rooftops caused by its demolition efforts inevitably hindered its movements and obstructed its vision. Chen Jing aimed to exploit these fleeting opportunities, striking with precision every time. 10 minutes later, the entire market was in ruins. Besides the few areas where Chen Jing stood, nearly all other shops had been reduced to debris by the violent demolition. Chen Jing had narrowly escaped death multiple times, while the black-scaled horned horse was now covered in 11 arrows, bleeding profusely, with at least a bucket's worth of blood lost. At this point, the black-scaled horned horse was breathing heavily and stumbling, having lost its former ferocity. Strangely, the fierce battle hadn't attracted other beasts. Perhaps due to territorial instincts, without the presence of other third-tier beasts, ordinary first- or second-tier beasts dared not intrude. The life-and-death duel had reached its final stage. Exhausted, the black-scaled horned horse panted heavily, seeing only a few shops left before it could catch the elusive prey. It suddenly mustered its last strength and charged fiercely at Chen Jing's position. This time, however, Chen Jing didn't follow his usual tactic of moving to another rooftop. He decisively dropped his bow, and taking advantage of the horse's blind spot, he leaped off the roof and sprinted towards the market's exit. This was part of his carefully crafted strategy, as they had reached the market's edge, the very place where he had first engaged. The black-scaled horned horse crashed through the shop where Chen Jing had been, its momentum carrying it into the next. By the time it realized what had happened, the prey had already leaped off the roof and fled. Furious at the prospect of losing its target, the black-scaled horned horse pursued without hesitation. The demolition work had sapped most of the strength from the black-scaled horned horse, and the numerous arrow wounds on its body only added to its misery. Despite its weakened state, in a reckless burst of rage, this fearsome beast, known for its speed among third-tier wild beasts, was rapidly closing the gap between itself and Chen Jing. Chen Jing's situation was also far from ideal. Though uninjured, his right arm was nearly numb from the effort of shooting a dozen powerful arrows. As he glanced back at the massive black shadow drawing closer, a confident smile crept onto his lips. He nimbly pulled open the door of a small house and slipped inside. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, the black-scaled horned horse charged in without hesitation. The doorframe shattered on impact, and the door beam was left with a gaping hole from its massive body. As it squeezed into the room, it saw Chen Jing standing by a pillar on the opposite side, wearing a strange smile. In a flash, Chen Jing struck the pillar with his fist. The seemingly sturdy concrete column shattered under the blow, with cracks spreading like a spider's web until it broke in half in less than a second. The beam began to tilt to one side, and the other pillars followed suit, collapsing in a thunderous crash as the whole house came tumbling down. Chen Jing had already leapt out the window, while the black-scaled horned horse, caught off guard, was buried under the heavy steel and concrete structure. This was no flimsy market stall roof. Even a third-tier wild beast in peak condition would struggle under such a blow, let alone one already severely injured. A few minutes later, the rubble began to tremble. Chen Jing furrowed his brow and gripped his sword tightly as he approached. He saw the bloody form of the horse struggling out of the debris and didn't hesitate to plunge his blade down, sending blood splattering. Just as he exerted all his strength to suppress its dying struggles, the black-scaled horned horse, half buried in the ruins, unleashed one last surge of power, flinging him and his sword away. Chen Jing staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. The black-scaled horned horse now stood unsteadily atop the rubble, a shadow of its former might. Its scales were mostly shattered, its flesh mangled and bleeding profusely. Yet it continued to glare at Chen Jing with hatred, forcing itself to take a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, but on the third, its foreleg gave out, and it crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. And so, the third-tier wild beast, the black-scaled horned horse, fell. Chen Jing exhaled deeply, stretching with relief. A first tier defeating a third tier. He had finally accomplished the seemingly impossible feat. After personally facing a third-tier beast, Chen Jing truly realized just how powerful Shang Qingmei was. Reflecting on the previous battle, Shang Qingmei consistently suppressed the beast with ease. Chen Jing couldn't help but rethink his earlier assumption that reaching the second tier would make things easy. He now saw it as sheer arrogance. Shang Qingmei excelled not only within the second tier, but her aptitude, foundation, and willpower were on par with Chen Jing's, if not slightly superior in some aspects. She was well-versed in various martial arts techniques and was diligent and hardworking, far from a sheltered flower. Faced with such a formidable opponent, even Chen Jing felt immense pressure. However, this pressure became a source of motivation. Chen Jing realized he needed to curb his growing arrogance and understood the concept of there's always a higher mountain. He resolved to strive beyond his limits and truly prove himself. On the last night in the ruined city, Chen Jing found a safe place to train diligently into the night. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the sound of helicopters shattered the silence. Chen Jing went to the balcony and looked up to see several armed helicopters hovering over the ruins. A broadcast echoed through the sky. All trainees. All trainees. The assessment is officially over. The assessment is officially over. Upon hearing the announcement, Chen Jing quickly pressed the locator button on his watch, packed his backpack, and readied his combat knife and bow, waiting quietly for pickup. 10 minutes later, a heavy armored vehicle roared in. Chen Jing took a last look around the place that had been his battleground for 7 days. The moment he stepped onto this land, he had bid farewell to over a decade of a comfortable life. Yet, he felt no regret or nostalgia, as a broader, more magnificent, and mysterious world was opening its doors to him. Inside the armored vehicle, the engine's roar was relentless. As Chen Jing entered the cabin, he noticed 4 new students already seated. One of them was his temporary roommate, Zhao Lei, who spoke first. Chen Jing, I knew you were something special. You must have had quite the haul this time. Though phrased as a question, his tone was full of certainty, having noticed Chen Jing's bulging backpack. Chen Jing modestly replied, not bad. How about you? How have you been these days? Killing beasts must be a breeze for you, right? Zhao Lei shook his head with a wry smile. Though I've never killed a chicken, I can tell this was much harder. I got injured and was on edge every day. I just hope I don't end up at the bottom of the rankings. Chen Jing noticed the bandage wrapped around Zhao Lei's left arm and his much less full backpack, offering words of comfort. Zhao Lei quickly regained his composure and introduced the other 3 people in the vehicle. Seeing Chen Jing's full backpack, they naturally realized he was no ordinary person and expressed a desire to befriend him, instantly creating a harmonious atmosphere inside the vehicle. Suddenly, a burst of rapid machine gun fire interrupted their conversation. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. While Zhao Lei remained calm, the other students immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. A minute later, the gunfire ceased, and the armored vehicle continued on its way. Seeing that others had let their guard down, Zhao Lei grinned and said, relax, with the defense of our armored vehicle, even a third-tier beast can't scratch it. Chen Jing glanced at him with a calm tone. You seem to know a lot. Of course, I've seen a lot. Zhao Lei was boasting when suddenly the sound of a door opening interrupted him. He instinctively turned his head, his expression froze, and he forgot to close his gaping mouth. Chen Jing caught a familiar scent and knew who it was without turning around. He moved aside and pointed to the empty seat next to him, speaking calmly. What a coincidence. Shang Qingmei got on the vehicle, heard his words, and her eyebrows relaxed slightly. She glanced around the vehicle and then sat next to Chen Jing, responding succinctly. Same here. Sitting inside, Zhao Lei was startled, thinking to himself. She actually replied. The scene of her ignoring him and walking by without a word had been replaying in his mind these past few days. He had comforted himself, thinking she might just be the silent, aloof type. But just now, even though it was only 2 words, the stark contrast in her attitude towards Chen Jing and him left him feeling inexplicably sour. Chen Jing glanced at Shang Qingmei's backpack and curiously asked, looks like you had quite a haul this time. Feeling confident, Shang Qingmei turned to look at Chen Jing's backpack, which was no smaller than her own, and replied indifferently, are you confident in yourself? Of course. A warrior should always be confident, Chen Jing smiled. Besides, sometimes in these assessments, it's not just about strength. Luck plays a big part too. Shang Qingmei, spurred by a competitive spirit, raised an eyebrow and said straightforwardly, we'll see then. After a moment, she added, strong abilities can overwhelm any luck. Chen Jing smiled slightly, thinking, only on this kind of topic can she break her usual cool demeanor. Such a strong personality. During their conversation, the others in the vehicle, except for Zhao Lei who was quietly nursing his disappointment at Shang Qingmei's attention towards Chen Jing, remained silent, intimidated by her beauty and aura, and only dared to steal glances at her striking profile. An hour later, the armored vehicle stopped at the command center outside the city. As Chen Jing and his group got out, most of the new recruits for the assessment had already arrived. Compared to 7 days ago, Everyone looked refreshed and in better spirits. Shang Qingmei briefly said goodbye to Chen Jing and turned to leave. Zhao Lei seized the chance to move closer to Chen Jing and curiously asked, Chen Jing, how did you meet Shang Qingmei? Chen Jing replied casually, we fought side by chance. Zhao Lei nodded, no wonder. But it's surprising that someone with her aloof nature can get along with you. Maybe it's my charm. Chen Jing shrugged with a smile. By the way, how do you know so much about her personality? Zhao Lei's face twitched slightly, forcing a smile. You know I like to find things out. Chen Jing didn't think much of it, as their examiner walked out at that moment. Lei Hu, with his shiny head, strode towards them, scanning the group with sharp eyes before loudly announcing, all right, everyone who's supposed to be here is here. Those who aren't won't be coming. Gather up. Immediately, as Chen Jing moved, he glanced around and noticed fewer people, thinking, surely not all of them perished. Lei Hu soon provided an answer. Looking at the young men and women, now with a steely resolve, he said with satisfaction, not bad. The results of this assessment are somewhat surprising. Out of 220 participants, 58 were eliminated, 14 died, and 148 passed the assessment. A freshman assessment with 14 deaths? There'll probably be more in the future, Chen Jing thought. The others also had varied expressions but remained silent, having matured from their earlier, more chaotic behavior. Seeing this, Lei Hu nodded in approval. I won't say much more. Just remember that you are soldiers, and sacrifices are inevitable. There will be many more in the future. Now, we'll start reviewing the beast materials you've collected over these days. The military will purchase them directly, and you'll receive corresponding contribution points. These will determine your rankings, with extra rewards for those who rank high. Let's begin. Tier 1 Swift Cat Claw, 18 contribution points. Tier 1 Mutant Human Face Spider Sack, 25 contribution points. 4 pairs of Tier 1 Fanged Wild Boar Tusks, 15 points each, totaling 60 points. Tier 2 Blood Patterned Wild Boar Skin, 55 points. Tier 2 Iron-Backed Bear Gallbladder, 70 points. The military's efficiency is impressive, as most of the new students' test scores have already been released. Mixed emotions ripple through the crowd. Zhao Lei, looking relieved, quickly approached Chen Jing and let out a long breath. Luckily, my luck wasn't too bad. I thought I'd be at the bottom, but I ended up in the middle. Chen Jing hadn't calculated his score yet, as he preferred to make a dramatic entrance. Curiously, he asked, how many contribution points did you get? Zhao Lei replied candidly, 228 points, pretty average. The lowest score was only in the 30s. Chen Jing smiled in agreement and asked, what's the highest score so far? 642 points, Zhao Lei answered. Apparently, it was a rather delicate-looking girl. Just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. Chen Jing pondered silently. It was a reminder not to underestimate others. 4 new recruits to perform so well on their first battlefield is truly impressive. The students from the Southern 1st Military Academy are indeed of high caliber. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. Zhao Lei couldn't resist and ran over to join the excitement. Chen Jing remained still, his keen hearing picking up the surrounding chatter clearly. Look, another record has been broken. 1,214 contribution points. Wow, that's a huge leap. How many beasts did he have to take down for that? Who is this guy? Seems like his name is Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan? I've heard of him, a martial arts prodigy from Yuzhou City. He challenged and defeated peers as soon as he broke through as a martial artist, never losing. You're behind on news. Before coming to the military academy, he even defeated a Tier 2 martial artist. That's strong? He's definitely going to take first place in this assessment. Lin Zhan, another formidable rival. Following the crowd's gaze, Chen Jing saw a tall, unremarkable-looking young man standing at the assessment area. He had a large knife at his waist, and the materials in his backpack were piled on the table like a small mountain. As a martial artist, Chen Jing first noticed Lin Zhan's weapon. Unlike his own long and straight battle knife, Lin Zhan's blade was wide and curved, clearly more suited for broad, sweeping combat styles. At this moment, Lin Zhan stood under the spotlight, with a blatantly proud smile on his face. He deliberately scanned the surroundings slowly, savoring the surprised, envious, admiring, and even hostile glances from his peers, his face glowing even more brightly. Seeing the familiar expression on Lin Zhan's face, Chen Jing felt a wave of displeasure. He had always disliked show-offs, especially those who didn't even bother to hide their arrogance. If it were him, he would maintain a calm and composed smile, as if everything were under control. Not like Lin Zhan, who seemed like a nouveau riche, lacking any sense of decorum. Truly a disgrace to the art of subtlety, Chen Jing thought to himself. Looks like I'll have to teach him a lesson on how to carry oneself properly. Chen Jing slung his bag over his shoulder and headed towards the evaluation center, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from another evaluation point, drawing his attention. He turned to see an officer meticulously examining a mountain of materials on the table, a quantity rivaling that of Lin Zhan. Chen Jing recognized the owner of the materials as Li Haoran, the aristocratic young man previously mocked by Lei Hu. 1350 points, the officer announced, eyeing the handsome young man before him with surprise. He hadn't expected someone so young to achieve such results. Truly a prodigy. Hearing this, Chen Jing immediately looked at Lin Zhan, whose previously smug expression froze, his lips twitching slightly. Chen Jing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Serves you right for being so cocky. That's what happens when you get ahead of yourself. He then glanced at Li Haoran, who remained composed and indifferent despite the attention. Chen Jing, with his keen eye, could tell this was Li Haoran's genuine nature, not an act. He wasn't one to seek the spotlight, and Chen Jing nodded to himself in appreciation. Where's Shang Qingmei? Chen Jing scanned the area and quickly spotted her. He approached and suggested, together? Shang Qingmei's lips curled slightly, an expression so subtle yet noticeable to Chen Jing. You seem confident, she remarked. Chen Jing simply smiled without replying. Let's do it together, then, Shang Qingmei agreed with a nod. The two of them moved to an empty evaluation station, with Chen Jing suggesting they start with first-tier materials. Their actions drew considerable attention, as Shang Qingmei was not only a top beauty, but also possessed a rare tall stature, making her stand out in the crowd. Coupled with her background as the daughter of a legendary martial artist, people were eager to see her evaluation results. Chen Jing, having appeared on television and gained some fame, also attracted attention. Their boldness clearly indicated confidence in their scores. Gradually, a large group gathered around them, including Lin Zhan and Li Haoran. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Jing maintained a calm and composed smile, while Shang Qingmei remained as aloof as ever. The evaluation commenced. Two officers alternated in announcing the values of the first-tier materials. Tiger-tailed mastiff tail 25 points, long-tailed lizard tail 15 points, ferocious monkey brain 16 points, griffin dog tooth 22 points. As the numbers climbed, the onlookers' initial indifference turned to surprise, and eventually, they were completely stunned. In the end, Chen Jing scored 1486 contribution points, while Shang Qingmei received 1405 contribution points. The crowd erupted in astonishment, as both of their scores surpassed Li Haoran's. Surrounded by envious and admiring gazes, including those of many young female students, Chen Jing felt a thrill inside, but maintained a calm exterior. He casually suggested to Shang Qingmei, "Shall we move on to the second tier?" Shang Qingmei's cool, stunning face showed no change, merely nodding in agreement. The surrounding spectators, though somewhat prepared since Lin Zhan and Li Haoran had second-tier materials, couldn't help but marvel. These two hadn't reached their peak yet. The two officers took turns announcing the items, their voices echoing in the quiet space. Second-tier black line snake gall, worth 60 contribution points. Second-tier wild bull horn, worth 65 contribution points. Two second-tier scorpion lion spikes, worth 120 contribution points. Second-tier mutated silver-backed gorilla brain, worth 70 contribution points. Second-tier shadow cat claw, worth 62 contribution points. Second-tier silver wolf pelt, worth 75 contribution points. As the last item was announced, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. One officer took a deep breath, his voice filled with barely concealed astonishment, and summarized, Chen Jing's second-tier materials total 702 contribution points, with a total of 2,188 points. Shang Qingmei's second-tier materials total 588 points, with a total of 1993 points. The top spot in the assessment is decided. This result was like a bombshell, causing everyone present to erupt in excitement. The students whispered among themselves, and even the officers couldn't help but discuss in low tones. No one expected the top contribution points in this assessment to exceed 2,000, and it was achieved by a first-year university student who had just started training as a first-tier warrior. Who is he? How is he so impressive? Someone asked curiously. Don't you know? That's Chen Jing. He was in the news recently for killing a heavily injured fourth-tier barbarian warrior while still in high school. A fourth-tier barbarian warrior? Wow, that's incredible. The buzz of conversation was unstoppable, and the new students' initial reserved glances at Chen Jing turned into ones of fervent admiration. Even the seasoned officers couldn't help but take notice. Everyone had a shared understanding. If he doesn't meet an untimely end, someone like him is destined for greatness. Not far away, Lin Zhan watched Chen Jing with a complex expression. Although Li Haoran appeared calm on the surface, his eyes remained fixed on Chen Jing, never looking away. However, Chen Jing, who should have been basking in glory, wore a serious expression. He turned to Shang Qingmei, whose flawless face remained cool and aloof, showing no sign of her defeat. Chen Jing tentatively said, "You should know that the materials from a third-tier beast wouldn't exceed 150 points." Hearing this, Shang Qingmei's eyes flickered towards Chen Jing. It seemed she realized something, and a smile suddenly appeared on her lips. This smile was like the arrival of spring, instantly lighting up her coldly beautiful face. Even Chen Jing, who had seen many, couldn't help but be amazed, let alone everyone else. The sound of people swallowing in awe could be heard all around. Shang Qingmei's red lips parted slightly, her voice as clear and enchanting as an orchid in a secluded valley, beyond third tier. These simple words hit like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present except for Chen Jing. Even the usually composed Li Haoran couldn't hide his surprise, staring at Shang Qingmei in disbelief. Lin Zhan couldn't believe his ears either. Chen Jing nodded solemnly in agreement. He thought to himself, as he had discussed with Shang Qingmei before, sometimes luck plays a role. Under everyone's gaze, Shang Qingmei carefully took out a large blood-red heart, wrapped securely, from her backpack. Although the evaluating officer was shocked, he quickly gave a professional assessment. Third-tier iron-armored land dragon heart, worth 150 contribution points. This result left everyone gasping in astonishment. It wasn't unheard of for a first-tier warrior to kill a second-tier beast, but a first-tier defeating a third-tier was almost unheard of. No, it's not entirely unprecedented. Li Haoran, from a distinguished family, said slowly, a strange look in his eyes. To my knowledge, while rare, there have been instances of first-tier warriors defeating third-tier beasts. And those extraordinary geniuses who achieve this, as long as they don't meet an early demise, most often become legendary warriors. The presence of Shang Qingmei left everyone in stunned silence. It wasn't just her extraordinary beauty that captivated them, but also her remarkable strength. Speculations arose that she might have already reached the level of a second-tier warrior. While a second-tier defeating a third-tier isn't unheard of for prodigies, achieving the second-tier before turning 18 was unprecedented in the whole of Xia. To those who had just recently broken through the first tier, Shang Qingmei's talent was utterly terrifying. The murmurs around grew louder, yet Chen Jing remained unfazed, quietly observing Shang Qingmei. He knew she wouldn't stop there. Indeed, Shang Qingmei didn't keep them waiting, reaching into her backpack once more. The onlookers were too astonished to speak, holding their breath in anticipation. The officer gave Shang Qingmei a deep look before announcing, third-tier Ghost Howl Lion's Heart, valued at 130 contribution points. This brought Shang Qingmei's total contribution points to 2,273, surpassing Chen Jing by nearly 100 points. The crowd was in awe, not expecting the leader to change at the last moment. As Shang Qingmei paused, someone remarked, it's surprising to see two people surpassing 2,000 contribution points, but there can only be one first place. It's a pity for Chen Jing. Chen Jing received many sympathetic glances, but he wasn't bothered, instead letting out a sigh of relief. He was secretly grateful to the mysterious masked man. Without the nearly 300 contribution points gifted by him, he wouldn't have been able to surpass Shang Qingmei. Unfortunately, he didn't know the man's true identity. Otherwise, he would have thanked him in person. With a smile still on his face, Chen Jing calmly asked, is there more? His words struck like a thunderbolt, causing Shang Qingmei to tremble. She quickly turned, her clear eyes fixated on Chen Jing, remaining silent for a long time. Having shared experiences of fleeing and fighting together, she knew Chen Jing well enough to understand he wouldn't say something like this without reason. There was only one possibility. Chen Jing met her gaze, their eyes locking. He spoke slowly and gently, with a hint of persuasion. As I mentioned before, sometimes luck is a part of strength. He knew the girl before him was naturally competitive, always striving for excellence. But he wouldn't back down. Facts were facts, and yielding would only humiliate her. In truth, luck hadn't favored her this time. Third-tier beasts weren't a challenge for her, but there were too few in this ruined city for her to encounter a third one. As he finished speaking, Chen Jing pulled a long, spiraled horn from his backpack, handing it to the officer under the astonished gaze of everyone present. The officer took a moment to process before quickly assessing it, then loudly announced, third-tier black-scaled horse horn, valued at 135 contribution points. Total value, 2,323 contribution points, just 50 points over Shang Qingmei. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by gasps of amazement. Today's assessment for first place has been full of twists and turns. In the crowd, Zhao Lei was in disbelief. He knew Chen Jing had done well, but never expected him to take first place. This is really. Shang Qingmei's expression remained unchanged, but her fingers clenched tightly behind her back, veins visible on her pale skin, betraying her inner turmoil. She had always been the best at everything since childhood, always the first in others' eyes. But this time, she tasted failure for the first time, unfamiliar and bitter. However, Shang Qingmei was not ordinary. She quickly regained her composure, at least outwardly. She looked at Chen Jing, sincerely saying, strength is strength, there's no such thing as luck. Congratulations, you deserve the first place. Chen Jing accepted gracefully, then said meaningfully, there's still a long way to go, let's see what the future holds. Hearing this, Shang Qingmei smiled again, a smile different from the previous dazzling one, now appearing more genuine and bold. She didn't resent Chen Jing, only blamed herself. She was also excited to have such a rival for the future. I won't lose again. Chen Jing smiled back, playfully retorting, oh really? Next time, it won't just be luck on my side. Shang Qingmei lifted her chin slightly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. Then let's wait and see. Lin Zhan, who had watched the entire process, had a face full of complex emotions, his eyes unfocused as if lost in thought. After a while, he snapped out of it, suddenly bursting into laughter. What's wrong with you? Those around him were startled by his outburst, muttering as they distanced themselves, treating him like a lunatic. Lin Zhan didn't mind, continuing to laugh heartily. Interesting. This is truly interesting. Only people like this are worthy of being my opponents. This trip was worth it. Not far away, Li Haoran withdrew his gaze from Lin Zhan, turning it towards Chen Jing and Shang Qingmei, his smile growing wider, losing his usual detachment. In the crowd, more people watched with bright, spirited eyes. The path of martial arts is fiercely contested. The leader is merely a few steps ahead. After all the evaluations were completed, Lei Hu strode to the front of the stage, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with intensity. Clearing his throat, he announced in a booming voice, "You're all aware of your assessment results by now, so I'll now announce the top 50. The room fell instantly silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting for their fate. Lei Hu slowly read out the names. 50th place, Zhang Jia. 49th, Wen Pei. As the list was revealed, emotions varied from joy to disappointment. 5th place, Wei Shu. 4th, Lin Zhan. 3rd, Li Haoran. 2nd, Shang Qingmei. And in 1st place. Lei Hu paused deliberately, raising the tension in the room. Chen Jing. Lei Hu cast a meaningful glance at Chen Jing before continuing. The top 50 from this assessment will join the freshman elite class, along with the top 10 non-martial arts students, making a total of 60. Students in the regular class receive a monthly school stipend of 100 contribution points. However, in the elite class, each student receives 500 points monthly. The announcement caused an uproar. Students whispered among themselves, eyes shining with surprise and desire. Even Chen Jing was left stunned, thinking to himself, the school is really generous. He quickly calculated. He would earn 6,000 contribution points a year, and the entire elite class would accumulate 3.6 million points annually. Adding in the nearly 2,000 regular class students, that's about 2.4 million a year. Across 4 grades, it's astronomical. No wonder it's the #1 military academy in the South. Chen Jing marveled internally. Lei Hu, satisfied with the students' shocked expressions, continued. Now you see the benefits of entering Jiangnan Military Academy. Luckily, you didn't get swayed by those so-called prestigious universities or martial arts schools. Can they offer you such subsidies? Shifting his tone, Lei Hu's expression turned serious. However, these benefits aren't easily earned. The school implements a last-place elimination system. Monthly assessments will see the bottom 10 in the elite class drop to the regular class, while the top 10 in the regular class move up to the elite class. Hearing this, those ranked outside the top 50 were elated, while those within the top 50 toned down their arrogance, feeling the immense pressure. Chen Jing thought to himself, this is exciting. Such a competitive atmosphere will push everyone to give their all. Lei Hu's voice suddenly rose. Lastly, the top 10 in this freshman selection assessment will receive additional rewards. The last 7 get 500 contribution points each, 3rd place gets 700, 2nd place 800, and 1st place 1,000. Additionally, the top 3 can choose equipment from the school's armory. 1st place gets 2 pieces of grade equipment, while 2nd and 3rd get 1 each. Wow, a student couldn't help but exclaim softly. Envy and jealousy immediately filled the room. Really, the rewards are so generous. I'm so jealous of these people. A single piece of grade equipment is worth several hundred contribution points. Look at my eyes, I'm green with envy. The school is really going all out this time. I need to train hard, no slacking off. I must surpass those ahead of me. Lin Zhan looked at Chen Jing, Shang Qingmei, and Li Haoran with a dejected expression. He thought bitterly, just a little more, and the rewards would have been vastly different. What bad luck. Shang Qingmei and Li Haoran remained composed, both from wealthy families, naturally unfazed by these rewards. As for our protagonist, Chen Jing, he was inwardly overjoyed. He hadn't expected so many additional gains, and he struggled to maintain a neutral expression, fearing others would notice his excitement. Thanks to years of experience, he managed to maintain a calm and composed demeanor, which was now attracting the attention of many young women. Standing amidst the crowd, Chen Jing felt a sense of pride as he noticed the curious glances directed his way. After the speech concluded, Mr. Li, who had been standing quietly behind Lei Hu, finally stepped forward and loudly instructed all the students to board the bus back to school. The students filed out, with Chen Jing and Shang Qingmei coincidentally walking at the end. Suddenly, a burly figure inserted itself between them. Lei Hu turned to Shang Qingmei with a simple smile, though his tone was subtly nuanced. Being the daughter of that person, I'm surprised you didn't come in first this time. Better luck next time, I have faith in you. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the comment was meant as encouragement or sarcasm. He discreetly observed Shang Qingmei's reaction. Shang Qingmei's previously calm expression turned icy. She had never been fond of this bald teacher, and his words only fueled her irritation. She nodded curtly before quickly walking away. As Chen Jing was about to follow, Lei Hu suddenly spoke. The way you took down the black-scaled horn horse was pretty clever. Chen Jing wasn't surprised that Lei Hu knew about his actions and was about to respond politely when Lei Hu added, taking down a Tier 3 creature with a Tier 1 method must feel pretty impressive, huh? Sensing a hidden meaning in Lei Hu's words, Chen Jing replied politely. It was just a trick, nothing special. Lei Hu gave him a knowing look and said, at least you're self-aware. I've seen someone truly take down a Tier 3 heathen without tricks, and he's about your age. With that, he turned and left without waiting for a response. Chen Jing took a few seconds to process this information, a slight smile playing on his lips as he headed toward the military vehicle, thinking to himself, this is just the beginning, isn't it? Back at school, Chen Jing began packing his belongings to move out of the dormitory he had stayed in for just one night. The military school's efficiency was impressive. The morning's assessment results were out, and by the afternoon, students were assigned new accommodations. As the top scorer, Chen Jing, now a member of the elite class, was assigned a 2-story villa with VIP treatment. Zhao Lei, also packing his things, looked wistfully at Chen Jing. His middling performance had earned him a single room, better than before, but worlds apart from Chen Jing's accommodations. Grabbing Chen Jing's sleeve, Zhao Lei's eyes were filled with a playful grievance. Brother Chen, don't forget us when you're successful. Chen Jing, amused by Zhao Lei's expressive face, felt a bit uneasy. He quickly promised, but thought to himself, you're not a beautiful girl, why would I remember you? After finally extricating himself from the situation, Chen Jing dragged his suitcase for nearly half an hour before reaching the student villa area. Before him stood rows of neat 2-story villas, complete with bridges, flowing water, and decorative rock formations, resembling a high-end neighborhood. Chen Jing couldn't help but marvel. The school is certainly well-funded, with plenty of land to spare. Following the house numbers, Chen Jing soon found his villa. As he opened the door, a spacious and bright living room greeted him, complete with all necessary furniture and appliances. The first floor housed a kitchen, reception room, bathroom, and guest room, while the second floor featured a master bedroom, media room, balcony, and a large martial arts practice room. The practice room was made of special materials, providing excellent soundproofing and a sturdy surface, allowing martial artists to train vigorously without concern. Chen Jing surveyed the area, nodding in satisfaction. This is much better than my old place, truly deserving of the elite class treatment. Settling in, Chen Jing began to look forward to the upcoming academic life. He was eager to learn all he could at this school. The veil of barbarian society is slowly lifted, revealing a world full of contradictions and wildness. Despite the significant role that martial arts and supernatural powers play, the societal structure remains at the stage we know as the tribal slave system. Imagine a vast land scattered with tribes of varying sizes. There is no concept of a unified nation. Instead, there is endless warfare and plundering. The defeated become slaves, while the victors expand their power. The size of these tribes varies greatly. Small tribes consist of a few hundred to 1,000 people, medium-sized tribes have populations ranging from tens of thousands, and the largest tribes have been recorded to reach an astounding 1.2 million. It was such a tribe that launched an invasion against the Xia Kingdom 15 years ago. However, do not be misled by these numbers. The barbarians are not the primitive people clad in simple animal skins wielding wooden spears and stone axes, as one might imagine. On the contrary, their metalworking technology is quite advanced. When you encounter a barbarian warrior on the battlefield, do not be surprised by the cold gleam of his metal weapon. It is forged from unique materials from their world, with power far exceeding the ordinary swords of our world. Only weapons rated a level and above can withstand them. The attire of the barbarians is equally impressive. Their clothing is primarily made from specially treated barbarian beast leather, offering protection comparable to steel. Even the most basic leather garments provide significant defense. As one rises in status, their clothing becomes increasingly complex and ornate, with brighter colors. This unique aesthetic has even influenced our world's fashion industry. The exotic style that was popular a few years ago was quite similar. More surprisingly, the barbarians have their own language and writing system. They are not ignorant savages, but a group with a distinct civilization. However, this civilization is built on bloodshed, madness, and the bizarre, valuing slaughter and adhering to a brutal law of survival of the fittest. Dear students, the body refining techniques you are learning originate from that once powerful barbarian tribe. Although they have vanished, their legacy continues to influence us. Rest assured that the body refining methods provided by the school are the most advanced available today. The appearance of world rifts, although disastrous, also opened a door to a new world. There, we find a suitable environment for human habitation, rare natural resources, unique barbarian beasts, and martial arts that can unlock human potential. In just a few short years, we have made unprecedented breakthroughs in energy, biology, genetics, and medicine. Students, This new world is like a gift from the heavens, destined to belong to all of us on Blue Star. Therefore, you must strive to enhance your strength, preparing to explore and conquer this new world full of opportunities and challenges. The future path may be arduous, but opportunities and glory coexist, waiting for you to forge and write your own legends. One day, we shall sweep away those barbaric and ignorant native civilizations. Such a beautiful new world should belong to us. The old professor's voice echoed in the classroom, his graying hair glimmering under the podium lights, eyes ablaze with passion. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted into thunderous applause. Chen Jing clapped mechanically, his mind pondering. Isn't this blatant colonization of another world? Yet, he couldn't deny that the idea stirred something within him. The benefits of colonizing another world promised enormous opportunities for everyone in this one. However, reality was far from simple. The power of the tribes remained strong, never waning. Even the exploration of this other world had only scratched the surface. Scientists estimated that the tribal world could be much larger than Blue Star. This fact not only failed to deter the world government's resolve, but strengthened their determination to develop the other world. For this reason, society had always devoted immense effort to cultivating warriors, especially powerful ones. Chen Jing, could I borrow your notes? I didn't quite get everything from the lecture. A pleasant female voice interrupted Chen Jing's thoughts. He turned to see a pair of long, slender legs wrapped in tight jeans. Looking up, he met the gaze of an elegant woman with an oval face, looking at him expectantly. Chen Jing smiled habitually and handed over his notebook. Still as sweet-talking as ever, the woman with the oval face said with a smile, her slender, cold fingers brushing lightly against Chen Jing's hand as she took the notebook. At that moment, a boisterous voice called from behind. Hey, Muqing, you can borrow mine too. My notes are more complete. Stop bothering Chen Jing all the time. Zhao Muqing turned gracefully with the notebook in her arms, facing the speaker with a polite smile tinged with teasing. Sorry, but your handwriting is too messy. She then smiled politely at Chen Jing and returned to her seat. Chen Jing couldn't help but laugh, turning with a playful look at the person who had spoken. Lin Zhan awkwardly scratched his head, scowling as he saw Chen Jing laughing at him. What are you looking at? Haven't seen a handsome guy before. Having long figured out Lin Zhan's personality, Chen Jing didn't take his words seriously. Sorry, where's the handsome guy? He deliberately looked around, avoiding Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's expression twisted, wishing he could land a punch on Chen Jing's annoyingly enviable face. But recalling his previous defeats, he had to suppress his anger, keeping his mouth shut and his eyes away from Chen Jing. To Lin Zhan, Chen Jing, sitting at the front, was an absolute jerk, always holding back during their friendly exchanges, giving himself more time to humiliate Lin Zhan. Though unsure of how he'd offended him, Lin Zhan, having learned his lesson, decided not to give Chen Jing another chance to provoke him. He vowed that once his strength improved, he'd teach Chen Jing a lesson. Seeing Lin Zhan dropping the conversation, Chen Jing turned back, slightly disappointed. He considered this year's top ranks. Besides himself, Li Haoran was always the silent type who never spoke unless spoken to, and Shang Qingmei maintained her usual aloof goddess demeanor. Chen Jing thought, this situation wasn't too bad for him. Lin Zhan's arrogance was a constant annoyance to Chen Jing. This guy, who boasted of being second in their cohort, spent his days acting like a clown, challenging classmates, yet always avoiding Shang Qingmei. Chen Jing was determined to teach this naive upstart a lesson by defeating him publicly and letting him taste the harsh realities of life. For a month, Chen Jing seized every opportunity to educate Lin Zhan. However, Lin Zhan had just interrupted his conversation with Zhao Muqing, clearly needing more correction. At that moment, Lin Zhan sneezed unexpectedly and glanced at Chen Jing, regretting his previous interruption and fearing what tricks Chen Jing might pull next. Chen Jing's phone buzzed with a message from Zhao Muqing. Haha, I wonder what you've done to make that battle maniac Lin Zhan so afraid of you. Chen Jing quickly replied, just winning him over with virtue. Zhao Muqing teased, only you could do that. Then she invited him, want to grab lunch together? I heard the food at the school's #2 cafeteria is really good. Chen Jing readily agreed. Although he wasn't willing to give up an entire forest for a single tree, it wasn't necessary to date only with the intention of marriage these days. As long as both parties were willing, it was fine. However, Zhao Muqing's background was complicated, and he wasn't sure if she would accept him. Even if it didn't work out, enjoying the company of a beautiful woman was still a pleasure. As for Shang Qingmei, Chen Jing felt she was too challenging to pursue. Her father was extraordinarily powerful, and if he somehow succeeded, his carefree lifestyle might come to an end. He preferred to continue logging in this forest. But lunch would have to wait. Before that, there was a class on the common language of the barbarians. This course was crucial for those like him who might join exploration teams in other worlds. Learning the language of other worlds was an essential skill. Chen Jing suppressed his inner restlessness and focused on the upcoming class. After all, in future adventures, language might be the key to opening the doors to new worlds. In the month following the assessment, Chen Jing's life became enviably fulfilling. The military's decades-long exploration of other worlds unfolded before him like a hefty encyclopedia. Strange beasts and mysterious tribal civilizations captured his attention on every page. However, most of his time was spent immersed in martial arts training. The elite class offered exceptional benefits: comprehensive martial arts knowledge, instruction in various military techniques, and unknown combat training. Chen Jing vividly remembers his first sparring match with an instructor. The opponent effortlessly defeated him without even using full strength. This sense of defeat didn't discourage him. Instead, it fueled his determination. After a month of rigorous training, he sensed a breakthrough in the second stage of his martial arts journey. He felt proud, knowing that advancing from the first stage to the second in less than 6 months was an impressive pace. Hey, a familiar voice interrupted Chen Jing's thoughts. He turned to see Lin Zhan, contemplating finding an opportunity to spar with him again. However, Lin Zhan seemed unusually different today. Normally carefree and exuberant, Lin Zhan appeared awkward and even a bit shy, making Chen Jing feel uneasy. Lin Zhan hesitated, opening his mouth several times without speaking, his face turning red from the effort. Finally, as Chen Jing's patience was wearing thin, Lin Zhan mumbled, Brother Chen. Chen Jing instinctively glanced out the window to make sure the sun hadn't risen in the west. Knowing Lin Zhan, who wouldn't call him brother, even when beaten, this sudden formality suggested something serious. He immediately became alert. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhan mustered the courage to continue. Brother Chen, you seem to be popular with women, like Zhao Muqing just now, and many other girls before. It's only been a month. I wanted to ask. Chen Jing was surprised at the topic, not expecting this from Lin Zhan. Seeing him falter again, Chen Jing impatiently prompted, just say it, don't beat around the bush. Lin Zhan nervously checked their surroundings to ensure no one was listening before cautiously asking in a low voice, How do you get a girlfriend? What? Chen Jing blurted out in astonishment. Brother, keep it down. Lin Zhan quickly grabbed Chen Jing's sleeve, anxiously whispering as people around glanced their way. Calming himself, Chen Jing understood Lin Zhan's intentions. With a teasing smile, he thought how this young man was starting to experience youthful longing. As a future pillar of the military, Xia country, and even the world, he couldn't afford to be distracted by romantic pursuits. No, for Lin Zhan's future, Chen Jing resolved to steer him back on track. Lin Zhan, embarrassed under Chen Jing's gaze, resembled a shy monkey, keeping his head down and avoiding eye contact. Lin Zhan looked up, staring directly into Chen Jing's eyes, and asked through gritted teeth, Brother Chen, do you have any tips on how to get a girlfriend? His voice was low, tinged with a mix of desperation and hope. Chen Jing feigned ignorance, raising an eyebrow as he asked, tips for what? Lin Zhan clenched his fists, repeating each word with emphasis, tips for getting a girlfriend. His eyes were filled with urgency and pleading. Oh, Chen Jing responded, looking at Lin Zhan with a meaningful expression and a slight smirk. Just as Lin Zhan was about to rush over to stop him from saying something embarrassing, Chen Jing suddenly dropped his smile and said expressionlessly, There's no hope, just give up. With that, he turned away. Lin Zhan stood there, stunned, as those 6 words hit him like a heavy blow. Moments later, burning with anger, he lunged at Chen Jing, grabbing him by the collar across the desk. I've called you brother. I've poured my heart out to you. And this is how you brush me off? That's just insincere. Dizzy from the shaking, Chen Jing quickly conceded. Okay, I do have a method. Only then did Lin Zhan release him. But he continued to glare at Chen Jing, waiting for a real answer. Chen Jing sighed, scrutinizing Lin Zhan's face before finally suggesting with a sincere look, get some plastic surgery. Lin Zhan's hands clenched tightly. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared wide-eyed at Chen Jing, trying to discern whether he was joking. Seeing this, Chen Jing explained seriously, what's the problem? Am I wrong? Just like men are attracted to beautiful women, women like handsome men too. If you become the most handsome guy in the world, wouldn't getting a girlfriend be easy? For a moment, Lin Zhan found some logic in his words, but he quickly realized something was off. He argued internally, do average or unattractive people not have girlfriends? If that were the case, humanity would have been extinct long ago. Realizing he'd been played, Lin Zhan was furious. He had opened up sincerely, only to receive such an answer. In his mind, he cursed, what a heartless jerk. His heart must be as black as coal. Suppressing his anger, Lin Zhan took a deep breath. Not wanting to make a scene in class, he silently vowed, just wait. One day, I'll get my revenge. Chen Jing noticed Lin Zhan's reaction and thought, seems like I've been found out. But he didn't care and secretly felt relieved that he had kept a promising talent from going astray. After class, Chen Jing shared the incident with Zhao Muqing over lunch, recounting the whole episode with vivid detail. Amused, Zhao Muqing couldn't resist sharing the story with her friends. The tale quickly spread, embellished along the way. In the end, Lin Zhan became quite famous, though probably not in the way he had hoped. Unaware of the growing rumors, Chen Jing kept a low profile, focusing on his studies for the next month. Finally, a month later, in his private villa, within the second-floor training room, Chen Jing sat cross-legged on the polished wooden floor, clad in loose black martial arts attire. His eyes were tightly shut as he concentrated fully, reaching the critical moment of breaking through the second mystical gate. Large beads of sweat rolled down his furrowed brow, soaking the front of his garment. Chen Jing's hands formed intricate gestures before his chest, in tandem with the continuous flow of internal energy, crashing like waves against the body's second barrier. Since martial arts were introduced to human society, people have finally broken free from the genetic confines of their bodies, discovering the 9 mystical gates hidden deep along the spine. These gates, increasingly difficult from bottom to top, lead ultimately to the spiritual platform deep within the brain. Despite advanced technology, even the most sophisticated instruments cannot detect these mysterious gates. Only when a martial artist reaches the corresponding level can they truly sense their existence. Breaking through these gates requires a solid foundation and unwavering will. A single misstep could result in severe, irreparable harm. Chen Jing was clearly not reckless. As a martial artist at the peak of the first stage, he had meticulously prepared for this moment. Gradually, his rapid breathing steadied, and a thunderous sound of muscles and bones resonated within him. Minutes later, Chen Jing abruptly opened his eyes, emitting a bright, piercing gaze. The sound ceased, and a powerful aura, far surpassing his former self, erupted from within him. Second-stage martial artist, finally achieved. Chen Jing rejoiced internally, stretching his muscles and feeling the surging power within. He had finally caught up to Shang Qingmei, who had always overshadowed him, no longer needing to endure the frustration of being bested by a woman. While eager to challenge Shang Qingmei immediately, reason reminded him that now was not the time. After all, he had just stepped into the second stage, with shallow roots, while she had been established at this level for some time. Acting rashly would likely lead to defeat. As the second freshman to break through to the second stage, Chen Jing did not wish to celebrate alone. He never cared for hiding his talents or living too low-key. In this life, he intended to stand out and be the most dazzling person. Just as he pondered how to subtly demonstrate his breakthrough, the doorbell rang. Chen Jing glanced at the display screen, his eyes lighting up. Speak of the devil. He quickly descended the stairs and opened the door. 2 vibrant young women stood before him. Leading was the familiar Zhao Muqing, elegant and with perfectly crafted features on her oval face. The other, while not as immediately striking as Zhao Muqing, grew more appealing upon closer inspection. Her face was round and full, yet flawlessly contoured without an ounce of excess flesh. Although her features weren't as refined as Zhao Muqing's, her disproportionately large eyes were particularly captivating, with a charming shape and naturally upturned corners, set slightly wide apart, exuding a unique allure. Those eyes, intense and full of spirit, gave off an assertive vibe. Below a petite nose were incredibly sensual lips, reminiscent of a Western woman's allure. Though full, they were delicate, with sharply defined contours and an enticing shape. This face was distinct from the cookie-cutter internet celebrity look, possessing a unique charm that was unforgettable. Chen Jing, an experienced observer, drew these conclusions in an instant without showing it, not attracting the pair's attention. He greeted them. Hey, Muqing. And who might this be? Zhao Muqing introduced. This is my good friend, Xian Minglei. Isn't she beautiful? But she's a total martial arts fanatic. Ever since she heard I knew you, she's been pestering me to bring her here to ask you for some martial arts guidance. With that, she pulled Xian Minglei forward, half-jokingly pleading. What do you say? Do me a favor, help me out here. I'm about to go crazy from her persistence. Chen Jing agreed without hesitation. Who could refuse the request of the great beauty Zhao? Glancing at the excited Xian Minglei, he added, Actually, this lovely lady could have come alone. As a gentleman, I never turn down a lady's request. Zhao Muqing, with a touch of elegance, rubbed her forehead and teased. I knew you'd say that. But only if it's a beautiful lady. Xian Minglei laughed, extending her right hand confidently. I thought all masters were aloof. Seems I misunderstood you, Brother Chen. Chen Jing took her warm, firm hand, joking. Ignorance is forgivable. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. And if you could bring along a few more sisters like yourself, that would be even better. Xian Minglei replied without pretense. Don't worry, Brother Chen. If needed, I'll definitely come and bring some pretty sisters with me. Zhao Muqing was amused. Are you just selling out your sisters like that? Xian Minglei shrugged nonchalantly. If they knew, they'd be more than willing. Chen Jing invited. All right, let's not stand at the door. Come in, and we'll talk. Leading them inside, he asked. Minglei, what made you suddenly want to seek my advice? Xian Minglei didn't mind addressing Chen Jing by name, and answered seriously. Every time you sparred with Brother Lin Zhan, I was watching. I could tell that your skills are far beyond the first rank, and you're improving rapidly. So I want to learn from your experience to improve my own skills. I don't want to be left behind by a genius like you. Zhao Muqing, hearing this, realized that Meng Lei was genuinely interested in martial arts, not just infatuated. Chen Jing, slightly blushing at these sincere words, quickly waved his hand. Oh no, no, that's too much. We're just here to help each other. After a brief pause, he got to the point. All right, let's head to the training room. I'll first see where your skills stand. In the second floor training room, Xi and Meng Lei changed into a white fitted training outfit, wielding a straight blade similar to Chen Jing's, barefoot on the floor, facing him. Zhao Muqing stood quietly on the side, observing. Xi and Meng Lei was the first to strike, stepping forward barefoot, charging towards Chen Jing. With both hands gripping the knife handle, the slender blade cut a graceful arc through the air. Xi and Meng Lei's attack was swift, precise, and fierce, aiming straight for Chen Jing's throat. Chen Jing nodded inwardly, appreciating her solid fundamentals. With a twist of his wrist, his battle knife deftly blocked the incoming assault. Clang! The two knives collided, sending sparks flying. Chen Jing continued his internal evaluation. Her strength was average and needed improvement. He exerted more force with his arm, causing Xi and Meng Lei to falter and retreat. Just as she stepped back, Xi and Meng Lei's ankle pivoted, and her slender waist suddenly exerted force. Her body moved like a dancing butterfly, gracefully spinning to Chen Jing's left side, and then she lunged forward in a perfect archer's stance. Chen Jing nodded slightly, silently praising her smart use of leverage, with well-timed movements and footwork. He easily sidestepped the thrust, then raised his knife to deflect her blade, following up with an archer's thrust of his own. Unexpectedly, Xi and Meng Lei changed tactics, lunging towards him. She nimbly tilted her head, narrowly avoiding the sharp blade that grazed her hair. Simultaneously, she coiled her body like a rabbit, swiftly reaching Chen Jing, her blade flashing towards his waist. Just as Xi and Meng Lei thought she had succeeded, a sharp pain shot through her right hand gripping the knife. Looking down, she saw a black knife handle pressed against her wrist. Chen Jing had anticipated her move, stepping forward and using the handle to precisely strike her wrist. With a clatter, Xi and Meng Lei's right hand lost strength, and her battle knife fell. Before she could react, a shadowy figure appeared behind her, and a cold blade was pressed against her slender neck. I lost, Xi and Meng Lei admitted straightforwardly, though her expression was filled with excitement, lacking any sign of defeat. Chen Jing stepped back from her soft back and began to critique like a teacher. Now, let me point out the flaws in your combat. First, Xi and Meng Lei listened intently, her eyes wide with excitement and focus. In the spacious area, their figures crossed like lightning. The sounds of fists and feet, weapons clashing, echoed continuously. Watching from the side, Zhao Muqing suddenly looked surprised, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Jing, seemingly questioning her own judgment. Finally, the two fighters stopped. Zhao Muqing eagerly asked, Chen Jing, did you advance to the second tier? Her tone was a mix of certainty, surprise, and a hint of hesitation. Xi and Meng Lei, catching her breath, was momentarily stunned, her enticing red lips forming an O in surprise. You finally noticed, Chen Jing thought to himself, having deliberately revealed his aura several times. Yes, I just broke through today, he answered calmly. Zhao Muqing realized the truth, recalling their private sparring sessions where she had sensed his aura growing stronger. She subtly adjusted her hair, suppressing a sudden, strange emotion, and teased, You've been hiding it well. Never mentioned it all this time, only admitting when asked. Quite modest. Chen Jing casually waved it off, glancing at the admiring Xi and Meng Lei. He humbly said, It's just the second tier. I merely took a step ahead, nothing significant. Beside him, Xi and Meng Lei looked at him with even more admiration, saying, As expected of senior brother Chen. Geniuses think differently. Zhao Muqing gave Chen Jing a knowing look, but didn't expose him. She sincerely added, Regardless, congratulations, senior brother Chen. As dusk fell, the dim streetlights cast long shadows of two slender figures walking side by side. Zhao Muqing glanced at her companion with curiosity, prompting her to ask, So, how did it go today? Any good results? Xi and Meng Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement, a slight dampness at her temples. She replied enthusiastically, Very fruitful. Extremely so. Brother Chen taught really well. Yet, a hint of apprehension crept into her voice. Honestly, I want to come again, but I wonder if Brother Chen will get tired of me? Zhao Muqing responded without hesitation. Didn't he tell you to come to him with any questions? Don't take that as mere politeness. He might be like that with guys, but he's definitely serious with pretty women. Xi and Meng Lei recalled the occasional accidental touches during Chen Jing's guidance, and couldn't help but smile slyly. She gave her friend a knowing look. Muqing, you seem to know Brother Chen quite well. Zhao Muqing appeared oblivious to the implication in her friend's words and replied in her usual tone. We've been in the same class for a while, so I've gotten to know him a bit. Then she teased. Be careful not to walk into the lion's den and get completely devoured. Xi and Meng Lei shrugged indifferently. Brother Chen isn't someone who forces others. Besides, if I could be with someone like him, it wouldn't be a loss. She provocatively ran her tongue over her lips, adding in a husky voice, "Who knows who might end up devouring whom?" Zhao Muqing chuckled helplessly. "Someone might think you're quite experienced, despite never having been in a relationship." She then grew serious. "Honestly, Chen Jing is like a cloud in the sky, ever-changing and elusive. You can never hold on to him." Xian Minglei absorbed her friend's words and concluded, "So, you've given up?" Zhao Muqing was silent for a while before softly saying, "I don't want to be just one of many in his heart." She added in her mind, "My family background wouldn't allow it either." After a moment, Xian Minglei laughed lightly. "You make it sound like I really have a crush on him." She paused, then continued, "Unlike you and Brother Chun, who stand out even in the elite class, I'm just an ordinary student. But I've loved martial arts since I was young, and even though I'm not exceptionally talented, my passion hasn't wavered. Brother Chun is an excellent teacher, and I've improved a lot under his guidance. I don't want to miss this opportunity." Zhao Muqing listened quietly, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, Xian Minglei playfully threw an arm around Zhao Muqing's shoulder, saying with a grin, "Don't worry, I'll remember your advice. But, Muqing, he's quite a handsome guy. If I can't resist, don't blame me." Zhao Muqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I'm not your mother. Why should I care so much?" Then she added, "But we've been in the same class since elementary, middle, and high school, and now we are again. How can I not care?" She rolled her eyes again, feigning resignation. "Do I have to play the role of a strict parent and break you two up, or should we just join forces?" Xian Minglei's eyes lit up. "Hey, that last idea isn't bad. Get lost," Zhao Muqing retorted, feigning irritation. The next morning, Chen Jing arrived early at the school's external relations department. Unlike the outreach department in regular colleges, which is usually responsible for attracting external sponsors and investments, the outreach department of Jiang Military Academy holds greater significance and reports directly to the school leadership. It functions like a military version of an adventurers guild, handling the assignment of tasks for cadets and coordinating collaborations with the military, police, and security agencies. Inside the department's hall, upperclassmen exuding an elite aura moved back and forth. Chen Jing, stepping in for the first time, was struck by the atmosphere. After consulting with a staff member, he headed to the designated office door. Just as Chen Jing was about to knock, the door swung open. A familiar tall woman emerged. It was Shang Qingmei. She held a folder, nodded briefly, and then turned to leave. Chen Jing understood the cue, gently knocked, and entered. Inside, a middle-aged man in military uniform spoke directly. "Chen Jing, right? Have a seat." After a brief introduction, Mr. Ma handed over a document. "This is your Miss Iona second-tier army deserter on the run. Review the details carefully." Chen Jing opened the folder and read the target's profile. Zhou Dinghua, 28 years old, 182 centimeters tall, weighing 80 kilograms. His unit number prior to desertion is classified, and his rank of lieutenant has been revoked. His charges include defying military orders, desertion, and more seriously, killing 3 soldiers and 28 civilians during his escape. Zhou Dinghua is a second-tier martial artist, skilled in hand-to-hand combat, specializing in the bull force technique, and has mastered the Vajra, one of the 6 military styles. Chen Jing noted Zhou Dinghua's hooked nose in the photo, though his overall appearance was unremarkable, making it easy for him to blend into a crowd. "Should I depart now?" "There's no airport in Xinjiang City. A train ride takes about 2 hours, Chen Jing asked, closing the file. Mr. Ma nodded. "The situation is urgent. The longer the delay, the greater his chance of escape. Prepare and head out. Remember to collect free healing potions from the logistics department, and travel expenses can be reimbursed." As Chen Jing was about to leave, Mr. Ma added, "He's just a regular second-tier martial artist from the army, while you are a prodigy from Jiangnan Military Academy. Don't let the school down." "Of course," Chen Jing replied confidently. Mr. Ma's expression turned serious. "Also, although you will cooperate with the police, this deserter who shamed the military must ultimately be dealt with by us." "Understood." Chen Jing straightened up and gave a standard military salute. "Understood." At the Nansu City train station, Chen Jing wore a fitted dark green military uniform, carried a black quiver, and had a combat knife at his waist. His black high boots clicked on the polished marble floor. Every step seemed precisely measured, drawing respect, admiration, and envy from the crowd. For most ordinary people, limited by their aptitude, becoming a true martial artist was out of reach. Thus, they held the utmost goodwill for soldiers who fought on the front lines to protect the nation. Petty thieves at the station, upon seeing the uniform, quickly ceased their activities and kept their distance. Chen Jing, on a mission to uphold the academy's honor, naturally donned his uniform. On his own turf, there was no need to conceal his presence. Only those who had committed wrongdoings needed to hide. As he waited sternly for the train, a mature and pleasant female voice spoke beside him. "Chen Jing?" "Ms. Zhang." Chen Jing turned toward the voice, greeted by a mature and strikingly beautiful face. It was Zheng Huixin, a friend of Aunt Chen. Since their first meeting, They had become quite familiar through multiple encounters at Aunt Chen's house. Zhang Huixin had already noticed Chen Jing, but hesitated to confirm. Now assured, she approached briskly, her silver high heels clicking against the floor, and gracefully took a seat beside him, a pleasant fragrance accompanying her. She wore a gray business suit, with a crisp white blouse and a fitted blazer that accentuated her figure. Her pencil skirt revealed a pair of shapely, long legs encased in sheer, nude stockings, exuding the allure of a mature woman. I almost didn't recognize you in your military uniform, Zhang Huixin exclaimed with delight. I observed for quite a while before daring to ask, and it really is you. Chen Jing also looked pleasantly surprised. Ms. Zhang, are you here too? Are you traveling for work? Yes, I'm heading to Qinjiang City for business, she replied. Though in her 30s, she maintained a youthful complexion, her skin as flawless as a young girl's. As she carefully smoothed out the creases on Chen Jing's uniform, she asked, aren't you studying at Jiangnan Military Academy? What brings you out? On a mission, Chen Jing replied succinctly, indicating there were things he couldn't disclose. Sensing the need for a change in topic, Zhang Huixin shifted the conversation with a playful glint in her eyes. Chen Jing, you look so handsome in that uniform. Look at all the young girls stealing glances at you. If I were younger, I'd definitely be chasing after you too. Chen Jing chuckled awkwardly. Ms. Zhang, you still look as stunning as ever. Who would guess you're over 30? Zhang Huixin laughed softly. You have such a sweet tongue. Indeed, while Chen Jing caught the eyes of many young women, Zhang Huixin was the center of attention for the men, especially the young boys who couldn't help but be drawn to her mature allure. Let's take a picture together, Zhang Huixin suggested enthusiastically. They'll post it on social media to make those old ladies jealous. She pulled out her phone from her purse, unabashedly moved closer to Chen Jing, her smooth cheek pressing against his, one arm around his shoulder, the other holding up the phone for a selfie. Feeling the pressure from her against his chest, Chen Jing couldn't help but admire her boldness. Following her lead, he naturally placed his arm around her slender yet curvy waist. With poised smiles, they posed as she counted down, and with a click, their intimate snapshot was captured. After the photo, Zhang Huixin immediately opened a photo editing app, diligently perfecting the image. Watching her focused expression, Chen Jing smiled to himself, thinking how women everywhere were the same. 3 minutes for a photo, an hour for edits. Feeling a bit bored, Chen Jing inadvertently noticed that Zhang Huixin's gray skirt had ridden up during their photo, revealing a significant portion of her smooth, round thighs. A careless glance could easily catch a glimpse of something more. He saw a bald man across from them, trying to sneak a peek by shifting his angle. With a frown, Chen Jing discreetly picked up Zhang Huixin's purse and positioned it strategically to block the view. Zhang Huixin casually placed her phone on her back, focusing intently on editing photos. Her slender fingers danced across the screen, and she asked in a cool tone, by the way, Chen Jing, where are you headed? Same as you, Zhang Jia, to Qinjiang City, Chen Jing replied, his gaze inadvertently landing on a bald man nearby. The man seemed disappointed, but upon noticing Chen Jing, he hurriedly left, as if startled. Chen Jing smirked, thinking to himself that if he weren't in uniform, he would have given the guy a piece of his mind. But he consoled himself, knowing the man hadn't gained any advantage. Oh, you're going to Qinjiang City too? Zhang Huixin looked up, surprised. Are we on the same train? They checked their tickets and found out they weren't on the same train. Zhang Huixin seemed a bit disappointed, but then casually asked, there aren't any major events in Qinjiang City these days, right? Chen Jing chuckled inwardly, impressed by her quick thinking and indirect questioning. Considering she was from Nansu City, a forefront city of the world's cracks, her caution was understandable. He replied easily, don't worry, it won't affect you, Zhang Jia. That's good. Zhang Huixin sighed with relief and returned to her phone. She had finished editing her photos and posted them online, with notifications buzzing as her old lady friends responded. After a flurry of activity, she put her phone away, satisfied. Haha, they'll be so jealous. Chen Jing laughed along. Despite calling her Zhang Jia, their interaction lacked the formality typical between different generations, resembling more a friendship. By the way, Chen Jing, how long will this mission take? Zhang Huixin asked. Chen Jing thought for a moment. If things go smoothly, just a couple of days. If the trail goes cold, the target might have already fled Qinjiang City, and I can't wait around forever. All right then, I'll just stay one night and leave tomorrow, Zhang Huixin said eagerly. If you finish your mission, remember to contact me so we can travel back together. No problem, Chen Jing agreed readily. The train sped smoothly along, with Chen Jing feeling no motion as he sat in his seat. It had been over an hour since he parted ways with Zhang Huixin, and he glanced at his phone. They would arrive in 30 minutes, and he knew someone from the local police would meet him, though he wasn't sure who. Feeling a bit bored, Chen Jing looked around. Passengers were either engrossed in their phones or resting with their eyes closed. Only a little boy sitting on his mother's lap occasionally peeked at him. Chen Jing was aware, and when the boy looked again, he turned and smiled at him. The boy was startled and quickly hid in his mother's embrace. Chen Jing chuckled to himself. Surprisingly, the boy soon peeked out again, shy but curious. Noticing Chen Jing's gaze, he hesitated but eventually mustered the courage to fully look at him. As Chen Jing watched the boy's every move with interest, the boy's eyes suddenly turned resolute. His clear eyes met Chen Jing's, and he slowly raised his right hand in a somewhat clumsy salute. Chen Jing was taken aback, feeling an unexpected surge of emotion. He quickly regained his composure and returned the salute, more precisely than he had with Mr. Ma earlier that morning. The young mother noticed her son's actions and looked over curiously. Understanding the situation, she smiled warmly. The boy, realizing his mother had seen him, shyly pulled back into her arms. The mother smiled gratefully at Chen Jing, who nodded politely in return. The train continued its smooth journey, with a newfound warmth in the carriage's soft, joyful exchange between the mother and her son, adding a touch of warmth to the trip. Half an hour passed quickly, and Chen Jing followed the crowd as he exited the train station. At the entrance, a young, attractive policewoman was holding a sign with his name on it, her sharp eyes scanning the crowd. When she spotted the tall, distinguished-looking young man, she immediately waved to signal him. Chen Jing approached quickly and politely extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Chen Jing." The policewoman shook his hand in response. "Hello, Lieutenant. I'm Fang Xin from the Qingjiang City Police Department, here to welcome you." Her form of address came from Chen Jing's status as a military academy student at Jiangnan Military Academy. Students who become martial artists directly receive the rank of lieutenant. Chen Jing smiled and said, "Just call me Chen Jing. Let's talk as we walk." Fang Xin, having just graduated from police academy and possessing a straightforward personality, agreed to call him by his name. The two chatted casually as they walked toward the parking lot. Once inside the police car, Chen Jing turned to Fang Xin in the passenger seat. "Have you located the fugitive Zhou Zhigui yet?" Fang Xin focused on driving and replied without turning her head. "Not yet, but according to Captain Li, we're very close." Chen Jing nodded in understanding. As a third-tier city, Xinjiang's traffic was much lighter than that of Nancy City, making for a smooth journey. However, he noticed Fang Xin occasionally glancing at him. "What's up?" Chen Jing teased, touching his face. "Is there something on my face?" Caught in the act, Fang Xin stuck out her tongue sheepishly. No, I'm just curious about students from Jiangnan Military Academy. I heard it's full of martial arts prodigies." Chen Jing joked. "So, are you disappointed?" "Not at all." Fang Xin blushed slightly. "You're already a second-tier martial artist, right?" Chen Jing nodded confidently. "Genuine article." Fang Xin sighed inwardly. Truly exceptional. Although she had heard of the prowess of Jiangnan Military Academy students, seeing it firsthand was still impressive. She couldn't help but compare, noting that even the best police academy graduates were only third tier, while this freshman had already reached the second tier. Half an hour later, the police car stopped at the entrance to the police station. Fang Xin led Chen Jing into the building, where they quickly found Captain Li, the direct leader of the operation. Captain Li, a middle-aged man with a square face, exuded a strong presence, clearly indicating his capability. A young man stood beside him. After brief introductions, Chen Jing got straight to the point. "Captain Li, any leads on Zhou Dinghua?" Captain Li pointed to an area on the map. "We've confirmed the criminal is operating in this area. We'll conduct an overnight search tonight and believe we'll have him by tomorrow." Chen Jing nodded with satisfaction, feeling the trip was worthwhile. He then stated his request. "No way. I object." The young man interrupted loudly before Captain Li could respond. "The fugitive is a vicious second-tier martial artist. We must ensure everything is foolproof. Although this student is talented, facing such an experienced martial artist alone might be too challenging. If we alert him prematurely, it could be problematic. It's safer to act together with us." Captain Li was about to speak when Chen Jing interrupted him. With unwavering determination, he said to Captain Li, "This is the military's decision." Captain Li paused for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's proceed then. I'll notify you as soon as we have any news." He turned to the young officer. "Fang, it's getting late. Take Chen to the guest house for the night." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Jing followed Fang Xin out. As soon as they left, a young man rushed to Captain Li, exclaiming, "Captain Li, how can we let this happen? It's too reckless. We've finally got a lead on that guy, and if this newcomer messes it up, all our efforts will be in vain." Captain Li shook his head helplessly. "This is an internal military matter, and that's the decision from above. We have no choice but to comply." The young man was still reluctant. Even if the military wants to clean house, they should send someone reliable. Captain Li reassured him. Chen Jing is a second-level martial artist and a martial arts prodigy from Jiangnan Military Academy. There's a reason they sent him. "Don't worry." The young man scoffed internally. "Prodigy?" Meanwhile, Chen Jing and Fang Xin walked side by side. Chen Jing suddenly asked, "Who's that young man behind Captain Li?" Fang Xin answered without hesitation. "Him? That's Yang Yi, our police station's martial arts prodigy. He's young, but already at the second level. Captain Li even praised him for having the potential to break through to a mid-level martial artist in the future. Chen Jing asked with a hint of amusement, "How old is he?" 23, I think. Fong Xin replied earnestly, then gave Chen Jing a curious look. Chen Jing scoffed internally. Prodigy? Really? The next morning, Captain Li called to say they had confirmed Zhou Dingwa's whereabouts. Chen Jing placed his well-polished saber into its sheath at his waist. This saber was a reward for ranking first in an assessment at his school's equipment department. Along with his battle bow, two-level weapons were significantly stronger than his previous gear, sufficient for use up to the third level. Since he wouldn't need the battle bow for this mission, he left it in the hotel to retrieve later. As Chen Jing went downstairs, a plain black SUV was already parked at the entrance. After confirming the license plate, he opened the door and got in. Inside, besides Captain Li, Yang Yi, and Fong Xian, there was another unfamiliar officer in the driver's seat. After brief introductions, Captain Li pointed at a map. The suspect is currently staying in an urban village in Hong'an district. It's a single-story house with walls around it. Only one iron door at the front. He glanced at Chen Jing, who remained calm, and added, "Our people have quietly surrounded the area. Barring any unexpected incidents, he shouldn't be able to escape. Are you sure you want to handle this alone?" Chen Jing nodded calmly. "It's my duty." Yang Yi muttered, "Overestimating oneself. Don't end up losing your life and ruining our operation." Fong Xian tugged at him several times, and Captain Li shot him a stern look, making Yang Yi finally quiet down, though he still stared at Chen Jing with a look of disdain. Chen Jing never glanced at Yang Yi, instead closing his eyes to rest, quietly awaiting the upcoming action. Yang Yi noticed this and thought to himself, acting all high and mighty, "You're just a newcomer to the second level, while the opponent has been at the second level for who knows how long. How could you possibly win? Arrogant fool, you'll be crying soon enough." 40 minutes later, the black SUV stopped at a narrow intersection. Captain Li pointed to a spot not far away. "See that courtyard with the brick-red outer wall? That's where the suspect is hiding." He turned to Chen Jing. "You go first. If anything goes wrong, just call out, and we'll be right behind you." Though his words were tactful, Chen Jing understood his good intentions and nodded silently. Yang Yi snickered to himself. At this point, Captain Li picked up a walkie-talkie to give final instructions to the personnel positioned around the area. Once everything was set, Chen Jing said, "I'll head in now." Captain Li nodded silently, while Fong Xian said with concern, "Be careful, Chen Jing. Don't worry, it won't take long." Chen Jing smiled at her, then opened the car door and stepped out. Yang Yi shrugged, saying, "It certainly won't take long. Captain Li, we should be ready." Captain Li ignored him, continuing to finalize the details through the walkie-talkie. Sturdy black military boots stepped steadily on the uneven concrete ground as Chen Jing walked unhurriedly toward his destination, resembling an ordinary passerby on a grocery run. The street was deserted, indicating that the police had discreetly evacuated the surrounding residents. Upon reaching the iron gate described by team leader Li, Chen Jing adjusted his collar and knocked rhythmically. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was crisp and regular. Light footsteps approached from behind the door. Chen Jing continued knocking until a voice, impatient after a moment of silence, asked, "Who is it?" Chen Jing was about to respond with delivery, but his brow furrowed suddenly. A hole appeared in the door, and a sharp blade thrust toward his chest. The ambush was both cunning and decisive, clearly indicating the assailant's prior preparation and intent to distract with conversation. If it were Yang Yi, a second-tier martial artist, he might have been caught off guard. However, Chen Jing did not dodge. He let the blade tear through his uniform and strike his chest. With a metallic clang, it was as if the blade had hit steel, unable to penetrate his skin. A gasp of terror came from behind the door. Unfazed, Chen Jing retaliated the instant the attack was launched. He extended his right index finger, and the sound of cracking bones filled the air as they assembled into an intricate structure. The seemingly ordinary finger now radiated an unstoppable sharpness, akin to a divine weapon. A blur flashed by as his finger pierced through the iron door effortlessly, precisely targeting the ambusher's forehead. Another clang echoed, as if striking metal, but this time, the adversary was sent flying helplessly, his weapon clattering to the ground. Chen Jing retracted his blood-stained finger without hesitation and kicked the iron door open, striding into the courtyard. He saw a man with a bloodied face struggling to stand. Although his forehead was a mess of flesh and blood, the prominent hooked nose and the Vajra stance, one of the 6 military techniques, made Chen Jing instantly recognize the target Zhou Dingwa. As a second-tier martial artist, Zhou Dingwa's vitality was extraordinarily strong. The Vajra body shield had absorbed most of the impact, making him appear battered but relatively unharmed. Seeing Chen Jing in his dark green military uniform, Zhou Dingwa was immediately terrified. Despite his betrayal of the military, his deepest fear remained this terrifyingly powerful organization. His understanding only intensified his fear, leaving him without the courage to face Chen Jing, prompting him to flee in the opposite direction. However, No matter how fast he ran, he could not outpace Chen Jing. Chen Jing suddenly thrust his right foot forward, as if propelled by rocket boosters. A tremendous force erupted, and he shot forward like a cannonball, instantly stepping behind Zhou Dinghua. This was the third advanced martial technique Chen Jing had displayed in quick succession, following the Vajra and spear finger techniques. Now with this astonishing step, Zhou Dinghua was stunned, incredulous that this young man could unleash 3 sophisticated martial arts techniques in such a short time, while he himself had only mastered the Vajra technique after years of hard training. Who was this formidable pursuer, and why had such a powerful figure been dispatched to capture him? Yet, in the heat of a life-or-death struggle, Chen Jing gave his opponent no time to ponder. He swung a fierce leg whip at Zhou Dinghua's waist. With a thud, Zhou Dinghua was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Chen Jing immediately followed up with a direct kick aimed at his opponent's head. In this critical moment, Zhou Dinghua unleashed the desperation of a man with nothing to lose. His fists clenched, skin turning red, veins bulging. With a bellow like a raging bull, he charged at Chen Jing, fists swinging wildly like a bull rampaging across the plains. Bang! The massive force traveled through Chen Jing's body from his feet, yet was easily neutralized by his body, forged by the 9 Thunderblade technique. Chen Jing knew this was Zhou Dinghua's signature move, the wild bull strength. Chen Jing descended to the ground with a heavy impact, then sprang forward with his legs, turning into a blur as he rushed at Zhou Dinghua. Just as Zhou prepared to defend himself, a piercing sonic boom erupted. Chen Jing's leg whip bypassed Zhou Dinghua's line of sight at an unexpected angle, striking at his vital point. Caught off guard, Zhou Dinghua was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. At the same time, the fierce roar of a tiger exploded in his ears. In the next moment, his body was embedded in the wall, barely clinging to life. Chen Jing spoke coldly. As a traitor to the army, let your end come by military techniques. He walked forward slowly, his forefinger pointing steadily at Zhou Dinghua's forehead. Zhou Dinghua, knowing he was no match, was filled with regret in his final moments. If only that damned superior hadn't forced me. Chen Jing felt no sympathy, viewing the complaints of a heinous person as nothing but nonsense. He quickened his pace, again pointing at Zhou Dinghua's forehead. At this critical juncture, Zhou Dinghua suddenly erupted with one last effort. Blood flowed from his orifices as his fist, sharp as a bull's horn, thrust forward. It was a desperate strike of the wild bull strength. Chen Jing, with a disdainful smile, was well prepared. His shoulder bones emitted a crackling sound, and his upper body collapsed as if deflated, deftly avoiding the lethal blow. Zhou Dinghua's final hope shattered, the light in his eyes extinguished. Chen Jing hesitated no more, ending his life with a precise spear finger strike. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Captain Li was extremely anxious. The sudden silence after the fierce combat made him regret letting Chen Jing act alone. Yang Yi, with a hint of schadenfreude, said while fingering his sword hilt. It was over so quickly either Chen Jing was killed or captured. If it's the latter, this mission is a failure. Captain Li, you should have taken my advice. Fang Xin added urgently. Captain Li, Chen Jing is in danger now. Let's all go in together. Captain Li, frowning, shouted into the radio. Xiao Wang, are you dead? Why aren't you responding? Hello, hello. Finally, the sniper Xiao Wang, stationed at a distant vantage point, responded. His voice was filled with shock, stammering, Captain Li, where did you find such a powerhouse? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen figures appeared like phantoms, some vaulting over walls, others slipping through doors, and in an instant, they flooded the courtyard. Chen Jing slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Captain Li and his team out of the corner of his eye, but he paid them no further attention. Calmly, he took out a pre-prepared wet wipe, focusing on cleaning the glaring bloodstain from his fingertips. As soon as Captain Li and his team entered, their eyes were immediately drawn to the ghastly sight of Zhou Dinghua's corpse. They were momentarily stunned and then, as if by mutual agreement, shifted their gaze to Chen Jing. The young man stood there, impeccably dressed and composed, as if he had just returned from a spring outing, a slight and contented smile on his face. The stark contrast left everyone gasping in disbelief. How long did that take? Not even a minute, right? Someone murmured under their breath. And he took out a fellow martial artist without a scratch. Did this kid start training in the womb? Yang Yi entered the courtyard with the others, his eyes wide with shock. He had studied Zhou Dinghua's profile and believed that even if he were to fight him, the odds would be 50-50. Yet here was someone younger, someone he had previously dismissed, who had effortlessly killed Zhou Dinghua. The jarring contrast made it difficult for him to accept. Clenching his fists, Yang Yi was overwhelmed by a sense of despondency, his jealousy burning intensely. Suddenly, he felt as if Chen Jing's gaze brushed over him, causing him to shiver instinctively and quickly lower his head. However, he soon realized it was an illusion. Chen Jing remained focused on wiping the blood from his fingers, never sparing him a glance. Realizing this, Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but was immediately engulfed by a strong sense of shame. Ever since learning about Chen Jing, he had harbored deep jealousy. At only 18, Chen Jing's strength matched his own, a comparison that left Yang Yi, who prided himself as a young genius of Qinjiang City, feeling utterly embarrassed. To preserve his self-esteem, he had always told himself and others that Chen Jing's prowess was due to his family's wealth and various drugs, and that in a real fight, Chen Jing would be exposed. Yet the scene before him cruelly shattered his carefully woven self-deceptions, exposing his narrow-mindedness. At this moment, Yang Yi felt as though everyone's gaze was filled with disdain. This feeling made him want to curl up and escape immediately. In reality, the others were still absorbed in their shock, paying no attention to him. Even Chen Jing, whom he had always targeted, had never once truly looked at him. In Chen Jing's eyes, a dragon does not dwell with snakes. Despite everyone gathering in one place and the mission being successfully completed, the courtyard was enveloped in an awkward silence. Finally, Captain Li came to his senses, cleared his throat, and broke the silence. He looked at Chen Jing, genuinely admiring him. Truly a hero in the making. Xiao Chun, at such a young age, you have such strength. The future holds great promise for you. Chen Jing's heart remained unperturbed by such polite compliments. He replied courteously, I must thank you, Captain Li, and your team's diligent search. Without it, I might not have completed this task. Captain Li laughed heartily. Just doing our duty, nothing to thank us for. This exchange dispelled the tension, and soon the other team members stepped forward to congratulate Chen Jing. The atmosphere in the courtyard gradually lightened, but everyone knew they had witnessed the rise of a future powerhouse. Praise flooded toward Chen Jing like a tidal wave, comments about his youth and talent, calling him a pillar of the nation. The sincerity in their eyes was unmistakable. Chen Jing, however, remained humble, patiently responding to each compliment with a gentle smile. He only retaliated when met with hostility. Otherwise, he preferred a calm demeanor. After the round of mutual admiration, Chen Jing asked Captain Li for leave to depart. Upon hearing this, Captain Li grabbed Chen Jing's arm excitedly, exclaiming, Why the rush to leave? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's celebrate together. You've come all this way. Let us show you some hospitality. Seeing Captain Li's determined grip, Chen Jing sighed inwardly. With no other choice, he resorted to his trump card. After hearing Chen Jing's explanation, Captain Li's stern expression suddenly softened, replaced by a knowing smile. He winked and said, Oh, I see. Well, young people have important life matters to attend to. I won't play the villain here. I wish you success in winning her heart. But next time you're in Xinjiang, you must let us know. We still owe you a meal. Chen Jing quickly nodded in agreement, silently apologizing to Sister Zhang. This time, you'll have to be my excuse. In the end, Captain Li instructed Fong Xin to drive Chen Jing back to the hotel. On the way, Fong Xin, finally getting a chance after being sidelined by the men earlier, eagerly bombarded Chen Jing with questions. Are all graduates from Jiangnan Military Academy as exceptional as you? Fong Xin asked curiously. Chen Jing smiled slightly. Do you want the truth or a lie? Fong Xin playfully rolled her eyes. The truth, of course. I'm one of the top in my class. Others might not be as good, but they're still better than Yang Yi in your bureau, Chen Jing answered honestly. Fong Xin exaggerated a grimace. At first, I felt a bit relieved hearing that. But then you said the part about Yang Yi, and now I'm discouraged. If I went there, I'd be at the bottom. Her eyes twinkled as she asked, You're not deliberately dissing Yang Yi, are you? Chen Jing rolled his eyes. Why would I? All right, Fong Xin conceded with a sigh. After a moment, she couldn't resist her curiosity, grinning mischievously. I overheard your conversation with Captain Li. Is it true about the girl you're pursuing? Chen Jing retorted. What do you think? Fong Xin persisted. Is she pretty? You guess. Is she your classmate? Guess again. Have you too? Finally reaching the hotel, Chen Jing wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved to get out of the car. With Fong Xion's relentless questioning, he almost revealed everything, even the color of his underwear. Chen Jing, are you sure you don't want me to drive you to the train station? Fong Xion asked, still eager. No thanks. I'll go on my own. You go ahead with your own work. Chen Jing quickly declined. All right then, Fong Xion said, slightly disappointed, as she had hoped to meet his girlfriend. Keep in touch, and don't ignore my messages. Also, if you're ever in Xinjiang again, you must contact me. Despite her chatterbox tendencies, Chen Jing appreciated her straightforward nature. Don't worry, I'll keep in touch. Fong Xion nodded in satisfaction, then I'll be off. Safe travels. Thanks, you too. Chen Jing replied, watching Fong Xion's car drive away before turning to enter the hotel to pack his bags. He sent a quick text to Sister Zhang, confirming that they could travel back together today. She promptly replied, saying she had already booked 2 tickets, and they would meet at the train station. Looking at the message, a smile naturally appeared on Chen Jing's face. At Xinjiang train station, Chen Jing had just arrived when Zhang Huixin found him. She wore a simple, snow-white long dress that elegantly outlined her graceful figure, with a slim golden belt around her waist. The petal-shaped high collar covered part of her long, fair neck, and her sleeves, collar, and waist were adorned with delicate blue patterns. Compared to her usual professional and poised attire, Zhang Huixin looked youthful, stylish, and elegant at this moment. Good thing you texted in time. I almost got on the train myself, Zhang Huixin said as she walked briskly towards Chen Jing in her silver, peep-toe high heels. She reached out and, as usual, carefully smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. Standing close, Chen Jing noticed her face was adorned with exquisite makeup. I just finished up and immediately sent you the message, didn't I? Seems like I got lucky, Chen Jing replied with a smile. Zhang Huixin was about to speak when her right hand felt a tear. Looking down, she noticed a narrow rip on Chen Jing's jacket, with the same damage on the clothing underneath. Alarmed, she quickly checked with her hand to ensure there was no wound before breathing a sigh of relief. Chen Jing felt a chill on his chest and glanced down, understanding the situation. The tear was from when Zhou Dinghua had ambushed him through the iron gate. Lacking a change of clothes, he had come as he was. Noticing Chen Jing's gaze, Zhang Huixin realized her action was somewhat inappropriate. She blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. However, her expression soon turned serious, her sharp eyes filled with earnestness. Your Aunt Chen and I are both single mothers raising our families alone. Life isn't easy for us, but thankfully, she has you. As the only pillar of your family, you must think carefully about everything, understand? Chen Jing understood her concern and didn't find her words excessive or meddlesome. With a cheerful smile, he said, don't worry. I'm more likely to trouble others than to be troubled myself. But, Zhang Jia, you got one thing wrong. You and Aunt Chen are best friends, closer than family. So your matters are naturally mine. As the pillar for both families, I think things through not just 3 times, but 6 times. Hearing this, Zhang Huixin's stern expression melted into a charming smile. With a sweet tongue like yours, I wonder how many girls' hearts you've won. Chen Jing affectionately wrapped his arm around Zhang Huixin's shoulder as they walked. I'm just speaking the truth. Besides, I've never deceived a girl. I'm as pure as they come. Zhang Huixin looked at him with a teasing smile. Really? I heard from your Aunt Chen that even in elementary school, you claimed a bunch of girls as your wives, and she got called to school for a stern talking to by your teacher because of that. And in middle school, as Zhang Huixin recounted his embarrassing childhood stories with precision, Chen Jing's face grew increasingly uneasy. He suddenly remembered the first night he met Zhang Jia at Aunt Chen's house, overhearing them discuss these very stories as they shared a room. The conversation had strayed into more risque topics, shattering his previous image of their friendship and revealing a new, unexpected openness between them. Especially Aunt Chen, whom I've known for a long time. Beneath her elegant and intellectual exterior, there seemed to be. Chen Jing abruptly interrupted his thoughts and quickly changed the subject. By the way, how is Xiaoming doing in her studies now? Hearing someone mention her daughter, Zhang Huixin's attention immediately shifted. She had a trace of helplessness on her face and sighed. That silly girl, just thinking about it makes me angry. If only she were half as diligent as Yuner. It's really worrisome. Chen Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly continued the conversation along this line. Meanwhile, in a middle school classroom in Nancy City, a girl with a baby-faced, adorable appearance was sitting at her desk. This was Jiang Xiaoming. She held a chip in one hand, about to pop it into her mouth. Suddenly, her nose itched, and she sneezed several times in a row. The force of her sneezes caused her formidable assets, inherited from her mother and surpassing those of many women her age and older, to shake vigorously. Several boys in the classroom, who were sneaking glances in her direction, blushed. Sitting next to Jiang Xiaoming was Xia Yuner, a slender girl. She knitted her pretty eyebrows and said concernedly, "Didn't I tell you to put on a jacket? Why won't you listen? Be careful not to catch a cold." "But I'm not cold at all," Jiang Xiaoming said, a bit aggrieved. Then she thought of something and said angrily, "Someone must be talking bad about me behind my back, or else why would I sneeze for no reason?" Xia Yuner looked at Jiang Xiaoming's tight-fitting white teddy bear t-shirt and thought to herself, she could have bought a size larger. If she keeps showing off like this, even I'll start bad-mouthing her. She put on a stern face and said, "Put on your jacket now." "Okay," Jiang Xiaoming, who had always been obedient to Xia Yuner, quickly stuffed the chips into her mouth and started putting on her jacket while chewing. Not long after, achoo, another loud sneeze erupted. This time, since Jiang Xiaoming was facing Xia Yuner, most of the spray landed on her face, along with a few bits of chip debris. Xia Yuner's face darkened instantly, and she said through gritted teeth, "Jiang Xiaoming." In her short memory of a little over a decade, apart from the lowly obsessed Chen Jing, the one who exasperated her the most was her childhood friend Jiang Xiaoming. Jiang Xiaoming immediately ducked her head like an ostrich, knowing well not to provoke Xia Yuner in her dark mode. However, she couldn't help but whisper, "I told you, someone must be bad-mouthing me. You should go find that person." This only added fuel to the fire, and Xia Yuner felt her intelligence was being insulted. She couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at her. Jiang Xiaoming cried out miserably, "Chen Jingage, help! This cry further infuriated Xia Yuner, who increased her grip with a darkened expression. Meanwhile, on a high-speed train, a sweet voice from the train attendant rang out. Would anyone like fruit, drinks, or snacks? Chen Jing, knowing that items on the train were overpriced, considered that he and Zheng Huixin had been chatting non-stop since they met, and his throat was a bit dry. So he stopped the attendant and said, 2 bottles of water, please. Certainly, sir. The attendant, with a professional smile, retrieved 2 bottles of water from the cart and handed them over. After paying, Chen Jing handed 1 bottle to Zheng Huixin and then gulped down his own. The attendant continued pushing the cart, dutifully asking other passengers, would anyone like fruit or drinks? As she reached 3 rows ahead of Chen Jing, she suddenly stopped and looked at a passenger sitting by the aisle, asking with concern, Sir, are you feeling unwell? At this moment, Zheng Huixin quietly told Chen Jing she needed to go to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Naturally, Chen Jing stood up to let her, who was sitting by the window, pass and head towards the restroom, which was in the direction the attendant was heading. Up ahead, the passenger who had been addressed seemed startled by the sudden question. Seeing it was the attendant, he quickly replied, No, I'm fine. The attendant, very responsible, noticed that the passenger didn't look well, with sweat beading on his forehead and his body trembling slightly, clearly indicating illness. So she advised, Sir, we have a professional doctor on the train. Given your current condition, it might be best to let the doctor take a look. The passenger, speaking to the attendant, caught a glimpse of Chen Jing standing up from the corner of his eye and panicked. At this moment, Chen Jing was indeed standing, his gaze casually sweeping in that direction. In fact, he was just watching Zheng Huixin's back, but the anxious passenger mistakenly thought Chen Jing was looking at him. Thus, a misunderstanding arose. The passenger, feeling cornered, gritted his teeth, his eyes showing a fierce glint, no longer hesitating. Just then, as Zheng Huixin passed by, his expression turned vicious. He forcefully pushed the attendant in front of him to the ground, then in a swift move, grabbed Zheng Huixin, pulling a knife from his pocket and holding it to her neck. He shouted at the taken-aback Chen Jing, Don't move. At that moment, Chen Jing felt as if 1,000 crows were circling above his head, utterly confused as to why this had suddenly happened. Although it was unclear how a simple train ride turned into a hostage situation that seemed specifically targeted at him, Chen Jing remained obediently still, as instructed by the assailant. A sharp dagger was pressed against Zheng Huixin's pale neck, its blade reflecting a cold, menacing glint. Chen Jing held his breath, fearing that any sudden movement from the assailant could lead to a deadly slash. The carriage was enveloped in a deathly silence, as if time had frozen. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered the stillness, jolting the passengers out of their stupor. Amidst the ensuing chaos, people leaped from their seats, scrambling towards the ends of the carriage, their footsteps and cries mingling in a cacophony of panic. The assailant paid no mind to the fleeing passengers, his focus entirely on Chen Jing. The man's face, twisted with agitation, was partially hidden behind Zheng Huixin's head, with only his wary eyes fixed on Chen Jing. He barked sharply, Throw the knife from your waist to the ground. No, toss it behind you, far away. And back up. Chen Jing swiftly contemplated his options, but found no immediate opportunity. He gave Zheng Huixin a reassuring look before complying with the assailant's demands. Zheng Huixin, petrified by the sudden turn of events, was in a state of shock, her mind blank, her body trembling uncontrollably. Nonetheless, she managed to maintain a rare composure, refraining from screaming like most would. She clenched her teeth, remaining still to avoid provoking the assailant. Her eyes, filled with hope and trust, were fixed on Chen Jing. Slow down. Not so fast, the assailant shouted nervously. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, one slip of my hand, and the lady's done for. As he spoke, he pressed the knife menacingly against Zheng Huixin's soft skin. The sting on her neck made Zheng Huixin's face grow even paler, yet she forced a reassuring glance at Chen Jing. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jing slowly tossed his combat knife far away as instructed. During this, he discreetly removed a button from his sleeve, silently tucking it inside. Seeing Chen Jing unarmed, the assailant relaxed slightly, easing the pressure of the knife on Zheng Huixin's neck. Sensing an opportunity, Chen Jing feigned calmness and asked, Isn't there some misunderstanding here? We've never crossed paths before, so why take my companion hostage? Misunderstanding, the assailant erupted, his face contorted with rage. You damn cops are like ghosts that won't leave me alone. I was ready to go clean, and yet you still hound me. To hell with your misunderstanding. Hearing this, Chen Jing, the police officer in front of him, clearly not recognizing his duty, mistakenly thought Chen Jing was there to arrest him. In a moment of panic, the officer decided to strike first. What was a calm situation instantly turned dangerous due to his foolish actions. Suddenly, a commotion erupted inside the train car. About 10 meters away, passengers crowded into the aisle, craning their necks to see what was happening. Their eyes were filled with a mix of fear and excitement. If the attacker had a gun, they would have scattered long ago. but seeing that it was just a small knife, they found courage instead. A few passengers, confident in their abilities, were eager to play the hero. Just then, shouts of "The train police are here" rang out from behind the attacker. This made him even more anxious, wanting to look back, but too afraid to fully turn around. Chen Jing seized this opportunity and quickly gave Zheng Huixin a knowing look. She understood immediately, gritted her teeth, and sharply turned her head to the right, ignoring the blade at her neck. A thin line of blood appeared on her fair neck, but it also exposed the attacker's head. Without hesitation, Chen Jing acted. A button he had prepared in his sleeve shot out like a bullet, hitting the attacker's temple precisely. With a loud bang, the attacker's head burst like a watermelon, instantly splattering red and white everywhere. Chen Jing didn't pause for a second. He dashed forward, knocked the knife away, and caught the collapsing Zheng Huixin in his arms. He gently held her head, shielding her from the gruesome scene behind them. It was only then that the surrounding passengers reacted, screams erupting as some fled in panic, while others vomited on the spot. Unfazed, Chen Jing quickly took out a hemostatic spray and carefully applied it to Zheng Huixin's wound. The wound healed visibly, leaving only a faint red mark. "I'm really sorry, Sister Zheng. I dragged you into this," Chen Jing said apologetically. Zheng Huixin clung tightly to Chen Jing, managing a faint smile. "There's no need to apologize. I should be thanking you for saving my life." They exchanged a smile, and just as Chen Jing was about to speak, Zheng Huixin's expression suddenly changed. "Watch out," she screamed, pulling Chen Jing behind her with surprising strength. In the split second their positions switched, a gunshot rang out, echoing through the train car. Bang! A gunshot suddenly echoed through the train carriage. Chen Jing was forced to change direction, coming face-to-face with the shooter. A pointed bullet whistled towards him, invisible to ordinary eyes, but its trajectory was crystal clear to Chen Jing, a second-tier martial artist. The bullet was aimed directly at Zheng Huixin, who stood in front of him. Chen Jing acted swiftly, pulling her into his embrace. His right arm quickly moved across her back, perfectly intercepting the bullet's path. This series of actions was executed with such speed that it seemed almost unbelievable. The gunman initially wore a smug expression, as if he had avenged some great wrong. But in the next moment, his face transformed with disbelief and fear. The golden bullet, apart from the tip slightly embedded in Chen Jing's arm, was fully exposed otherwise. With a clang, Chen Jing's arm muscles contracted sharply, forcing the bullet out and letting it drop to the carriage floor. A few streaks of blood seeped from the small wound, but it was clear that no major damage was done. The gunman swallowed hard, clearly not expecting such an outcome. As a second-tier martial artist, Chen Jing had not only mastered the top-tier skill, Nine Thunderblade, but also the defensive martial technique, Vajra. His physical abilities were comparable to those of a third-tier martial artist, making small-caliber firearms pose minimal threat to him. Zheng Huixin, apparently unaware of this, was still trembling slightly in Chen Jing's arms. He gently patted her back to calm her down. If there had been any formalities between them before, Chen Jing now regarded her as true family. However, this was not the time for sentimentality. Chen Jing's cold gaze fixed on the assailant, whose features bore a resemblance to the previous gunman, suggesting they were related. Chen Jing smirked inwardly. "Since that's the case, you can join him. Families should stick together." With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Chen Jing moved like a phantom towards the gunman. The shooter, now despairing, was about to pull the trigger again when a long, pale hand suddenly appeared, firmly pressing down on the gun. A crisp crack echoed as the entire gun, along with several of the gunman's fingers, shattered. The excruciating pain shot through him, prompting a scream that was cut short as Chen Jing closed in, delivering a vicious knee strike to his chest. The gunman's eyes bulged, as if they would burst from their sockets. The scream he was about to unleash was abruptly silenced, his body curling up like a shrimp and collapsing heavily to the ground. He writhed helplessly like a stranded fish, only able to emit faint groans. Chen Jing had no intention of sparing his life. Such habitual criminals, with blood on their hands, were a waste of oxygen every second. They lived better to send them to hell sooner. The sudden incident was quickly resolved, and the belated arrival of the train police finally brought order to the scene. Upon seeing the situation, they immediately became cautious. Fortunately, they soon recognized Chen Jing's military uniform as genuine, not a counterfeit from the internet, thus avoiding an immediate armed confrontation. Chen Jing promptly presented his credentials to the train police and briefly explained the situation. Witnesses among the passengers corroborated his account, diffusing the tense standoff. The train police quickly identified the two deceased as wanted fugitives, each with several lives on their hands. Once everything settled, the train slowly made its way to Nansu City. Chen Jing returned to his seat, while Zheng Huixin nervously held a small bottle of spray, carefully tending to his wounds. Although the injuries weren't severe, her actions were exceptionally cautious. Chen Jing silently marveled at life's irony. He emerged unscathed against a second-level martial artist, yet suffered a minor injury dealing with ordinary people. It was his first encounter with firearms, but now it seemed that bullets of standard caliber posed little threat to him. He couldn't help but reminisce about 15 years ago when firearms symbolized human warfare, yet now their power seemed so insignificant. Indeed, the stronger the martial artist, the less human they seem, Chen Jing murmured to himself. Over an hour later, the train arrived in Nancy City. Through the window, the flashing lights of police cars on the platform were particularly conspicuous, likely there to handle the two bodies. Let's go, Chen Jing said softly, gently holding Zheng Huixin's hand, feeling her slight tremble from lingering fear. Will there be any trouble? Zheng Huixin asked anxiously, as Chen Jing had taken 2 lives. Chen Jing replied reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm a martial artist and a student at Jiangnan Military Academy. The deceased deserved it. There won't be any trouble. Zheng Huixin was still viewing things from an ordinary person's perspective. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, even if acting bravely, they'd face a complex process that could take a long time to resolve, with numerous summons. But martial artists are different. Although the law states martial artists and ordinary people share the same rights and obligations, martial artists have many implicit privileges. In cases like this, once the police confirm the nature of the incident, the process is quickly concluded. Moreover, Chen Jing is a student at Jiangnan Military Academy, the leading military school in the south, located in Nancy City, with significant influence. Indeed, when they faced the police after getting off the train, Chen Jing only needed to show his martial artist certificate and student ID from Jiangnan Military Academy. After a brief inquiry about the incident, the process swiftly concluded. The police even allowed them to leave on their own, recognizing Chen Jing's brave actions in taking down 2 wanted criminals. Not only did he face no trouble, but a substantial reward awaited him. Watching the police warmly bid them farewell, Zheng Huixin couldn't help but feel amazed. She recalled a news story from a few years ago. A man discovered a thief breaking into his neighbor's house, attempting to assault the lone female resident. He bravely fought the criminal but accidentally killed him. As a result, the brave man was arrested for manslaughter, despite the victim's testimony. The deceased's family even demanded compensation. Although he was eventually acquitted after much public attention and tireless efforts, it took 7 or 8 months, during which he was held in detention. Though such cases are rare, the stark contrast with the current situation led Zheng Huixin to reflect. It seems only martial artists can truly stand fearlessly in society. Chen Jing couldn't help but smile smugly when he heard this. He took out his student ID and waved it in front of Zheng Huixin, boasting, "You know, ordinary warriors don't have this kind of clout. They mainly respect my status as a student from Jiangnan Military Academy. Even the least successful graduates from Jiangnan Military Academy can reach 4th-tier strength. The gap in status between mid-level and low-level warriors is significant." Upon hearing this, Zheng Huixin's eyes flickered with admiration, and she smiled, saying, "Then I should definitely stay close to you." Her tone was teasing, yet carried a hint of seriousness. "Yes, you should hold on tightly," Chen Jing replied half-jokingly, though a warm feeling surged in his heart. Although the two didn't delay for long, by the time Chen Jing escorted Zheng Huixin back home, it was already getting late. Zheng Huixin lived in the same neighborhood as Aunt Chen, and their homes were not far apart. Chen Jing was contemplating whether he should stay overnight at Aunt Chen's, as it was quite late to return to school. At that moment, as they reached the door, Zheng Huixin suddenly turned to face him. Chen Jing noticed a faint blush on her face, and her gaze wandered elsewhere, appearing somewhat uncertain. In a nearly inaudible voice, she suggested, "Why don't you come in for a bit?" "Come in for a bit?" Chen Jing was taken aback. He wasn't naive. An invitation for a man to visit a woman's home late at night was a clear hint. His gaze lingered on Zheng Huixin, from her alluring, mature face to the striking curves, to her slender waist, and finally to her long legs encased in flesh-colored stockings. There was no doubt she was a stunning beauty. Chen Jing's gaze fell on the thin red line on Zheng Huixin's pale neck, reminding him of everything that had happened during the day. Their natural rapport during conversations, the trust and hope in her eyes when they were in danger, and the moment she took a bullet for him. His previously calm heart was now in turmoil. Sensing Chen Jing's increasingly intense gaze, Zheng Huixin's blush deepened. She wasn't sure why she had said that. Feeling unable to withstand his gaze, she hastily explained, "I mean, it's already late. You can stay over at my place. There's a guest room." Her voice grew softer towards the end, aware that her explanation was not very convincing. Chen Jing struggled internally. Although Zheng Huixin was Aunt Chen's friend, she had extended the invitation. Coupled with everything they had been through that day, it was impossible not to be moved. Ultimately, he followed his heart's desire and softly replied, "All right." Zheng Huixin's tightly clasped hands suddenly relaxed, then tensed again. Honestly, she felt conflicted. After speaking those words, she regretted it, hoping he would refuse. Yet, deep down, a part of her hoped he would accept. With the situation as it was, both with their own thoughts, they slowly entered the living room. Silence enveloped them, the atmosphere tinged with a strange yet strong sense of intimacy. As time passed, this feeling grew stronger. Feeling somewhat restless, Zhang Huixin's legs, wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, were tightly together. Remembering she was the host, she asked, "Would you like something to drink? We have some beverages and red wine." Having made up his mind, Chen Jing didn't hesitate further and certainly wouldn't act inappropriately. He directly said, "Red wine, please." With the presence of wine, what happened next seemed inevitable. Zhang Huixin's heart skipped a beat as she maintained her composure and went to get the wine. The crimson liquid slowly filled the crystal goblets, its subtle aroma spreading through the air. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Huixin no longer avoided Chen Jing's intense gaze. Though months earlier he had seemed somewhat immature, now he appeared especially mature, like a mountain providing immense comfort and security. Perhaps it was the day's thrilling experiences, or the long-neglected longing, or the fatigue of years of solitary endurance. Whatever the reason, Zhang Huixin found herself drawn to someone who truly touched her heart at this perhaps inappropriate time and place. As time passed, the wine bottle gradually emptied. Their distance unconsciously closed. Without any surprises or obstacles, they eventually held each other tightly. In the early morning, Chen Jing suddenly awoke, gasping for air. Once his breathing steadied, he looked around and found himself lying on a magnificent beach. The traces of last night's brave surfing were faintly visible. No wonder he almost suffocated. Despite that, a passion ignited within him after just one night. He had fallen in love with the thrill of battling the waves. Surfing allows people to forget their worries and experience the exhilaration of riding the waves. That's why people from all over the world constantly seek the perfect surfing spots, just to chase the waves in perfect harmony. Reluctantly, Chen Jing glanced at the beach before getting up and dressing with restraint. His movements woke up Zhang Huixin. She sat up dazedly, her face flushed. Even without grooming, she looked refreshed, like a different person from yesterday. "Leaving so early?" she asked with a yawn. Chen Jing looked at her intently. "If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of bed." Zhang Huixin blushed slightly and scoffed. Years of accumulated feelings had erupted, making it particularly intense. But she was no longer a little girl, and her shyness quickly faded. Zhang Huixin confidently got out of bed, casually throwing on a robe from the floor. She approached Chen Jing and thoughtfully helped him dress. Chen Jing allowed her to do so, his gaze inadvertently drifting downward. "That necklace of yours is beautiful. It must be worth quite a bit," Zhang Huixin suddenly remarked, staring at the golden crystal necklace on Chen Jing's chest. Chen Jing glanced down at the necklace, recalling the fierce battle with a severely injured barbarian. As his first trophy, the necklace held significant meaning, and he always wore it. Chen Jing smiled and explained its origin. Zhang Huixin took one last lingering look before continuing to tidy his clothes. "Behave yourself," she chided, slapping Chen Jing's mischievous hand away as she fastened the buttons. "Study well at school, and remember to visit me when you have time." "You sound just like my mom," Chen Jing instinctively replied. Zhang Huixin rolled her eyes. "Qin Qing is your aunt. I'm your second mom." "Oh, I see," Chen Jing said, stroking his chin, leaning in to whisper something in her ear. "Get lost." With a spring in his step, Chen Jing left Zhang Huixin's house and headed straight back to school. He went to Mr. Ma's office in the External Affairs Department to submit his task. Clearly, the school had already received the news, as Mr. Ma praised him enthusiastically. Chen Jing gladly accepted the compliments and had just stepped out of the office when he ran into his former roommate Zhao Lei and 3 companions. Zhao Lei eagerly approached him. "Chen Jing, are you here for a task too?" Chen Jing quickly grasped the situation. "I've already completed my task. Did you guys just get notified to do one today?" "No wonder you were the top in the assessment. You've already finished," Zhao Lei remarked with admiration. Zhao Lei exclaimed, "We were only notified today, 4 of us together, and we still don't know what the task is." Chen Jing thought to himself that it seemed many people would be heading out soon. He patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder and encouraged him. "All right, do your best. I won't disturb you guys anymore. Remember to be very careful when you're on the task." Zhao Lei replied solemnly. "I will." Chen Jing nodded and walked away. At this moment, 3 classmates who had been silent suddenly surrounded Zhao Lei, bombarding him with questions. "Zhao Lei, you seem to know senior brother Chen Jing quite well." "Not really. We met on the first day of school and have gotten along pretty well since," Zhao Lei explained with a smile. "You kept that hidden well." "Haha. Well, you never asked. I heard senior brother Chen Jing is already a second-tier warrior." "Zhao Lei, you should introduce us to senior brother Chen Jing sometime. It would be quite impressive to know him." "Definitely next time. Definitely next time. Promise us, no backing out." "Of course, you know what kind of person I am. They call me honest young master." Bang, bang. Inside a martial arts training hall at Jiangnan Military Academy, 2 figures were fiercely engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Their fists and feet collided, producing sounds like war drums. Chen Jing tilted his head to dodge the martial arts instructor's punch, his right index finger shooting out like a bullet aiming straight for the opponent's heart. The instructor, with a buzz cut and a particularly robust appearance, remained calm, his body emitting a strong and powerful sound. His towering 1.9-meter frame seemed weightless at that moment, like a thin piece of paper easily swept away by the force of Chen Jing's finger strike. No matter how Chen Jing accelerated, his attack always remained a step away from the opponent. Just as he was about to withdraw his force, the instructor's steps paused suddenly, his demeanor changing abruptly. In an instant, he transformed from a light paper figure into a ferocious beast. His right leg moved, the friction between his pant leg and the air creating a swishing sound, like a venomous snake striking out. A whip-like kick came fiercely. Caught off guard, Chen Jing hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest, feeling a massive force surge through his arms and into his combat boots. Thud, thud, thud. He struggled to maintain his balance, stepping back methodically for over 10 meters before the force dissipated. The martial arts instructor did not pursue further, as his goal was to instruct the martial art, not to determine a winner. Chen Jing listened attentively to the instructor's explanation. He recalled that when facing Zhou Dinghua's final desperate attack, he had evaded it using this very move. However, he had only grasped a small part of it, able to control only a small area of his body, far from truly mastering it. The instructor continued with a detailed explanation. There are 2 requirements for mastering this martial art. First, you must accurately capture the airflow generated by the opponent's attacks. Chen Jing, you've done well in this regard. You must have practiced some method to enhance your vision, so you don't need the vision training that accompanies the paper body technique. Chen Jing nodded to himself, knowing that his 5 veins acupuncture technique had indeed given him vision far superior to others at his level, eliminating the need for additional training in this area. As for the second point, the instructor's expression turned particularly serious. It involves cultivating certain specific acupoints within the body to achieve control over body structure. The human body is a treasure trove, far more complex than the bones, flesh, and organs we are taught about as children. Only warriors can uncover the secrets of the body that science cannot. Now, I will demonstrate these acupoints for you. Remember, do not rush. If you make a mistake, you could injure yourself. Mastering this requires exceptional control and patience. With that, the instructor began to demonstrate while explaining in detail. Chen Jing focused intently, seizing the opportunity to absorb the martial arts instructor's experience and constantly verify it on himself. After reaching the second tier, Chen Jing had ordered the second tier 9 Thunderblade technique from the Combat Network, and the 2,000 contribution points were more than enough for him now. In addition to practicing the second-tier body refining method and guiding technique, he continually sought instruction from various teachers on the military's 6 styles, which was his strongest offensive technique besides the 9-fold force at this stage. The blade and body techniques of the 9 Thunderblade were too demanding, only truly effective at the 4th tier. The military's 6 styles were already very powerful martial arts, making them a reasonable focus before reaching the 4th tier. The instructor nodded silently. No one dislikes talented students, especially those who are exceptionally diligent and hardworking. Time flew by as Chen Jing and the instructor engaged in their teaching and learning. Neither of them noticed the changes in the outside world until they finished their session, realizing it was nearly dusk. You finally finished. A cheerful female voice rang out in the training hall. When did someone else come in? Chen Jing turned around in surprise. Chen Jing immediately recognized the speaker. Those distinctive, small yet sensuous full lips, combined with a beautiful and slightly wild aura, made her unforgettable. Chen Jing smiled warmly and greeted. How long have you been here? About an hour, came a pleasant voice. Xian Menglei approached with her long legs, wearing a bright magenta cropped long-sleeve athletic top, paired with purple high-waisted leggings, showing off her toned midriff. She nodded towards the martial arts instructor as she walked by. The instructor's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement, giving Chen Jing a knowing look that only men would understand, before hastily finding an excuse to leave. Chen Jing couldn't help but smile wryly, surprised to see this gossipy side of the usually stern instructor. Turning to Xian Menglei, he asked with concern, "Why wait so long? You could have called me if there was something urgent." Xian Menglei lightly shook the ponytail at the back of her head, her tone relaxed. "There is something, but it's for tomorrow, so it can wait. Besides, listening to you teach for an hour has given me some insights of my own. It was quite rewarding." Chen Jing nodded, continuing to inquire, "What's the matter? It doesn't sound personal from the way you're talking." Xian Menglei explained succinctly, "It is official. The school has a task for tomorrow, and they've assigned it to you, me, and a few others. The External Relations Department couldn't reach you by phone and didn't want you to forget, so they sent me to inform you." While complaining about being overworked, Chen Jing reached into his backpack and took out his phone. Sure enough, there was a message from the External Relations Department requesting a team assembly for a task the next morning. He mused, this task must be significant if it requires multiple participants. Xian Menglei shrugged, a hint of resignation in her voice. "We should start getting used to it. The school's philosophy now is to emphasize real-world practice. For martial artists, nothing beats the progress gained from real combat over secluded training. Chen Jing thought to himself that, as far as he knew, now even first-year students who reached a certain martial level were being given tasks, which was a departure from the previous practice of assigning tasks in the second year. It seemed these were indeed tumultuous times. After delivering the message, Xian Menglei was about to leave, but was stopped by Chen Jing's words. Feel free to come to me if you have questions about martial arts, Chen Jing offered politely. Xian Menglei's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned back to him, full of anticipation. Really? Can I come now? Chen Jing was a bit surprised. There's a task tomorrow. Shouldn't you rest up tonight and conserve your energy? No need. Xian Menglei waved her hand confidently. I'm always full of energy. It won't affect tomorrow's task unless it troubles you. Her voice trailed off with a hint of uncertainty. Chen Jing quickly interrupted. All right, come on over. But you have to treat me to dinner. He couldn't bear to refuse her enthusiasm for martial arts, especially since she was such a charming girl. As for the task tomorrow, it wouldn't be significantly affected. Xian Menglei was thrilled to hear this. Even though she'd have to pay for dinner, she felt more grounded after all. There's a saying about eating and being unable to speak ill. She readily agreed. No problem, I'll treat you to a big meal later. Chen Jing nodded with a smile. He knew that giving without expecting anything in return could make the other person uncomfortable, and that a bit of mutual exchange could actually make the relationship more harmonious. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the meeting room as Chen Jing walked in punctually. 7 people were already seated inside, including the familiar Xian Menglei and 5 other men and 1 woman, who were chatting quietly. Xian Menglei's eyes lit up as she patted the empty chair beside her. Chen Shixiao, over here. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Chen Jing sat down calmly. The 4 male students exchanged glances, clearly intrigued by this Chen Shixiao. One couldn't hold back and asked Xian Menglei for confirmation. Is this really Chen Jing Shixiao? Xian Menglei nodded in response. Immediately, the 4 exclaimed in surprise and stood up to greet Chen Jing. As newcomers taking on a task, they had been nervous, but now seeing a renowned figure among them, a sense of relief washed over them, feeling the comfort of having someone capable in charge. In a corner of the room, a pair exchanged knowing glances. The blonde girl whispered, "It seems this junior is quite famous." The mature-looking boy replied calmly, "I made inquiries on purpose. He ranked first in the freshman assessment and, like us, is a second-tier fighter." So quickly, the girl twirled her shoulder-length hair in surprise, frowning slightly, and was about to speak when the meeting room door opened again. Mr. Ma strode in, surveyed the room, and nodded in satisfaction. He got straight to the point. This task will be completed by the 8 of you together. Considering the complexity of the task and the limited experience of the freshmen, I have specially arranged for 2 outstanding sophomores. He pointed to the blonde girl and the mature boy, to be in charge of directing. Understood. Mr. Ma's gaze lingered on Chen Jing for a moment, clearly aware of this potential troublemaker. Chen Jing touched his nose and echoed with the others. Understood. He thought to himself, if these 2 indeed possess real skills, he would cooperate. Otherwise, he was not someone to be easily manipulated. Chen Jing was always modest yet proud, treating others with respect, but was not one to be easily bullied. Just like the recent ambush he encountered in the ruined city, which he was still secretly investigating. That rat might be cunning, but he was more patient. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Jang Military Academy was no joke, and every task could be life-threatening. As he knew, a freshman had already sacrificed their life. Chen Jing made a silent vow. He would never entrust his life to incompetence. Mr. Ma withdrew his gaze and said no more. All present were elite fighters, capable of making their own judgments without excessive lecturing. He then turned on the projector and began to seriously explain the task details. The students focused their attention, knowing that this concerned life and death. With a click, the closing of the conference room door plunged the room into silence. Chen Jing leisurely admired Xian Menglei's profile, his gaze wandering freely, prompting her to roll her eyes in protest from time to time. The eyes of the surrounding freshmen shifted between the flirtatious pair and the 2 sophomore seniors, creating a subtle air of awkwardness. Senior Sun Xiaowei, with her short hair, had a faint smile playing on her lips. She cast a meaningful glance at Chen Jing before signaling with her eyes for her partner to take over. Wang Chun, her longtime collaborator, understood and cleared his throat as he stood up. His deliberate cough successfully drew everyone's attention. Since we'll be working together soon, let's introduce ourselves, Wang Chun suggested, looking around the room. I'm Wang Chun, a sophomore at Jiangnan Military Academy, a second-level martial artist, specializing in staff techniques. Sun Xiaowei, the short-haired senior, introduced herself next, sophomore, second-level martial artist, specializing in dual short swords. The others followed suit. Su Yuanhang spoke first, freshman, first-level martial artist, specializing in leg techniques. Then came Li Ji, Wu Haoyu, and Su Yang, all freshmen and first-level martial artists, specializing in swordsmanship, boxing, and swordsmanship, respectively. Xian Menglei stood up and briefly introduced herself. Xian Menglei, freshman, first-level martial artist, specializing in knife techniques. Finally, all eyes turned to Chen Jing. He stood up calmly. Chen Jing, freshman, second-level martial artist, specializing in knife techniques. His words stirred a ripple among the group. Even though it was somewhat expected, Wang Chun and Sun Xiaowei couldn't help but take an extra look at the prodigy, who was a year younger yet had reached their same level. Wang Chun quickly gathered his thoughts and began outlining the mission plan. With a year of practical experience, his plan was thorough, and with Sun Xiaowei's additions, even Chen Jing couldn't find any obvious flaws. Seeing that the rebellious talent had no objections, Wang Chun secretly sighed in relief. Everyone has half an hour to prepare your gear, he clapped his hands as a reminder. Then meet at the school gate. Any questions? No. Everyone responded in unison. As night fell and the moon hung high, a black sedan maintained a two-car distance from the taxi ahead on Baihe Avenue in the Baihe district of Nancy City, discreetly following. Although Chen Jing hadn't been driving for long, his martial artist's sharp reflexes made his driving smooth. Sun Xiaowei, in the passenger seat, focused intently on her phone screen, keeping in constant contact with the other team members. The target of this mission is a terrorist organization called Daoqi Hui. Chen Jing stood on the bustling streets of Nancy City, recalling the mission briefing given by the school. Daoqi Hui's most significant achievement was attacking a transport convoy of the battle network, seizing equipment and materials worth over 100,000 contribution points, which sent shockwaves throughout the Jiangnan region. Recently, intelligence indicated that Daoqi Hui members were frequently active in Nancy City, leading the higher-ups to suspect they had a branch there. Chen Jing and the other 7 trainees were tasked with locating the branch and eliminating it. The team of 8 consisted of 3 second-level and 5 first-level warriors, more than enough to handle a Daoqi Hui branch. Chen Jing calmly analyzed the enemy situation. Daoqi Hui didn't have thousands of warriors like Jiangnan Military Academy. Otherwise, they would have openly vied for dominance. A branch would have at most 10 warriors, and the mid-level ones were on the wanted list, not daring to easily appear in Nancy City, where the military academy was located. On the 3rd day of the mission, Chen Jing and his partner, Sun Xiaowei, sat in an inconspicuous car, keeping a close watch on the taxi in front of them. 2 days earlier, they had identified 2 Daoqi Hui members based on the school's intelligence, and quickly found 5 more. These included 3 ordinary people, 1 first-level warrior, and 1 second-level warrior. The 5 first-level warriors were responsible for monitoring the ordinary members, while Chen Jing, using his excellent tracking skills, monitored the first-level warrior alone. Unfortunately, 2 days had passed with no progress. Sun Xiaowei frowned, her tone tinged with impatience. Those 5 ordinary people probably won't reveal much. That first-level warrior has been wandering around the city for 2 days. Who knows what he's up to? Chen Jing nodded slightly, indicating the taxi ahead. Now we focus on this big fish. He's traveled this far. He must be up to something. Sun Xiaowei habitually twirled the ends of her light golden hair and sighed. Let's hope so. If there's no progress today, we'll just grab someone for questioning. We're not the police. We don't have time to waste here. Chen Jing pondered for a moment and said seriously, agreed. But we need to act fast and avoid alerting them. Half an hour later, the black sedan they were tailing stopped in front of a neon-lit bar. Chen Jing looked at the colorful sign, a bit puzzled. Is this guy here to hang out at the bar? Are we wasting our time? Sun Xiaowei couldn't help but roll her eyes. He's only in his 30s, at his prime. Middle-aged guys like him are quite popular in bars, practically irresistible to young girls. Chen Jing looked at her in surprise. You seem to know quite a bit about this. He had never been to a bar before and always kept his distance from such places. It wasn't just because he disliked the taste of alcohol. He also despised the deafening music and the crowded atmosphere. What kept him away the most was the presence of men on the prowl, and as someone who already attracted plenty of attention from the opposite sex, he saw no need to invite trouble. Of course, Sun Xiaowei said, nimbly climbing into the back seat. She quickly unzipped her pre-prepared backpack and began rummaging through a variety of women's clothing. A place as mixed as this is actually the best spot for a stakeout. Drive to the parking lot quickly. Don't let the target slip away right under our noses. As she spoke, she instructed, remember, from now on, no looking in the rearview mirror and no turning around. No sooner had she finished speaking than the sound of clothes rustling filled the back seat. Being a well-mannered person, Chen Jing naturally kept his promise. He focused on parking the car until the noise behind him completely subsided before asking, are you ready? Yes. Let's go. With the sound of the car door opening, the person in the back seat swiftly jumped out. When Chen Jing turned to look at Sun Xiaowei, he almost didn't recognize his senior. She was now wearing a black sequined camisole with a plunging neckline that highlighted her curves. Her lower half sported distressed denim shorts that accentuated her long legs, honed from years of martial arts training. Her expertly applied eye makeup made her eyes appear more profound, and the long false lashes added a touch of allure. Her whole demeanor had transformed from sharp and efficient to that of a rebellious nightclub girl. Good thing I came prepared. How do I look? Nightclub enough. Sun Xiaowei said smugly. For this tracking mission, she had prepared outfits of various styles to switch her image as needed to avoid detection. Chen Jing sincerely gave her a thumbs up. He had to admit that her attention to detail was far more thorough than his own. Sun Xiaowei looked Chen Jing up and down and commented, "Your white t-shirt and jeans are decent enough. Men don't need to be too flashy." But, suddenly, she squatted down and deftly made a few slashes on Chen Jing's jeans with her long nails. Chen Jing couldn't help but notice her rosered nail polish and thought to himself that she must have mastered some formidable claw technique. But he wisely chose not to ask about such martial arts secrets. Sun Xiaowei stood up, satisfied with her handiwork. Now it looks better. We look more like a match. Chen Jing glanced down and saw that his once intact jeans now had a few stylishly placed rips, instantly boosting their fashion appeal. Great eye. Chen Jing genuinely complimented her, acknowledging that he couldn't pull off such a transformation himself. With everything ready, the two of them headed into the bustling bar together. As soon as they entered, the deafening music mixed with the scent of alcohol and hormones hit them. Chen Jing frowned, unaccustomed to the atmosphere, his gaze sweeping over the wildly dancing men and women in the disco lights, while the DJ enthusiastically shouted into the mic. In stark contrast, Sun Xiaowei swayed her hips, dancing freely to the beat. Chen Jing noticed the hungry gazes of several men around, and immediately placed a firm hand on Sun Xiaowei's shoulder, saying seriously, "Now's not the time to have fun. We need to find that person first." Sun Xiaowei gave a playful okay sign with a smile. "Don't worry, I know this place well. Follow me." She grabbed Chen Jing's hand and skillfully weaved through the crowd. Her petite figure easily found gaps to slip through, while the larger Chen Jing had to push his way past, inadvertently bumping into several people. Suddenly, a curvaceous woman in skimpy attire bumped into Chen Jing. She was about to get angry, but upon feeling his solid muscles, her tone turned flirtatious. "Hey handsome, care to join me?" "Sorry." Chen Jing declined firmly, thinking it wasn't the right time for this. He acknowledged the abundance of attractive women here, but the task at hand was more pressing. Soon, Sun Xiaowei led Chen Jing to their target near the bar. The person sat alone in a booth, drinking. They ordered cocktails at the bar, pretending to engage in a close conversation while discreetly observing. Time passed, and Chen Jing had downed a few drinks, but their target remained in place, occasionally checking their phone as if waiting for someone. Sun Xiaowei suddenly stood up. "Looks like we're right. But we should move too." Before Chen Jing could react, she pulled him into the dance floor. On the dance floor, Sun Xiaowei moved around Chen Jing like a snake, one hand on his shoulder, dancing provocatively. She leaned in close, feigning intimacy, and whispered, "Have you ever heard of young couples coming here just to drink slowly and not dance wildly? Staying there too long will raise suspicion." She deftly maneuvered them to face the target's direction. "Don't worry, you can still keep an eye on them from here. What you need to do now is dance, don't just stand there awkwardly." Chen Jing stood there awkwardly. I don't know how to dance." Sun Xiaowei smiled alluringly. "Just follow the crowd, don't take it too seriously. Honestly, the guys here couldn't dance worse if they tried." Hearing her words, Chen Jing quickly glanced around and realized it was true. Most of the men on the dance floor were awkwardly moving their bodies, clearly clueless about dancing. This discovery boosted Chen Jing's confidence, and he soon joined in the dancing. As a martial artist, Chen Jing's physical coordination far exceeded that of the average person. After a few simple moves, he managed to pull off some decent dance steps. However, he only dabbled, not as flamboyant as the man dancing nearby. Chen Jing's naturally shy nature prevented him from fully letting go. Seeing this, Sun Xiaowei laughed heartily and then left Chen Jing, moving to a spot where she could observe their target. She danced energetically, casting glances at the target from the corner of her eye. There's no denying that Sun Xiaowei's figure was striking, and her dance moves were captivating. Within minutes, a crowd had gathered around her, cheering enthusiastically, with many joining her dance. Inevitably, some tried to take advantage of the situation, but Sun Xiaowei easily evaded them. If anyone persisted in their advances, they were met with a loud slap, right on the offending part. The recipient of the blow could only leave in pain, sporting a vivid red handprint. About 10 minutes later, Chen Jing noticed out of the corner of his eye that the members of the knife banner gang were getting up to leave. He immediately ran to meet Sun Xiaowei and encountered her halfway, as she too had noticed the situation. Sun Xiaowei pretended to affectionately take Chen Jing's arm, leaning close to his ear to whisper, "Follow them." Chen Jing understood, cautiously keeping a distance from the knife banner gang members, occasionally hiding behind others to avoid their wary glances back. Soon, the target reached the bar stairway, gesturing to two burly men in black at the door before heading upstairs. "What's upstairs?" Chen Jing asked in a low voice. Sun Xiaowei, pulling him along, explained, "Those are private rooms. usually where couples go when they hit it off. Of course, there are also illegal dealings like black market transactions. As they spoke, they reached the stairway. Unsurprisingly, the two men in black blocked their way. One of them asked, "What do you want? What do you think?" Sun Xiaowei feigned a drunken look, her cheeks flushed, and her alluring body rubbed against Chen Jing as she impatiently said, "Get out of my way." Chen Jing silently applauded her acting skills. The two men in black relaxed, casting envious glances at Chen Jing, thinking he was lucky to have landed such a catch, likely with the help of some substances. Despite this, they didn't forget their duties. One said, "The usual rate, 500 an hour. What a ripoff." Chen Jing muttered internally but quickly handed over 500 yuan notes, knowing the school would reimburse him. The two men in black stepped aside, and Chen Jing, holding the room card, eagerly dragged Sun Xiaowei upstairs. Once they turned the corner, out of sight from the two men, Sun Xiaowei instantly returned to normal. They exchanged a look and swiftly made their way up. There, room 209. Hidden in a corner, Chen Jing peeked out just in time to see the target enter the room. "Let's go next door." Room 210 was conveniently empty, so they entered with the card and quietly closed the door. Chen Jing moved to the wall adjacent to room 209, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. Instantly, various sounds flooded his ears, with the most prominent being the sounds of intense activity from other rooms, along with some unintelligible jargon. He filtered out the irrelevant noises, focusing on the activity in the room next door. Huff, huff, huff. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. There were two distinct breathing sounds in the room next door, both clearly belonging to martial artists. A martial artist's breathing pattern is smoother and more controlled than that of an ordinary person. One was the knife banner gang member they had seen earlier, and the other was evidently the other significant target they had been patiently waiting for. "Hopefully, we can get some useful information." He continued to listen while signaling to Sun Xiaowei, who lacked his hearing ability and could only watch quietly, by holding up two fingers. Sun Xiaowei's eyes brightened, suppressing her excitement, as she quietly stood by. "How is the request from the Honorable One being considered on your side?" A sinister voice echoed in the dim room, breaking the silence. "The chairman has agreed, but we still need to negotiate the price a bit." Another person replied with a sly tone. The owner of the sinister voice said gravely, "I believe the price I've offered is generous enough. You must understand that we are not only inviting you, but we are currently the fastest option to assist you." The other person countered calmly. Silence spread through the room, almost tangible. After a long pause, the sinister voice finally spoke. "I hope you prove to be worth the price. Rest assured, as for the price." In the adjacent room, Chen Jing, who was carefully eavesdropping, frowned slightly. He had confirmed that the sinister voice belonged to the target they had just baited, while the other person was a second-level martial artist from the Knife Banner Society. However, to his surprise, the sinister voice's owner was not a member of the Knife Banner Society, but from a mysterious organization. The leader of this organization was referred to as the Honorable One. Chen Jing pondered. Which faction uses such a title for their leader? It sounds like this so-called Honorable One has commissioned the Knife Banner Society for some dubious task. In the next room, after some verbal sparring, the two parties finally agreed on a price. The Knife Banner Society person laughed heartily and asked, "So, who is the target? We can start searching immediately." Chen Jing heard the rustling of paper being unfolded, deducing that the mysterious organization's person had written the information down. Suddenly, the Knife Banner Society person seemed surprised. This. He was about to say something, but was interrupted. The mysterious organization's person suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, "How is the soundproofing in this place?" The Knife Banner Society person paused, quickly understanding. "Don't worry, the soundproofing here is excellent. Otherwise I wouldn't have chosen it." The mysterious person remained uneasy, anxiously asking, "Are both sides of the room occupied?" The Knife Banner Society person thought the other was overreacting. "I'm not sure. But this bar is popular, so it's normal if both sides are occupied." The mysterious person appeared extremely cautious. "Better safe than sorry. Let's pause, and I'll check." The Knife Banner Society person, influenced by the other's behavior, also became a bit suspicious. He was still puzzled. Even if someone eavesdrops, they won't hear anything significant. The walls are soundproofed. "Don't worry. I've trained in techniques to enhance my hearing," the mysterious person replied with evident pride. Indeed, Chen Jing soon heard the Knife Banner Society person's voice of admiration. He thought to himself, for martial artists with ordinary aptitude, mastering attack and defense techniques is challenging enough, let alone auxiliary skills like enhancing hearing. No wonder these two complement each other so well. After the conversation ended, Chen Jing heard the sound of a chair being moved, indicating that the mysterious person was about to do the same as him. Alarmed, he quickly glanced at Sun Xiaowei, signaling frantically with his eyes, whispering, "Quick, make some noise." Sun Xiaowei, clever and perceptive, immediately understood Chen Jing's intent. After a moment's thought, her face flushed and her mouth slowly opened. Initially, only faint, Seductive sounds came from her lips. Gradually, the sound grew louder, sometimes soft, sometimes intense, like a symphony of rising and falling waves, chaotic yet with a unique rhythm. Chen Jing couldn't help but admire inwardly. His senior's performance was incredibly lifelike, worthy of an Oscar. Even though he knew it was fake, Chen Jing couldn't help but clamp his legs together. The other person was truly a seductress. Sun Xiaowei was sweating profusely, her forehead glistening. She didn't dare look at her junior. Although she was known for being bold, this was unprecedented. She had never dared to imagine such a scenario before. But since it was already done, she was determined to see it through to the end. Quitting halfway would be disastrous. Resolute, she sat on the bed, occasionally shaking it vigorously to create a rhythmic squeaking sound that matched her seductive whispers, making the act seem more authentic. 2 minutes later, an impatient voice from the neighboring room asked, "How's it going? Is everything all right?" Finally, a member of the mysterious organization spoke. "It's fine, just a pair of lovebirds causing a ruckus next door." Chen Jing breathed a huge sigh of relief and quickly signaled Sun Xiaowei to stop. He was about to explode from the tension. The person from the Dao Flag Society said helplessly, "I told you there wouldn't be any trouble. No one knows about us." The mysterious organization member continued to speak in a chilling tone, but as the conversation progressed, they lowered their voice intentionally, prompting the Dao Flag Society member to do the same. This left Chen Jing only catching snippets, unable to gather any useful information. Even with his keen hearing, there were limits. A few minutes later, the conversation ceased, followed by the sound of footsteps, a door opening and closing, indicating the two had left. Chen Jing quickly pulled Sun Xiaowei to the door of their room, listening intently. The footsteps were heading to the right, toward another exit at the back of the hotel, designed for emergency escapes. As they couldn't leave immediately, Chen Jing briefly shared the information he had gathered with Sun Xiaowei. Since Chen Jing had stopped, Sun Xiaowei had been hanging her head, like a wronged wife, lacking her usual commanding presence. However, after hearing Chen Jing's report, she perked up and analyzed. Regardless of who the mysterious organization is looking for, they need the entire Dao Flag Society's branch's strength. According to what you heard, the meeting already settled on a price, so this Dao Flag Society person will likely report back to the branch. Chen Jing nodded. We can follow the trail to find their branch. But what about the member from the mysterious organization? Sun Xiaowei hesitated. Finding the Dao Flag Society's branch was crucial, and they didn't want unnecessary complications. However, the mysterious organization entangled with the Dao Flag Society was definitely up to no good, likely planning something harmful. As soldiers, it was their duty to protect the nation. Since they had come across this, they couldn't ignore it. Chen Jing then suggested, "How about this? You keep an eye on the Dao Flag Society member. I'll follow the mysterious person, find a chance to capture them, and hand them over to the Security Bureau. We should complete our current mission first. Since we're on a mission domestically, we have the support of local forces. Professor Ma also provided us with the contact information for the city's Security Bureau. We need to communicate with them for follow-up matters. It's the best approach for now." Sun Xiaowei agreed. "All right, they've already gone downstairs. Let's follow them." As Chen Jing was about to open the door, a hand stopped him. He turned to see Sun Xiaowei, her face flushed, glaring at him fiercely. "Everything seen and heard in this room stays here, or else I'll make you pay." Chen Jing immediately replied seriously, "Nothing happened in this room. By the way, once this mission is over, I'll report to the school that you're the biggest hero. Without you, we couldn't have discovered the Dao Flag Society's branch location. Without Sun Xiaowei's immersive performance, they might have been discovered long ago." Sun Xiaowei's expression finally softened, and she led the way out. Chen Jing grinned and followed closely behind. Exiting through the bar's back door, one finds a narrow alley running perpendicular. To the left, it leads to the bustling Baihe Avenue, while to the right, it winds into an old residential area. Two figures parted ways here. The Dao Flag Society members headed left, while the mysterious group's people went right. "You go ahead. I'll catch up after I take care of that guy," Chen Jing whispered to Sun Xiaowei. "All right, but be careful." Sun Xiaowei nodded, her expression serious. "Don't worry, it's just a minor character," Chen Jing smirked. Judging by the casual tone in the conversation between the Dao Flag Society member and the mysterious organization person, their strengths were about equal, likely third tier at most. For him, anyone below the fourth tier was no threat unless it was a genius martial artist like Shang Qingmei. Of course, encountering a fourth-tier expert would be a different story. That level marked a significant power divide, and within organizations like the Dao Flag Society, fourth-tier individuals were high-ranking. Chen Jing swiftly pursued to the right, while Sun Xiaowei followed the Dao Flag Society member. Passing a residential building, she jumped gracefully, grabbing the security bars of a second-floor balcony. Her slender arm slipped between the bars to retrieve a white t-shirt and checkered skirt hanging to dry, leaving behind 200 yuan bills, and then landed lightly on the ground. As she walked, she quickly changed her outfit, slipping on the clothes, tying her striking light golden hair into a neat ponytail with an elastic band, and using a bottled water she had brought to wipe off her heavy makeup. In an instant, her entire demeanor transformed. Now I'm more prepared, she thought with satisfaction, gently patting her cheeks. In the quiet of the late night, under a sparse starry sky, a figure suddenly stopped in a secluded alley bathed in moonlight. The friend following me. Isn't it about time you showed yourself? Chen Jing stepped out of the shadows calmly, no longer hiding. With the opponent having honed their hearing, being discovered in such terrain was only a matter of time. Rather than hiding, it was better to resolve things quickly. The mysterious organization's person turned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. His pursuer was so young. He thought to himself, if this person had been tailing him since the bar, a murderous intent flared in his eyes. This person must die. He tensed his right leg, subtly pressing his foot down while trying to distract his opponent with conversation. May I ask which path you're from? Perhaps we can. Before he could finish, Chen Jing had already made his move. Bang! His right foot stomped the ground, and he launched himself forward like an arrow, appearing in front of his opponent in an instant. At close range, he could see the man's ordinary and unpleasant features, which combined to look even more sinister. A fierce gust interrupted the sinister man's words, his eyes flashing with shock and humiliation. Hadn't expected such decisiveness, not even a word of warning. In the moonlight, a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. If it hit, the opponent's head would explode like a watermelon, shattering everywhere. The sinister man's eyes flashed with malice as his body twisted like a snake, and his right leg shot up, the specially designed sharp toe of his shoe aimed directly at Chen Jing's chest. This strike, if it landed, could pierce through his opponent's chest. The sinister man curled his lips into a cold smile, already calculating his next deadly moves. However, Chen Jing's reaction caught him off guard. Facing this lethal strike, Chen Jing didn't dodge or retreat, but instead continued to throw his punch with a piercing gaze. Madman, does he want to die together? The sinister man thought in shock, instinctively raising his arms to shield his head. This caused his right leg's attack to veer off course, but at least it might save his life. As long as he could heavily injure his opponent, victory would eventually be his. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The sinister man's expression changed rapidly: surprise, shock, fear, regret. Meanwhile, Chen Jing remained calm, with a slight mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Without absolute confidence, why would he act this way? His life was far more valuable than this man's. Crack! Chen Jing's fist, as heavy as 1,000 pounds, shattered the sinister man's defenses with ease, the sound of breaking bones clearly audible. Following that, the fist struck the sinister man's head with undiminished force. Bang! His nearly 80-kilogram body flew sideways like a kite with a broken string, crashing through a wall and landing in the rubble. Chen Jing glanced down at the small wound on his chest, where fresh blood was seeping out. A third-tier warrior, huh? He murmured to himself. A typical second-tier warrior couldn't break through his diamond defense. The fact that this one caused such an injury made the opponent's true identity clear. This battle was far simpler than he imagined. The contest between warriors is a matter of life and death, with just one wrong move. This isn't an online game duel, nor is it simply a matter of level comparison. Even a regular second-tier warrior can defeat a third-tier powerhouse under certain conditions. After all, warriors are human, and humans have weaknesses. Cough, cough. The sinister man, trembling and bleeding from his orifices, struggled to rise from the rubble. Despite losing 70 to 80% of his strength, his third-tier warrior foundation remained, preventing him from passing out immediately. At this moment, he was filled with fear. He had thought taking down a second-tier warrior would be a breeze, but he never expected this outcome. But unexpectedly, he was caught off guard by such a maniac. The force of that punch was stronger than his own, far beyond what a second-tier martial artist could deliver. The sinister man lay on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. The military's 6 techniques. Damn, cough, cough. The sinister man suddenly widened his eyes, his voice trembling. You're with the military, damn hound. As Chen Jing approached step by step, the sinister man screamed in despair, tinged with regret. If he had known the other's identity earlier, he would never have chosen to confront him directly. Images of past encounters with third-tier military martial artists flashed through his mind, none of whom were as formidable as this person. Chen Jing walked closer, expressionless, with a plan in mind. Break his legs first, then hand him over to the security bureau. Just as he was about to act, the sinister man suddenly burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Want to capture me alive? Want to know my secrets? Huh, that's impossible. Chen Jing was startled, darting forward like lightning, but he was a step too late. Before the sinister man finished speaking, he severed his own heart vessels. Damn it, Chen Jing cursed under his breath, realizing all leads to the mysterious organization were now lost. However, in his dying moments, the sinister man suddenly opened his eyes wide, his blood-red pupils filled with disbelief. You. He trembled, pointing at Chen Jing's chest, as if trying to convey something important. What are you trying to say? Chen Jing quickly leaned down, but the man could only manage to utter, "You," twice before he expired. Chen Jing sighed, standing up and taking out his phone to contact the security bureau. He suddenly remembered his attire problem. His ordinary t-shirt had been torn to shreds by a third-tier martial artist's kick. He took off the damaged shirt, and under the moonlight, his well-tanned upper body and the exquisite golden crystal necklace on his chest shimmered softly. Damn it! Are there any clothing stores still open? He muttered to himself. Knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking shattered the silence in the room. Xian Menglei and Chen Jing exchanged a glance, and at Chen Jing's nod, she rose to answer the door. As it opened, Su Yuanhang, Li Ji, and Su Yang filed in, each carrying a large canvas-wrapped bundle on their shoulders. Did you bring everything? Wang Chen's voice called from inside the room. Receiving affirmative responses, he motioned for them to set the packages down and open them. As the bundles were unwrapped, a piercing chill seemed to fill the room, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped. Before them lay an array of finely crafted cold weapons, knives, swords, staffs, and bows, each a trusted tool of Chen Jing and his companions. These weapons had been stored at their respective homes due to the inconvenience of carrying them while tracking. Now that the location of the Dao Flag Society's branch had been confirmed, they were preparing thoroughly. After dealing with the mysterious organization's members, Chen Jing had followed a lead from Sun Xiaowei, trailing a member of the Dao Flag Society to a villa. During surveillance, they noticed several people with steady gaits and robust builds entering the building, one of whom was Wang Chen's previous target. They quickly called Wang Chen, and the three agreed that this was indeed the Dao Flag Society's branch location. The Dao Flag Society seemed to be holding a meeting, presenting a perfect opportunity to capture them all. They immediately gathered their remaining 5 teammates and sent 3 to the hotel to retrieve their weapons. Sun Xiaowei, delighted, grasped her short sword and deftly twirled it before sheathing it. She nodded towards the villa and said, "The ordinary people that our junior brothers and sisters were tracking haven't shown up here, so it's likely all martial artists inside. The question now is how many are there and what is their strength?" Xian Menglei looked admiringly at her poised senior and added, "So far, 8 people have gone in since we started watching, but we don't know how many were already there." The tall Su Yuanhang chimed in. "I've heard that the main forces of the Sword and Blade Society are being aggressively hunted by the Battle Network, so they probably can't pay much attention here." Meanwhile, the bulliest of them, Wu Haoyu, clenched his fist, the size of a sandbag, and confidently stated, "Nansu City is Jiangnan Military Academy's territory. High-ranking members of other factions wouldn't dare to act recklessly here." This lightened the mood, as they all shared a sense of pride and unity. Chen Jing rolled his eyes internally. In his view, if these rebels were pushed to desperation or acted on impulse, who would care about the Academy's reputation? However, he also believed there wouldn't be any mid-level martial artists inside, as Teacher Ma had previously assured them that the school wouldn't send them to their deaths. What if there's a third-tier one? Su Yang and Li Hao asked in unison, clearly having considered this possibility. Chen Jing, who had been silent, raised his hand, instantly drawing everyone's attention. He confidently declared, "Leave it to me, I'll handle it in 3 minutes." Before others could express surprise, Sun Xiaowei also raised her hand, saying, "I can take care of it too, but it might take a bit longer." As students of Jiangnan Military Academy, and considered martial arts prodigies by the outside world, they had shed their inexperience after more than a year of training. Facing ordinary external martial artists across ranks was no longer a challenge for them. The others nodded in reassurance upon hearing this. After a while, everyone seemed to remember someone who had been overlooked all this time: the leader of this mission, Wang Chen. Apart from a brief opening remark, he seemed to have vanished, focused intently on a device in his hands that resembled a camera. Noticing the group's attention, Wang Chen lifted his head and smiled slightly. "As long as the opponent isn't a genius like Chen Jing, I have no problem." Chen Jing, who was being praised, smiled modestly, maintaining his usual grace. "All right." Wang Chen suddenly stood up, showcasing the device to everyone. "It's my first time using this gadget, and it took me a while to get the hang of it." Xian Menglei curiously leaned in, her hand unconsciously rubbing the hilt of her sword. "Senior brother Wang, what is this?" Wang Chen explained the device's function, drawing the others closer as they examined the intriguing gadget. Even the usually composed Chen Jing couldn't resist taking a closer look at this promising tool. "Let's use it to scout the personnel situation in the villa across the way," Wang Chen said, carefully aiming the lens at the villa and manipulating the controls. Soon, the screen displayed an image composed of red and yellow outlines. Standing behind Wang Chen, Chen Jing observed the screen closely. The image revealed silhouettes of individuals, each accompanied by an analysis of their martial prowess. Chen Jing quietly did the calculations, as did the others. 7 first tier, for second tier, 1 third tier, Chen Jing thought. This knife banner division is quite formidable. He recalled similar organizations Wang Chen had dismantled, which typically had only 5 or 6 warriors. After all, martial artists, especially those engaged in such dangerous activities, weren't easy to come by. Ordinary divisions rarely gathered so many experts. It seems this knife banner division has significant ambitions, Chen Jing speculated, probably commissioned by that mysterious organization. Unfortunately, that lead has already gone cold. Now that we understand the situation, let's assign targets, Wang Chun said, his expression serious as he began issuing combat orders. I'll take on the third tier, Chen Jing volunteered, adding that his previous encounter with the mysterious organization's member, who was third tier, proved his capability. Sun Xiaowei's face clearly showed surprise. When Chen Jing joined her earlier, he had only mentioned the person's suicide, not their strength. She had assumed they were at most second tier, as otherwise, Chen Jing couldn't have arrived so quickly. She hadn't expected a third-tier expert. Xian Menglei, however, wasn't surprised. During their previous sparring sessions, Chen Jing's effortless demeanor had made her feel as if she were facing a martial arts instructor. As one of the strongest in their year, his level of skill wasn't unexpected. Wang Chun gave Chen Jing a long, thoughtful look, but didn't doubt his words, assigning him to handle the third-tier opponent alone. He continued, I will take on 2 second-tier opponents with Sun Xiaowei. We aim to resolve our fights quickly, and unless a teammate is in danger, our primary task is to support Chen Jing. Sun Xiaowei nodded in understanding. As for the remaining 6 first-tier opponents, who can handle 2 at once? Wang Chen asked, glancing at the 5 first-tier members. I can. Xian Menglei declared confidently, lifting her chin. Wang Chun was surprised but quickly nodded in agreement. Junior sister Xian, your task is to hold those 2. The other 4 juniors will support you once they've dealt with their targets. If Sun and I haven't finished by then, you should wait for an opportunity to act. Understood. Understood. The 5 responded in unison. Wang Chun was pleased. That's the battle plan. If anyone has objections, speak up. If not, we'll commence in 5 minutes. Wang Chun's strategy was to catch the enemy off guard and defeat them individually. Given that they weren't skilled in joint attacks but had superior individual strength, the plan made perfect sense, and no one objected. However, just as Wang Chun was about to announce a 5-minute break, a hand was slowly raised. I have a suggestion. As everyone turned towards him in unison, Chen Jing smiled sheepishly. Under the full moon, 8 shadowy figures moved stealthily through the dark night like phantoms. As they neared their target, a secluded villa, Wang Chun suddenly raised his hand, bringing the group to an immediate halt. After a brief pause, he signaled again, and the 8 individuals moved into precise positions, tightly surrounding the villa. The thermal imaging device had already accurately located 11 people inside, currently gathered in the living room on the first floor, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Wang Chun reconfirmed the data from the thermal imager and gave a firm nod to Chen Jing, who was nearby. Chen Jing understood immediately, his movements fluid and seamless. He raised his silver bow slowly, like an eagle spreading its wings. An arrow was knocked, and his gaze, sharp as a blade, focused on a specific spot in the villa. This was his suggestion since it was an ambush, why not strike first? With the guidance of the thermal imaging and his own skill in archery, the second-tier target was certain to die, and even a third tier would struggle to survive. Wang Chun marveled at Chen Jing's archery skills and readily agreed. With one less second-tier opponent, the pressure on him and Sun Xiaowei was significantly reduced. The plan was set. He would hold off 2 second-tier targets. Sun Xiaowei would quickly deal with the other, and then assist Chen Jing. It was foolproof. After one last confirmation of the target's location, a gleam appeared in Chen Jing's eyes as he released the arrow. The sound of it cutting through the air was sharp and sudden, like lightning. At the same time, the others either broke through the door or smashed through windows. The burly Wu Haoyu even crashed through the wall, catching the Daowawi members off guard. A third-tier fighter from the Daowawi was passionately describing the organization's bright future when the piercing sound shattered the night. His pupils contracted in shock, and before he could finish his words, a menacing black arrow had already pierced through the wall, striking the head of a second-tier martial artist beside him with deadly precision, leaving a gaping wound. Damn it! We're under attack, he finally shouted, but it was too late. 8 unfamiliar fighters charged in like wolves, one heading straight for him. The flash of a white blade gleamed like the first light of dawn after a long night, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The leader of the Daowawi hastily defended himself, taking a deep breath as his muscles swelled instantly. Clad in tough leather gloves, his fingers clenched tightly, he braced his feet and twisted his waist, meeting the incoming blade with a powerful straight punch. Bang! The clash of fist and blade sent an invisible shockwave rippling outwards like a hurricane. The leader was forced back by the immense force, his left foot skidding backward to brace himself, barely managing to stabilize his stance. His expression darkened, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. In the midst of the clash, the leader of the Daochi Guild quickly discerned that his opponent was merely a second-tier martial artist. However, as a third-tier master himself, his recent blow only managed to match his opponent's, leaving him slightly at a disadvantage. His right fist still throbbed with a dull pain, a lingering numbness that was evidently caused by his opponent's unique technique. Could he be a student from Jiangnan Military Academy? The leader pondered. The newcomer's young age belied his formidable strength, his astonishing talent undeniable. It was highly likely that this young man was an elite from the military academy. Yet, the leader sneered. A dead genius is no longer a genius. He chose not to flee. Exposing his back to the enemy was tantamount to courting death. Although the attacking force was small, with the strongest being only 3 second-tier fighters, this young man was a thorn in his side. The leader knew that the priority was to finish this fight quickly, eliminate this troublesome adversary, and then swiftly support the others. A top-tier, third-tier fighter, and I still can't take down a second-tier opponent? The leader gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath as his muscles tensed like a drawn bow. Faced with the bright, moon-like blade, the leader unleashed a flurry of punches. The air shattered with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of pounding war drums. He suppressed the discomfort from the shock waves, attacking with relentless fury. Each strike was as if a mountain was crashing down, the explosive sounds forming an unstoppable force that bore down on his opponent's blade curtain. Chen Jing's expression was grave as he felt the raw power of a third-tier martial artist. After several exchanges of blows, his hand holding the sword trembled slightly. He took a step back to readjust his breathing, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. This guy was much stronger than the previous third-tier he had defeated, indicating that more effort would be required. Glancing at the other battles, Chen Jing noted the stalemate and felt somewhat reassured, focusing on dealing with the challenging opponent in front of him. The shockwave force of the ninefold thunder blade, can you really withstand it 10 or 20 times? Chen Jing thought with a smirk. When you reach your limit, it will be your demise. With eyes like a brewing storm, Chen Jing let out a fierce shout, exuding a wild, destructive aura. Gripping the sword handle tightly with both hands, he stepped forward with his right foot, the blade descending with the weight of 1,000 pounds, aiming directly at the iron fist. A swordsman must act with dominance, carry the spirit of bravery, and wield a fierce blade. From this move on, there is no retreat. Chen Jing silently recited in his heart. Bang, 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 bang. The two clashed without restraint, the sound of metal striking metal overwhelming all other combat noises around them. At the center of the storm, the intense force radiated outward, hitting everyone nearby. Both Chen Jing's side and the Daoqi guild members instinctively moved their battles away from the epicenter. The intense sounds of battle echoed through the villa, waking the neighbors from their slumber. As residents of Nance's city, they were accustomed to the dozen or so barbarian and beast attacks that occurred each year. Calmly, they dialed emergency services and then ushered their families into safe rooms, just in case. The fight on the ground floor of the villa was fierce, with nearly 20 warriors locked in a life-and-death struggle in the cramped space. The living room was in complete disarray, with furniture shattered and scattered, electronic devices smashed, and deep gashes marking the walls. Were it not for the sturdy construction, the villa might have already collapsed. The battlefield was marked by several focal points of confrontation. Although Chen Jing and Wang Chun had the upper hand, they couldn't secure a swift victory. Sun Xiaowei wielded her dual swords like the wind, forcing her opponent to retreat repeatedly, but he evaded her like a slippery eel, refusing to give her the chance for a decisive strike. The four freshmen initially appeared awkward due to their lack of combat experience, struggling against the aggressive knife and sword club members. However, as carefully nurtured talents from Jiangnan Military Academy, and under the guidance of many mid-level warrior instructors, they quickly found their rhythm, turning the tables on their opponents. Most surprisingly, Xian Minglei, facing two opponents of equal skill level, not only held her ground but took the initiative. Her swordplay was fierce and ruthless, her spirited face flushed with excitement, as if she were relishing the exhilarating battle. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the leader of the knife and sword club attempted to adjust tactics, only to be forced into silence by a swift strike from Chen Jing. You think I don't exist? Chen Jing sneered, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. His sword moves were like a relentless downpour, each strike deadly, demanding his opponent's full attention. Another fierce clash sent sparks flying. The leader of the knife and sword club withdrew his right fist, glaring at his expensive steel gloves with a dark expression. He had spent most of his savings on these A-grade gloves, crafted from special steel from another world. Had the blacksmith been more skilled, they might have reached grade. Yet now, the gloves were riddled with cracks, while his opponent's blade remained pristine, without a single notch. The fact that such a young owner possessed a grade weapon filled him with envy. How unfair. This can't go on. He quickly changed his tactics, shifting completely from a hidden approach to using his agility like a sinister serpent, circling his opponent. Moments ago, he was like a fierce black bear, but now his movements were elusive, striking at every opportunity. However, this resulted in a noticeable decrease in the power of his attacks. The martial skill of Chen Jing, with its protective aura, was unfazed by such attacks. He combined offense with defense, his blade slicing through the air with lightning precision. The opponent, on the other hand, began accumulating wounds, with blood seeping from the cuts. Damn it. The leader of the Knife Banner Association looked down at his completely torn right glove, seething with anger. If it weren't for that strange force that had paralyzed him earlier, he wouldn't have been forced to take such a hit. He calculated internally. This can't go on. Continuing this fight means certain death. Earlier, he could rely on his strength to hold on, but after this intense battle, he was far from his peak. The strange vibrations from his opponent's blade had been eroding his body, and now he was overwhelmed. He couldn't even imagine how many more strikes he could withstand. The division was beyond saving. He had to escape. With this thought, his gaze became evasive as he quietly looked for an opportunity en route to flee. However, this subtle change was immediately noticed by Chen Jing. His eyes brightened, recognizing the opportunity that would not come again. He suddenly stepped forward with his left foot, causing the hard marble slab to crack from the center of his foot outward. Like an arrow released from a bow, he dashed to the opponent's left side. At that moment, the leader's attention was drifting to the right. Not good. The leader's face changed drastically, not expecting his opponent to suddenly launch an attack, and he hastily defended. One was prepared, the other caught off guard. One was full of momentum, the other had the intent to retreat. One could exert his full strength, the other could only muster 60 or 70%. The outcome was predictable. A piercing scream echoed through the hall as a severed arm flew, crashing into the chandelier. The leader of the Knife Banner Association clutched his wound, enduring the excruciating pain as he desperately evaded Chen Jing's relentless pursuit. Logically, Chen Jing should have been the first to break the stalemate. However, life is often full of surprises. One battlefield managed to outpace Chen Jing, resolving their opponent first. The blade of death swept across, and a Knife Banner Association warrior, his face filled with despair, clutched his neck in a futile attempt to stop the gushing blood. Eventually, his legs gave way, and he slowly knelt to the ground. Xian Menglei, not bothering to wipe the blood splatter from her face, lightly tapped her toes and moved with the grace of a swallow, reaching the second enemy in an instant. Gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, she delivered a decisive downward slash. Her black hair flew in the air, and her face, a mix of beauty and wildness, shone with dangerous eyes. Clang! Another warrior hastily raised his sword to block, his face unable to hide his shock and fear. Xian Menglei smiled sweetly, like a blooming flower. Unfortunately, the enemy couldn't appreciate this beauty and instead felt even more terrified. Unexpectedly, she released her grip on the sword, letting the weapon fall straight down. She then crouched swiftly, moving like a startled rabbit, instantly entering the enemy's defensive range. As she moved, her left hand suddenly reached out, catching the falling sword perfectly, and then executed a horizontal slash. The entire process was seamless and swift, clean and sharp. The remaining enemy had no time to react, watching helplessly as she approached, feeling a sharp pain in his waist as his strength quickly drained away. Like his previous companion, he collapsed, unable to rise again. Having dispatched two enemies, Xian Menglei showed no signs of fatigue, her blood boiling with excitement. She quickly surveyed the battlefield, and then rushed to assist Sun Xiaowei. With Xian Menglei's help, Sun Xiaowei finally seized the opportunity to stab her sword into the eye socket of the second-tier warrior, ending his life. The two were about to assist Chen Jing when they found he had already subdued his opponent, not killed, but knocked unconscious. After all, the leader of a Knife Banner Association division held many secrets, making a live capture more valuable. With the assistance of the three, Wang Chun and the others quickly wrapped up their battles. The final outcome: one second-tier Knife Banner warrior dead, one captured. Among the first-tier warriors, Xian Menglei took down two. Wu Haoyu, unable to hold back, killed one, and the remaining three surrendered. Out of 11 Knife Banner warriors, 6 were dead, 5 captured. Meanwhile, their side remained unscathed. It was undoubtedly a resounding victory. During the break, Wang Chun casually shouldered his iron rod, his face beaming with joy. The mission had been completed perfectly, adding another impressive achievement to his record as a team leader. Well, it feels like holding on to a big leg, he muttered to himself, glancing at Chen Jing, who appeared even more formidable after the fierce battle. 10 minutes later, personnel from the Security Bureau arrived on the scene to handle the aftermath. After completing the handover of the task, Chen Jing and his team immediately left. During the return journey, Chen Jing was restless, and his gaze was unfocused. Xian Menglei, sitting beside him, quickly noticed his unusual behavior and asked directly, "What's wrong? You seem distracted." Startled, Chen Jing quickly denied it. "Really? I don't think so." Xian Menglei shrugged and didn't press further. She then enthusiastically turned the conversation to Chen Jing's battle with the third-level martial artist, asking for details. Chen Jing engaged with her, his face regaining its vitality, as if his earlier distraction had been just an illusion. Late at night, the group returned to the school. Xian Menglei, who had been full of energy moments ago, yawned as soon as she got off the vehicle, and the others were even more exhausted. They made a simple arrangement to meet at the External Relations Department the next morning and then went to their respective dorms to rest. Chen Jing returned alone to the villa and sank into the bathtub. He lifted the golden crystal necklace from his chest, his gaze deep in thought. Recalling the search after the villa battle ended, he had specifically found the note given by the mysterious organization member in the bar's private room. It described the task assigned to the Daoqi Society. He easily found and opened the note in the third-level martial artist's pocket. The content on the paper made Chen Jing's pupils contract sharply, stirring waves in his heart. Instead of the expected portrait of someone, the plain white paper depicted an ornamented, beautifully designed, very familiar necklace. It was the very golden crystal necklace he was wearing around his neck and holding in his hand. Chen Jing suddenly realized why the mysterious organization member had acted so strangely before dying. They had seen this necklace through his torn shirt. The sought-after item was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? However, questions arose. How did this mysterious organization know about the necklace? It should be noted that Chen Jing had found this necklace on the body of a severely injured barbarian. According to Yan Di and another's account, the barbarian had just arrived in this world, quickly broke through the defense line, and fled until Chen Jing killed him, without having time to enter the city. Furrowing his brow, Chen Jing pondered. The barbarian had always been in his own world and had only been in this world for a day or two, with no chance to contact others. So how did this so-called mysterious organization know about the necklace? So far, only 4 people had seen the necklace. Yan Di, the other person, Huang Can, and Zheng Huixin. If the information had leaked from them, Chen Jing would have been exposed, and the mysterious organization wouldn't need to enlist other underground groups to search for it. Chen Jing's expression grew increasingly serious. There was only one possibility. The mysterious organization had learned about it through other channels, and this channel must be related to the barbarian from another world. A mysterious organization colluding with the barbarians. Chen Jing murmured to himself. What a deep and elusive entity. Chen Jing gazed intently at the flawless, dazzling golden crystal necklace in his palm, his mind swirling with thoughts. Although he didn't understand its exact purpose, the urgency with which the mysterious organization sought it suggested it was no ordinary item. His intuition told him that this could be a significant opportunity on his martial arts journey. He examined the necklace closely, hoping to uncover some clues, but after more than 10 minutes, he found nothing. Nevertheless, Chen Jing no longer regarded it as a mere keepsake. Considering the risk of carrying it around, he decided to hide the necklace at his villa. The Jiangnan Military Academy was formidable and secure, with no foolish group daring to act recklessly there, and the school respected students' privacy, making it the safest option. Chen Jing hoped the Security Bureau could extract more information about the mysterious organization from the members of the Daoqi Society. As a participant in the mission, he would also receive some related information. Recalling the conversations he overheard in the bar, it was clear the mysterious organization had approached more than just the Daoqi Society. This high-profile search operation was bound to stir up the underworld in Nansu City. To uncover the necklace's secret, Chen Jing decided to take on more related tasks from the school. After all, the truth could only be truly unraveled through the mysterious organization. In the conference room, laughter and chatter filled the air. Sun Xiaowei excitedly shook her martial arts card, her face beaming with delight. Wow, the rewards for this mission are so generous. It's worth several of my other tasks. Others wore similar expressions, all immersed in joy. Chen Jing was equally pleased. By capturing and killing 2 third-year martial artists and uncovering the mysterious organization, his contribution points for this mission reached an impressive 500, the highest among everyone present. Although not as high as the over 2,000 points from the new student assessment, which was a school-provided opportunity for newcomers, such chances were rare thereafter. Even taking down a second-tier deserter earlier had only earned him 80 contribution points. With the points accumulated from previous tasks and the monthly elite class stipend, he now had enough to exchange for the 3rd level of the 9 Thunderblade technique, which required 3,000 points. For a student with an ordinary background like Chen Jing, the 9 Thunderblade, a legendary technique, was a significant investment. Levels 1 to 3 had already cost him 6,000 points, and the 4th level alone required another 6,000, a daunting figure. However, it was the 9 Thunderblade's foundational power that gave him the confidence to dominate peers of the same level and even challenge those above. Moreover, the true power of the 9 Thunderblade would be fully realized at the 4th tier. With this in mind, Chen Jing resolved to plan ahead and take on more tasks to accumulate contribution points. At that moment, Wang Chun, the temporary team leader, stood up and called out, all right. Everyone, quiet down." Although his personal prestige couldn't match Chen Jing's recent achievement in defeating 2 third-tier martial artists, Wang Chen's reasonable plans and fair, amiable nature had earned him the respect of the team members. Chen Jing felt relieved that this collaboration hadn't turned into a disaster, as it often does in novels with incompetent team members. At his call, everyone paused what they were doing and turned their attention to Wang Chun. Wang Chun cleared his throat, smiled, and began. Everyone, let's learn from Principal Tang, be concise and save time. No need for pleasantries. As the temporary team leader, I just want to say that it's been a pleasure working alongside all of you. This experience has been unforgettable, and I hope we have the chance to work together again. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted. Sun Xiaowei's teasing voice interjected. You're not quite there yet. In Principal Tang's style, you should say, task complete, disband, see you next time. She lowered her voice, mimicking him perfectly, causing everyone to burst into laughter again. Chen Jing couldn't help but recall the freshman meeting that lasted only a minute. Although he had only met Vice Principal Tang once, the impression was lasting. Wang Chen smiled and, as if suddenly remembering something, placed two heavy silver suitcases on the table with a loud thud, drawing everyone's attention. Their eyes lit up with anticipation, Chen Jing's included. Wang Chen opened both cases, revealing bundles of red banknotes. With a grin, he announced, here lies the entire wealth of the Daoqi Society, branch 2 million in total. Let's divide it up. On such missions, unless specified otherwise, any discovered wealth is considered loot and is freely distributed among the participants. The danger of these missions is offset by the substantial rewards, making them highly sought after. The reason they got this mission was largely due to Chen Jing. As one of the top students, the school paid special attention to him, providing challenges while also offering some perks. Unaware of this, Chen Jing was beaming at the pile of cash. The loot was distributed based on contributions, not equally. Chen Jing, having made the greatest contribution, received 500,000. Wang Chun, Sun Xiaowei, and the outstanding Xian Menglei each got 300,000, while the remaining four received 150,000 each. The distribution was fair, and no one objected. For Chen Jing, this unexpected windfall came just in time. His savings had been depleted, and he was about to tighten his belt. With this money, he could return to his carefree lifestyle and continue his leisurely chats with the ladies. Suddenly, Chen Jing remembered that the reward for taking down a wanted criminal on the train hadn't been received yet. He reminded himself to follow up on that. After all, even a small amount adds up. 2 months later, an ear-splitting crash shattered the silence. The sturdy security door crashed to the ground with a fierce kick, sending up a cloud of dust. Before the people inside could react, figures from outside, poised for action, rushed in like arrows released from a bow, moving swiftly and in perfect coordination. Inside, the room erupted with the sounds of a fierce brawl, punctuated by the thuds of fists and feet and the clatter of furniture hitting the floor. Within moments, the only sounds left were the groans of pain. Let go. It hurts. Damn it, who are you people? Do you know who my dad is? He's Zhao Gang, the deputy mayor of Nansu City. You better let me go right now, or none of you will make it out of Nansu City alive, a voice shouted with full force. The voice belonged to a young man pinned to the floor, his strikingly bleached hair making him look particularly disheveled as he struggled. What? You're the son of Mayor Zhao? A surprised voice came from above him, tinged with a hint of fear. Are you sure there's no mistake? Sensing the hesitation in their voices, the young man with the bleached hair became even more arrogant. Damn right I am. You idiots grabbed the wrong person. Let me go now, or you'll all pay for it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the foot pressing down on him lifted. A sinister smile spread across his face as he began plotting his revenge. He thought to himself, kill all the men, and as for the women, they're far more attractive than any I've had before. I'll lock them up and teach them a lesson. His eyes involuntarily fell on the 2 pairs of slender legs ahead, and a heat rose in his abdomen as his mind filled with inappropriate images. Just as he braced his hands to get up, a sudden, powerful force slammed down on his head. Bang! Chen Jing smiled and pressed down with his foot. Caught completely off guard, the young man's forehead hit the floor hard. As the pressure on his head increased, his already average features twisted and contorted. No, please. He moaned intermittently, the words stumbling out of his mouth as his limbs flailed helplessly on the floor. Chen Jing eased up slightly, giving the young man a chance to catch his breath. Huff, huff, huff. He quickly turned his face to the side, gasping for air. In that moment, he truly thought he was going to die. Once he recovered, the young man couldn't help but curse again. You damn. But before he could finish, Chen Jing's foot came down hard once more. If your brain isn't clear yet, perhaps it needs more reminders, Chen Jing said coldly. This time, because he was turned to the side, the young man didn't have trouble breathing, but he felt the half of his face pressed against the floor go numb, as if it no longer belonged to him. He could even hear the cracking sound of his skull. Finally, fear completely overwhelmed his arrogance. The young man broke down and wailed, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. After a minute of desperate pleading, Chen Jing finally lifted his foot. The young man lay limp on the floor, his pants slightly damp. Tap, tap, tap. The pair of beautiful legs that had previously caught the young man's eye approached, but now terrified. He didn't dare to look, curling up like an ostrich. The recent experience had given him a real taste of the threat of death. Not bad, You subdued this spoiled brat pretty quickly. Sun Xiaowei leaned against Chen Jing, playfully nudging him with her shoulder. Over the past 2 months, they had been working on tasks together, and their relationship had become more familiar, especially after that steamy encounter in the bar's private room, which added an indescribable allure to their connection. Chen Jing faced the blonde-haired man without flinching, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. He crouched beside him, roughly grabbing his chin and forcing the terrified face to look at him. Well, if it isn't the son of Mayor Zhao. Chen Jing greeted mockingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The blonde-haired man's eyes darted nervously, avoiding Chen Jing's gaze. He realized he had been played and could only remain silent, fearing any misstep might lead to physical harm. Chen Jing sighed with feigned regret, then pulled a photo from his pocket, waving it in front of the man. You recognize this person, don't you? The photo showed a karaoke room scene with the blonde-haired man talking to a man in his 30s. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing became rapid upon recognizing the image. I need all the information on him, Chen Jing said, his eyes sharp as daggers. Unexpectedly, the blonde-haired man clamped his mouth shut, refusing to speak. Even though Chen Jing's stare made him tremble, he stubbornly remained silent. Chen Jing shrugged and exchanged a glance with Sun Xiaowei, who handed him her phone. Chen Jing opened a video and turned the screen toward the blonde-haired man. I forgot to mention, your father was arrested by the Security Bureau today, charged with collaborating with a terrorist organization. The video showed his father being handcuffed and taken away. The man watched, his body shaking more violently, and his face turned ghostly pale. Oh, and one more thing. Chen Jing pointed to the stranger in the photo. This guy is a member of the terrorist group. Because of him, both you and your father are implicated. Leaning in, he whispered, are you really going to keep quiet? Let the one who harmed you roam free while you and your father rot in prison? Is that really the noble path you're choosing? Hatred flared in the man's eyes as he glared at the person in the photo. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke. I'll tell you. Sun Xiaowei, watching from the side, thought to herself, it's just a case of dog-eat-dog. 2 months later, the underworld of Nansu City was in turmoil. Although the local division of the Blade Banner Society had been dismantled, the mysterious organization's desire for the necklace in Chen Jing's possession remained undiminished. With the joint efforts of the Jiangnan Military Academy, the police, and the Security Bureau, a large-scale sweep was conducted, yielding significant results. They finally uncovered the name of the mysterious organization Blood Moon Society. Though new in the nation of Xia, it had already demonstrated remarkable power. Blood Moon Society not only disturbed Nansu City, but also infiltrated government ranks, collaborating with the deputy mayor. This discovery immediately drew significant attention from both the government and the military. Over the past 2 months, Chen Jing led Wang Chun and 6 others in frequent operations against the Blood Moon Society, becoming some of the most knowledgeable about the organization. Notably, Wang Chun had voluntarily handed over the team leader position to Chen Jing, having witnessed his rapid rise in strength, surpassing even himself, and his exceptional strategic and leadership skills. The rest of the team accepted this decision without objection. Thanks to the deputy mayor's son, the blonde-haired man's confession, they finally had a chance to capture a member of the Blood Moon Society. Chen Jing was eager to uncover its secrets. A large black SUV pulled up to the roadside, carrying 6 people. Following the mission requirements, Chen Jing chose Wang Chun, Sun Xiaowei, Xian Menglei, Su Yuanhang, and Wu Haoyu to accompany him. Xian Menglei, cradling her combat knife, observed the bustling crowd outside the window, frowning slightly. Is this the place? Understanding her concern, Chen Jing gave a concise command, quick and decisive. Follow me. With that, he pushed open the car door, and the other 5 followed suit, stepping out in unison. The 6 individuals who stepped out of the vehicle immediately drew the attention of everyone around. Their intense presence and formidable aura caused the bustling street to fall silent. Passers-by quickly moved aside, with some even starting to call the police. Chen Jing frowned as he surveyed the surroundings, realizing their appearance had caused a misunderstanding. He swiftly issued orders. Su Yuanhang, Wu Haoyu, stay here to identify yourselves and disperse the crowd. Brother Wang and Menglei, guard the back door. Sun Senior Sister and I will break through the front. The 5 responded in unison, understood, and immediately split up. Chen Jing and Sun Xiaowei exchanged a glance and dashed towards the stairs, arriving in no time at the target room on the 4th floor. Without hesitation, Chen Jing kicked the door open and charged in with his weapon drawn, closely followed by Sun Xiaowei. Inside, the television was still on, and a bowl of steaming instant noodles sat unattended on the table. The curtains flapped wildly in front of the wide-open window. Chen Jing's expression changed as he rushed to the window. Just then, urgent calls came from below. It's junior sister Xian. Sun Xiaowei shouted. Outside, a figure, caught between Wang Chun and Xian Menglei, took a blow from Wang Chen's staff and used the momentum to flee. After him, Chen Jing commanded, leaping out, with Sun Xiaowei right behind him. The two landed effortlessly, using the momentum to accelerate and quickly catch up to Wang Chen. It's Chen Chang from the photo, third-level strength, Wang Chen reported swiftly. Chen Jing's eyes gleamed with excitement. This target was more valuable than anticipated. Chen Chang fled towards the crowded street, hoping to lose them in the masses. However, he was unaware that Chen Jing had planned for this. As he reached the street, he found it deserted. The citizens of Nance's city, accustomed to the threat of terrorist attacks, had promptly evacuated the area after Su Yuanhang and Wu Haoyu presented their identification, including the shopkeepers. As Cheng Chang hesitated, the ever-alert Su Yuanhang and Wu Haoyu swiftly moved in to block his escape. Although the gap between a first rank and a third rank is significant, managing to hold on for a second is still achievable. Cheng Chang, feeling utterly dejected, unleashed his full power, his fist striking like thunder. Boom, boom. With two resounding blasts, the two opponents were instantly sent flying. However, Cheng Chang felt no joy, as someone had already caught up from behind. His face twisted in a grimace. He spun around and threw a fierce straight punch, determined to take someone down with him even if it meant his own end. Chen Jing, who had caught up, did not flinch. His right hand clenched into a fist, his arm muscles bulging like a dragon, and he met the punch heat. Bang! As their fists collided, a powerful gust of air spread out like invisible blades, sending a nearby food stall flying. The vendor screamed in terror and fled the scene. Cheng Chang's face turned deathly pale as he looked at Chen Jing in disbelief. But there was no time to think. A massive force had already struck his body. He couldn't help but spew a mouthful of blood, accompanied by the crisp sound of his arm bones breaking. Like a cannonball, he was sent crashing into a nearby bus stop sign. With just one blow, a third-rank martial artist was defeated. This was the result of Chen Jing's 2 months of training. He had almost completely mastered the second level of the 9-layer Thunderblade, and with the internal and external combination of body forging techniques and guiding methods, his physique had become incredibly strong, making it difficult for ordinary third-rank martial artists to compete. The three people behind him caught up at this moment. Sun Xiaowei and Xian Menglei looked at Chen Jing with amazement, impressed by his progress. Wang Chen sighed silently. This was why he had willingly stepped aside. The other party's progress was too great, especially since they were practicing the 9-layer Thunderblade, known as one of the most challenging techniques to master. Wang Chen clearly remembered a classmate from the same year, who was also talented and ambitious. He had saved up enough contribution points to purchase the 9-layer Thunderblade for practice. However, despite spending a lot of time, he struggled to even get started, falling behind his peers who were once at the forefront. If he hadn't switched to other techniques in time, he might have faded into obscurity. Looking at Chen Jing now, Wang Chen couldn't help but think, comparisons can really be disheartening. Cough, cough, cough. Cheng Chang, clutching his mouth with his left hand, struggled to stand up. His right arm hung limply, clearly broken. Who are you people? Why are you after me? He asked, his voice tinged with despair, hoping against hope for an answer. Chen Jing glanced at Su Yuanhang and Wu Haoyu, who were getting up not far away, and seeing they were unharmed, he turned his gaze back to Cheng Chang with a disdainful smile. Cheng Chang, are you still clinging to false hope? Cheng Chang's heart sank, realizing his identity had been exposed. He looked around, seeing he was surrounded with no chance of escape, and a sense of impending doom rose within him. Without hesitation, he quickly extended his left hand, intending to sever his heart meridian. But at that critical moment, a shadow flashed behind him. Chen Jing, quick as lightning, delivered a hand chop to the back of Cheng Chang's head. With a thump, Cheng Chang went limp and passed out. I won't make the same mistake twice, Chen Jing said coldly. He was well aware of how fearless the members of the Blood Moon cult were. Upon sensing Cheng Chang's suicidal intent, he acted swiftly and managed to intervene just in time. Are you okay? Are the injuries serious? Chen Jing turned to Su Yuanhang and the others, who were being helped over, and asked with concern. Cough, cough, just some minor injuries, but I'm afraid we can't continue with the mission, Su Yuanhang replied with a wry smile. Wu Haoyu beside him looked equally downcast. After all, even as outstanding first-rankers, they couldn't avoid some internal injuries from a third-rank martial artist attack. Sun Xiaowei reassured them. Capturing Cheng Chang was a major achievement. Just focus on resting. We've almost completed the mission. We'll handle the rest. Su Yuanhang and Wu Haoyu nodded, visibly relieved. After securing Cheng Chang, Chen Jing said to Wang Chen, we've got the target. Call the security bureau. Wang Chen nodded, took out his phone, and made the call. Director Wang wants us to bring him directly to the security bureau, he informed them afterward. Xian Menglei shivered uncomfortably, expressing her dislike. Going to that creepy place again. It always feels so eerie and unsettling. Let's go. Orders are orders, Chen Jing said nonchalantly, instructing everyone to get in the car. The doors closed with a bang, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle, carrying the young martial artists and their captive, headed towards the unsettling security bureau. Unlike the police department, which primarily deals with crimes committed by ordinary people, The Security Bureau has been tasked from its inception with the responsibility of deterring martial artists. Its jurisdiction covers a wide array of areas including criminal martial artists, underground armed forces, secret societies, terrorist organizations, cults, and even foreign influences. Over the years, the Security Bureau has built a formidable reputation through successful operations, cemented by the bodies of powerful martial artists. Across all of Xia country, martial artists are filled with dread at the mention of the Security Bureau. Even those like Chen Jing, who have collaborated with them multiple times, can't help but feel a twinge of unease. 17 Jing'an Road, headquarters of the Nansu City Security Bureau. This building appears ordinary, indistinguishable from other government offices, lacking the ominous and heavily guarded image people might expect. Although located in a bustling urban area, the streets around it are sparsely populated. Passers-by, if any, hurry by with tense expressions, avoiding eye contact, as if some dreadful creature lurks within. Chen Jing and his team escorted the unconscious Cheng Chang into the Security Bureau's lobby, under the watchful eyes of the guards at the entrance. Inside, Director Wang, who had interacted with Chen Jing's team on several occasions, was waiting. He signaled for 2 staff members to take Cheng Chang away for interrogation, then warmly greeted Chen Jing and his companions. "Ah, it's great to see you all again. Truly, youth breeds heroes. You complete every mission flawlessly, unlike my subordinates who often let things slip." Director Wang beamed, projecting an aura of harmlessness. Chen Jing's mouth twitched ever so slightly. Unlike the typically frosty and unapproachable demeanor of other Security Bureau personnel, Director Wang always wore a friendly smile. However, Chen Jing was well aware that as a senior official in a violent agency, Director Wang was anything but the amiable figure he appeared to be. He was the true smiling tiger. The experienced Wang Chun and Sun Xiaowei naturally exchanged pleasantries with Director Wang, while the sensitive Xian Menglei felt as if she were facing a venomous snake, visibly uncomfortable. She managed a brief response before crossing her arms and stepping back, feigning a chill. Director Wang, also known as Wang Heng, maintained his smile, seemingly oblivious to her reaction. Chen Jing observed everything but remained silent. They were, after all, not part of the same system. Although there was cooperation, the other side couldn't fully control them. Noticing Wang Heng's gaze, Chen Jing reminded him, "The Blood Moon Society members are diehard fanatics. If I hadn't been cautious earlier, Cheng Chang would have committed suicide. Your department should exercise caution during the interrogation." Wang Heng's smile grew more assured as he approached and patted Chen Jing's shoulder. "Rest assured, Chun. Once they're in our bureau, their fate is no longer in their hands." Chen Jing glanced at his shoulder out of the corner of his eye, then looked away silently. Since the other party was so confident, he said nothing further. However, he wondered inwardly whether they could extract any useful information from someone so unafraid of death. After all, breaking the resolve of someone who doesn't fear dying is no easy task. Chen Jing was contemplating and decided to give it another shot. He turned to Director Wang and said sincerely, "Director Wang, if there are any new leads on Cheng Chang's side, please continue to assign the task to us, if possible." Without any hesitation, Wang Heng agreed. "Since you were the ones who caught Cheng Chang, it's only natural to see it through to the end. Your achievements over the past 2 months speak for themselves, and I have complete confidence in you." Chen Jing and his team expressed their gratitude earnestly. For them, a task meant rewards, and rewards could be exchanged for various martial arts training resources. In martial arts cultivation, wealth is an indispensable element. Of course, Chen Jing had another hidden motive, which was to uncover the secrets of the Blood Moon Society. As for the fear of danger or losing their lives, such emotions didn't exist in Chen Jing's team. Wang Heng's smile grew even brighter. Detailed background information on each member of this team was laid out on his desk, and apart from their parents, he was probably the person who knew them best. Given his understanding, he didn't mind offering them some benefits within his capacity. After all, these young individuals had immense potential and promising futures. Especially Chen Jing, he still remembered the forward evaluation from the director of the South Sioux City Security Bureau at the end of Chen Jing's file, a legend in the making. This left him quite astonished. Although such potential might be realized only in 1 out of 100 cases, it still indicated Chen Jing's enormous potential. Considering there were only a dozen legendary martial artists in the entire Xia Kingdom, receiving such an evaluation was a tremendous honor for someone as young as Chen Jing. Wang Heng thought, forming a good relationship in advance is always beneficial, whether it proves useful in the future or not. Unlike his colleagues who were overly aggressive, he believed that sometimes a sharp blade could harm both others and oneself. It was essential to learn to be flexible. With the current task completed, Chen Jing and his team were about to bid farewell to Wang Heng, but he stopped them with a cheerful smile. "It's still early. Why don't you stay a bit longer? Cheng Chang's confession will be delivered soon, saving you an extra trip." Chen Jing was filled with doubts. Although he wasn't well-versed in interrogation, dealing with a stubborn individual like Cheng Chang, who was willing to die rather than talk, seemed risky. Even if they could make him talk, it wouldn't be easy. How could Wang Heng be so confident that it would be resolved so quickly? Facing Chen Jing's doubts, Wang Heng's smile was particularly chilling this time. He looked around, lowered his voice, and said, Chen, sometimes what you see on TV isn't to be trusted. As someone with experience, let me give you some advice. If, by any chance if you are captured by an enemy organization, it's crucial to end it early, especially for women. Chen Jing felt his scalp tingle. Wang Chun and Sun Xiaowei's fake smiles wavered, and Xi and Menglei shivered when Wang Heng glanced at her while speaking. They could clearly understand the underlying message and truth in Wang Heng's words. Wang Heng added, this is heartfelt advice from me. Even the strongest will can be broken. A long silence followed. After a while, Wang Qin touched his head and murmured, surely some have made it through, right? Wang Heng looked at him and smiled faintly. Two possibilities. The first is as you said, but I haven't seen it yet. The second is that the interrogators weren't as professional as we are. Wang Chun fell silent. Chen Jing scrutinized Wang Heng, unsure if he was genuinely concerned or just trying to scare them. It seemed like the former. But could Wang Heng be that kind-hearted? Regardless, Chen Jing knew he wouldn't end up in such a situation, as long as he was strong enough. An hour later, Wang Heng received Cheng Chang's confession. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Wang Chun and the others looked at Wang Heng, who was now reviewing the document, with complex expressions. They noticed that his smile gradually faded until it vanished completely. Wang Heng looked up, his expression serious, and said, everyone, things are about to get really intense. An hour later, the once quiet Jing'an Road was suddenly bustling with traffic. Various cars drove into the security bureau under the astonished gazes of passers-by, sparking speculation. Some daring individuals attempted to take photos to share, only to find their phones malfunctioning, leaving them no choice but to give up. Inside the operations room on the second floor of the security bureau, the atmosphere was tense. A young man with a large sword strapped to his waist strode in, exuding the aura of a second-tier warrior, meeting the eyes of those present. The crowd was abuzz with surprise at his youth and strength. In the corner, Xi and Menglei teased Chen Jing, saying, Lin Zhan has reached the second tier, you're in trouble. She knew about the animosity between the two and predicted that Lin Zhan would certainly challenge him. Chen Jing remained unfazed, confident in his ability to handle it. Behind Xi and Menglei's smile was a hint of bitterness, envying her peers who had already reached the second tier. Chen Jing noticed her feelings and whispered reassuringly, you're almost there too. After the mission, I'll help you train more. Xi and Menglei's eyes lit up, eagerly confirming, a promise is a promise? Chen Jing, under her intense gaze, almost looked away. The entire scene was filled with tension and anticipation, with the interactions and psychological changes among the characters vividly portrayed through specific actions and dialogue, making the story more dynamic and engaging. Thinking back to the times when they sparred and the other person was eager to train with him until dawn, he couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, a promise is a promise. Sun Xiaowei's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light as she watched them with a faint smile. At this moment, Wang Qin suddenly spoke with admiration. Junior brother Chun, your cohort is truly outstanding, much stronger than ours. From the beginning, Wang Chun had been observing the people entering. By now, 200 to 300 people had arrived. Apart from about 100 from the security bureau, the rest were freshmen and sophomores from Jiangnan Military Academy. The juniors and seniors were engaged in more intense missions, with many even adventuring in other worlds. Wang Chun was familiar with most of the sophomores. Among the freshmen, he initially thought having a talent like Chen Jing was impressive enough, but he discovered several second-tier warriors whose demeanor and poise suggested they were anything but ordinary. How could he not be surprised? After all, he was only 1 year older than them and was also just at the second tier. More than just stronger, it makes me feel a bit ashamed, Sun Xiaowei said, covering her face in embarrassment. Although they were among the top of their cohort, compared to some of the freshmen, they seemed lacking. Seeing this, Chen Jing quickly reassured her, don't say that. As far as I know, senior brother Wang and senior sister Sun both reached the second tier in their freshman year. By now, you're likely close to the third tier, much faster than us. There's no need for self-pity. Xi and Menglei also chimed in with anxious comfort, her face full of concern. Wang Chun and Sun Xiaowei exchanged a glance and then burst into laughter. Wang Chun patted Chen Jing's shoulder heartily, saying, don't worry, I'm not that fragile. It's just a reflection. There are countless strong people in the world. If I couldn't handle this, why would I practice martial arts? Sun Xiaowei stood behind Chen Jing and Xi and Menglei, pulling them into an embrace with a playful laugh. Just kidding. Do I seem like the kind of person to wallow in self-pity? There's always someone better. I'm content to ride on junior brother Chen's coattails. Don't forget about me when you make it big. Big sister. Chen Jing, feeling the softness against the back of his head, nodded awkwardly under Sun Xiaowei's affectionate gaze. Meanwhile, Xi and Menglei, experiencing the same sensation, couldn't help but compare herself and ended up sighing in disappointment. Despite the misunderstanding, the conversation brought the four of them closer. At that moment, Lin Zhan's eyes widened as he spotted Chen Jing in the corner. Instantly, a surge of intense hatred erupted from him, drawing the attention of those around. To Lin Zhan, Chen Jing was the despicable guy who, taking advantage of his temporary superiority, constantly overshadowed him and even marred his handsome appearance, making him unpresentable. Especially that time when he sincerely sought advice, only to receive a heartless response. Get plastic surgery. Those words echoed in his mind for days. Worse, Chen Jing had spread the story around. Just as he was about to challenge Chen Jing to a duel, he received dreadful news. His nemesis had reached the second tier. A cold reality doused his anger. But he was not ordinary, nor was he disheartened. After a period of determined effort, he finally reached the second tier too. Persistence pays off. Due to task assignments, he had often missed chances to confront Chen Jing, but today, he finally had him in his sights. Lin Zhan's gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing straight at Chen Jing, who was laughing and chatting with his teammates. Feeling the intensity of this stare, Chen Jing slowly turned his head to meet Lin Zhan's eyes, which seemed as if they could devour him whole. However, Chen Jing's face broke into a calm and unruffled smile, as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years. He nodded slightly, and then turned back to continue his conversation with Xian Menglei and the others. This scene completely ignited Lin Zhan's fury. After all the effort he had put in, was this dismissive response all he got in return? It was an immense insult to his character. Lin Zhan clenched his fists, his entire body trembling with anger. Xian Menglei, observing everything unfold, stifled her laughter behind her hand, her shoulders shaking with the effort to hold it in. Once she had calmed herself a bit, she said to Chen Jing admiringly, "You're so bad. I love it." Chen Jing felt a surge of satisfaction, catching a glimpse of Lin Zhan gripping the handle of his knife out of the corner of his eye, which made his smile widen. Sun Xiaowei also noticed Lin Zhan's unusual behavior, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She excitedly tugged on Xian Menglei's sleeve, eager to ask, "Come on, tell me, what's going on?" Xian Menglei immediately launched into a vivid recounting of the history between Chen Jing and Lin Zhan. Although Wang Chun didn't turn around, his ears were perked up, clearly listening intently. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through Lin Zhan's thoughts. "Lin Zhan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up, we have a meeting to assign tasks." The voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering Lin Zhan, who was about to draw his knife. He was jolted awake. What was he here for? Not to cause trouble for Chen Jing, but to carry out a mission. Besides, this was the safety bureau. Getting into a fight here was practically asking for trouble. Moreover, attacking a classmate without cause would surely lead to severe punishment. Realizing this, Lin Zhan broke out in a cold sweat, quickly releasing his grip on the knife handle. He was frustrated with himself for losing his cool over a simple smile and nod from Chen Jing. Damn it, that bastard Chen Jing is so sneaky. Lin Zhan cursed inwardly, almost having fallen into a trap. He shot Chen Jing a furious glare before forcing himself to look away and stride over to his teammates, afraid of being provoked again into doing something rash. Chen Jing watched Lin Zhan's retreating figure and shook his head regretfully. At least the guy has some sense, he thought. If he had really made a move here, not only would the mission be jeopardized, but he would also face disciplinary action. He just missed his chance. But it doesn't matter, whether I gain or lose, it's all the same. After all, he hasn't really lost anything. If he insists on provoking me, then he can't blame me for being petty. A few minutes later, the operations hall was packed. Chen Jing glanced around and noticed several classmates from the elite class, including Shang Qingmei. As this extraordinary woman entered with her graceful stride, the entire hall momentarily fell silent. Even when the conversations resumed, the volume was noticeably lower. After entering, Shang Qingmei, like the others, scanned the room. Every man caught in her deep, serene gaze subconsciously straightened up, trying to present their best selves. When her eyes passed over Chen Jing, they lingered for a brief moment before moving on without hesitation. Chen Jing awkwardly retracted his outstretched hand and touched his nose. He had intended to greet her, but Shang Qingmei coldly ignored him. Luckily, no one around noticed, or he would have been embarrassed. Sun Xiaowei sighed. There's no comparison. Xian Menglei nodded in agreement. They both understood that even Zhao Muqing, who had always been the center of attention, paled in comparison to Shang Qingmei. Suddenly, Wang Chen blurted out, "Too bad she's not my type." His words left not only Chen Jing's group stunned, but also drew glances from others nearby, curious about who was being so bold. Feeling the weight of their stares, Wang Chen quickly explained, "I mean, she's too tall for me to handle." Chen Jing and Xian Menglei suppressed their laughter, while Sun Xiaowei burst into an unrestrained laugh. Wang Chen, at 1.75 meters, indeed seemed mismatched with Shang Qingmei's 1.8 meters, making his explanation quite reasonable. Wang shot Sun Xiaowei a glare. He took a deep breath and changed the subject. "Is she Shang Qingmei?" Chen Jing caught on and replied, Yes. She was already a second-tier warrior before the semester started, even before me. In this batch, if I face her, it's... This immediately caught Sun Xiaowei's attention. Wang Chen asked in surprise. Even you aren't confident. He knew Chen Jing's abilities were far beyond what was apparent. Chen Jing candidly said, she has extraordinary talent, ample resources, top-notch techniques, and guidance from legendary warriors. Most importantly, she has an unwavering passion for martial arts. How can you not take such an opponent seriously? Sun Xiaowei covered her face again, self-mockingly saying, I thought the early bird could catch the worm, but the smart bird flies faster. How are we supposed to survive? This time, no one comforted her. Xi and Menglei secretly pouted, thinking that Sun Xiaowei had just mentioned relying on Chen Jing, yet she seemed to have forgotten so quickly. The conversation came to a halt. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a deep scar on his left cheek, dressed in black combat attire, took the stage. The room fell silent, and a chilling, murderous aura enveloped everyone, sending shivers down their spines. Chen Jing thought to himself, how powerful. Definitely a sixth-tier warrior. He compared this man to the school's instructor, Lei Hu, noting the similarity in their presence. The man on stage introduced himself. I am Gao Pengqi, the Director of Operations at the Nancy City Security Bureau. I will be leading this mission. The presence of a sixth-tier warrior personally leading the team surprised most present. Only Chen Jing and his friends remained composed, thanks to Wang Heng's earlier warning. Originally, their team was merely tasked with investigating the leads provided by Cheng Chong, but it turned out those leads pointed directly to the Blood Moon Society's stronghold. This situation was far beyond their capabilities and required the combined efforts of the Security Bureau and hundreds of warriors from Jiangnan Military School. Even Wang Heng couldn't handle it alone, which led to the report to the director and the orchestration of this large-scale eradication operation. Gao Pengqi wasted no time with further words and immediately began explaining the mission plan. The entire process was tight and efficient, showcasing a swift and decisive approach. In the historic city of Nansu, a transition between old and new is causing growing pains. Beneath the city, a complex network of pipes stretches silently, telling tales of the passage of time. A decade ago, the city government invested heavily in a new sewer system, sealing off the old network. Yet, unexpectedly, this forgotten underground world has become a breeding ground for crime. The notorious organization, the Blood Moon Society, has turned the old sewers into their secret base. Despite intelligence from Chengchong indicating that the society has only about 50 members, with just 4 mid-level fighters among them, the Security Bureau remains cautious. Given the labyrinthine complexity of the underground terrain, nearly 300 fighters have been mobilized for the operation. However, the threat is not solely human. Another reason the old sewers were sealed was due to the presence of beasts left behind by an otherworldly invasion. Even after several eradication efforts, some resilient species continue to thrive in the darkness, with unsettling mutations emerging. At the briefing before the operation, Gao Pengqi stood before a massive electronic screen, his deep, commanding voice resonating through the room. Ladies and gentlemen, our mission is not only to dismantle the Blood Moon Society's stronghold, but also to completely eradicate the beasts and mutants in the sewers. As he spoke, a 3D map of Nansu's old sewer system appeared on the screen. Now, I will assign task areas to each team. Gao Pengqi began detailing the mission. After the meeting, Chen Jing donned a black special operations suit. The gear was capable of withstanding damage from grade weapons, providing him with ample protection. He holstered the newly issued Black Eagle weapon-breaking pistol at his waist and carefully adjusted his earpiece to ensure clear communication. No flashlight. Xi and Menglei asked curiously. Chen Jing shook his head slightly. I've trained in vision-related martial skills, so I see pretty well in the dark. Xi and Menglei stuck out her tongue, a look of realization dawning on her face. Just then, Sun Xiaowei frowned and shifted uncomfortably. This feels a bit tight. Did I get the wrong size? She was wearing the same combat suit as Chen Jing, the tight fit accentuating her alluring figure. Chen Jing appraised her with admiration and couldn't resist teasing. It's not the wrong size, you've just gained some weight. Sun Xiaowei's expression darkened instantly, her gaze like daggers at Chen Jing. He quickly added, in all the right places, of course. Despite his attempt at recovery, Sun Xiaowei's eyes remained unfriendly. Seeing this, Xi and Menglei hurriedly intervened to smooth things over. We don't have much time. Sun, you should change into something that fits better so it won't affect the fight later. With that, she guided Sun Xiaowei towards the dressing room. Watching them walk away, Chen Jing mused to himself. In front of women, you should never mention the word fat. At that moment, a disdainful snort came from behind him. Chen Jing turned to find Lin Zhan standing there, exuding a defiant air like a husky ready to challenge the world. Lin Zhan looked down his nose with contempt in his eyes. Humph. Make sure you don't die down there. After the mission, we still have to fight in front of all our classmates. Then, I promise to stomp your annoying face into the ground to settle the score. Humph. Faced with Lin Zhan's provocation, Chen Jing merely blinked silently, his mouth opening slightly as if he wanted to say something. As Lin Zhan eagerly awaited a response, Chen Jing unexpectedly yawned. This action instantly darkened Lin Zhan's expression. After yawning, Chen Jing didn't continue to tease Lin Zhan. Instead, he calmly said, "Don't worry, even if you die, I won't. Also, your math isn't great. It's not a single arrow's revenge, but multiple arrows." With a crack, crack sound, Lin Zhan clenched his fists, the joints making an unsettling noise. A cold aura emanated from him as his eyes, filled with killing intent, stared straight at Chen Jing. If it weren't for his teammates sensing the tension and quickly stepping in to coax and pull him away, the situation might have spiraled out of control. Watching this scene, Wang Chen's gaze was peculiar, and he couldn't help but say, "It always seems like you're bullying him." Chen Jing only responded with a smile, not saying a word. This small pre-battle entertainment left him in a rather good mood. Soon after, a group of 12 warriors, all dressed in uniform black combat suits, arrived at a secluded manhole cover. Chen Jing and his 3 companions were among them. The previously sealed manhole had already been moved by machinery. Now, the cover was open, gradually releasing the unpleasant, trapped gases from below. Sun Xiaowei quickly pulled up the mask that came with her combat suit, her voice sounding a bit muffled. How do the Blood Moon members survive in a place like this? Chen Jing opened the city sewer map and frowned slightly. They must have another unknown exit. Air circulation shouldn't be an issue. However, if they realize something is wrong and escape in time, that would be troublesome. An official from the Security Bureau explained. Cheng Chong only indicated that the Blood Moon group is in the old sewers of the famous old district in Nancy City, in the Huadai area, but he couldn't specify the exact location. Each time he entered and exited, he was blindfolded and led by a mid-level warrior. So there's a certain risk of failure. Don't worry, Director Gao is experienced, and his team is responsible for Huadai area. They will surely find the Blood Moon group in time. Besides, the surface of Huadai area is already well prepared, so no need to worry. Our main task is to clear out the beasts and mutants in the old sewers and, if possible, deal with any stragglers from the Blood Moon group. Chen Jing nodded in understanding. The main force led by Director Gao consisted of Security Bureau operatives, mostly at the 3rd or 4th tier. The Blood Moon group wouldn't stand a chance. Chen Jing felt a bit regretful, as their task was in another area, some distance from Huatai. His hope of obtaining some confidential information from the Blood Moon group might be dashed. Overall, the allocation was reasonable. The main force handled the Blood Moon, while the beasts were dealt with by students from Jiangnan Military School. This setup provided training without unnecessary losses. After all, the Blood Moon had mid-level warriors, and Chen Jing's group couldn't handle them. Director Gao had mentioned there were no mid-level beasts underground, and though it was unclear how he was so certain, Chen Jing and the others trusted that he wouldn't lead them into a trap for no reason. All right, everyone, let's move out, the Security Bureau official ordered after a while. Chen Jing and the 11 other warriors climbed down the ladder. The sound of water echoed around them in the long-abandoned semicircular passage, where the water reached their ankles. Various unidentifiable industrial items floated on the surface, and Chen Jing even spotted a bloated rat carcass not far away. Even after some time of air circulation, the group could still smell the indescribable, overwhelming stench. The odor was so strong that it could likely knock out an ordinary person in just a minute. Let's go, you'll get used to it after a while. Chen Jing, whose nose was more sensitive than the others, suppressed his discomfort and led the way deeper into the passage. The others quickly followed suit, as warriors were never ones to be pampered. Splash! Black combat boots lifted from the sewage that reached mid-calf, then splashed back down, causing ripples. In the dimly lit sewer, a startled rat scurried away, sending water droplets flying, the echoes resonating through the narrow passage. Chen Jing and his team had been trudging through this eerie, damp underground world for over 10 minutes, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Finally, they stopped at a 3-way junction. Chen Jing exchanged a meaningful glance with the leaders of the other 2 teams. According to their plan, this was where they would part ways. Take care. With a brief, forceful farewell, the group of 12 split into 3 teams of 4, each taking a different passage. Chen Jing's squad headed down the leftmost path. As the others departed, the tension in the group seemed to ease a little. Xian Menglei, bored, traced patterns on the water's surface with her scabbard, complaining. Weren't there supposed to be beasts here? We've been walking forever and haven't seen a single hair. Her battle sword seemed to yearn for a fierce fight. Sun Xiaowei chimed in, tapping her sturdy thigh with her short sword. Yeah, we're not counting on the Blood Moon folks showing up, but at least some beasts would make this worthwhile. They all knew the mission's rewards were closely tied to the intensity of the battles. Wang Chun remained vigilant, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Just as Chen Jing was about to speak, Wang Chun suddenly smiled. Speak of the devil. With a swift flick of his wrist, Chen Jing unsheathed his sword, a cold glint flashing. With a thud, a black corpse about an arm's length fell into the water, already sliced in half. A first-tier crocodile-mouth lizard. The other three instantly recognized it, quickly adopting combat stances. Watch out. 8 more, attacking from above. Chen Jing warned succinctly. Before he finished speaking, Wang Chen's ears twitched, and he darted forward, his staff whistling as it struck overhead. A crocodile-mouth lizard had its head smashed on the spot, the tremendous impact sending its body crashing into 3 of its companions trailing behind. Sun Xiaowei and Xian Menglei reacted swiftly. One swiftly dispatched 2 with her dual swords, while the other excitedly cleaved another in half. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 crocodile-mouth lizards attacked Chen Jing. With a twist of his right foot, he easily dodged one lunging from above. His blade sliced through it effortlessly, splitting the beast in 2. Chen Jing deftly avoided the splattering blood and delivered a precise kick to the jaw of another snarling creature. The force from the tip of the sturdy military boot turned the opponent's head into a bloody pulp. Chen Jing was about to finish off the 2 remaining beasts with a slash when he heard Xian Menglei's urgent voice. Brother Chen, leave those 2 for me. Chen Jing smiled slightly, pivoted the blade, and turned his attack into a push that sent the 2 crocodile-mouthed lizards flying towards Xian Menglei. She beamed with excitement. Thank you, Brother Chen, she said, gripping a battle knife identical to Chen Jing's as she eagerly moved forward. Sun Xiaowei observed from the side and concluded, this girl, she revels in battle. Wang Chen looked on with admiration, watching Xian Menglei wield her battle knife with great vigor. If Sister Xian maintains this spirit, her future is boundless. Chen Jing nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, if it weren't for her passion for martial arts that captivated me, why would I spend so much time honing and teaching her? Then he corrected himself. Well, perhaps that was the initial reason, but not anymore. As long as she survives, she will surely be of great help in the future. It's like an early investment. Even within the same rank, there can be a wide disparity in strength. Just like Chen Jing in the past, and now Xian Menglei. Facing the attacks of 2 rank 1 beasts, Xian Menglei appeared relaxed and unhurried. She didn't rush to kill them, but waited until she was fully warmed up before striking. A thrust and a chop, swift and precise. Before the beasts could react, they were already dead on the ground. That felt good. Xian Menglei stretched with satisfaction, her joints cracking audibly. The previous tension in her body was gone, leaving her feeling limber. However, she soon noticed her teammates looking at her with curious expressions. Realizing her lapse, Xian Menglei apologized sheepishly. Sorry, I was being self-indulgent and held everyone up. I'll change, I promise. Chen Jing responded nonchalantly. It's no big deal. A little delay doesn't matter. Our task isn't to locate the Blood Moon's hideout. We just need to clear the beasts in our assigned area. Timing isn't crucial. He paused, then added with a chuckle. In fact, a delay might be good. By then, the main force should have found the Blood Moon members. Otherwise, if we stumbled upon their lair by chance, we'd be like meat buns thrown to dogs gone for good. Chen Jing's words brought laughter from Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chen. Xian Menglei joined in with a mischievous grin, asking cautiously, so, no need to change? Chen Jing shrugged. As long as conditions allow. Since you're the only rank 1 in our team, more practice could help you break through sooner. Xian Menglei immediately saluted with enthusiasm, her smile uncontainable. Sun Xiaowei, amused by her expression, whispered, such an innocent nature. Sounds like you're insulting her. Chen Jing teased with a laugh. You're the one talking too much, Sun Xiaowei retorted with a playful eye roll. Chen Jing's heart raced as he couldn't help but stare at her. Sun Xiaowei initially met his gaze defiantly, but soon looked away, her ears turning red. At that moment, Wang Chen approached, breaking the awkward tension between them. Chen Jing quickly averted his gaze, reflecting on how he, despite his experiences, could lose composure so easily. Was it because he hadn't had any meat recently? Sun Xiaowei exhaled softly, relieved she didn't push further. She had thought she could handle any situation, but facing someone who had seen her most vulnerable moment, she was at a loss. Did you capture everything? Chen Jing asked, suppressing certain thoughts. Now wasn't the time for romance. Wang Chen waved his phone. All the evidence is here. Chen Jing nodded in satisfaction. For the mission's assessment, they needed evidence of the beast's corpses, which they couldn't carry back, so they photographed them instead. Let's move on then. Bang! The tail of a snake as thick as a barrel slammed into the wall of the passageway, creating a massive hole with its force. Debris flew everywhere, and cracks spread like a spider's web. Xian Menglei narrowly avoided the deadly strike, her eyes burning with the fire of battle. Without hesitation, she attacked, dragging her blade with her right hand and moving like lightning towards the 6-meter-long Tier 2 stone python before her. The white blade transformed into a silver curtain under her swift movements, resembling a flurry of snowflakes, elegant, yet hiding a lethal intent. Suddenly, a long silver ribbon unfurled in the narrow space, its dazzling light illuminating the dark passage. Xi and Menglei, one with her weapon, charged at the massive stone python in a flash. Her slender hand pressed downward, and the silver ribbon fell rapidly. Crack! The blade fell with unstoppable force, like an avalanche. The hard scales shattered instantly, unable to withstand even a second. Amid the stone python's agonized cries, the battle blade sliced through its barrel-thick body, almost cleaving it in two. Great swordsmanship! Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chun exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. Chen Jing nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, no wonder it's a technique acquired at the cost of all her savings. Even just grasping its basics has such power. Xian Menglei was displaying one of the top-tier sword techniques, the Snow God Blade. This technique appeared graceful and magnificent, like a flawless gentleman strolling through the snow, pleasing to the eye. However, as beautiful as the snow was, it was equally dangerous. Once the hidden danger erupted, it revealed the true nature of snow cold and merciless. After that stunning strike, the cross-tire battle was as good as over. Although the heavily wounded stone python continued to struggle, under Xian Menglei's calm and steady assault, it was reduced to a lifeless corpse within minutes. With the battle concluded, Xian Menglei sheathed her blade, casually dusted off her shoulder, and walked towards her companions. Her combat suit was filthy, and her pretty face was smeared with dirt and blood, a stark contrast to her usual self. Chen Jing looked at Xian Menglei with approval, saying, "You timed it well, and your Snow God Blade technique is well practiced. After today's battles, you'll likely reach Tier 2 soon with more reflection." Since the first beast attack ended, Chen Jing had allowed Xian Menglei to handle the subsequent battles. After all, the strongest attackers were only Tier 2, and even Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chun could handle them easily. It was better to give Xian Menglei more opportunities to train, and she relished the chance. Xian Menglei wiped the sweat from her face, inadvertently smudging it more, but she didn't care. She grinned and said, "Senior brother Chun deserves the most credit. Without your guidance, I couldn't have improved this quickly." Chen Jing modestly replied, "A master leads the way, but practice is personal. Don't flatter me. I don't deserve that much credit." To stop the impending round of compliments, Sun Xiaowei quickly interjected, "Do you still have energy, junior sister Xian? How about taking a break and letting us handle the next one?" Honestly, seeing Xian Menglei covered in dust and blood, looking particularly disheveled, while she herself remained spotless, Sun Xiaowei felt a bit guilty. Even though she knew it was for training purposes, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Xian Menglei quickly waved her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Don't worry, Sister Sunday. I'm full of energy. I can handle a few more rounds." Her voice was filled with eagerness, clearly not satisfied yet. Chen Jing also spoke up. "Let her handle the first and second tier ones. We should conserve our strength. There are more dangers ahead, and we'll have our chance to act." His tone was cautious and foresight. Sun Xiaowei thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Chun returned with the evidence collected, and the four of them set off again, heading into the unknown dangers. Half an hour later, the passageway was silent. Walking at the front of the group, Chen Jing suddenly perked up his ears, keenly detecting something amiss. He quickly signaled for the team to halt, speaking in a low voice. "Be careful, there's movement ahead." Hearing this, Xian Menglei, as usual, quickly moved forward. Her face, like a playful cat, was full of eager anticipation, her fiery eyes fixed on Chen Jing, waiting for his command. However, unlike before, Chen Jing's expression was grave. He placed a firm hand on Xian Menglei's shoulder, his tone serious. "This time is different." Xian Menglei immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and sensibly retreated to the battle formation. She swiftly drew her combat knife, the playful smile on her face replaced by solemnity. Just as Chen Jing finished speaking, a series of noisy, chaotic cries accompanied by the sound of splashing water approached rapidly from the darkness. Chirping, chirping. This piercing noise made the four of them instantly realize they had encountered a large group. At this moment, Chen Jing's pupils dilated, and the scenery in his retinas quickly zoomed out. What was once a pitch-black passage became incredibly clear to him. Although his vision was much stronger than that of martial artists of the same level due to his cultivation, he couldn't fully utilize its potential. With his current strength, he could only sustain full vision for about a minute. But that was more than enough. What was previously a mysterious darkness now unveiled itself entirely. Chen Jing saw creatures with dark brown fur, standing about a meter tall and weighing close to 80 kilograms. These were sewer rats, but all mutated. 69 first-tier mutated sewer rats, 6 second-tier mutated sewer rats, and 1 third-tier mutated sewer rat leader. Having quickly assessed the enemy, Chen Jing issued a command. Use the break weapon pistols, prioritize eliminating the first-tier beasts. Without hesitation, the four of them swiftly drew their guns from their waists, aiming with precision. As martial artists, their greatest reliance was on their cold weapons or physical prowess, but that didn't mean they stubbornly refused to use firearms. They were soldiers, and whatever method took down the enemy was acceptable, unlike certain stubborn individuals who believed using firearms tainted their martial spirit. The pistols in Chen Jing and his team's hands were longer and larger in caliber compared to standard models. Naturally, the materials and internal structures differed greatly from ordinary firearms. These were Black Hawk break weapon pistols, designed by the Academy of Sciences specifically for early-stage martial artists. If the criminal on the train had wielded this gun, Chen Jing's arm would have been pierced through, rather than just grazed. Even now, Chen Jing dared not face such a break weapon pistol hidden. His only option was to dodge swiftly before it fired. The threat posed by these pistols to early-stage martial artists was immense. A non-martial artist wielding a break weapon gun could take down an early-stage martial artist. There's even talk of break weapon guns that threaten mid-stage martial artists. But due to the rarity of the materials, these are much less common than those aimed at early-stage users. This is why, despite the flourishing of martial arts, the Xia Kingdom remained stable. Chen Jing and his team were only issued break weapon pistols for this mission and would have to return them afterward. The strict management system ensures that these weapons rarely leak out. Ready. Chen Jing gripped the gun with both hands, silently calculating the distance. His voice was low and firm. In 5 seconds, fire. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed through the narrow alley as firearms clashed fiercely with the mutated rat swarm. Chen Jing and his 3 companions worked in perfect harmony, forming a dense web of firepower. Bullets rained down like a storm, slowing the rat's charge as each mutated creature fell, twitching in pools of blood. Golden bullet casings clinked to the ground, and Chen Jing's eyes narrowed. He aimed his gun at a second-tier mutated water rat that had suddenly appeared at the forefront. Bang! Although the beast instinctively twisted to dodge, the bullet struck its body, tearing through its fur and inflicting a penetrating wound. The immense impact flipped it onto the ground. Not allowing the enemy a moment to breathe, Chen Jing fired 2 more shots. Even though the second-tier water rat managed to dodge the first shot with its last ounce of strength, it could not avoid the second bullet. Its hard skull was blasted open, and the beast was killed instantly. Seeing this, the other second-tier water rats and their third-tier leader quickly retreated into the swarm, not daring to show themselves easily again. Chen Jing then redirected his firepower towards the first-tier cannon fodder. Click! The magazines of the 4 companions were nearly empty simultaneously. The rat swarm seized this fleeting opportunity to close the distance swiftly. However, Chen Jing and his team were prepared, skillfully replacing their magazines while steadily retreating. Within a second, their guns were firing once more. As military academy students, they were well trained in firearms. Despite their limited combat experience, their marksmanship was more precise than ordinary soldiers due to their extraordinary physical abilities as martial artists. After each had emptied 3 magazines, the battle temporarily subsided. The once formidable rat swarm was now reduced to a scant few. About a dozen first-tier mutated water rats lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, bleeding profusely despite not having been hit in critical areas. Besides the one Chen Jing initially killed, another second-tier water rat had been taken down by a stray bullet, leaving 4 remaining, 2 of which were lightly injured. The only unscathed one was the third-tier water rat leader. With just 4 outdated handguns, they had effortlessly wiped out over 60 beasts. Had they faced such a large number of enemies with cold weapons, they would have been forced to retreat, and getting surrounded would have been a death sentence. Conserve ammo, Chen Jing said, holstering his handgun and drawing his combat knife. I'll handle the 3rd tier. You take care of the rest. The Security Bureau's supply of magazines was limited. Having used 3 already, the remaining ones had to be reserved for emergencies. The other 3 followed his orders. The third-tier water rat leader was now furious. Once leading its army with grand ambitions, it was now almost alone. Enraged at the sight of the culprit charging towards it, it let out a sharp screech and led the remaining few in a counterattack. Chen Jing moved swiftly, raising his right leg high. A piercing roar, reminiscent of a tiger's, resonated through the air as he delivered a powerful whip kick towards the third-tier water rat leaping through the air. With a thud, the third-tier water rat crashed heavily to the ground, producing a deafening impact. Chen Jing felt a brief numbness in his right leg, but quickly recovered. He had just bested a third-tier beast in a test of strength and decided to press his advantage. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he shot forward like an arrow, his battle blade slicing through the air with a cold gleam. A fountain of blood erupted as the beast roared, its massive body charging towards him. Chen Jing deftly sidestepped, delivering a backhanded slash that added another wound to the beast. Following closely, he channeled his inner energy through mystical pathways to his sword-wielding hand and thrust his blade straight into the beast's chest. The third-tier mutant water rat kicked back desperately. Chen Jing blocked with his left arm, absorbing the fierce blow, but was forced to retreat several steps, crashing heavily against a wall. However, the sacrifice was worth it thanks to his robust physique forged by the ninefold Thunderblade technique, his martial skills, and his high-quality combat suit. He only suffered a bruise on his arm, which would soon heal. The beast, however, was not so fortunate. After his blade pierced its chest, a more powerful force surged from the blade, instantly shredding all its internal organs. This was the first level of the ninefold Thunderblade, which he had been preparing for. The third-tier mutant water rat collapsed, lifeless. Chen Jing turned to look at Xian Menglei and the others. With their skills, handling 4 second-tier beasts was a breeze. 2 were already down, and the others would be dealt with in less than a minute. Thus, the group of nearly 80 beasts was easily annihilated by the 4 of them. This battle inspired Chen Jing to aim for a quick promotion to the 4th tier. After witnessing the power of the break weapon gun, he felt a mix of emotions. Years of hard-earned extraordinary abilities could be nullified by a single shot, which was disheartening. Only by advancing to the 4th tier could he significantly reduce the threat of the break weapon gun. Moments later, the battle was completely over, and the other 3 also had a chance to catch their breath. Xian Menglei picked up the break weapon gun, biting her lip with a complex expression, clearly sharing Chen Jing's sentiments. Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chun, having witnessed beasts fall to the gun, were equally stirred. The break weapon gun is unfair to ordinary warriors, Sun Xiaowei lamented. Even the most basic first-tier warrior trains arduously under the sun and rain. Now, a single gun can easily negate all their efforts, which is frustrating. Wang Chun sighed and advised. With great power comes responsibility. Modern warriors are more destructive than those of ancient times, so having such a weapon looming over us is beneficial. Moreover, it's precisely because of the break weapon gun that we can suppress the beasts and barbarians in our world. Its contributions are significant. While this reasoning was sound, it addressed the bigger picture. On a personal level, even understanding this logic, it's hard not to feel uneasy. All right, let's not dwell on it, Chen Jing interjected. With our abilities, we won't remain at the initial stages forever. In the end, reaching the 4th tier is just the beginning. By then, the threat of the break weapon gun will greatly diminish. For now, as long as we stay on the right side of the law, the gun won't be aimed at us, so there's no need to worry. His straightforward words clarified that their main concern was the weapon being used against them, while others were irrelevant. But this scenario was unlikely. He had just realized this point himself. Hearing this, Xian Menglei, Sun Xiaowei, and Wang Chun felt enlightened, realizing they had been intimidated by the gun's power and hadn't thought it through. As officials, they had access to the break weapon gun, an advantage unattainable by external warriors. The real concern was for ordinary warriors. Moreover, with their talents, reaching the 4th tier was only a matter of time, unlike ordinary warriors who might never progress beyond the basics. Why worry unnecessarily? The 4th tier, Xian Menglei said with longing. Chen Jing gently smoothed her disheveled hair and addressed everyone. From now on, unless we encounter special circumstances, there's no need to use the gun. We should focus on honing our skills and not become overly reliant on the break weapon gun. Understood, they all responded in unison. With a swift spin, a slash, a leap, a chop, a slide, and a thrust, Chen Jing moved like lightning through the narrow sewer tunnel. His target was a massive centipede, stretching over 20 meters long and occupying nearly half the passage's width. Chen Jing's blade was incredibly precise, severing the centipede's legs with each strike. As segments were cut, nauseating green blood gushed out, emitting a pungent corrosive odor. Fortunately, Chen Jing and his team were clad in special combat suits, which were highly resistant to the corrosive blood. Chen Jing felt a sense of relief, while also planning to purchase a high-grade armor from the school's equipment department after the mission. During the battle, Chen Jing glanced at his unscathed combat suit, thinking it must be worth at least 700 or 800 contribution points. He was well aware that the Security Bureau was not generous enough to give them such expensive gear, and they would have to return both the suit and the worn-out handgun to the operations department after the mission. As Chen Jing engaged the centipede, Sun Xiaowei joined the fray. She wielded her dual swords like a whirlwind, launching a fierce attack on the centipede's central body. With a powerful strike, 2 of its legs fell. However, at the moment the blood splattered, a drop of green liquid landed precisely on her beautiful light golden hair, instantly burning a small hole. This sight infuriated Sun Xiaowei, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Her swords spread wide, and a dangerous aura emanated from her body. The centipede seemed to sense the threat, its segments writhing in a bizarre manner, attacking her like a soft-bodied creature. Facing the centipede's onslaught, Sun Xiaowei displayed remarkable agility. Her movements were light and graceful, as if she were dancing a magnificent ballet, perfectly evading each attack. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she seized a fleeting opportunity. Her swords merged, and the tips emitted a brilliant flash, thrusting forward at an imperceptible speed. This strike was incredibly powerful, penetrating the centipede's 3rd-tier defensive shell, with the swords deeply embedded within its body. More terrifyingly, the energy from the swords transformed into countless sharp needles, shooting in all directions. Instantly, the pierced segment shriveled like a deflated balloon, and more than a dozen surrounding segments froze, their sharp legs dangling limply. Despite the strike's immense power, it was merely a superficial wound to the 100-segmented third-tier mutant centipede. Sun Xiaowei knew this well, and she was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from the powerful attack. Noticing Sun Xiaowei's condition, Chen Jing shouted, "Senior Sister Sun, withdraw from the battlefield and rest." Reluctantly, Sun Xiaowei nodded and quickly retreated from the combat area. She understood that continuing to fight in her current state might become a burden to the team. Reaching a safe zone, Sun Xiaowei joined Xian Menglei. Xian Menglei's left shoulder bore traces of blood, indicating she had also been injured in the previous battle. As a first-tier warrior, surviving an encounter with a third-tier monster with only minor injuries was quite commendable. Sun Xiaowei marveled inwardly at the resilience of this third-tier centipede, the most tenacious third-tier creature she had ever encountered. Each of its segments seemed to have independent consciousness, coordinating attacks with surrounding legs with incredible agility, defying the clumsiness typical of large creatures. What was even more peculiar was that after Chen Jing swiftly decapitated the giant centipede, the creature remained unharmed and continued to move as if nothing had happened, which was extremely eerie. Suddenly, a sharp limb segment sliced through the air towards him. Chen Jing tilted his head to narrowly avoid it, and a long crack appeared on the wall. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his blade and severed the limb. In an instant, another long leg from a body segment lunged at him. Chen Jing frowned. The narrow passageway provided little room for maneuvering, especially with the centipede occupying so much space. With no time to dodge, he extended his left hand, gripping the limb tightly. Despite the intense pain in his palm, his high-quality combat gloves perfectly protected his skin, leaving only a deep imprint on the surface. Just as Chen Jing was about to cut off this limb, the centipede launched another attack. Its 20-meter-long body lunged at him with overwhelming force, forcing Chen Jing to retreat rapidly. As he was about to collide with the wall, he pushed off with his right foot, releasing his left hand, and ducked to narrowly avoid another attack. The headless centipede still retained an incredible level of intelligence. The 8 body segments closest to Chen Jing writhed like mollusks, with 8 sharp limbs whistling through the air, as if seeking vengeance for its decapitation. Chen Jing took a deep breath, gripping his sword with both hands, his arm muscles swelling and veins bulging. His deep, night-ski-like eyes fixated on the incoming limbs, precisely calculating the timing and gaps. A flash of the blade. The first limb was instantly severed in 2. He then dodged to the right, using the momentum to sweep his sword horizontally, precisely cutting off another limb. In the distance, Sun Xiaowei and Xian Menglei watched with hearts pounding, seeing Chen Jing maneuver in the tight space as if dancing on a knife's edge. Despite the danger, he remained unscathed. 3 strikes, 4 strikes, 5 strikes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jing slashed 8 times, each cut precisely severing a limb, successfully escaping the peril. Without pausing, he pushed off with his legs, placed a hand on the centipede's shell, and deftly leaped to the other side of the passageway. A moment's delay, and he might have been crushed. While the centipede was fully focused on Chen Jing, Wang Chun was not idle. His iron rod proved more lethal against the centipede than Chen Jing's sword. This heavy weapon, designed for smashing, was effective in penetrating the centipede's tough exoskeleton, delivering precise blows. Thus, their battle plan was formed. Chen Jing would sever the centipede's limbs to weaken its attack, while Wang Chun focused on striking its body. After 20 intense minutes, the battle finally concluded. Chen Jing and Wang Chun were drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from a sauna. Wang Chun was so exhausted that he could barely hold his iron rod, which fell to the ground. After all, breaking through hundreds of body segments to ensure the centipede's death was a monumental task, and he had borne the brunt of the work. Chen Jing was also mentally and physically drained. Apart from its astonishing resilience, this third-tier centipede had no other remarkable traits. If not for the mission requirement to eliminate every beast they encountered, he would have turned back. He had considered using firearms, but the handgun's caliber was insufficient against the 20-meter-long creature. While a bullet could make a hole, the actual damage was negligible. Fortunately, he persevered, and they managed to kill it completely. "Menglei, how are your injuries?" Despite his exhaustion, Chen Jing asked with genuine concern. Xian Menglei gave an okay gesture. "Just flesh wounds. I've used a hemostatic and healing agent, so it's nothing serious." Chen Jing glanced at her left shoulder and nodded slightly, reassured by the quality of the school's medical supplies. "That's good to hear. Let's all take a moment to rest," he said, plopping down onto the ground. For a while, the only sound in the sewer passage was the sound of their heavy breathing. Once everyone had rested sufficiently, Chen Jing picked up the map in his hand and began discussing with the others. Pointing to the markings on the map, his voice carried a hint of fatigue but was filled with hope. "According to our current position, we've completed most of the task area. I estimate another half-hour of clearing, and we'll be done." He took a deep breath, wrinkling his nose. "Finally, we're almost there. If we stay here any longer, Even our words will start to stink. Hearing this, Sun Xiaowei let out a sigh of relief, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Chen Jing, although this mission was tough, the rewards are bound to be substantial. Hee, indeed. Chen Jing agreed with a smile. Plus, with the mission to capture Changchang and the information about the Blood Moon Society's base, the rewards might multiply several times. The group exchanged smiles. After all, who wouldn't want more contribution points? Xian Minglei moved her injured left shoulder, saying with some regret, "Too bad we didn't encounter anyone from the Blood Moon Society." Chen Jing also showed a look of regret, murmuring, "Yeah, I still haven't figured out what that golden crystal necklace is for. Looks like I'll have to wait until I'm strong enough to access the Blood Moon Society's secrets." After some cautious reminders, the four of them continued forward carefully. Chen Jing advised, "This is the last stretch, we can't afford to slip up now." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the sewers, Lin Zhan was swinging a large blade, efficiently slicing a beast in half. He hoisted the blood-stained blade, casually wiping the blood from his face, and shouted with satisfaction, "That felt great." Lin Zhan thought to himself, "I wonder how that pretty boy Chen Jing is doing? Hopefully, he hasn't ended up in a beast's stomach. It's a pity we can't cross paths here. He won't get to see how impressive I am." He continued daydreaming. "Once I defeat him, I won't have to worry about Li Haoran, that coward. Then there's only Shang Qingmei, the cool beauty. I'll beat her next and use my charm to win her over, making Chen Jing envious. Haha, everything will be perfect." As Lin Zhan was lost in his thoughts, someone at the front of the group suddenly stopped and pointed ahead in surprise. "Huh? What's going on here? What's the matter?" Lin Zhan asked impatiently, pushing past his teammate to the front, annoyed at his interrupted fantasy. "Is there a problem?" A teammate handed him a map of the sewer structure. Lin Zhan frowned as he examined it, but couldn't see anything unusual. On the other side, Shang Qingmei's team encountered a similar situation. Her calm voice echoed in the passageway. "Map." Without hesitation, a teammate handed over the map they carried. Shang Qingmei stood upright, meticulously comparing the map to the scene before her. "Soon," she concluded, "there's an extra passage here that doesn't exist on the map." The other team members frowned upon hearing this. They trusted Shang Qingmei's judgment implicitly. After a series of battles, they were deeply impressed by her skills. Without her, the team might have already suffered casualties. Shang Qingmei swiftly gave orders. "Su Lang, go back the way we came and report this information. The rest of you, follow me to investigate." "Yes," Su Lang replied, albeit reluctantly, and immediately complied. The others followed without a word of complaint. Shang Qingmei wasted no time, grabbing the bronze spear from her back and leading the way into the unknown passage. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's team also faced a similar situation. Looking at the two diverging tunnels ahead, he hesitated. "It seems like there's an extra entrance." Chen Jing folded the map, his expression grave. His gaze swept over the passageway to the left that wasn't shown on the map, and he frowned slightly. Everyone present was a battle-hardened elite, and they instantly realized where this mysterious passageway came from. "This isn't the work of the construction crew," Chen Jing murmured. "Judging by the marks, it was dug recently." The group exchanged a knowing glance. The Blood Moon Society. That name surfaced in each of their minds. The digging efficiency of dozens of martial artists could easily outshine professional machinery. They went to such lengths, all for a necklace. Chen Jing tightened his grip on the necklace hidden in his sleeve, silently resolving that unless his strength increased significantly, he could never let this necklace see the light of day again. He had a vague feeling that this mysterious item was crucial to his martial arts journey. He quickly recalled those who had seen the necklace before. Huang Can and Zheng Huiyan had already been warned by him, and likely wouldn't leak any information. As for the two soldiers, Yin Di and his companion, they had only glanced at it casually and had probably forgotten by now. Besides, with their status, they wouldn't have access to the Blood Moon Society's secrets. Chen Jing opened the map again, carefully comparing it to the other direction of the passageway. "It leads to the Flower Terrace district," he muttered to himself. "It seems to be their escape route." He explained his hypothesis to the group. The Blood Moon Society's plan should have been flawless. Using this abandoned sewer system, they secretly dug a passageway to escape to other areas. But they hadn't anticipated this operation being a joint effort between the Security Bureau and Jiangnan Military Academy, aiming not only to eradicate them, but also to clear out the beasts from the entire sewer system. "If we hadn't caught Cheng Chang, giving the Academy a reason to get involved," Chen Jing said with a wry smile, "the Blood Moon Society might have managed to let some people escape." Sun Xiaowei sighed, silently drawing her twin swords. Chen Jing turned to Xian Minglei, who was biting her lip, evidently sensing what was coming. "Minglei, go back and report the situation," Chen Jing ordered decisively, his tone leaving no room for argument. Xian Minglei nodded firmly and turned to leave quickly. She understood that, being the least powerful, this task was most suitable for her. Chen Jing watched her leave, then looked at the remaining two, his expression serious. "Next, we will face the martial artists of the Blood Moon Society. Be careful, everyone." With that, he was the first to step into the left passageway. In the darkness, Sun Xiaowei and another person followed closely, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Unknown dangers lurked in the shadows, but they were ready to face the challenge. Compared to the passageways they had traversed before, this new one was much cleaner. Chen Jing cautiously scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the floor and walls, noticing numerous dark bloodstains. These marks silently testified to the previous presence of wild beasts, yet the Blood Moon Society members had diligently ensured no remains were left behind. After about 10 minutes of walking, the calm was shattered. Chen Jing abruptly stopped and raised his hand in a warning gesture. "Be careful, first-level bat demons," he whispered, pointing to the ceiling ahead. Hanging upside down were a dozen bat demons, each as large as a small dog, creating a chilling sight. Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chen instantly shifted into combat mode, the crisp sound of unsheathing blades startling the resting bat demons. In the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly opened, presenting an eerie and terrifying scene. However, the experienced trio remained undaunted, maintaining their formation, and patiently awaited the impending attack. Suddenly, over 20 silent ultrasonic waves struck, making Chen Jing feel nauseated and his vision blur. But with his strength a level higher and a physique beyond the second level, he quickly recovered. Two muffled grunts from beside him indicated that Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chen were also slightly affected. "Watch out, they're coming," Chen Jing warned. The bat demons swooped down, the nearest one opening its gaping maw, revealing steel-like claws and two pairs of sharp vampire fangs aimed directly at Chen Jing's throat. Chen Jing was well aware of the deadly virus carried by those fangs, yet he remained unfazed. With a flash of cold steel, the leading bat demon was instantly cleaved in two. Instead of retreating, he advanced, twisting his wrist to sweep the blade, taking down two more bat demons in the process. Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chen followed closely, each displaying their skills. The bat demons fell one after another, and no matter how they altered their attack angles, Chen Jing adeptly countered, his blade moving fluidly, dispatching them with ease. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the depths of the passageway. Glancing over, Chen Jing saw a monster as tall as a human charging out, its skeletal wings menacing, flesh exposed. The Blood Moon Society has been slacking off lately. A third-level mutant blood corpse, Chen Jing quickly assessed. "You handle the bat demons, I'll take it out," he declared. Before finishing his sentence, Chen Jing's right leg stomped down, causing web-like cracks to spread across the ground. He launched forward like a cannonball, scattering the bat demons in his path, with some unable to evade being shattered by the force of his charge. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jing appeared before the mutant blood corpse. Without giving it a chance to react, he harnessed the momentum from his step and delivered a powerful downward slash. Boom. The mutated blood corpse was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, skidding 20 meters across the ground and leaving a long trail. A deep wound split its front from top to bottom, nearly cleaving it in two. Yet, in a grotesque display, countless lumps of flesh erupted from the wound's edges, writhing like living creatures to mend the damage. Chen Jing wasn't surprised. The regenerative abilities of these mutated flesh creatures were astonishing. As long as they had flesh left, even severe injuries could heal rapidly. He had thought one strike would finish it, but he had underestimated the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jing charged forward without hesitation. The mutated blood corpse, now visibly thinner, neither had the time nor the inclination to dodge his attack. Its bone wings whistled through the air, aiming to slash at Chen Jing. Chen Jing's blade pierced the creature's chest, and he swiftly sidestepped to avoid the bone wings' assault. He pulled the blade, slicing a horizontal wound across its chest. The mutated blood corpse seemed insensible to pain, its ghastly white eyes locked onto Chen Jing. Suddenly, its massive, flesh-laden arm, thicker than Chen Jing's thigh, lunged at him. Boom. The arm smashed into the ground, creating a crater and sending dust flying. Anticipating this move, Chen Jing withdrew his blade and dodged behind the creature. With a flash of steel, he severed the bone wings sprouting from its shoulders. As Chen Jing prepared to strike again, the shoulder area where the wings had been suddenly expanded ominously, as though something alive was writhing within. Alarmed, Chen Jing instinctively stepped back. In the next instant, the creature's shoulder blades exploded, unleashing a flurry of flesh tendrils as thick as fingers, darting toward him with alarming speed. "Damn it," Chen Jing cursed, hastily retreating. But the tendrils were too fast, quickly closing the distance. He dodged and swung his blade furiously, severing the tendrils. Yet, they regenerated at an astonishing rate, leaving Chen Jing overwhelmed. Chen Jing sighed inwardly, realizing why this creature ranked highly in the third-tier combat evaluations. It was far superior to the third-tier mutated water rats he had previously encountered, let alone the insignificant centipede. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. His blade vibrated slightly before cutting into the tendrils again. This time, several tendrils fell, severed, and surprisingly did not regenerate. Instead, they convulsed violently as if electrocuted, then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Seeing his tactic work, Chen Jing grinned and continued his assault. He was using a vibration technique. In past battles against higher-tier enemies or large beasts, he rarely employed this method due to its limited effectiveness. His mastery of the technique was still rudimentary. Initially, he hadn't considered using it against the third-tier mutated blood corpse, but a sudden insight suggested it might work against the tendrils, if not the main body. Indeed, the troublesome tendrils were neutralized one by one. Realizing this, the creature quickly retracted its remaining tendrils to conserve its flesh energy. At this moment, Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chun, having dealt with the bat demons, arrived swiftly. The three of them surrounded the mutated blood corpse, ready to launch their final assault. The mutated blood zombie moved with lightning speed. It deftly dodged Sun Xiaowei's dual sword attack, and then one of its flesh-covered arms suddenly swelled to twice its original size, smashing towards the incoming iron rod with great force. Bang! A loud crash resounded, and bits of flesh splattered everywhere. The swollen arm deflated instantly like a punctured balloon, shrinking back to its normal size. On the other side, Wang Chun was not faring well either. His hands, gripping the iron rod, shook violently, with blood pouring from his palms. He staggered back several steps, momentarily unable to rejoin the battle. Although he was also a second-tier fighter, his strength was ultimately no match for Chen Jing's formidable skills. However, managing to withstand a full-force blow from a third-tier opponent without collapsing was commendable. In that split second, Chen Jing, who had been circling nearby, saw his chance. With a glint in his eye, he pounced forward like a leopard, his blade flashing cold as it targeted the arm the mutated blood zombie had just extended. The blade sliced through, severing the arm neatly at the shoulder. As Chen Jing prepared to press his advantage, he caught sight of the severed limb on the ground. It began to bulge with countless lumps, as if a myriad of worms were writhing beneath the skin, eager to break free. A strong sense of danger surged through him. Retreat. Without explaining further, Chen Jing grabbed Sun Xiaowei by the waist and retreated at an astonishing speed. They had barely retreated 10 meters when a dull explosion sounded behind them, followed by a rapid series of piercing noises. Sun Xiaowei, who was about to ask what happened, pressed her lips tightly together. Not only was there an eerie commotion behind them, but she also noticed Wang Chen's face turning pale as he bolted away, as if fleeing for his life. Without needing Chen Jing to pull her along, she quickly sprinted after him. Once they reached a safe distance and looked back, all three simultaneously gasped. Within a 10-meter radius of the mutated blood zombie, the ground and surrounding objects were riddled with holes, as if subjected to a barrage of bullets. The cause of this destruction was the countless slender, flesh-and-blood spikes that had erupted from the severed arm. Chen Jing's pupils contracted as the scene evoked memories of his first battle as a warrior. The final desperate attack of a severely injured fourth-tier barbarian, with its bizarre blood threads covering the sky, had once left the area barren for 100 meters around. Although the current scene was far less terrifying, the similarities were still unsettling. Even now, with his extensive experience, Chen Jing couldn't fathom the nature of the barbarian's last resort. These thoughts flashed by quickly, and Chen Jing, in battle mode, quickly refocused. He signaled to Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chun, and the three of them charged at the mutated blood zombie once more. Although the flesh spikes had been absorbed into its body without causing substantial damage, the loss of an arm and the energy expended in the mysterious attack had left it severely weakened. They couldn't afford to give it any chance to recover. As for the possibility of it unleashing another powerful attack, Chen Jing was doubtful. Based on the previous attack's lethality, anything within 10 meters would likely be annihilated, and it was only a third-tier creature, not fourth-tier. Such a terrifying ability seemed improbable to be repeated. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant during the fight. Ultimately, his concerns proved unnecessary. After Chen Jing severed the mutated blood corpse's head with a series of swift strikes, the creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The three of them quickly retreated 10 meters away, finally allowing their tense nerves to relax a little. The Blood Moon Society should be thankful to us, Chen Jing remarked, flexing his slightly sore wrist. If they had encountered this thing, they would have lost quite a few of their people. Wang Chun instinctively touched his weapon, nodding in agreement. With his ordinary third-tier fearless strength, facing this mutated blood corpse alone would have likely cost him his life. After a brief rest, the trio moved forward again. It seemed that defeating the mutated blood corpse had brought them luck, as they encountered no further threats along the way. Eventually, they came to a stop in front of a closed iron door. Beyond this door, we should find the Blood Moon Society members if they haven't been wiped out already, Chen Jing said, giving Wang Chun a meaningful look to signal him to break the door. For such a regular iron door, brute strength would suffice. Wang Chun silently raised an iron rod, about to strike, when a faint sound came from behind the door. He immediately paused, turning to look at Chen Jing without a word. Chen Jing's eyes lit up as he swiftly signaled for silence, and then gestured a few tactical signs. The three of them stood silently against the door, holding their breath. With a click, the lock was opened, and the iron door emitted a slight creaking noise. Inside, rapid breathing could be heard, clearly indicating someone was fleeing in panic. As the iron door swung open, the three of them launched themselves forward like arrows. Dull thuds of fists and feet striking flesh and suppressed cries of pain echoed through the dim space. Three members of the Blood Moon Society to third tier, and one second-tier were caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush, unable to mount a defense. Sun Xiaowei was the first to strike, dispatching the second-tier warrior with her bloodstained twin swords in mere breaths. She quickly turned to join Wang Chun in dealing with one of the third-tier fighters. The last third-tier warrior, entangled with Chen Jing, watched his companions fall in disbelief and despair. How could you possibly know about this secret passage? The entire sewer is filled with our people. You won't escape. The Blood Moon Society is doomed. Chen Jing replied with a cold smile. In the moment of the opponent's hesitation, Chen Jing's battle knife slid along his long sword, deftly severing four of his fingers that gripped the sword. The long sword clattered to the ground, followed by a flash of cold steel and a spray of blood. The man futilely clutched his nearly severed neck, collapsing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Almost simultaneously, a sharp crack of bone echoed from Wang Chen's direction. He withdrew his bloodied iron rod, panting heavily, as the last enemy lay dead. Chen Jing and his companions showed no mercy to the captured enemy. Aware of the challenges that lay ahead, they were unwilling to divert their strength by guarding prisoners. Despite his curiosity about the necklace, Chen Jing suppressed his anxiety and refrained from asking. After passing through a 100-meter-long corridor, the three arrived at a spacious hall. In the dim light, several thick pillars stood tall, surrounded by over a dozen scattered wooden crates. Chen Jing quickly approached and opened a few already unsealed boxes. Inside, he found stacks of bottled water, compressed biscuits, medical kits, and even bundles of cash, clearly supplies prepared for an escape. The hall connected to four passageways, three on the left and one on the right. The entrance they came through was in the middle of the left side, while the right passage led to the Huatai district, the stronghold of the Blood Moon Society. Chen Jing calculated their options and decided to head towards the Huatai district, hoping to assist and earn some credit. As he pushed open the iron door on the right, a glinting machete suddenly slashed out from the darkness with the force of a mountain. Although taken by surprise, Chen Jing, with his seasoned experience, reacted swiftly and blocked the attack firmly. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed in the confined space. Just as Chen Jing was about to counterattack, a sword flashed silently from the attacker's side, aiming directly at his kidney. He was forced to retreat rapidly. Whoosh! Three figures lunged forward like arrows released from a bow. Chen Jing and his team were prepared and met the attack head-on without hesitation. Clang! 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 In the cramped space, six warriors engaged in a fierce battle, with blades and swords flashing, fists and legs striking, exchanging blows back and forth. Suddenly, Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chun, along with two opponents, exclaimed simultaneously, "Wait! Stop! We're on the same side. It's a mistake. Everyone hold back." Realizing their error due to the dim lighting and the initial cautious approach, both sides had failed to recognize each other. After exchanging several moves, the six finally realized their mistake and ceased their actions. After a brief exchange of blows, both sides suddenly noticed that their opponents were wearing the same combat uniforms issued by the Security Bureau. This realization led them to hold back significantly. In the dimly lit sewer, the clash of metal between Chen Jing and Lin Zhan echoed in the narrow space. It was then that they both noticed the familiar standard-issue combat gear black bulletproof fabric unique to the Security Bureau, with a slightly reflective badge on the chest. Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chun recognized the faces of the attackers. They were colleagues they had seen at the Security Bureau. The two attacking team members quickly realized the mistake as well, stepped back, raised their weapons but did not attack, instead shouting, "Wait! We're from the Security Bureau." Sun Xiaowei and Wang Chun also halted their pursuit, maintaining a cautious combat stance. "Are you sent by the Security Bureau?" Sun Xiaowei asked quickly, not lowering her weapon. A few exchanges later, the misunderstanding was cleared up. They were all Security Bureau personnel sent to investigate the Blood Moon Society, having entered the sewer system from different points. Relieved, both teams quickly put away their weapons, their tense expressions relaxing. However, as the four relaxed, they overlooked another battlefield. Just a few meters away, Chen Jing and the man who had first launched the attack were still locked in a fierce battle, blades flashing with genuine intensity. Chen Jing immediately recognized his opponent Lin Zhan, the guy he had grudges with back at the Security Bureau. Lin Zhan clearly recognized him too, but feigned ignorance, attacking even more fiercely. "Lin Zhan, stop! We're on the same side. Stand down." The other two attackers noticed the anomaly and shouted, trying to halt the fight. Lin Zhan, Wang Chun and Sun Xiaowei exchanged glances, a hint of understanding in their eyes. They remembered the tense atmosphere between Chen Jing and Lin Zhan back at the security bureau. It seemed this enmity wouldn't be so easily resolved. Lin Zhan seemed oblivious to his teammates' shouts, not stopping at all. Instead, he fought with even more ferocity, as if fueled by adrenaline. He knew exactly who he was facing. That face would be recognizable even if it turned to dust. Everything he did was intentional. It turned out Lin Zhan's team had arrived here earlier than Chen Jing's. After completing their reconnaissance, they were preparing to head to the Huatai district when they heard movement behind them. Lin Zhan immediately recognized the familiar sound. Despite his self-proclaimed patience, Lin Zhan now felt his blood boiling, his mind consumed by the thought of battle. Ever since he advanced to the second tier, he had been unable to suppress the urge to challenge Chen Jing again. But reason told him it would be foolish. Chen Jing had been at the second tier for months and had reportedly mastered the second level of the 9 Thunderblade. Though he was deeply dissatisfied with Chen Jing as a person, he had to admit the other's martial arts talent was exceptional. He hadn't even trained in the second-tier techniques yet, so a rash challenge would only end in humiliation. Thus, he suppressed his impulse, waiting for the right moment. When he was finally ready and eagerly sought out Chen Jing, he repeatedly missed him. But today, they unexpectedly crossed paths in the city's sewer system. Such a perfect opportunity, combined with months of suppressed battle desire and today's humiliation, was too much to resist. He had meticulously planned and convinced his teammates to ambush whoever came through the Iron Gate. Despite their concerns that the newcomers might be colleagues from other routes, Lin Zhan's argument of better safe than sorry persuaded them. After all, life is precious, and caution is paramount. Watching Chen Jing retreating continuously, Lin Zhan smirked coldly. This way, even if questioned by superiors, he could fearlessly claim it was to deal with Blood Moon Society fighters. As for his teammates' calls to stop, sorry, I didn't hear. His combat boots struck the ground heavily, cracking it like a spider's web. Lin Zhan pressed the attack, swinging his blade with precision, his footwork and swordplay in perfect harmony, creating a continuous rain of blades aimed at Chen Jing. Come on. After waiting so long, the moment had finally arrived. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4. Lin Zhan's blade came down like a torrential storm, each strike carrying a powerful gust of wind. Facing this fierce onslaught, Chen Jing moved like a lightweight piece of paper, deftly dodging within the curtain of blades. 2 months of rigorous training had brought his dodging technique to a decent level, and now it was proving invaluable. Outside the arena, for spectators watched with bated breath. They had all trained in the military's 6 forms and immediately recognized the combat technique Chen Jing was using. While they marveled at the intricacy of his evasive maneuvers, their hearts were filled with concern. To them, Chen Jing's dodging skills were impressive, but he seemed defenseless, like a lone boat in a storm, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Is Lin Zhan on something? I've never seen him this fierce before, one of Lin Zhan's teammates exclaimed. Another person, with a grim expression, muttered under his breath, damn it, didn't we tell him he's one of us? Why isn't he stopping? If anything happens, we're all in trouble. Sun Xiaowei stood nearby, her pretty face tense, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the fight. As Chen Jing's teammate, she knew his capabilities well. But now, this obscure Lin Zhan was displaying such formidable strength that it made her uneasy. Even from a distance, she could feel the wild, overwhelming aura of Lin Zhan, with each slash exuding an irresistible force. Seeing that Lin Zhan had no intention of stopping and Chen Jing was teetering on the edge of life and death, Sun Xiaowei took a deep breath, her slender hands gripping her sword hilt, ready to step in and help. However, her wrist was suddenly restrained by Wang Chun. It's too late now, Wang Chun said in a deep voice. The confrontation between their auras has reached a boiling point. Any outside interference could trigger their instinctive counterattack. Can you withstand a full-force blow from either of them? Sun Xiaowei paused to consider, then reluctantly released the sword hilt. Lin Zhan's 2 second-tier teammates also seemed to realize this, and although they kept shouting, they remained still. Seeing Sun Xiaowei's anxious expression, Wang Chun continued to reassure her. Don't worry, Junior Brother Chen's abilities are far beyond this. Even if Lin Zhan is indeed powerful, he can't leave Junior Brother Chen without a chance to fight back. Trust him, he must have a plan. Hearing this, Sun Xiaowei felt somewhat relieved, her eyes fixed intently on the battle, filled with both tension and anticipation. Wang Chen also focused on observing this fierce duel, silently acknowledging, this generation truly has its share of talents. At this moment, while others saw Chen Jing as being in a precarious situation, he was actually calm and composed. Beads of sweat rolled off his eyelashes, his eyes steady and unwavering as he meticulously calculated the airflow changes with each of Lin Zhan's attacks. As an old rival, he knew that Lin Zhan was using the night battle in all directions from the blood battle blade technique, a ferocious style created by a high-ranking martial artist in the military. Lin Zhan had never used this move before, so it must be a recently acquired skill. The technique was executed with the speed and force of a storm, making it nearly impossible to defend against. More importantly, it carried a sticky quality. Once an opponent's weapon made contact, it would slow their movements, leaving them vulnerable to a relentless barrage of attacks. Lin Zhan had clearly mastered this move. Chen Jing, having lost the initiative, wisely chose not to block with his blade. Instead, he relied on his solid footwork, skillfully navigating the metaphorical tightrope without error. Chen Jing silently counted in his mind as he dodged yet another strike from Lin Zhan. The principle of momentum wanes after the initial surge was well understood. For novice warriors, the night battle technique could at most be sustained for 36 strikes. After the 36th strike, it would be Chen Jing's opportunity to turn the tide. Lin Zhan's breathing was becoming unsteady, and the confident smile had vanished from his face, replaced by urgency. Damn, how is he moving like a monkey now? Lin Zhan thought. The onlookers, initially worried about Chen Jing's safety, were now amazed, and some even began to worry for Lin Zhan. Sun Xiaowei watched Chen Jing with sparkling eyes, unconcerned. He never failed to impress her. Suddenly, Wang Chun and the others gasped in surprise. What's happening? Sun Xiaowei focused her attention, her small mouth slightly agape in astonishment. The 35th strike. As Lin Zhan's eyes filled with frustration, Chen Jing took a step back, the blade barely grazing past him. Goosebumps covered Chen Jing's skin, and his eyes suddenly shone with a terrifying light, sweeping away any previous fatigue. He planted his right foot firmly, sending pebbles flying, and like a coiled spring released, he launched himself at Lin Zhan with a swift, piercing sound. No one expected Chen Jing to act right after the 35th strike, instead of waiting for the optimal moment after Lin Zhan's 36th strike. This unexpected move caught Lin Zhan off guard, and Chen Jing's speed left one of Lin Zhan's teammates shaking his head. He had initially been confident in Lin Zhan's abilities. Having fought alongside him for so long, he knew Lin Zhan was not only exceptionally gifted but also a combat genius, having honed his skills through real battles. He believed Lin Zhan would have a backup plan and wouldn't be unaware of the vulnerabilities after the 18th strike. However, Chen Jing's unconventional approach made him lose faith in Lin Zhan. The other three spectators shared the same sentiment. Yet, reality often defies expectations. As the four stood in shock, Lin Zhan, who had seemed hopeless, suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had finally caught his prey. The heavy blade in his hand felt light as he gracefully spun it, and swiftly aimed a horizontal slash at Chen Jing's waist. In this scenario, Lin Zhan's blade would strike Chen Jing first. Against such a heavy war blade wielded by a fellow genius, not even Chen Jing's formidable defenses could hold. Chen Jing would have to switch to defense, hoping to minimize the damage. Lin Zhan, confident in his analysis, wore a triumphant smile. Having suffered multiple defeats at Chen Jing's hands, he had studied him thoroughly. Knowing Chen Jing's cunning nature, he anticipated that Chen would strike unexpectedly before his own momentum was exhausted, rather than waiting like a typical opponent. Indeed, this time he guessed correctly. Even with a small audience, victory was at hand, and Lin Zhan eagerly awaited his moment of triumph. As spectators, Wang Chun and his three companions experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Their eyes were glued to the intense duel before them, with every shift in the situation gripping their nerves. Initially, Chen Jing appeared to be in a precarious position, barely holding his ground. However, he miraculously dodged more than 30 strikes, which caught everyone by surprise. Even Wang Chun and Sun Xiaowei, who had confidence in him, didn't expect this turn of events. Suddenly, the tide turned, and Lin Zhan found himself in jeopardy. Before anyone could react, Chen Jing seized the moment when Lin Zhan was exhausted and made a decisive move. This unexpected action left everyone stunned, as if the outcome was already decided. Yet, another dramatic twist unfolded. Lin Zhan had anticipated Chen Jing's intentions and was prepared. The roles reversed once more, placing Chen Jing back in danger. The constant shifts in the battle left the spectators emotionally drained. Just when they thought the outcome was settled, surprises kept occurring. Chen Jing was internally astonished, realizing he had underestimated Lin Zhan's cleverness, feeling a sense of renewed respect for his opponent. However, his expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic despite the dire situation. Although Lin Zhan foresaw Chen Jing's motives, he was unaware that Chen Jing had a backup plan. Chen Jing's decision to forego a safer counterattack in favor of a risky maneuver was a calculated move to ensure success. The howling wind tousled Chen Jing's hair. As Lin Zhan's blade swung with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey, Chen Jing's left hand unexpectedly reached for the blade. Amidst gasps from the onlookers, he deftly twisted his wrist, his fingertips lightly tapping the smooth blade like an eagle swooping down, before quickly withdrawing. This daring move was both audacious and masterful. His fingertips released a strange force that permeated the blade, reaching Lin Zhan's hand. Lin Zhan felt a momentary tremor in his right hand, like a jolt of electricity, which quickly subsided, but that brief tremor changed his expression drastically. Originally, Lin Zhan had the advantage of attacking before Chen Jing due to a timing difference. However, That imperceptible pause caused him to miss his opportunity. The timing shifted in Chen Jing's favor, and he seized the rare chance. His energy surged like a floodgate opening, unstoppable. A bright white streak with a long-tail flame shot straight at Lin Zhan. Retreat. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth, filled with reluctance, but had no choice but to retreat rapidly for the first time. Chen Jing pursued relentlessly, his gleaming blade following closely, casting a chilling glow. After retreating several steps, Lin Zhan knew that continuing to back up would only delay defeat. With a roar, he firmly planted his right leg, leaving a deep imprint in the ground, halting his retreat. Drawing strength from the earth, he coordinated his leg, waist, and shoulder, raising his blade and swinging it with all his might. Clang! The sound of two blades clashing echoed through the hall like thunder. A fierce force, like an invisible shockwave, spread rapidly in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust that shrouded the entire space. Wang Chun and the others held their breath, their eyes fixed on the center of the battle, eager to see the outcome of this strike. Chen Jing remained expressionless, like a cold statue. In contrast, Lin Zhan's reaction was entirely different. His once rosy complexion turned pale, and his lips pressed tightly together, clearly struggling to endure something. Within a second, Lin Zhan could no longer hold back, and a mouthful of blood burst from his lips. His body seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to stagger backward. This hasty counterattack was too weak against Chen Jing's forceful blow. Chen Jing swiftly turned his head to avoid the splattering blood. His eyes glinted coldly as his blade swung forward without pause, continuing the pursuit. Though he wasn't intent on killing, he was determined to teach Lin Zhan a hard lesson, to show him that some people should not be easily provoked. Chen, stop. He's one of us. Wang Chen's anxious voice called out from a distance, but it was too late. Others also joined in to urge restraint, creating a moment of chaos. Sun Xiaowei echoed their pleas, albeit reluctantly. She thought to herself that Lin Zhan had clearly been deliberate earlier, and now that it was his turn to suffer, she was already restraining herself from gloating. Asking her to persuade Chen Jing was too much for a woman with a small heart. Chen Jing ignored the surrounding commotion, mirroring Lin Zhan's previous demeanor. He thought to himself that he could always claim afterward that he mistook it for an enemy attack. As Chen Jing advanced aggressively, Lin Zhan forced himself to steady his stance. His eyes flickered with regret, hesitation, and reluctance, but ultimately, all these complex emotions solidified into a look of determination. His body suddenly grew heavy, as if burdened with an immense weight, sinking a few inches. With both hands gripping his long blade, he raised it above his head, exuding an aura of life-or-death resolve that surged higher and higher. This sudden change silenced those who were trying to intervene. At that moment, Lin Zhan presented an exceptionally dangerous presence to the charging Chen Jing. Chen Jing narrowed his eyes slightly, having already made up his mind. Everything happened in a flash. As Chen Jing charged forward like a tiger descending a mountain, reaching the optimal attack range, Lin Zhan was also fully prepared for the battle. The showdown was imminent. Boom! A deafening thunderclap suddenly exploded in everyone's ears, instantly tearing through the momentum Lin Zhan had built. This force, like storm clouds pressing down on a city, spread rapidly, suppressing Lin Zhan's aura. Lin Zhan suddenly felt a slight mental discomfort and instinctively adjusted his stance. It was in that instant that Chen Jing's eyes flashed with a silver bolt of lightning, and his blade struck with precision. A look of astonishment appeared on Lin Zhan's face. What struck him most in this battle was not the rapid increase in his opponent's strength, but the formidable ability to seize the moment. He knew well that many victories of the weak over the strong stemmed from precise timing and decisive action. Moreover, Chen Jing was never the weaker party. Despite his momentary disorientation, Lin Zhan did not forget the dire situation he was in. His blood boiled with determination, ready to unleash his final move. At this moment, Chen Jing's lips curled into a confident smile. As he swung his blade, he silently thought, Thunderblade. Deep within the old sewers of Nancy City, a secret underground hall was filled with tension. Chen Jing and Lin Zhan stood facing each other, their presence far surpassing that of typical third-tier fighters, nearing the brink of the fourth tier. Just as they were about to clash with their battle knives, an unexpected attack suddenly struck. In the darkness, a flash of extreme cold light shot through like a supersonic jet slicing the sky. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the light spanned dozens of meters in an instant, targeting the center of Chen Jing and Lin Zhan's confrontation. A wave of danger surged over Chen Jing, setting off alarm bells in his mind. Though he hadn't yet seen what was coming, every cell in his body screamed of peril. He decisively abandoned his duel with Lin Zhan, forcefully halting his impending martial skill and swiftly retreating with a sliding step. Lin Zhan also sensed the danger, though his response was far more frantic. The sudden interruption of his all-out strike caused him to lose balance, and he barely managed to evade by rolling and scrambling away. Had the cold flash been an inch off, he might not have escaped unscathed. The cold light whistled past, crashing into the opposite wall. The entire underground space shook violently, the wall crumbled, debris scattered, and deep cracks spread like a spider web. As the dust settled, Chen Jing saw the weapon of astonishing power, a heavy bronze spear. Its head and half of its shaft were deeply embedded in the wall, with only a meter of its length exposed. Chen Jing's pupils narrowed, amazed by the terrifying force of the attack, yet the spear seemed oddly familiar. At that moment, light yet firm footsteps sounded behind him. Chen Jing turned cautiously to see a tall figure emerging from the shadow sit with Shang Qingmei. Chen Jing sighed softly, sheathing his battle knife. He understood that the opportunity to teach Lin Zhan a lesson had slipped away. From his experience, he could tell that Shang Qingmei's attack was not intended to harm, but to stop the duel. Shang Qingmei had always been an inescapable shadow in Chen Jing's mind. Even though he had narrowly won against her during the freshman assessment, he still felt overpowered by her true strength. Despite having advanced to the second tier and undergone numerous trials, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Shang Qingmei. So far, no one of their age had ever forced Shang Qingmei to exert her full power. She was like an unfathomable ancient well, with mysterious forces lurking beneath its dark surface. Shang Qingmei strode over to the two with a cold, icy demeanor, her voice filled with unprecedented anger. What's going on here? Are you not aware that we're on a mission right now? How dare you fight amongst yourselves? Do you have any sense of discipline? Chen Jing, seeing Shang Qingmei so furious for the first time, felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly tried to mediate. It's nothing like that. Our two teams ran into each other by chance, and because it was so dark, we didn't recognize each other at first. In the heat of the moment, we started fighting. If it weren't for you stepping in, I wouldn't have realized I was fighting Lin Zhan all this time. As he spoke, he kept signaling to Lin Zhan with his eyes. Lin Zhan, intimidated by Shang Qingmei's presence, quickly agreed. Yes, that's exactly what happened. He even pulled his teammates to vouch for him, and Wang Chun and the others nodded in agreement. At this point, Shang Qingmei's teammates caught up and began quietly advising her to let it go. Although Shang Qingmei was well aware that Chen Jing and the others were making excuses had she not intervened, one of the two would have been seriously injured. She was ultimately their peer and couldn't do much. She gave them both a piercing look and walked through them without saying a word, intending to retrieve her spear. Chen Jing watched her walk away with a sigh. Today's incident had completely ruined the rapport he had painstakingly built with Shang Qingmei. He blamed the whole mess on that damned Lin Zhan. He had no desire to start a conflict here, but Lin Zhan insisted on causing trouble. Lin Zhan noticed Chen Jing's murderous glare but remained unfazed, smirking. If Shang Qingmei hadn't intervened, the outcome might have been different. What's there to be smug about? At this moment, Sun Xiaowei gracefully approached Chen Jing, checking his injuries while asking with concern, "Are you all right, brother Chen?" Chen Jing diverted his attention back to Sun Xiaowei and smiled. "Don't worry, that idiot didn't even touch a hair on me." He said this loudly on purpose, causing Sun Xiaowei to giggle. Lin Zhan heard this and was fuming. If his teammates hadn't held him back, he would have charged at Chen Jing for a fight to the death. Wang Chun ignored the commotion, noticing how Shang Qingmei made room as she walked by. As they passed each other, he couldn't help but compare their heights and chuckle to himself. She was indeed too tall, out of his reach. Even if their heights matched, such a powerful woman would be difficult for even Brother Chen to handle. Thinking about her spear on the wall sent a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, Shang Qingmei was unaware of the thoughts running through others' minds. She placed her hand on the spear and, with a simple pull, easily lifted the heavy weapon that would require two hands for most people. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly paused, her eyes fixed ahead, and let out a soft exclamation, "Huh?" As Shang Qingmei peered through the hole, she let out a soft gasp. A determined look flashed in her eyes as she clenched her right fist and struck the wall with force. With a thunderous crash, the wall crumbled, startling those nearby. They turned to see the wall in front of Shang Qingmei split open, revealing a narrow passageway. A secret passage? Chen Jing's eyes narrowed. The Blood Moon Society really has multiple escape routes. He sighed inwardly, realizing that what should have been a flawlessly hidden path was accidentally uncovered by Shang Qingmei. Without this discovery, they might have missed it entirely. The unexpected turn of events caused the three teams to put their conflicts on hold and seriously discuss their strategy. The newly discovered passage had to be explored, but the main path also needed to be guarded. They had to prevent any Blood Moon members from escaping and report the situation about the secret passage. After some discussion, they decided to send their three strongest members into the passage. Naturally, Chen Jing and Shang Qingmei were chosen, but the third spot was a problem. Lin Zhan was injured, making the decision difficult. I'll go. Lin Zhan eagerly volunteered, seemingly unaware of his condition. The others exchanged glances at his words. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow, concern in his voice. Lin Zhan, you should rest more. I didn't recognize you earlier and didn't hold back during our fight. Your internal injuries are still severe. Lin Zhan's face darkened as he heard this. He couldn't deny his injuries, but was unwilling to give up. Without another word, he took a golden vial from his tactical belt and drank it, to the astonishment of those around him. Wow! Chen Jing couldn't help but feel for him. The golden vial contained the glory type A gene healing serum, remarkably effective but expensive, requiring 800 contribution points for exchange on the battle network. The serum worked immediately. Lin Zhan's pale complexion quickly turned rosy, and in less than a minute, his injuries were fully healed. Standing tall, he looked at the group with resolve. Now can I go? Shang Qingmei gave Lin Zhan a complicated look, unsure whether to commend him for his dedication or blame him for acting rashly. Nonetheless, his action did solve the issue of selecting the third person. On the outside, Lin Zhan tried to maintain a calm demeanor, but inside, his heart was bleeding. 800 contribution points. That was equivalent to the rewards from several missions. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, yet the determination in his eyes remained unwavering. Living is all about fighting for dignity. All right then, I'll take on the last one, Chen Jing said, looking at his companion who had just paid a hefty price, with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. It would be too unfair not to let him participate after he had sacrificed so much. Shang Qingmei nodded in agreement, her gaze briefly resting on Lin Zhan. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Zhan's combat prowess indeed surpassed the others, which was an undeniable fact. A broad smile spread across Lin Zhan's face as he glanced around at the others with satisfaction. He then followed Chen Jing and Shang Qingmei with a spring in his step, and the three of them disappeared into the dark passage. The seven who remained outside exchanged awkward glances. After a moment of silence, Wang Chen sighed deeply and turned to his companion beside him. Who would have thought that the strongest among us are all freshmen? It's a bit embarrassing. Another sophomore student, hearing this, looked unusually bitter. The younger generation surpasses the old, leaving us in the dust. Before the two could dwell further in their gloomy mood, Sun Xiaowei suddenly interjected. All right. You two aren't even 20 yet, not even at the legal age for marriage, so stop wallowing. Let's get moving. We still have a mission. With that, she took the lead and set off. The atmosphere lightened, and Wang Chun and the other student exchanged an embarrassed smile before quickly following her. Inside the passage, the environment was harsh. The narrow corridor was uneven on both sides and the ground, clearly showing that the Blood Moon Society had dug it hastily, without concern for comfort. Fortunately, the passage was over 2 meters high, so there was no worry about hitting their heads. Chen Jing walked at the front, his dark vision rendering the environment almost inconsequential. Not long after entering, he noticed fresh footprints on the ground, indicating that others had passed through. He remained vigilant, occasionally reminding Shang Qingmei behind him to watch her step. As for Lin Zhan at the rear, he paid him no mind. Thanks to Chen Jing's careful reminders, Shang Qingmei navigated the path smoothly. In contrast, Lin Zhan stumbled frequently. Although as a second-tier martial artist, these minor obstacles wouldn't make him fall, he was covered in dust and dirt, cursing under his breath. After a few minutes of navigating the dark corridor, Chen Jing determined that the passage led downward, not towards an underground escape route, as they initially thought. If it's deeper than the sewers, it likely leads to the subway tunnels, Shang Qingmei analyzed calmly. Or an underground military base or lab. Lin Zhan interjected eagerly, desperate to assert his presence. Those places are surrounded by special steel. They couldn't dig through that. Chen Jing retorted without turning his head. It can only be the subway. They're trying to dig there as another escape route. As a frontier city in the Mo Ling World's Rift, Nancy City couldn't avoid the harassment of barbaric people or beasts breaking through the defense line every year. While there were countermeasures for ground and aerial threats, the military often struggled against subterranean beasts. Consequently, as a city home to millions, Nansu had long abandoned its subway system. Even the sewer system was rebuilt at great expense, with special steel installed to prevent beast breaches. Despite this, problems still arose each year. Chen Jing's tone became serious. Unlike the old sewers, the military periodically sends patrols to clear the entire subway system, but we can't rely on them to catch every threat. Let's speed up. After about 10 minutes, Chen Jing and his group reached the end of the secret passage. They found the exit blocked by a heavy object. Chen Jing gestured for Shang Qingmei to step back, then mustered his strength and kicked the obstacle aside. The three of them immediately assumed combat positions and rushed out, scanning their surroundings cautiously, only to find no ambush waiting for them. With a loud thud, the large, empty iron filing cabinet crashed heavily onto the marble floor. Looking around, they found themselves in a sparsely furnished office. The Blood Moon Society had chosen this exit location wisely, as no patrol would bother moving such a heavy cabinet. Chen Jing tightened his grip on his knife and gently turned the intact doorknob with his other hand. Accompanied by a slight creaking sound, the door opened. They realized they were in a subway hall, facing the payment station, with the entrance to a descending escalator nearby, and corridors leading to the exits on both sides. Shang Qingmei pointed her slender finger toward a dusty sign ahead on the right. This is Liantai Station. According to the military's defense map, all exits in this area have been sealed. They must have chosen the tunnel route. You know all this? Lin Zhan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Better safe than sorry. Shang Qingmei replied emotionlessly. Lin Zhan shrugged and asked no further questions, accepting the explanation. To be cautious, Chen Jing flared his nostrils to catch any lingering scents. Confirming that the target had indeed gone downward, he nodded and signaled. Let's go. The stopped escalator was covered in dust, revealing 3 clear footprints. Chen Jing and Shang Qingmei simultaneously deduced that 2 of the individuals were between 175 and 180 centimeters tall, while the other was nearly 2 meters. Lin Zhan awkwardly scratched his nose, evidently not skilled in this kind of deduction, preferring the training grounds. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and catch them, Lin Zhan urged eagerly. Though he was right, Chen Jing couldn't help but give him a sidelong glance. The 3 quickly descended to the platform. The spacious area was lined with 7 or 8 stone pillars on each side, with yellow warning signs near the tunnel now faded and unclear. Besides the thick dust on the ground, there were a few patches of dried black blood, left by either humans or beasts. Following the footprints, they arrived at the left edge of the platform, where it was evident that their targets had jumped into the tunnel. Without hesitation, Shang Qingmei leapt down, causing a slight splash as she landed. The water accumulating on the tracks, though cleaner than sewer water, still posed a significant challenge for tracking. Shang Qingmei, undeterred by the difficulty, crouched down and meticulously searched for any clues. Lin Zhan stood aside wisely, waiting for results. However, when he noticed Chen Jing standing still as well, his curiosity was piqued. What's he doing just standing there? If he's got skills, he should be helping, not slacking off, Lin Zhan thought to himself. Little did he know, Chen Jing had already pinpointed the direction using his keen sense of smell. At this moment, a familiar sensation washed over him, reminiscent of the day he first hunted an injured barbarian. It hadn't even been a year, yet the memories were vivid. A novice who had just advanced to the first level, clueless about the 9 Thunderblade and the 6 military techniques, relying solely on passion to track for hours and narrowly defeating his opponent, earning his first reward. Now, as he tracked again, Chen Jing was a second-level martial artist, armed with top-tier skills that allowed him to fight beyond his level. Accompanied by 2 teammates whose strength was on par with his own, the difference in capability from his first experience was like night and day. Just as Lin Zhan was about to voice his doubts, Chen Jing snapped back to reality and decisively pointed to the tunnel on the right. Take the right tunnel. Lin Zhan's face was full of skepticism. You didn't even check for tracks down there. How can you be so sure? Shang Qingmei also cast a questioning look. Chen Jing briefly explained his ability and asked Lin Zhan. You saw my nose twitch, didn't you? Lin Zhan recalled, and indeed remembered. He became wary, realizing this guy had such a skill, and thought he should be more cautious in the future. Shang Qingmei glanced thoughtfully at Chen Jing, then returned to her usual calm demeanor, saying, Let's head in the direction you suggested. The 3 continued forward. Shang Qingmei walked along the gravel-filled center of the tracks and suddenly asked, Can you determine how long the scent has been lingering? Understanding her question, Chen Jing took a deep breath and replied, It's about 20 minutes old. Shang Qingmei nodded in approval, appreciating Chen Jing's performance in a field he hadn't specialized in. She ordered, Pick up the pace and remind us when we have 5 minutes left. Chen Jing agreed, and the 3 sped up. Meanwhile, the 3 people ahead, unaware, were fleeing for their lives at full speed. After 20 minutes, Chen Jing and his team accelerated, closing the gap to about 10 minutes. After advancing another 100 meters, Chen Jing suddenly halted and warned, Be careful, there's something ahead. A stench of blood filled the air. The 3 slowed their pace and proceeded cautiously. Lin Zhan frowned. It's a tunneling sandworm, judging by the size, it's a 3rd-level one. In front of them lay a gray-brown beast resembling a giant caterpillar, about 10 meters long. Chen Jing closely examined its wounds, frowning. Its head is crushed, killed in one blow. Done by a single person, someone very powerful. He glanced at the still calm Shang Qingmei, thinking, This could be troublesome. Let's hope it's not the worst-case scenario. He couldn't believe Shang Qingmei, with her intelligence, hadn't guessed, yet she remained expressionless, or rather, resolute. Let's move forward. Shang Qingmei's voice was cool, yet melodious. Chen Jing shrugged, thinking, Let's keep going then. The likelihood of that is low, and I can't let my courage be less than that of a woman. 5 minutes left. The 3 slowed their pace. Shang Qingmei looked at Chen Jing. Let's make a battle plan. Chen Jing nodded. At the final moment, all hesitation, fear, and unease transformed into overwhelming fighting spirit. This was the true demeanor of a martial artist. The 2 quickly discussed, speaking rapidly. Lin Zhan, left out, watched with wide eyes, struggling to keep up. Finally, he wisely waited for the final plan. All right, let's prepare for battle. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed around them. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots erupted in the tunnel, echoing thunderously. Chen Jing and his team executed their plan with precision, firing without hesitation at the fleeing members of the Blood Moon Society. Bullets whizzed through the air, instantly taking down two short individuals who fell lifeless before they could even cry out. However, the third target, a towering, brawny man, displayed astonishing reflexes. Despite being hit in the back, he spun around with agility, defying his size, grabbing the bodies of his fallen comrades as human shields. Dodging and weaving, his figure flickered like a ghostly shadow in the tunnel. Seeing this, Chen Jing and his team quickly shifted tactics, abandoning precise shooting in favor of suppressive fire. The narrow tunnel constrained the tall man's movements, making it difficult for him to evade the relentless pursuit of bullets. The continuous gunfire echoed through the tunnel, nearly emptying their magazines. Chen Jing watched as at least 7 or 8 bullets pierced the bodies and struck the tall man's chest. Shockingly, he remained unscathed, still full of life and energy. As the distance between them closed, Chen Jing reloaded his magazine with a heavy heart, while cautiously stepping back to maintain some distance. In the brief moment when their suppressive fire weakened, the tall man violently hurled the corpses aside. His massive frame, akin to a charging black bear, barreled toward them like a speeding tank, accompanied by a suffocating gust of wind. Barbarian. Chen Jing's pupils contracted, his heart pounding. For the first time, he could clearly observe the enemy's features, and the sight was unexpected. He had speculated about a connection between the Blood Moon Society and the barbarians, but hadn't anticipated the association to be so intimate. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the hulking man wore modern clothing, yet exuded an unsettling incongruity. His appearance was neither typical of the Xia people nor easily classified into any specific foreign ethnicity. What truly revealed his identity were the tattoos on his face. Unlike the vine-like tattoos Chen Jing had seen on a previous barbarian, this man's face was covered with dozens of abstract, eerie patterns. Together, they emanated a chilling aura of terror, bloodlust, and savagery. The barbarian tattoo artistry was so refined that it could put the so-called tattoo masters of this world to shame. Shang Qingmei and Lin Zhan quickly realized the true identity of their adversary. For the first time in over a decade, they were face-to-face with humanity's greatest historical anemia living, breathing barbarian from another world. Keep up the suppressive fire, Chen Jing shouted. Although the brief pause to reload hadn't allowed the barbarian to close the gap, the renewed barrage of bullets only slightly slowed his charge. This did not bring Chen Jing any comfort. Instead, it made his expression even graver. Clearly, the worst-case scenario had materialized. The faint sound of bullets hitting the ground was barely audible amidst the deafening gunfire. While Chen Jing couldn't focus on this subtle noise, his eyes caught the detail clearly, especially after the 2 obstructing bodies were discarded. On the surface, they seemed to have the upper hand, but the reality was terrifying. The bullets that struck the barbarian's body, at best, only pierced the skin. Immediately after, the bullets were distorted, as if crushed by an invisible force, and then fell to the ground, twisted beyond recognition. The piercing attack of the broken spear failed to break through the defense, and upon sensing the sudden surge of energy, Chen Jing's heart sank. A 4th-tier warrior. He stiffened, his mind racing through various possibilities. With the 6th-tier warrior Gao Pengqi from the Security Bureau's Operations Division overseeing the scene, the low-tier warriors of the Blood Moon Society should have posed no threat. Even the mid-tier warriors on the list should have been unable to escape. But who could have guessed there was a hidden 4th-tier warrior, and a barbarian at that? Chen Jing pondered silently. This barbarian was likely only accessible to the core members of the Blood Moon Society. Even the 3rd-tier warrior Cheng Chong was unaware, highlighting how secretive their movements were. Otherwise, with Gao Pengqi's strength, they would have been captured long ago. What bad luck! Chen Jing sighed inwardly. He hated doing things beyond his capabilities. Although he had some suspicions when dealing with the burrowing sandworm, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Reality, however, hit him like a ton of bricks. The leap from 3rd tier to 4th tier was a qualitative one, incomparable to any other. Chen Jing knew that even if he could defeat 2nd tier and even 3rd tier opponents with 1st tier strength, facing a 4th tier opponent was almost certain death. Even with his current 3rd tier strength, defeating a 4th tier warrior was a pipe dream. Now, he could only hope for success through their combined efforts. After all, they were all martial arts prodigies, top of their class, with strength nearing the 3rd tier limit. Combat wasn't a game. While level was important, everyone made mistakes. There was still a slim chance for them to turn the tables. With the situation as it was, Chen Jing swiftly cut off any negative emotions, hesitating no longer, regretting nothing, and fearing nothing. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, ready to face the inevitable clash head-on. He looked at Shang Qingmei, whose flawless face remained aloof and unyielding, showing no sign of fear. At this moment, her eyes burned with the same fire as his. Plan. Shang Qingmei's voice, usually as smooth as pearls and jade, now carried a steely determination. Chen Jing took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Before the battle, They had formulated various response plans, including dealing with a fourth-tier warrior. Lin Zhan also heard the command, his fighting spirit noticeably high, unfazed by the presence of the fourth-tier warrior. As soon as Shang Qingmei's words fell, he tossed his handgun aside, drew his heavy battle knife, and charged forward as planned. Shang Qingmei followed closely, while Chen Jing silently fell to the rear. "Come on, grandson, come to Grandpa's arms," Lin Zhan shouted, brandishing his battle knife, taunting in the few barbarian common words he knew. With the bullets no longer a hindrance, the barbarian moved even faster. Hearing this insolent second-tier weakling mock him in his own language, the barbarian's face darkened, and he quickly retorted in barbarian language. "You lowly pig, seeking death." The pig was the most commonly consumed domesticated livestock among the barbarians of this world, akin to chickens, ducks, and fish in this world. Clearly, Lin Zhan's taunt had worked. The barbarian charged at Lin Zhan without dodging or evading. Previously cautious about being hit in the eyes or other vital areas by bullets, he now dismissed the trio of second-tier warriors as insignificant. He intended to crush this lowly pig's skull in the shortest time possible, teaching him the meaning of superiority and inferiority. The explanation of Plan F echoed through the long subway tunnel. Shang Qingmei's voice, as clear as a bell in a remote valley, meticulously detailed every aspect, with Chen Jing occasionally chiming in. Lin Zhan struggled to stay awake, straining to listen, but couldn't help letting out a yawn. Despite Shang Qingmei's melodious voice, the exhaustive explanation made Lin Zhan drowsy. As a warrior accustomed to charging into battle without elaborate plans, relying solely on his exceptional combat skills, he found it hard to adapt to being a diligent student forced to pay attention. Suddenly, the explanation came to an abrupt halt. Lin Zhan snapped his eyes open, startled by the sight of Chen Jing and Shang Qingmei staring at him with icy glares. "Why'd you stop?" "Keep going," Lin Zhan said with a sheepish grin, trying to cover up his lapse in focus. Chen Jing chuckled quietly, wisely staying silent. He knew Shang Qingmei's temperament well enough to anticipate that the usually aloof woman would confront the situation, allowing him to sit back and watch. As expected, Shang Qingmei spoke with a frosty tone. "Repeat the plan we've just discussed." Had it been Chen Jing making such a request, Lin Zhan would have ignored it. But facing Shang Qingmei, he could only grimace, struggling to piece together what he remembered. Yet, he couldn't recall the last point, frantically searching his mind. Chen Jing watched with amusement, while Shang Qingmei's expression grew increasingly stern. Finally, she took a deep breath and re-explained the parts Lin Zhan had missed or gotten wrong. This time, Lin Zhan listened with unprecedented focus, absorbing every word. Seeing his improved attitude, Shang Qingmei nodded slightly and continued. "Plan G. If we encounter a fourth-tier warrior." Chen Jing's demeanor instantly turned serious, participating in the discussion with more intensity than ever. If such a scenario unfolded, their unpreparedness would surely lead to doom. In such a situation, escape isn't an option. In a place like this, there's nowhere to run. The only choice is to fight with everything you've got, Chen Jing stated bluntly. "Don't think about stalling. Each of us will only have one chance to strike. We've sparred with our teachers at school, and in a serious fight, they won't give you a second chance." Even Lin Zhan couldn't resist adding his perspective. Chen Jing and Shang Qingmei nodded in agreement, acknowledging the normally unreliable guy's valid point. The trio then engaged in a heated discussion, crafting a concrete battle plan. No matter how challenging the circumstances, they refused to give up, determined to carve out a path to survival. The scene shifts back to the present. Lin Zhan watched as the barbarian's primitive and eerie face drew closer, his hand steady as he raised his battle knife, assuming the same stance he used against Chen Jing. In his mind, he recalled Shang Qingmei's words from that day in the subway tunnel. "Lin Zhan, as the spearhead, your job is to provoke the enemy's anger, drawing their focus onto you for a heated clash." It was the most captivating female voice he'd ever heard, unusually serious. Then, Chen Jing's annoying voice rang in his ears. "To put it simply, as the main tank, you're responsible for taunting and initiating the fight." Lin Zhan selectively ignored that comment. "Facing a fourth-tier warrior, you'll have only one shot. Remember, unleash your most powerful strike." Shang Qingmei's voice continued to echo in his mind, carrying a hint of barely detectable hesitation. "Being the first to confront the danger is incredibly risky. Be extra cautious. Don't go getting yourself killed." The man laughed mockingly. "Huh? Even if you die, I won't. If it really comes to that, bring it on. My sword is eager to taste the blood of a fourth-tier warrior." Those words still echoed in the air as reality unfolded according to plan. Lin Zhan gave a bloodthirsty smile, licking his parched lips as flames of fury ignited in his eyes. He roared internally, "Chen Jing, this is the ultimate move I've prepared for you." Interrupted by Shang Qingmei before, "Now you'll witness my true strength." "Blood ignition technique," Lin Zhan muttered, and his blood instantly boiled. His skin turned an unnaturally bright red as his aura surged dramatically. Not enough. Bloodblade's secret art. He suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto his sword. The blade was instantly enveloped in a strange crimson hue, exuding a chillingly bloody aura. At his peak, Lin Zhan roared, and with the support of 3 layers of battle techniques, his blood-red sword, filled with an extreme frenzy, slashed toward the barbarian. Chen Jing, hidden in the background, narrowed his eyes, thinking, impressive. He had this hidden up his sleeve. Though it's a move that harms both sides, this momentum far exceeds even a full-force strike from a third-tier warrior. The barbarian's face showed clear surprise. A mere second-tier dared to meet him heat-in, which seriously wounded his pride. He didn't dodge at all, throwing a direct punch. Facing an opponent 2 levels lower, dodging would be too humiliating for a 4th-tier warrior. Boom! The fierce wind scattered in all directions, instantly sweeping away the stones on the ground, leaving a huge gap, while the rusted tracks shattered completely. Clang! Half of the sword blade flew far away, while the remaining half, along with Lin Zhan's figure, was sent flying. He spewed blood, crashing into the tunnel wall at a speed hard to discern with the naked eye, creating a human-shaped indentation and embedding deeply, motionless. Yet the barbarian felt no joy. He looked at his right hand in disbelief, where a deep, bone-revealing cut was visible. Although a 4th-tier warrior's traits prevented continuous bleeding, he knew his right arm's bone had cracked, temporarily rendering it useless. You insignificant pig! How dare you wound a warrior of the Huyan Shotu tribe? The barbarian, filled with shame and anger, strode toward Lin Zhan, determined to crush this audacious fool to pieces. As for Shang Qingmei and Chen Jing, he completely ignored these 2 second-tier warriors. Even though a mere second-tier had just inflicted a notable wound on him, his inherent pride remained intact. Just as a tiger remains a tiger even if a sheep kicks it while napping, a sheep remains a sheep. Pride blinds one's eyes. This saying holds true both in our world and in other realms. The barbarian had just turned towards Lin Zhan when the second in line, Shang Qingmei, fearlessly charged at him with a bronze spear in hand. This sudden assault made the barbarian halt immediately. He quickly turned to face Shang Qingmei, striking out with his left hand. A sinister smile appeared on the barbarian's face. To him, a mere second-tier warrior daring to act so recklessly in front of him was sheer arrogance. He thought to himself, could it be that seeing a fellow warrior act bravely made her think she could do the same? Did he really seem that weak? He had intended to give her a few more seconds of respite, but she was in such a hurry to court death. The barbarian decided to kill this reckless woman first. However, at this critical moment, Shang Qingmei's eyes underwent a startling transformation. Her clear black and white eyes turned into dazzling purple pupils, and her long, jet-black hair began to move as if stirred by an invisible wind. Her tall, slender figure stood straight like a sharp spear, exuding an intense aura that was impossible to ignore. With her purple-tinged hands gripping the bronze spear tightly, a crackling sound like static electricity surrounded the spear. In an instant, it was as if a divine purple thunderbolt had struck from the depths of the clouds, carrying an unstoppable force of heavenly power. She thrust the spear at the barbarian with overwhelming momentum. This was none other than the first strike of the legendary martial technique, Divine Sky 9 Annihilations, created by the renowned warrior Shang Qianxiu. The spear sliced through the air, causing a series of loud sonic booms due to its incredible speed. Its explosive force was so great that it generated a small conical sonic boom cloud at the spearhead. Facing this attack, the barbarian's face lost all traces of arrogance. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary woman would unleash an aura far more powerful than the one who had previously wounded him. He began to question his understanding of the past decades. Since when did second-tier warriors become so formidable? At this moment, the barbarian's eyes were filled with terror as he genuinely felt the approach of death. In the final moments, he forced his body to turn slightly, ignoring his internal injuries. Even so, he paid a heavy price for his pride. The spear's speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to gather strength. In a split second, the spear shattered his previous attack, which had been delivered with the force of a 4th-tier warrior. The spear's penetrating power was so immense that it pierced through the barbarian's hand, disregarding his 4th-tier defense. Without any hesitation, the spearhead plunged deep into his left kidney. Had it not been for that last twist, the fatal strike would have pierced his heart. The barbarian fell heavily to the ground, gravely injured, leaving all onlookers dumbfounded. Such terrifying destructive power had come from a second-tier warrior. However, this extraordinary strike also came at a great cost to Shang Qingmei. At this moment, her energy was completely depleted, and she barely had the strength to hold the spear. Success or failure now depends on you. Chen Jing, Shang Qingmei thought to herself. According to their plan, she quickly released the spear and, gritting her teeth, fell to the side to make way for Chen Jing, who was right behind her. Chen Jing did not hesitate, swiftly taking Shang Qingmei's place and seamlessly continuing her attack. This person, previously overlooked by the barbarian, finally revealed his long-hidden fangs. The barbarian, unable to even pull the spear from his body, faced another full-force attack from someone he had underestimated. In a display of astonishing power, Chen Jing effortlessly executed one of the most formidable and difficult martial techniques, reputed to easily shatter a heavy main battle tank with a single punch. In the air, an intense and ferocious energy was brewing, threatening to consume everything around it. Chen Jing could distinctly feel his flesh and blood becoming fuel for this force, with every heartbeat and every pulse strengthening it further. As Chen Jing moved swiftly, a series of cracking sounds erupted from his right arm. Amidst these harsh, crack noises, his entire arm grotesquely swelled to several times its original size, its length increasing by dozens of centimeters. The muscles on his right arm were taut and brimming with explosive power, ready to unleash at any moment. At first glance, his swollen arm seemed incongruous with the rest of his body. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was a peculiar harmony, much like an elephant's trunk, a squirrel's bushy tail, or the long arms of a giant appearing an integral part of his physique. A tremendous force surged through Chen Jing's right arm, quickly extending to the battle blade he held. The barbarian felt the ominous presence of danger, yet this was far from Chen Jing's full strength. In Chen Jing's eyes, silver lightning crackled, resembling tiny bolts of electricity dancing within his gaze. The straight blade in his hand glowed with a heart-stopping silver light. Having mastered the first level of the ninefold Thunderblade's core technique, Chen Jing now unleashed the second level without hesitation. In an instant, Chen Jing's aura surged, surpassing that of Lin Zhan, though it did not reach the unparalleled sharpness of Shang Qingmei's formidable presence. Still, the aura carried a destructive force that made the barbarian's heart tremble with fear. With the combined power of the Overlord's hammer and the second level of his technique, Chen Jing's grotesquely enlarged right hand gripped the slender battle blade. Suddenly, he shifted the blade at an unfathomable angle, as if performing an impossible maneuver, changing his attack strategy in a heartbeat. This strike showcased Chen Jing's profound mastery of the blade. The blade tip, initially targeting the barbarian's left chest, abruptly veered within the blink of an eye, unexpectedly slashing toward the barbarian's thick neck. The sudden change in attack left the barbarian drenched in cold sweat. His hastily devised countermeasure was rendered useless by Chen Jing's swift maneuver. Worse yet, his right hand was temporarily incapacitated from a previous strike by Lin Zhan, and his left hand was pinned by a bronze spear. At this moment, his legs were his only means of defense. However, against Chen Jing's lightning-fast strike, the barbarian's legs were powerless. Even before the blade reached him, the force of the wind it generated had already drawn a shallow line of blood across his neck. The silver-white blade loomed ever closer, yet the barbarian's heart suddenly found a serene calm. Decades of life-and-death combat experience allowed him to seize this final chance, reacting in an instant. The tattoos, which had covered only a small portion of his face, suddenly spread like living tadpoles, enveloping his entire head. To Chen Jing's astonishment, the barbarian unexpectedly thrust his massive head forward, intercepting the blade aimed at his neck. The tattoos covering his head flickered strangely, causing the blade to pause momentarily. But this effect lasted only a heartbeat before the tattoos vanished, as if evaporated. The blade, carrying Chen Jing's most powerful strike, descended unimpeded onto the barbarian's head. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and even the toughest skull could not withstand the blow. In an instant, the barbarian's face was awash with blood, flesh, and bone scattering. In this critical moment, the barbarian, driven by extreme pain, unleashed a final surge of strength, delivering a powerful kick. Chen Jing managed to block with his left hand, but the force was so great that he was forced to retreat several steps. Grimacing, Chen Jing shook his trembling left hand, then looked up at the barbarian, now meters away. The barbarian, having taken a direct strike, no longer resembled a human. His face was a terrifying mask of blood and savagery. A massive portion of the right side of the head was brutally sliced off, leaving a gruesome sight. The right eyeball was completely shattered into pulp, the right ear vanished without a trace, and a significant part of the skull was exposed, revealing the stark white brain tissue. A large chunk of the upper right brain was gouged out, with white and gray matter mixed with bright red blood pooling at the wound in a disturbingly stagnant manner. The blade's force was so severe that even the untouched left side of the face was a mess of torn flesh, and the neck and shoulder skin was utterly ravaged. At this moment, the barbarian resembled a ghoul straight out of hell, utterly terrifying. Any ordinary warrior would have succumbed to such grievous injuries, even one as powerful as Chen Jing. Yet, this fourth-tier warrior remained standing, his soul remaining coldly fixed on Chen Jing. Chen Jing took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. He finally witnessed the unimaginable vitality of a fourth-tier barbarian truly inhuman. If not for their strategic use of the barbarian's carelessness and arrogance, launching a series of surprise attacks that left him unable to display even half of his strength, they would have stood no chance against a fourth-tier warrior. Boom. Despite his fatal injuries, the barbarian was the first to make a move. He stepped towards Chen Jing with difficulty but determination, simultaneously yanking out the bronze spear impaled through his body with his left hand. The sound of flesh and bones being stirred echoed through the silent tunnel, yet the barbarian's expression remained unchanged. As the spear was fully withdrawn, the fourth-tier warrior's traits caused the blood that was about to gush out to reverse its flow back into his body, avoiding further injury, leaving only ghastly holes in his right palm and kidney area. Decades of combat experience made the barbarian adept at wielding cold weapons. He gripped the spear with his left hand, his calloused palm holding it tight, the spearhead stained with the blood of a fourth-tier warrior pointed directly at Chen Jing. Unlike Shang Qingmei's pure sharpness of the all things can be broken aura, the bronze spear in the barbarian's hand exuded an overwhelming stench of blood and murderous intent, as if an entire army was advancing. For a moment, Chen Jing envisioned countless people and beasts falling at the barbarian's feet. They wailed in despair, their blood pooling into a massive lake, bodies floating atop. The barbarian responsible for this was now pointing the soul-laden spear at him. Clang! The warblade in Chen Jing's hand suddenly emitted a resonant hum. A silver lightning flashed in his eyes, quickly bringing him back to clarity. What terrifying presence! How many people has this guy killed? If not for Chen Jing's strong willpower, he might have been trapped in the illusion. He reminded himself that losing focus in battle could be deadly. The barbarians I showed a hint of surprise. After a brief pause, he suddenly spoke. My name is Zeta. Though his pronunciation was imperfect, he clearly introduced himself in Mandarin. Chen Jing was taken aback. Having studied barbarian customs, he understood that this act meant the barbarian saw him as a worthy opponent. Chen Jing, he replied succinctly. The barbarian nodded in acknowledgement, and his single eye erupted with intense killing intent. With a loud roar, he brandished his spear and charged swiftly at Chen Jing. Unfazed, Chen Jing, though weary, raised his sword and struck directly at the barbarian. Both were far from their peak state. Jita, after enduring Shang Qingmei's terrifying blow and having half his head sliced off by Chen Jing, could still stand, but was significantly weakened. Without relying on the tribe's secret techniques, he would struggle to maintain even a first-tier strength. Chen Jing was also in a dire state, his energy nearly depleted by the combined exertion of the Overlord Hammer and the Double Force, leaving him unable to unleash half of his power. At this moment, if a second-tier warrior in normal condition were present, both of them would likely face death. Unfortunately, Chen Jing's two teammates were unable to assist. Lin's fate was uncertain, and Shang Qingmei, having unleashed a technique more terrifying than Chen Jing's strike, was now weaker than an average person. All hope rested solely on Chen Jing. The sound of metal clashing was incessant as Chen Jing and Jita became blurred figures, fiercely entangled. Chen Jing deflected the spear in front of him, gaining several wounds but ignoring them. He decisively advanced with a vicious knee strike aimed directly at the exposed kidney. Jita was prepared, and their knees collided with a tremendous sound, shattering both kneecaps. Chen Jing seemed to have lost his sense of pain, unhesitatingly launching his left fist. Jita grinned ferociously and met it with a punch of his own. Bang! Bang! Two loud crashes, and both were sent flying, crashing heavily against the walls. Chen Jing wiped the blood from his mouth and quickly got up. Across from him, Jita did the same, but without any blood at his mouth. Despite severe injuries, a fourth-tier warrior's characteristic of not bleeding persisted, putting Chen Jing at a disadvantage throughout the fight. Jita was a warrior who had crawled from the pile of corpses, his combat skills, experience, and mindset honed to perfection. In contrast, Chen Jing had been a warrior for less than a year, with limited real combat experience, far from Jita's level. If not for Jita needing to constantly guard against attacks on his kidney and head, the gap would be even greater. Chen Jing's only advantage was his relatively intact body. Jita's injuries were severe, worsening without timely treatment, while Chen Jing was merely exhausted from his combat techniques, with his strength gradually returning over time. Time was on Chen Jing's side. Jita clearly realized this as well. Like a rabid dog, he relentlessly engaged Chen Jing, allowing the sword to strike anywhere but the vital spots, using his nobleting trait to trade blows and wear down his opponent. Chen Jing was no fool and understood the principle of better take a cut than a stab. But constant evasion would only lead to trouble. The spear, originally Shang Qingmei's, was wielded by Jita with deadly precision. It had to be neutralized. As Chen Jing pondered a strategy, his gaze inadvertently fell on a certain spot, and suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. A flash of cold light, and Jita's spear struck like a venomous dragon, each attack vicious and treacherous. Chen Jing was forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to fully use his skills. The two clashed fiercely in the subway tunnel, leaving long knife marks and deep punctures on the walls, marring the once smooth surface. Chen Jing deliberately retreated, guiding the fight to a predetermined location. Suddenly, he unexpectedly hurled his battle knife directly at Jita and charged forward right after. This move puzzled Jita, who wondered if his opponent was more formidable unarmed. With no time to think, Jita quickly positioned his spear horizontally in front of his chest, easily deflecting the incoming knife. However, Chen Jing did not attack as expected. Instead, he grabbed the shaft of the bronze spear, attempting to seize Jita's weapon. Caught off guard, Jita was pulled closer, taking a brutal knee strike to his vital area. Jita gasped, his face turning red with pain. Fueled by rage, he held onto the spear tightly. His right hand was injured, and his left palm had a large hole, so fighting barehanded would put him at a disadvantage. Losing his weapon was not an option. The two were locked in a tense struggle, their heavy breathing and the sound of breaking stones echoing in the tunnel. Just then, a faint noise interrupted them. Jita's expression changed as he glanced in the direction of the sound, while a smug smile appeared on Chen Jing's sweat and dust-covered face. Ever since Shang Qingmei had exhausted her last bit of strength to make way for Chen Jing, she had collapsed on the uneven, damp ground. Despite her awkward and uncomfortable position, she remained still, patiently conserving her energy and waiting for the perfect moment. She assessed the situation and managed to give Chen Jing a knowing look. Finally, the opportunity arrived. In the stalemate Chen Jing had deliberately created, Shang Qingmei acted without hesitation. She gritted her silver teeth, exerting all her strength as her trembling arms slowly pushed her body up into a half-kneeling position. This movement caught Jita's attention. Had it been Lin Zhan, he might have ignored this seemingly spent opponent. But the memory of Shang Qingmei's spear technique was unforgettable for Jita, making him as wary as a startled cat. Fearing she had another trick up her sleeve, he instinctively wanted to retreat, momentarily forgetting about the spear in his hand as his body began to move backward. In theory, Shang Qingmei's unexpected action successfully achieved the intended goal. Her move revealed an unprecedented wariness in Zeta, even sparing Chen Jing from having to take further action. However, Shang Qingmei was not satisfied with this outcome. She couldn't bear the thought of lying weakly on the sidelines, watching her teammates fight desperately while she remained helpless. Determined, she decided to take action once more. Suddenly, Shang Qingmei's complexion turned deathly pale, her once beautiful face becoming haggard and withered. She forced herself to use a secret technique to stimulate her potential, a method that was damaging at its core, but produced immediate results. Her body stopped trembling, and her hands became unusually strong. Shang Qingmei swiftly drew her black eagle pistol from her thigh, assuming a standard kneeling aiming position. A wound at the corner of her brow, cut open at some point, was bleeding profusely, staining her eyes red. Yet, she remained focused, intently watching Zeta's every move, her mind racing with calculations. Just as she was on the verge of collapsing, bang, bang, two gunshots rang out, launching bullets that posed a significant threat to martial artists. Shang Qingmei didn't have time to see the outcome. She only felt a heavy blow before losing consciousness. The Black Eagle pistol was almost ineffective against warriors above the third tier, but posed a serious threat to those at the third tier and below. Severely weakened, Zeta could no longer ignore the threat of the bullets. He quickly released his spear to evade, but, due to Shang Qingmei's precise calculations, even if he dodged the first shot, he couldn't avoid the second. The bullet easily pierced his lung, and Zeta's energy plummeted. Chen Jing quickly glanced at the fallen Shang Qingmei, seeing her chest rise and fall slightly, confirming she was not in mortal danger. He sighed with relief. Without hesitation, he discarded the unfamiliar spear, pushed off the ground with his legs, and charged at the wounded Zeta. He would not waste the opportunity Shang Qingmei had created. Bang! Chen Jing delivered a powerful punch to Zeta's left cheek, sending several blood-stained teeth flying. He followed up with another punch aimed at Zeta's damaged right temple. Zeta hastily shifted, using his right shoulder to protect his head. With a crack, his entire shoulder blade shattered, and his already broken right arm hung limply. Yet, Zeta seemed unfazed by these injuries. In just a few minutes, the wounds on his body were numerous. His right arm was useless. The bone spurs at his left elbow pierced through the skin. One kneecap was completely shattered, and even one of his kidneys had been directly extracted. But none of this could extinguish the blazing battle spirit within him. Chen Jing was not unscathed either. On the surface, he appeared unharmed, but internally, he was already riddled with injuries. At this moment, Zeta's entire body seemed to turn into a lethal weapon, attacking like a storm. Even the bone spurs protruding from his elbow were wielded like blades, furiously stabbing at Chen Jing. Despite being a barbarian from another world, Zeta, after shedding his initial arrogance, was undoubtedly the most competent warrior Chen Jing had ever encountered. Not only was he skilled, but he also possessed an indomitable fighting spirit. Even as an enemy, Chen Jing couldn't help but admire him. In the end, Chen Jing paid the price of a broken arm, slowly withdrawing his left hand from deep within Zeta's skull. The once towering figure finally collapsed with a thud. The fourth-tier barbarian, Zeta, was defeated. Chen Jing collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, his chest heaving as he took deep breaths. The intense battle they had just survived replayed in his mind. It was unbelievable that the three of them managed to defeat a fourth-rank warrior. Any mistake could have meant death, but fortunately, they emerged victorious. After a brief rest, Chen Jing forced himself to stand, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. Clutching his fractured right arm with his left hand, he stumbled over to Lin Zhan. He bent down to check and felt a faint breath from Lin Zhan's nostrils, easing his worried heart. Although they didn't always get along, after fighting side by side, he didn't want to see his comrade die. Next, he moved to Shang Qingmei's side, gently laying her down in a more comfortable position. As he gazed at her delicate face, admired by so many women, now pale and weak, he couldn't help but sigh. Such a stubborn and strong-willed person. Having tended to his teammates, Chen Jing finally approached Jita's corpse. With a sense of anticipation, he began to search thoroughly. Soon, he discovered a soft object inside the lining of Jita's coat. His eyes lit up as he quickly retrieved it. It was a piece of paper made from animal hide. Unfolding it, Chen Jing was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. His suspicions were confirmed. The Blood Moon Society was seeking the necklace not for themselves, but for a barbarian tribe closely associated with them. Recalling the first barbarian he had killed and noting the distinct tattoos on Jita's face, Chen Jing deduced that these two barbarians were from different tribes. Following a common storyline, Chen Jing analyzed. Jita's tribe had been pursuing the initial barbarian for the necklace. The barbarian, cornered, fled through a world rift to Xia country and managed to break through the encirclement despite severe injuries, ultimately being killed by Chen Jing near Nanzi City. Jita's tribe followed closely, contacting the Blood Moon Society, which was closely linked to them, to send a representative at all costs, all to retrieve the necklace. Clearly, they understood the necklace's importance. To ensure nothing was left to chance, Jita likely carried detailed information about the necklace now in Chen Jing's hands on the animal hide paper. However, Chen Jing suddenly realized a discrepancy. Logically, the timing of him killing the severely injured barbarian should align with Jita's tribe tracking their target to Nanzi City. This incident was even reported by the media, so why hadn't the Blood Moon Society come knocking immediately? Chen Jing frowned in thought. When exactly did the Blood Moon Society start searching for the necklace? According to the mission records, it couldn't have been earlier than a month after Chen Jing started school. Even assuming they prepared in advance, it couldn't have been more than a month. This left at least a 4-month gap unaccounted for. Chen Jing took a deep breath and finally organized his thoughts. He speculated that the first barbarian he encountered had an exceptional ability to escape, causing the Zeta tribe to spend a significant amount of time confirming the barbarian's arrival in the Xia kingdom without knowing the exact time. During this period, many barbarians crossed the world rift. Some were killed by military forces, others escaped only to meet their demise, and a few managed to hide successfully. This situation caused significant trouble for the Blood Moon Society's search efforts, leading them to overlook Chen Jing for nearly half a year. Realizing this, Chen Jing felt a weight lift off his shoulders. With the Blood Moon Society eradicated and Zeta dead, the last bit of risk of exposure he carried had vanished. In high spirits, he refocused on the beast hide parchment before him, eager to uncover the long-awaited secret of the necklace. On the yellowed beast hide, a vividly drawn necklace took up most of the space, identical to the one Chen Jing had in his dorm room. Beside it, 3 lines were written in the barbarian language. Thanks to his decent academic performance, Chen Jing quickly translated them. The first line read, "Chain of the Saint Manuxer," presumably the name of the necklace. The word Manuxer felt familiar to Chen Jing as he suddenly recalled it was the word the first barbarian he defeated had shouted before dying. He speculated that Manuxer might have been the name of the necklace's original owner's tribe, possibly destroyed by the Zeta tribe, forcing the survivor to flee to another world. Chen Jing stroked his chin, realizing he might have killed the last hope of the Manuxer tribe, which explained the barbarian's dying anguish. Absent-mindedly, he muttered, what a sin, and continued to the second line. Born from the depths of despair, the root of the sun awaits its bloom. This sentence puzzled Chen Jing, as it seemed to describe some kind of plant, but its connection to the necklace was unclear. He set this question aside for the moment and moved on to the final line. A stairway to legend, sure to be paved with a silver-white carpet. Though the entire passage was cryptic, the word legend indicated the necklace's immense value. It must significantly aid a warrior in achieving legendary status, though its specific use remained a mystery. Although Chen Jing didn't fully understand, he was grateful for these 2 clues. He realized that only the core leadership of the Zeta tribe might truly know how to use the necklace. Even the members of the Blood Moon Society and Zeta himself would not be aware, otherwise, they would have kept it for their own gain. The necklace was likely intended for a tribe member nearing legendary status. Time was of the essence, so Chen Jing focused again on the beast hide paper. He repeatedly murmured, "Root of the sun," his eyes scanning the page in hopes of discovering something. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed something. "Root of the sun, huh? What's this?" Chen Jing's gaze suddenly froze on the animal hide parchment. He quickly pulled it closer, his eyes widening in surprise. Aside from the 3 lines of mysterious text, the parchment displayed only a sketch of a necklace. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to the drawing, but perhaps his luck had turned for the better after overcoming the 4th-level warrior's ordeal. His eyes were caught by a subtle detail in the illustration. Within the diamond-shaped area representing the necklace's golden crystal, the black and white drawing lacked color, filled only with black. However, Chen Jing keenly noticed that the black wasn't just randomly applied. Holding his breath, he observed it carefully. Sure enough, the artist had deliberately crafted something within the crystal. Each black, that was an individual stroke, varying in pressure, creating different shades of black. Focusing entirely on this small crystal, Chen Jing ignored the rest of the parchment. After a few minutes of concentrated observation, he had a revelation: the outline of a seed was hidden within the crystal. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a sudden insight flashed in his mind. Could it be that the root of the sun referred to this very seed? The golden crystal might actually contain a tiny seed-like object, which could be the true goal of the Zeta tribe's pursuit. Chen Jing felt both thrilled and puzzled. Could the legendary root of the sun really rely on this seed? But how was it to be used? Surely, it wasn't as simple as planting it in a flower pot? Those 2 cryptic lines must hold a deeper meaning. Even though he had only solved one part of the mystery, Chen Jing was already bursting with excitement. He was eager to rush back to his dormitory and retrieve the necklace to verify his theory. But surveying the situation around him, he quickly calmed down, realizing now wasn't the time to relax. Finally, he meticulously examined every part of the parchment to ensure there was nothing else to discover. Satisfied, he didn't hesitate to crush it to pieces. Everything he needed to know was now clear in his mind. There was no need to keep this evidence. This secret must not fall into the hands of the Security Bureau. He wasn't about to let anyone else seize this hard-won opportunity. The only person who knew the full details, Zeta, was already dead, and the Blood Moon Society only knew they needed to find the necklace, not its true purpose. The Security Bureau was even more in the dark. With this in mind, his secret seemed safe. Just minutes after resolving his concerns, more than a dozen figures came rushing from the direction he and his companions had originally arrived. Seeing their uniforms, Chen Jing lowered his guard and shook his head in resignation. As expected, the so-called reinforcements always arrived fashionably late after the battle was over. The scene shifted to the Southern War Zone Army General Hospital in Nansu City, within a single patient room in the warrior ward. Chen Jing sat casually with his legs crossed on a chair beside the hospital bed. Aside from the white bandage wrapped around his right arm, which hung in a sling, he seemed unscathed. Holding an apple in his left hand, he deftly began peeling it with a fruit knife. Before he could finish peeling, a low moan suddenly came from the bed beside him. Finally awake, huh? Chen Jing raised an eyebrow, skillfully twirling the apple knife in his hand. The figure on the bed trembled slightly, squeezing out a weak voice. Water, water. Chen Jing took a bite of the freshly peeled apple, its juice bursting in his mouth. He swallowed the fruit leisurely and replied, "The water's right next to you. Get it yourself. Linjan, you've been lying there for 3 days. You haven't turned into a useless person, have you? You darn you." Linjan managed to utter a few words with difficulty. "Don't you know? I'm a patient." Having just woken up, he hadn't recognized Chen Jing's voice, assuming he was in a hospital. He intended to call a nurse for help, but was met with such a response. Anger flared up within him, and if he weren't so weak, he would have jumped up to confront him. Chen Jing secretly vowed this was to test Lin Zhan's physical condition. Watching as Lin Zhan tried to get up, only to find himself powerless, Chen Jing felt a sense of relief, though a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. He pressed the call button by the bed, and a clear nurse's voice promptly sounded. "How can I help you?" "The patient on the bed has woken up," Chen Jing said, taking another bite of his apple. In less than a minute, 2 doctors in white coats over military uniforms briskly walked in. The gray-haired chief physician checked Lin Zhan while asking, "The patient just woke up, right?" About 3 or 4 minutes ago," Chen Jing replied. "Why didn't you notify us immediately?" the chief asked, surprised. Chen Jing sighed. "Thought we might have been separated by life and death. Didn't expect to meet again, so I chatted with my friend for a bit." The chief adjusted his glasses, feeling something was off, but decided not to press further. You should." Lin Zhan finally recognized Chen Jing's voice, becoming even more agitated. The chief quickly held him down. "Stay calm. You need to rest and recuperate." Chen Jing couldn't help but chuckle, which was noticed by a young female doctor nearby. Her expression turned curious, clearly not believing this was a happy reunion. She was puzzled, having heard that these 2 were teammates in a squad, yet their reaction was unexpected. Chen Jing noticed the female doctor's scrutiny and turned to look. The doctor, in her 20s, gave off an impression of elegance and grace. Her almond-shaped eyes slightly upturned, with a high nose bridge, perfectly shaped lips, and a smooth jawline. Her fair skin was full of collagen, forming a face of considerable charm. Chen Jing glanced at her name badge Xiaqin. He nodded with a smile. Xiaqin paused for a moment, responding politely, though inwardly she thought, a strange person. Did you really say that to Lin Zhan? In Chen Jing's hospital room, Sun Xiaowei paused from peeling an orange and asked curiously. She was dressed like a fashionista, with her meticulously made-up face creating a stark contrast with the hospital's white walls. Of course, Chen Jing replied honestly, chewing on a piece of orange. But I had good intentions. Yeah, right, Sun Xiaowei scoffed, handing him a slice of orange with practiced ease. You really have Lin Zhan under your thumb. Honestly, I feel sorry for him. How did he end up with you as an opponent? I bet he'll be driven crazy by you one day. Chen Jing savored the juicy orange with a sly smile. Don't worry, he's tough. Besides, I finally got someone to vent on, so I wouldn't want him to explode just yet. Typical. Sun Xiaowei gave him a flirtatious glance, her tone teasing. Although it was winter, the weather in Nance's city was still relatively warm. Sun Xiaowei's attire was eye-catching nonetheless. She had draped her khaki trench coat over a chair, revealing a white, form-fitting knit top that accentuated her curves. Her black skirt exposed long, slender legs, making her stand out even in the cold season. However, for a second-tier martial artist like her, the chill was no bother. Chen Jing couldn't help but imagine her walking down the street, drawing countless admiring glances from men. When do you think you'll be discharged? Sun Xiaowei asked after finishing with the orange and stretching her body. Chen Jing lifted his right arm, which was wrapped like a mummy. In about 2 or 3 days, once my arm heals enough. As a martial artist, his recovery was much faster than that of ordinary people. Plus, with full coverage for work-related injuries and the use of various precious medicines, he was healing quickly. Of course, special treatments like the glory serum were too costly for even the security bureau to use freely. Sun Xiaowei calculated the time and said regretfully, I have a mission in a couple of days, so I won't be able to be here when you leave the hospital. Chen Jing waved it off casually. He wasn't one for sentimentality and hadn't even told Aunt Chen about his injury. After Wang Chun, Xian Menglei, and others visited, he asked them not to come again. The two chatted for a while longer before Sun Xiaowei prepared to leave. Given their relationship, formal goodbyes weren't necessary. Chen Jing watched her leave, his thoughts drifting away. Sun Xiaowei put on a knee-length khaki trench coat, and as she turned to leave, her flawless, snow-white legs caught attention. Chen Jing suddenly called out, be careful not to attract unwanted attention out there. Without turning back, Sun Xiaowei simply raised her delicate fist, the sound of her high heels clicking confidently on the floor as she left. A few minutes later, as Chen Jing was resting with his eyes closed, he heard a noise outside the door. He opened his eyes to see Lin Zhan in a wheelchair, struggling to get through the doorway. Chen Jing lay on the hospital bed, watching coldly with no intention of helping. Lin Zhan kept his head down, silently struggling. After Chen Jing yawned for the second time, Lin Zhan finally made it inside. Do you need something? Chen Jing asked, noticing a hint of resentment in Lin Zhan's eyes. He blinked, and upon looking again, saw nothing unusual, which relieved him. Lin Zhan felt a wave of sadness. This guy is indeed unreliable. Although he had expected it, witnessing Chen Jing's indifference still stirred a complex feeling within him. A strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. When will this guy genuinely care about me? Realizing this thought, Lin Zhan shuddered and quickly dismissed it in his mind. What am I thinking? This is just pathetic. It must be an illusion. At this moment, Lin Zhan's expression was unpredictable, muttering something under his breath, his body trembling slightly. Chen Jing watched with concern, worried that Lin Zhan might be suffering from some after-effects, and discreetly placed his fingers on the call button, just in case. Fortunately, Lin Zhan soon calmed down. Chen Jing cautiously asked again, do you need something? Careful not to provoke him. Lin Zhan gave him a complicated look and asked, in that battle against the invaders, didn't I pass out first? I came to ask you about what happened afterward. Chen Jing relaxed, for once choosing not to tease him, and recounted the details of the battle. After listening, Lin Zhan stroked his chin and remarked, that was quite thrilling. If I hadn't seized the initiative, the battle would have been precarious. Chen Jing couldn't help but mock. Oh yes, you played the role of cannon fodder perfectly. Lin Zhan snorted and didn't respond. Instead, he asked, by the way, where's Shang Qingmei? I haven't seen her. Chen Jing looked at him in surprise and replied, Shang Qingmei was taken away by her family right after she was brought in. Lin Zhan understood, thinking that although the Southern Military District's General Hospital was among the top in the country, it couldn't compare to having a legendary father. Unlike him and Chen Jing, who had no background and could only enjoy the hospital's free medical care. Suddenly, Lin Zhan remembered something, and a pang of regret hit him. He lamented internally, the glory potion, 800 contribution points. If I had used it here, I'd be healed by now and wouldn't need a wheelchair. Why was I so impulsive back then? I'm leaving, Lin Zhan said weakly, not waiting for a response as he turned his wheelchair to leave. He suddenly didn't want to see Chen Jing's face, as this guy was also indirectly responsible for him using the potion. Chen Jing, not understanding why Lin Zhan suddenly seemed so deflated, still called out before he left, by the way, Didn't you say you wanted to spar after the mission? How about we have a match once you're healed? Lin Zhan acted as if he hadn't heard, not saying a word. However, his wheelchair rolled much faster than before. 3 days later, Chen Jing was finally discharged from the hospital. He suppressed his inner excitement and warmly bid farewell to Lin Zhan, who watched him with a displeased look. As soon as he stepped out of the hospital, Chen Jing quickly pulled out his phone and booked the nearest ride-hailing service. As the car sped through the city streets, Chen Jing's thoughts were already at Jiangnan Military Academy. Although Aunt Chen's house was nearby, and he hadn't visited for a month, he felt compelled to prioritize the secret of the necklace he obtained from the barbarian. This could be the key to the legendary realm that warriors dreamed of. Ever since he was rescued in the subway tunnel, he hadn't had the chance to verify it. Now, the moment had finally arrived. An hour later, the grand gates of Jiangnan Military Academy loomed before him. A group of young students in military uniforms, wielding various cold weapons, moved in and out with impressive vigor. Chen Jing quickly walked to the security checkpoint, skillfully swiped his martial arts card, and with the cold electronic beep, the barrier lifted. He briskly walked past several teaching buildings, nodding briefly to familiar classmates before moving on. Just as he was about to reach his villa, a familiar female voice called out, "Chen Jing." Turning around, he saw a woman standing 20 meters away, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting. Zhao Muqing. Confirming it was Chen Jing, she elegantly glided towards him like a fairy, stopping right in front of him without a hint of wind disturbance. Impressive moves. Even with his mind occupied by the necklace, Chen Jing couldn't help but praise her. Zhao Muqing smiled gently, her demeanor poised yet warm. "Thank you. I just broke through to the second tier, a reward from my family elders. It's nothing compared to your self-reliance. I can only rely on my family." Chen Jing replied helplessly. "I'd love to swap lives with you, but unfortunately, there's no retake for the course of reincarnation." Zhao Muqing chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling. "Minglei told me you were hospitalized. I was planning to visit you in the next few days." "Appreciate the thought," Chen Jing smiled. Zhao Muqing's eyes flickered as she asked, "By the way, I heard you, Shang Qingmei, and Lin Zhan teamed up to defeat a fourth-tier barbarian. Is that true?" Though anxious inside, Chen Jing patiently recounted the story briefly. He didn't want any distractions as he was about to uncover the necklace's secret. "What a pity," Zhao Muqing sighed. "I was away on a mission and missed the battle. I wish I could have witnessed such a thrilling cross-dire fight firsthand." Though she appeared to be a classic lady, Zhao Muqing was, at her core, a martial artist with a fiery passion for martial arts. Watching her, Chen Jing couldn't help but compare, thinking, if it were Lin Zhan in this fight, it would definitely be more exciting. Despite this thought, he habitually made a jab at Lin Zhan. Meanwhile, miles away, Lin Zhan suddenly sneezed loudly. The young female doctor, Xia Qin, immediately looked at him with concern and advised, "Keep warm. You're still weak, and a cold could worsen your condition." Lin Zhan nodded helplessly, muttering to himself, "Someone must be cursing me." Back with Chen Jing, Zhao Muqing listened to him, and, though she knew it was a joke, she was still pleased. She humbly replied, "Don't flatter me too much." Then she glanced at her watch and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's getting late. I have to go. Let's chat again soon." Chen Jing bid her farewell normally, but inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Watching Zhao Muqing hurriedly disappear around the corner, he wasted no time and quickly left as well. Around the corner, Zhao Muqing slowed her pace. Although Chen Jing had hidden it well, she keenly sensed something was off. "His mind is clearly elsewhere," she mused. "For him to act like this, it must be something important. Judging by the direction he's headed, he's probably going back to his dorm. What could be so important there?" Zhao Muqing shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. Since he hadn't shared, she shouldn't pry. Quickly putting the matter out of her mind, Zhao Muqing took out her phone to call Xian Minglei. She had planned to treat Chen Jing to a welcome-back meal, but now someone else would benefit. Meanwhile, Chen Jing rushed back to his villa, not even bothering to take off his shoes as he headed straight to the master bedroom on the second floor. From the depths of his wardrobe, he retrieved a small box and swiftly opened it. Inside lay the chain of the Saint of Manyair, a golden crystal necklace, safe and sound. Only then did he truly relax. Now it was time to test his theory. Chen Jing placed the golden diamond-shaped crystal in his palm and fully activated his eye aperture. His black pupils rapidly expanded, with specks of silver light flickering in their centers, resembling a starry sky. In his vision, the golden crystal enlarged, its density dispersing. Amidst the originally pure golden scene, a few black gaps appeared. He peered through these gaps. A minute later, Chen Jing closed his eyes wearily, tears of bitterness streaming down his face. Despite this, he was extraordinarily excited. Just as depicted on the parchment, there was indeed a seed hidden inside the golden crystal. Had seen it with his own eyes. Eagerly, Chen Jing gently closed his hand around the golden crystal, cautiously applying pressure, fearing he might crush the seed inside. But after a minute, his brow furrowed even more. With his current strength, he should easily be able to crush not just the small crystal, but even hardwood. Yet, disappointingly, the golden crystal showed not a single crack. Determined, Chen Jing resolved to use his full strength. Though only at the second tier, his power surpassed that of most third-tier martial artists. A full-force blow from him could easily smash steel. Astonishingly, the golden crystal remained unscathed. Now Chen Jing was completely baffled. Having the treasure right before him, but being unable to retrieve, it was truly frustrating. He tried various methods, even the blood recognition trick commonly seen in novels, but nothing worked. He dripped blood on every part of the necklace, but it elicited no response. Chen Jing was at a complete loss. It seemed the only way forward was through solving the puzzle. Born from the depths of despair, the root of the sun, depths of despair, depths of despair. He muttered, suddenly shouting in frustration, "Damn it! What on earth is this supposed to mean?" Huh? A childish shout echoed through the winter courtyard. Jiang Xiaoming, a little girl wearing a white fleece hoodie with a popular anime character, Greedy Bear, printed on the front, had her face tense and her large, bright eyes wide open, staring intently ahead. She took a deep breath, tightly gripped her wooden sword, and charged at her opponent with a swift thrust. However, her opponent, Xia Yuner, showed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She deftly sidestepped, easily avoiding the thrust, while lightly lifting her toe. Jiang Xiaoming, losing her balance, stumbled a few steps before her leg was caught, sending her flying sideways. With a startled cry, her wooden sword slipped from her grasp, and she landed on the ground with flailing arms, her face filled with panic. The battle had barely begun before it was over, Jiang Xiaoming's previous momentum crumbling like a paper tiger. Xia Yuner looked down at the little girl on the ground, her tone filled with exasperation. "How many times have I told you not to go all out from the start? You need to hold back a little, or else it's easy for others to read and dodge your moves." Jiang Xiaoming lay on the cold grass, trembling with fear. She scrambled to her feet, rubbing her reddened forehead, and looked at Xia Yuner with a grievance, muttering softly, "It hurts." Unmoved, Xia Yuner sternly asked, "Did you hear what I just said?" Jiang Xiaoming lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "I heard." "Then continue," Xia Yuner commanded without room for argument. "Huh?" Jiang Xiaoming looked up in surprise, realizing she couldn't avoid it, and cast a pleading glance at the onlookers. Chen Jing was comfortably lounging on a deck chair, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds, while watching the two girls fight with interest. He marveled at the passage of time, noting the changes in the girls since he last saw them. Xia Yuner had grown considerably taller, destined to be a statuesque beauty. Jiang Xiaoming, though her height had not changed much, was beginning to show the curves of adolescence. Noticing Jiang Xiaoming's plea for help, Chen Jing was about to say something, but Xia Yuner's warning glance stopped him. He shrugged helplessly, gave Jiang Xiaoming a look of sympathy, and settled back into his chair, continuing his seed-snacking endeavor. Jiang Xiaoming resigned herself to her fate, picked up the wooden sword from the ground, and with a look of sorrow and indignation, continued her arduous training under the watchful eye of her sister, stricter than her own mother. As the year-end approached, schools were on break. After completing the major tasks of eliminating the Blood Moon Society and clearing the sewers, Chen Jing returned to school a few days after being hospitalized. Besides attending regular classes, he received no further assignments. The final days of the first semester at Jiangnan Military Academy passed quietly. Chen Jing understood the school's intent balancing work and rest. One cannot always be on edge. He was happy for the downtime, using the opportunity to thoroughly digest the experiences from his battle with the Tier 4 barbarian, Jita. The opponent's extensive combat techniques were worth his deep contemplation and careful analysis. Chen Jing lounged on the sofa, absent-mindedly cracking sunflower seeds, while watching two young women fiercely sparring in front of him. Yet, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. The substantial rewards from the recent major mission had put him in a good mood. After accounting for his teammates' shares, he earned 1,500 contribution points just from eliminating mutated beasts, taking down members of the Blood Moon Society, and killing a 4th-tier barbarian. Including the materials collected along the way and the life crystal from the 4th-tier barbarian, he amassed a total of about 2,000 contribution points. He calculated in his mind that, combined with the 500 points monthly allowance from Jiangnan Military Academy, his savings had surpassed the 6,000 contribution point mark. The 3,000 points required for the 3rd-tier technique of the Ninefold Thunderblade had long been met, but the 4th tier remained a distant goal. Having experienced the benefits of combat suits, he considered purchasing one. However, he decided to wait until the school reopened to buy it from the campus equipment department, where he could get an internal discount. Chen Jing's thoughts wandered back to the necklace that had been puzzling him for days and the unclear sentences that accompanied it. After exhausting his efforts with no progress, he decided not to force it. Some things require a stroke of luck, much like how what you're desperately seeking often appears when you're least expecting it. He smiled with relief, temporarily setting aside this burden. At this moment, he chose to enjoy the present tranquility. No bloodshed, no deceit, no beastly roars or war drums. This piece made him appreciate the importance of safeguarding it even more. Suddenly, he heard the sound of slippers moving quickly behind him. Turning, he saw Chen Jing approaching swiftly, dressed in simple home attire with an apron tied around her waist. Chen Jing, didn't I ask you to call Zhang? Your sister Zhang over for dinner at this time? Why hasn't she come yet? I can't reach her on the phone either, Chen Jing asked, a hint of puzzlement in her voice. Chen Jing knew the real reason Zhang Huixin hadn't come, but he cleverly replied. When I went earlier, Sister Zhang was still on a call, seemed like business, and she looked busy. Maybe she can't manage to come over. Chen Jing sighed. It's almost New Year, and she's still so busy. It's really tough. Chen Jing suggested. How about I take her some food? The two houses are quite close anyway. All right then, I'll go cook. You wait a bit, Chen Jing said, turning towards the kitchen. Just as Chen Jing was about to relax, he noticed Xia Yuner had somehow appeared right in front of him. He blinked, asking curiously, is there something you need? Xia Yuner, with her graceful demeanor, stood before Chen Jing, exuding the essence of youth. Her slightly proud gaze and slightly raised chin all showcased the confidence of a young woman coming into her own. Chen Jing couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The once naive little girl in his memories had quietly transformed. I have something to tell you, Xia Yuner said with a hint of pride in her voice. I've unlocked the ear aperture using the 5 orifices meridians technique. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she waited for Chen Jing's reaction. Chen Jing was taken aback but maintained a calm exterior. He deliberately feigned indifference and casually replied, oh, not bad, keep it up. With that, he nonchalantly continued munching on sunflower seeds. Xia Yuner was taken aback. His reaction was far from what she expected. She had assumed Chen Jing would praise her, but instead, he was so indifferent. Minutes passed as Chen Jing continued to snack on his seeds, seemingly forgetting Xia Yuner's presence. In truth, Chen Jing was inwardly amused. He knew this proud girl all too well. She had a request but refused to state it directly, opting instead to hint at him to take the initiative. For her own good, he decided to temper her arrogance a bit. Xia Yuner stood there, radiating coldness. Jiang Xiaoming, who was nearby and eager to join in the fun, was frightened and quickly backed away. Finally, Xia Yuner couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed the bag of sunflower seeds and tossed it to Jiang Xiaoming, then asked through gritted teeth, did you forget something? Chen Jing pretended to think for a moment and then replied, no. Did you want me to praise you more? Xia Yuner took several deep breaths, trying to calm her excitement. She knew Chen Jing had a mischievous streak in everything he did, and this time she had clearly underestimated his shamelessness. But for the sake of her martial arts cultivation, she had no choice but to play along. I've opened the ear aperture. When are you going to give me the eye aperture technique? Xia Yuner asked directly. Chen Jing feigned realization. Oh, so that's what it's about. I almost forgot. Come, listen carefully, I'll guide you thoroughly. Watching Chen Jing's poor acting, Xia Yuner suppressed her inner annoyance, maintaining a forced smile as she attentively listened to his guidance. Chen Jing felt secretly pleased, knowing that only in the realm of martial arts could he make this little girl yield to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoming, who had taken over the sunflower seed snacking, saw the tension ease and came over. Listening to their conversation, she found it as incomprehensible as a foreign language. She recognized each word, but together they made no sense. Taking advantage of a pause in their conversation, she curiously asked, what are you two talking about? Despite being the same age as Xia Yuner, this petite and delicate girl before them, with her innocent gaze and youthful voice, seemed more like an innocent little girl. Her pure expression and childish tone were in stark contrast to Xia Yuner's mature demeanor. Under the watchful eyes of Xia Yuner, Chen Jing affectionately ruffled Jiang Xiaoming's hair, which was tied up in a bun. Jiang Xiaoming squinted her eyes, enjoying the moment like a cat being petted. Seeing this, Xia Yuner quickly pulled Jiang Xiaoming to her side, worried that the naive girl might end up in Chen Jing's arms. Her gaze towards Chen Jing shifted from cautious to disdainful, as if she were looking at a scoundrel. Chen Jing just smiled indifferently, accustomed to such looks. He cleared his throat and earnestly answered Jiang Xiaoming's question. Jiang Xiaoming was stunned, clearly hearing about such an incredible technique for the first time. Her mind conjured up an image of herself in class, one eye on the teacher and the other sneaking a peek at a comic book. The thought made her grin uncontrollably, and she blurted out, can I learn it? No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Xiaoming regretted it. In this era of martial arts prosperity, everyone understood the value of combat techniques. Just this 5 aperture meridian technique alone would cost more than her family's villa. She lowered her head in embarrassment, avoiding Chen Jing's gaze. Xia Yuner hesitated to speak. She could accept Chen Jing teaching her the secret technique because of their long-standing relationship. But Jiang Xiaoming was an outsider, and Xia Yuner hadn't considered this possibility. All she thought about now was how to smooth things over. However, Chen Jing's reaction was unexpected. He was merely pondering whether Jiang Xiaoming's simple mind could grasp any part of the secret technique. For him, teaching this technique was no big deal. It was something his father had left him, to be shared freely without conditions. Chen Jing liked Jiang Xiaoming's personality, and, given his relationship with her mother, he had no qualms about teaching her the secret technique. His expression softened, and a slight smile played on his lips, indicating he had made up his mind. To others, these martial arts techniques might be equivalent to money, but as a martial artist, Chen Jing knows their true purpose is for learning and mastery. Among family and friends, there's no need to discuss their monetary value. He looked at Jiang Xiaoming, who was so ashamed that her head was almost buried in her chest. Chen Jing couldn't help but smile softly and said, "All right." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoming instinctively apologized. "I'm sorry, I." Her voice trailed off, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. She suddenly realized that Chen Jing seemed to have agreed. Xia Yuner, standing by, was also wide-eyed with surprise, clearly not expecting Chen Jing to be so generous. Jiang Xiaoming's face turned crimson as she looked up, asking in disbelief, "Really?" Chen Jing answered firmly, "Of course it's true." Jiang Xiaoming's face lit up with joy, but then she frowned and said quietly, "Thank you, Brother Chen Jing, but I can't accept it. The gift is too significant." Chen Jing quickly reassured her, "It's all right. It doesn't cost me anything. Yuner has learned it too, so adding you is perfectly fine." "Really?" Jiang Xiaoming's tone was filled with both hope and hesitation. "Of course it's true," Chen Jing affirmed. Then, Jiang Xiaoming hesitated. She truly liked that secret technique. In her carefree teenage heart, being able to sneak a peek at comics, listen to distant birdsong in a dull classroom, smell the delicious street food outside school, and savor the intense flavors of snacks were the delights of life. She looked expectantly at Xia Yuner, hoping this protective older sister would provide an answer. Xia Yuner glanced at Chen Jing with a complex expression, then smiled slightly at Jiang Xiaoming and said, "He's agreed, so why refuse?" "Yay!" Jiang Xiaoming couldn't contain her joy any longer. She jumped up with excitement, throwing herself into Chen Jing's arms, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Chen Jing." Chen Jing felt the soft sensation against his chest and gently patted the slender back of the girl in his arms. He glanced at Xia Yuner and noticed she wasn't stopping Jiang Xiaoming, but instead was looking at him with a complicated expression. Chen Jing pondered for a moment and guessed, "Is she thinking I agreed because of her?" Without knowing his relationship with Zheng Huixin, that would indeed be a reasonable assumption. A beautiful misunderstanding was born, and Chen Jing had no intention of clarifying it. After all, it only brought him benefits, didn't it? In the kitchen, Qin Qing handed the carefully prepared lunchbox to Chen Jing. After glancing around to ensure no one else was present, she lowered her voice and sternly warned, "Chen Jing, I'm warning you. Don't even think about making a move on Xiao Meng." Qin Qing's words carried an undeniable firmness. She recalled a recent scene she had witnessed, Jiang Xiaoming throwing herself at someone, a memory still vivid in her mind. Despite Chen Jing's explanations, which had eased her concerns considerably, she was pleased with his magnanimity. After all, she and Zheng Huixin had been close friends for years, and Chen Jing's tolerance towards Jiang Xiaoming certainly reflected well on her. However, as Chen Jing's guardian for over a decade, Qin Qing considered herself the person who knew him best in the world. She was acutely aware that beneath his seemingly steady demeanor lay a flirtatious nature, quite unlike his devoted father. Since childhood, Chen Jing had been inexplicably popular with women, employing tactics he must have picked up somewhere, yielding impressive results since middle school. Qin Qing had often been summoned to school because of this. The most memorable incident for Qin Qing occurred during Chen Jing's third year of middle school. She was unexpectedly called to the school office, faced with the reproaches of several parents, a moment of embarrassment and shame she could never forget. This experience left a deep impression on Qin Qing, leading her to become exceptionally strict in her supervision of Chen Jing's interactions with the opposite sex. Fortunately, Chen Jing seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and had since reined in his behavior significantly, avoiding major mishaps. But now, with the issue of Jiang Xiaoming, Qin Qing's vigilance was once again heightened. She had to be cautious, as Jiang Xiaoming was her friend's daughter, so young, and if she were indeed harmed by Chen Jing, Qin Qing would find it impossible to face Zheng Huixin. As for Chen Jing, upon hearing Qin Qing's words, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought to himself that he would never entertain such thoughts about a 13 or 14-year-old girl, especially with the connection to Sister Zheng. He realized that perhaps his previous, notorious, exploits had frightened Aunt Chen. Reflecting on his youthful recklessness, having endured so many years and finally given a chance to make amends, he was determined to seize the opportunity. However, the serious crash incident in his third year of middle school made him realize he had overestimated his own skills and underestimated others' perceptions. The result was not only fruitless, but left him with a mess to clean up. After that profound lesson, his behavior had improved significantly. Thinking of this, Chen Jing quickly explained, "Aunt Chen, you're overthinking it. Xiao Meng is still so young. I've always seen her as a little sister. How could I have such thoughts? Besides, even rabbits don't eat the grass around their burrow." Chen Jing maintained a cold smile as Chen Jing explained. She thought to herself, why didn't he use the age excuse back in middle school when so many incidents occurred? But when Chen Jing mentioned, rabbits don't eat the grass around their burrow, her expression softened slightly. Given what she knew about Chen Jing, he indeed seemed to live by this principle. However, her expression soon returned to its previous seriousness. Although she knew there was nothing between the two, she was wary of any unexpected incidents. So, she decided to take this opportunity to give Chen Jing a good talking to. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jing said earnestly, remember what you said. You're not a child anymore, and when it comes to matters between men and women, I won't hold you back now. Her tone carried both a warning and a hint of expectation, hoping that Chen Jing would truly grow up. Chen Jing faced Chen Jing's nagging with a helpless smile. This second-tier warrior, ruthless and unyielding on the battlefield, found himself at a loss before this gorgeous and captivating woman. He patiently listened to Chen Jing's endless talk about the right outlook on life and values, and seized the moment when she paused to interject. It's getting late, Aunt Chen you? Before he could finish, Chen Jing, furious, grabbed his ear and angrily questioned, old? Do I really look that old? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Chen Jing quickly corrected himself. Not at all. Not at all. Aunt Chen, you look so beautiful, with such a great figure and skin better than that of an 18-year-old girl. You turn heads wherever you go. It was a slip of the tongue. Despite having defeated a fourth-tier barbarian, Chen Jing dared not make a move, fearing he might hurt Chen Jing's delicate arm. He thought to himself, age is indeed a sensitive topic for women. Even Aunt Chen, who is usually so reasonable, is no exception. Hearing this, Chen Jing's cheeks flushed, and she reprimanded. You're just spouting nonsense. Is that how you talk about your elders? Despite her words, she let go of his ear. Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief and, with a cheeky grin, continued to flatter her. I'm just speaking the truth. Every time I walk down the street with you, Aunt Chen, I notice all the men looking at me with envy. And last time, he wasn't exaggerating. Despite being in her 30s, Chen Jing still possessed the vibrant beauty of a young woman. To outsiders, this Aunt Chen exuded elegance with every gesture, her demeanor poised, and her aura refined. It's said that many eligible bachelors and young talents are pursuing her. Chen Jing's cheeks grew even redder, unable to handle the compliments. She quickly handed a lunchbox to Chen Jing and urged, it's late. Hurry and deliver this to your sister Jang. Don't let her go hungry. Quick, quick. Seeing the opportunity, Chen Jing picked up the lunchbox and swiftly left. He felt a surge of joy, finally free from the nagging, and felt his efforts in praising her were worthwhile. In high spirits, Chen Jing passed through the living room and noticed Jiang Xiaoming idly sitting on the sofa. He wondered, I don't understand why Aunt Chen is so worried I'll whisk this girl away. Yet she's not concerned about her own daughter, Xia Yuner. He approached and patted Jiang Xiaoming's head, saying, Xiaoming, give me your house key. I'm going to deliver food to your mom. Jiang Xiaoming, lost in thought, looked up in confusion. Chen Jing felt exasperated, thinking, maybe it's because this girl seems like she'd happily count money for someone who sold her. In the kitchen, after Chen Jing left, Chen Jing felt relieved, patting her flushed cheeks and calming her racing heart. Once composed, she picked up her phone, opened the camera in selfie mode, and examined her face. Her slender, fair fingers occasionally brushed across her skin, scrutinizing her reflection. Is it really as Chen Jing said? Chen Jing mused, her fingers lingering at the corner of her eyes. Although time had etched slight wrinkles there, they did nothing to diminish her beauty. Instead, they added a touch of mature allure. Chen Jing smiled contentedly. After all, what woman doesn't love to look her best? Reflecting on the earlier moments, she couldn't help but think, no wonder he has such a way with women. With a mouth like that, what girl could resist? Zheng Huixin and Chen Jing both live in the same neighborhood, and although they're not right next to each other, it's only about a 10-minute walk. Chen Jing gently pushed open the door to Zheng Huixin's house. The first floor was quiet, with not a sound to be heard. He thought to himself, looks like she's still asleep. He went straight up to the second floor and stopped in front of the master bedroom. As he opened the door, the heavy curtains kept the sunlight firmly at bay, leaving the room in complete darkness. Chen Jing fumbled around and turned on the light, the bright incandescent bulb instantly dispelling the darkness. Looking around, the room was still in the same messy state as when he had last left. On the bed, Zheng Huixin's alluring figure was tightly wrapped in a velvet blanket. Only her face, which resembled Jiang Xiaoming but appeared more mature and intellectual, and a small section of her shoulder were visible. Her face showed a satisfied and tired expression, clearly enjoying her sleep. Chen Jing gently placed the lunchbox on the dressing table and walked over to the bed to softly wake her. Stop it, Xiaoming. Zheng Huixin mumbled with her eyes closed, turned over, and continued sleeping. Chen Jing, feeling helpless, resorted to his last trick, gave her a playful slap on her backside through the blanket. Jiang Xiaoming, you're dead. Zheng Huixin woke up with a start, feeling a sting on her rear. She angrily threw off the blanket. ready to give that troublemaker a piece of her mind. This is outrageous. Meanwhile, at Chen Jing's house, Jiang Xiaoming, who was snacking, suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Chen Jing, seeing the situation, coughed deliberately. Zheng Huixin finally realized it was him and felt immediately embarrassed. What are you doing here? She asked, suddenly turning gentle. Chen Jing pointed to the lunchbox and explained, I came to bring you dinner. Didn't you mention going to Aunt Chen's for dinner? You overslept. Luckily, I stopped Aunt Chen and brought it myself. If she came in and saw you like this. Upon hearing this, Zheng Huixin puffed up in annoyance. You have the nerve to say I overslept. You were like a starving ghost before. I told you to stop, but you didn't listen, and then. Her face reddened, and she couldn't continue. Chen Jing cleared his throat and changed the subject. You must be hungry. Let's eat. He opened the lunchbox and placed the steaming dishes on the dressing table. The aroma of the food made Zheng Huixin realize just how hungry she was. She got out of bed barefoot, took the purple robe Chen Jing handed her, and casually draped it over herself before sitting at the dressing table to eat. Despite Chen Jing's presence, she maintained a graceful demeanor while eating, yet she still finished the large plate of food in under 5 minutes. Chen Jing handed her a bottle of water and asked, Are you still going to Aunt Chen's later? Of course, I have to go. Zheng Huixin took a few sips of water and headed to the walk-in closet. We can't just talk about work all night. I'll change clothes, wait for me. The wait a minute from a woman clearly means something different than it does to a man. Chen Jing sighed inwardly, knowing this wait might be a long one. Chen Jing waited in the cold wind for over half an hour before Zheng Huixin finally emerged from the room. After carefully dressing up, all traces of her previous fatigue were gone. Zheng Huixin took Chen Jing's arm, and the two walked out shoulder to shoulder. The damp cold of the southern winter felt like a piercing blade. A gust of howling wind swept through, and even wrapped in a thick down jacket, Zheng Huixin couldn't help but shrink her neck and tighten her scarf. She looked enviously at Chen Jing, who was wearing only a long-sleeved shirt and a regular jacket, seemingly unaffected by the cold. Zheng Huixin pressed close to Chen Jing, feeling the warmth radiating from him, wishing she could snuggle into his embrace for warmth. I really envy the physique of martial artists, Zheng Huixin remarked. Not only are they impervious to cold and heat, but I've heard that female martial artists age much slower too. Unfortunately, I'm too old for that. I can only hope for Jiang Xiaoming. She shook Chen Jing's arm and asked expectantly, Do you think Xiaoming can become a martial artist? Chen Jing's mouth twitched slightly as he considered his response. Do you want the truth? Xiaoming has decent martial arts talent, but she's too lazy. If she doesn't change, her chances are slim. Zheng Huixin frowned in thought. As a mother, she knew her daughter's personality well and had asked with only a glimmer of hope. Chen Jing's words only strengthened her resolve to reform Jiang Xiaoming. As a self-made successful businesswoman, Zheng Huixin had long noticed the new societal changes. In just a few decades, martial artists had become an indispensable part of society and the nation, and their status would only rise. She believed that martial artists would eventually become the top tier of the social pyramid. This explained her excitement upon learning that her friends' relatives had become martial artists. With martial artists as a support, whether in business or politics, one could proceed with confidence. Therefore, she was determined to transform Jiang Xiaoming and not waste her talent. Zheng Huixin confided her thoughts to Chen Jing, hoping he could help guide Jiang Xiaoming. Chen Jing frowned slightly, not because of the request for help, but because he felt Zheng Huixin was being somewhat naive. Being a martial artist is indeed a noble profession, Chen Jing said seriously. But it requires more than just sweat. It demands blood and life. Especially now, during wartime, it's the sacrifice of countless martial artists that has earned them their current status. With Xiaoming's personality, I'm afraid she might struggle to adapt to such a harsh environment. Chen Jing shared his concerns with Zheng Huixin, his tone filled with worry for Jiang Xiaoming's future. Zheng Huixin's lips curled into a gentle smile. She softly said, I don't expect Xiaoming to pursue martial arts prowess and national defense like you. She doesn't have the talent for it. Just like a precious college diploma decades ago, I only hope she can obtain a martial arts certificate in the future. That way, whether it's for work or other aspects, things will be much smoother for her. Chen Jing suddenly understood, realizing he had been too narrow-minded. He had assumed that all martial artists shared his goals. This notion wasn't entirely unfounded, as at his Jiangnan military academy, the motivations of the thousands of martial artists were largely similar to his. However, he overlooked the vast number of civilian martial artists out there. Thanks to the publicly available martial arts training methods nationwide, everyone had the opportunity to engage in martial arts. The reasons for ordinary people to practice martial arts were diverse. Some did it out of a pure love for martial arts, some for physical fitness, and others, as Zheng Huixin mentioned, to obtain a diploma. Although their training speed was significantly slower compared to geniuses like Chen Jing, many still managed to reach the martial artist stage through persistent practice. These civilian martial artists were mostly older, with strength generally remaining at the first level, and their combat abilities were quite limited. If Chen Jing and the likes of him could be called combat-oriented, then these civilian martial artists were the fitness-oriented. In a duel of the same level, Chen Jing could easily handle a dozen such opponents. Though these martial artists loved martial arts, their limited aptitude and lack of a true martial heart meant their achievements were limited and posed no threat to social stability. It was more fitting to call them martial arts enthusiasts rather than martial artists, as the title martial artist inherently carries connotations of combat and violence. For this reason, traditional martial artists like Chen Jing often ignored these amateur enthusiasts. However, if Jiang Xiaoming were to become such a civilian martial artist, Chen Jing wouldn't object. After all, Xiaoming's personality was not suited for bloody and brutal combat. Forcing her down that path could lead to unnecessary harm. Such civilian martial artists made up a large proportion in Xia country, and the state had never considered conscripting them. Even during the critical times of barbarian invasions in the past, they were never pushed to that extent, let alone now. Chen Jing silently lamented for Jiang Xiaoming for a moment, but ultimately agreed to Zheng Huixin's request. Zheng Huixin, wearing black high boots, walked briskly on the concrete ground. As she walked, she explained in detail her prepared educational methods to Chen Jing. If Chen Jing were truly just an 18-year-old, he might have been overwhelmed by such a conversation. However, being someone who had lived a second life, his mental age far surpassed his apparent age, allowing him to handle it with ease, occasionally offering some good suggestions. Zheng Huixin didn't find this unusual at all. Although she didn't quite understand why she fell in love with a man over a decade younger, Chen Jing's maturity beyond his years often made her overlook the age gap. In many instances, Chen Jing was the one who could make firm decisions. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, far away at Qin Qing's home, Jiang Xiaoming couldn't stop sneezing. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from the east, interrupting their talk. Zheng Huixin asked in confusion, "It's still a few days until the Spring Festival. Why are they setting off firecrackers so soon?" At that moment, Chen Jing's phone chimed with a text message. As he opened the message, his expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "That's not firecrackers. It's gunfire." An urgent combat directive flashed on Chen Jing's phone screen, each word cutting like a knife and stinging his eyes. Over 300 red-armored fierce ants were rampaging in the central district of Pengjia Avenue, Jianghua District, with strength levels ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 4. All students and faculty in Nancy City were required to immediately proceed to assist in extermination and rescue efforts, with military law consequences for noncompliance. Chen Jing's scalp prickled instantly, and cold sweat trickled down his spine. The beastly ant swarm had appeared directly in the city. He gritted his teeth, cursing the incompetence of the detection department. Just one beast could cause significant damage, let alone 300. This was undoubtedly the most severe crisis in Nancy City since the barbarian invasion over a decade ago. Even worse, he was currently in Jianghua District, just 2 streets away from the incident. The beast could reach him in minutes. As Chen Jing's anxiety mounted, a thunderous noise came from above. He looked up to see 3 Cloud Eagle-armed helicopters, loaded with ammunition, roaring overhead and heading east. Watching the distant black dots, he silently prayed for a timely resolution. Beside him, Zheng Huixin had not yet realized the danger and was about to speak when Chen Jing swiftly wrapped an arm around her waist. She let out a startled cry as her feet left the ground, feeling as if she was soaring through the air. The cold wind whipped past, causing her to instinctively close her eyes and mouth, her cheeks stinging from the chill. 10 seconds later, when Zheng Huixin regained her footing and opened her eyes, she found herself at Qin Qing's doorstep. She looked around in surprise, realizing that the journey, which usually took over 10 minutes on foot, had been covered in the blink of an eye. Chen Jing gave her no time to marvel, quickly handing her Qin Qing's car keys with urgency in his voice. "There's a beast invasion nearby. Sister Zheng, get the car ready. We must leave immediately." Startled by his words, Zheng Huixin quickly composed herself, clutched the keys, and ran toward the garage. Chen Jing dashed into the villa, finding Jiang Xiaoming sitting alone on the living room sofa watching TV. He hurried past, tapping her head and urgently saying, "Xiaoming, pack your things and get ready to leave. Where are Yuner and Aunt Chen?" Without turning her head, Jiang Xiaoming replied, "Yuner is practicing martial arts in the backyard. Aunt Chen is upstairs." She turned around in confusion, only to find Chen Jing had already vanished from sight. Chen Jing quickly reached the backyard and shouted to Xia Yuner, who was practicing martial arts, "Yuner, go to the living room and wait. We're leaving soon." Without waiting for questions, he turned and left. Although Xia Yuner usually maintained a cold demeanor toward Chen Jing, the seriousness in his expression unsettled her, prompting her to swiftly move to the living room, albeit with a reluctant look on her face. Chen Jing then rushed upstairs, unceremoniously pulling a bewildered Aunt Chen downstairs. Once everyone gathered, he briefly explained the situation. At that moment, the television suddenly interrupted with a live news broadcast reporting on the beast invasion incident. The expressions on Chen Jing and her companions' faces turned serious instantly. An uneasy atmosphere spread through the garage as everyone realized the gravity of the situation. Zheng Huixin was already seated in the driver's seat, with the engine roaring, ready to go at a moment's notice. Chen Jing quickly settled Chen Jing, Xia Yuner, and Jiang Xiaoming in the back seat. After closing the car door, he bent down and instructed Zheng Huixin through the window, "Sister Zheng, drive west, and don't come back unless the news announces that the crisis is over." Chen Jing suddenly realized that Chen Jing was not getting in the car and anxiously asked, "Chen Jing, what about you?" Her voice was filled with worry. Xia Yuner bit her lip, looking at him expectantly. Though she didn't speak, the concern in her eyes was evident. Chen Jing shook his head firmly, trying to reassure them. "I have a mission to complete. You all go ahead. Don't worry, I'm strong enough. Those beasts won't get near me." Qin Qing knew that persuading him was futile, as military orders couldn't be disobeyed. She could only repeatedly remind him to be careful. Xia Yuner remained silent, but her eyes were already red. Jiang Xiaoming, on the other hand, was already in tears, sobbing as she bid farewell to Chen Jing. Though Zheng Huixin was worried, she understood the urgency of the situation. She gave her final reminder. "Chen Jing, be extra cautious. Safety first." With that, she started the car and quickly drove westward. Chen Jing watched as the car carrying the four women gradually disappeared from view, feeling somewhat relieved. He took a deep breath, set aside his personal feelings, and swiftly returned to Qin Qing's house. In his bedroom, he retrieved his battle knife and bow, carefully equipping himself. After completing these preparations, Chen Jing didn't hesitate for a moment and headed straight to the scene of the incident. As he was still a street away from the center of the commotion, Chen Jing could already hear the chaotic screams and cries for help coming from ahead. He quickened his pace, his shoes scuffing rapidly against the ground as he swiftly rounded a corner. At that moment, a figure came hurtling toward him like a missile. Chen Jing deftly sidestepped with remarkable reflexes. The person stumbled, glancing back in terror, eyes wide with fear. Without pausing to apologize, they continued to flee in a panic. Chen Jing did not try to stop them. Instead, he frowned deeply, his gaze like a searchlight scanning the scene ahead. The entire street was in turmoil, with people scattering in all directions like startled birds, fleeing in blind panic. Screams and cries echoed, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of fear. He pushed aside another stranger blocking his view, his eyes fixed on the direction where the screams were loudest. About 200 meters to the southeast, a hellish scene unfolded. Several wrecked cars were spewing thick black smoke, and a few mangled bodies lay strewn across the blood-stained road like ragdolls. Blood, entrails, and flesh were splattered everywhere, creating a nauseating tableau of red, white, and green. In the midst of this chaos, a giant red-armored ant, as large as a calf, was rampaging without restraint. Its chitinous shell glistened menacingly as it effortlessly flipped a car over. From inside came the desperate screams of a man, as the ant's sharp mandibles sliced through the steel door like butter, quickly making its way inside. Its compound eyes gleamed with a chilling bloodlust, savoring the impending feast. "Help! Help!" The male driver inside the car screamed hysterically. Fumbling in his panic, he managed to grab a spare folding umbrella, his hands shaking so violently he could barely hold it. As he finally opened it, the ant's head was already inside the car, its terrifying mandibles mere inches from him. "Get away! Get away!" the driver shouted in despair. "I can't die here. Get back!" With his eyes shut, he swung the umbrella wildly, like a drowning man clutching at straws, trying to fend off the monstrous creature. However, this feeble attempt was futile. The ant's head was armored with impenetrable chitin, and the umbrella broke like paper against it. Not only was this effort useless, but it also enraged the fearsome creature. It stopped toying with its prey and opened its massive jaws, ready to devour the fragile human in one gulp. Terrified, the driver instinctively tried to retreat, but the seatbelt held him fast. His trembling fingers couldn't unfasten the buckle, and despair washed over him like a tide. As the monstrous jaws drew closer, he shut his eyes, awaiting the end. Despite this, tears involuntarily spilled from his eyes, trailing down his cheeks. For an ordinary person, the agony of awaiting death was unbearable. The driver had heard that one's life flashes before their eyes before dying, but at this moment, all he felt was every cell in his body trembling with fear, unable to think of anything else. Suddenly, a piercing, otherworldly scream tore through the air, sounding like the death wail of some wild beast. The sound was eerily similar to the driver's previous screams, yet distinctly different. Could it be that the terrifying creature was dead? Impossible. I must be hallucinating. The driver continued to wait for death with his eyes shut, his heart pounding so hard it might burst from his chest. Yet, seconds passed, and the expected agony never came. His body remained intact, as if time had frozen at that moment. Why hasn't it eaten me yet? The male driver, clinging to a sliver of hope, opened his eyes expectantly. However, As light hit his eyes, the sight before him made him shudder violently. A giant ant's head was alarmingly close, less than a fist's distance away. The driver could clearly see the green ant acid seeping from the mandibles of the red-armored fierce ant, gathering drop by drop. Just when he thought he was done for, he suddenly realized that the beast had been holding this position for several seconds. Forcing himself to suppress his fear, the driver squinted his eyes to examine the red-armored fierce ant closely. Compared to its previous ferocious demeanor, it now seemed unusually calm, even lifeless. A bold idea crossed his mind. Could it really be dead? Just as the driver breathed a sigh of relief and reached for his phone to call for help, the beast in front of him suddenly moved. The unexpected change startled him so much that he dropped his phone, the sound of its screen shattering clearly audible. But at that moment, the phone no longer mattered. The rapid shift from hope to despair caused the driver to break down instantly, screaming in terror and hopelessness. In that critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out, like a lifeline. Stop screaming. The beast is dead. You're safe now. What are you afraid of? The driver instinctively stopped yelling and quickly looked out the window. To his surprise, he saw the red-armored fierce ant slowly retreating from the car. Once it was completely outside, a young man's figure appeared in his view. The young man held a blood-stained sword in one hand and dragged the beast's half-body with the other, pulling it out. Only then did the driver realize that the red-armored fierce ant had been severed in half, clearly slain by the young man's sword. What strength! What a young warrior! The driver marveled inwardly. He instantly understood what had happened. The beast was killed by the timely arrival of the young warrior, and he had been scaring himself all along. Realizing that he had truly survived a life-threatening situation, the driver was moved to tears, babbling his thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Without you, I would have. The one who had come to his rescue was Chen Jing. At that moment, he was seriously surveying the surroundings, wary of another beast possibly appearing. Earlier, he had taken advantage of the red-armored ant's distraction to rush forward and finish it off with a single strike. In those few seconds, he had also managed to save a few people in another car in imminent danger before returning to rescue the driver. Chen Jing was unaware of the emotional turmoil his actions had caused the driver. Hearing the gratitude, he simply nodded slightly and quickly asked, "Can you get out by yourself?" "The seatbelt's stuck. I can't get out." The driver tried several times but remained trapped. Seeing this, Chen Jing swiftly climbed into the car and easily tore the seatbelt apart. Then he grabbed the driver and pulled him out of the car. "All right, you're safe for now. But you need to run over there immediately. There might be more beasts around. Hurry up and run." Chen Jing quickly assessed the driver, seeing that he was unharmed, and pointed in the direction from which he had come. The driver looked in the indicated direction and quickly nodded. When he turned back to say something more, he found that the young man was already running away, in the opposite direction of where he had pointed. Time was of the essence. This was the destruction caused by a single beast. What if there were hundreds? Every second could mean lost lives, and Chen Jing dared not delay for a moment. After rescuing everyone he could, he immediately set off again, not even waiting for a response. "What's your name, hero?" the driver shouted, but Chen Jing had already vanished from sight, leaving no answer behind. "Be careful," the driver silently wished, watching as the young hero disappeared into the distance. When Chen Jing arrived at the scene, the sight before him was horrifying. In the heart of Pengjia Avenue, Jianghua District, what was once a bustling commercial center was now unrecognizable. The towering office buildings still stood, but the streets and interiors were overrun with countless red-armored ants. Enormous, bottomless pits had suddenly appeared in the wide boulevard, from which these massive ants continuously emerged. The road was clogged with vehicles, most of which had exploded or were mangled, sending thick smoke spiraling into the sky. The blood-stained ground was a grim tapestry of wreckage and bodies, creating a chilling spectacle. Screams, cries of pain, and calls for help mixed with the excited roars of the beasts, far surpassing the intensity of where Chen Jing had previously rescued a male driver. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and the scent of the ants, as Chen Jing clenched his fists, his eyes burning with unprecedented fury. Just 10 meters away, in front of a shop, a 1-meter-long ant was voraciously devouring the bodies of a mother and child locked in a final embrace. This scene completely ignited Chen Jing's rage. He stomped his right foot, leaving a 3-centimeter deep footprint in the hard concrete, and instantly flashed to the side of the ant. With a swift slash, the ant was cleaved in two. Still unsatisfied, Chen Jing hacked repeatedly until the first-tier beast was reduced to a pulp. As his anger subsided, Chen Jing turned to look at the young mother and child's bodies, his expression complex. Even in death, the mother clung tightly to her child, trying to protect him. In that moment, Chen Jing truly understood the brutal reality of war. Despite having personally slain countless beasts and barbarians, he had optimistically believed that these former enemies of humanity were now relics of the past, destined to be vanquished by a human civilization that had integrated martial arts and was far more advanced. He had once thought that with powerful technological weapons and the emergence of new warriors, humanity could not only counterattack the alien world, but also completely halt the invasion of beasts and barbarians. He believed that even if a few slipped through into civilized areas, they would be no more than a noisy but harmless disturbance. However, the devastation before him shattered this belief mercilessly. Although the city of Nansu experiences several wild beast attacks each year, it is a special case due to its location at the forefront of a conflict zone. Across the vast expanse of Xia, few cities are like Nansu. For most people in Xia, war seems like a distant legend. They continue to live peaceful lives. Children play in parks, students are engrossed in their studies, office workers are busy with their jobs, couples celebrate their unions, and parents enjoy time with their grandchildren. Occasionally, through television or the internet, they learn about the seemingly close yet distant wild men and beasts. During gatherings with friends or family meals, they eagerly discuss the latest battle reports. How many wild beasts were eliminated in a certain area? Which tribe was wiped out? These topics always spark lively discussions, as if they were talking about an exciting sports event. They comfortably enjoy the peace dividends brought by the war in another world, without realizing the approaching danger. Chen Jing once thought the same way. However, the recent attack, the most devastating in terms of casualties in over a decade, shattered his illusions. This incident clearly demonstrated that war has never truly been far away. The wild men and beasts are far from being fully conquered, and human civilization is not entirely secure. Just a swarm of red-armored ants infiltrating from underground considered not even mid-level among all wild beast species dealt such a heavy blow to Nansu. Chen Jing looked around at the devastation. The streets were filled with ruins, and the air was thick with smoke and the smell of blood. Screams, cries, and hurried footsteps intertwined, painting an apocalyptic scene. He knew that once all the forces in Nansu were in place, these beasts would surely be defeated. But what difference would it make? To the vast army of wild beasts, these red-armored ants were just a drop in the ocean. More powerful and uniquely dangerous beasts were lurking, ready to strike. The attack on this day inflicted losses on Nansu and the entire Xia that far exceeded the value of those few hundred beasts. Chen Jing painfully realized that the cruelty of war is always borne by ordinary civilians. His gaze fell on the unfortunate mother and child before him, and his heart ached. The young mother should have been enjoying the prime of her life, spending sweet moments with her husband and son. The child, just beginning his journey in life, had countless wonderful things waiting for him to explore and experience. Yet, all these beautiful dreams were ruthlessly destroyed. Chen Jing wanted to mourn for them, but didn't know who to blame. This war was not a battle for profit, nor was it an unjust war. It stemmed from the clash of two entirely different civilizations, two parallel worlds. It was a life-and-death struggle, with the ultimate goal of one side conquering or exterminating the other. The wild beasts were irrational and bloodthirsty, while the wild men adhered to the law of the jungle, viewing humans as livestock to be slaughtered and Blue Star as their slaughterhouse. Chen Jing recalled humanity's initial attempts at goodwill. We naively believed that the two great civilizations could share resources and technology through communication. Instead, it resulted in a massacre. Eventually, humanity had to abandon this hopeful vision, realizing it was a war for racial survival, with no room for mercy. This reminded Chen Jing of the famous dark forest theory. The universe is like a dark jungle, where every civilization is a hunter with a gun, silently moving through the forest. They carefully part the branches in their path, afraid to make a sound, not daring to breathe loudly. Because in this forest, other hunters lurk everywhere. Upon discovering any other life, the only option is to unhesitatingly eliminate the other. In this universe, other civilizations are an eternal threat, a true hell. Any life form that exposes its existence will be swiftly annihilated. This is the survival law of cosmic civilizations, and the harsh reality of different dimensional worlds. Faced with such a situation, Xia has no choice, and neither does the world. If blame must be assigned, let it fall on us warriors for failing to protect the civilians. Chen Jing silently blamed himself and his companions. He quietly removed his coat, respectfully covering the unfortunate mother and child, as if it could offer them final comfort. Then, he turned, his gaze resolute as he looked into the distance. He bent down to pull out the battle knife embedded in the ground, the blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Chen Jing took a deep breath, gripping his weapon tightly. His steps were firm and heavy as he walked towards the swarm of frenzied red-armored ants. In his eyes burned a steadfast determination and indomitable spirit. No matter what dangers awaited him, he would confront them without hesitation. For he knew he was fighting not just for himself, but for all innocent civilians, for the future of human civilization. The strength of the red-armored ant colony is distinctly stratified, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 4, each with unique characteristics. The most basic ant, the flying red-armored ant, is a Tier 1 beast, measuring only a meter in length. Its undeveloped wings granted agile flying abilities. The Tier 2 red armored male ant may have lost its ability to fly, but it boasts impressive jumping power, combined with dual attack mechanisms from its mandibles and stinger, making it one of the top contenders among beasts of the same tier. The Tier 3 red armored soldier ant is twice the size of the male ant and inherits its predecessor's abilities. Additionally, it can spray highly corrosive ant acid. At the top of the hierarchy is the red armored queen ant, a Tier 4 beast, whose size is 20 times that of the soldier ant. Though slow-moving and limited in attack methods, its defense is comparable to a Tier 5 powerhouse, and its lethal acid spray strikes fear into any Tier 4 warrior. More daunting is its ability to elevate a few soldier ants to become elite guards at Tier 4, though their numbers usually do not exceed 4. At this moment, Chen Jing is on the outskirts of the ant colony's territory. He slashes at a flying red armored ant with his blade and deftly flicks away another that lunges at his face. Surveying his surroundings, he sees that besides these beasts, he is alone. As the first responder to arrive, he vividly remembers the area echoing with the intense gunfire of the defensive forces not long ago. Yet, faced with the onslaught of hundreds of beasts, these defenses crumbled like paper, leaving only sporadic gunfire echoing from distant buildings. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the ground. Chen Jing turns to see a red armored male ant, the size of a small calf, charging like a heavy tank, flipping cars effortlessly along its path. Instead of retreating, he tenses his muscles like a coiled leopard, ready to strike. As the red armored ant closes in, its mandibles stained with remnants of flesh, his resolve to kill intensifies. At that moment, a sharp whoosh from behind signals another red armored male ant launching an attack from the rear. Chen Jing stood unflinchingly amidst the onslaught, his gaze sharp and focused on the nearest red armored ant. He held his breath, waiting for the perfect moment. As the ant was about to enter his attack range, Chen Jing sprung into action like a poised leopard ready to strike. With a swift motion of his right hand, a blinding white light slashed through the air like lightning. The red-armored ant had no time to react before it was split in two, like a hot knife through butter. The blade was so sharp that it left a deep mark on the ground. Without pausing to admire his handiwork, Chen Jing closed his eyes and listened intently to the sounds behind him. As the red-armored soldier ant behind him entered his attack range, his left leg lashed out like a scorpion's tail, striking with precision. A dull thud sounded as the soldier ant's head was smashed to pieces, like a ripe watermelon hit with a sledgehammer. Its massive headless body continued to lurch forward due to inertia, and Chen Jing deftly sidestepped, causing it to crash into the body of the ant he had just split. The bisected ant finally showed signs of defeat, its body slowly separating along the clean cut and collapsing. A gruesome mix of blood and brain matter gushed out, drawing the attention of more red-armored ants nearby. Undeterred, Chen Jing moved swiftly with his blade, his actions as quick as lightning. Each swing of his sword left a dazzling arc in the air, cutting down the swarming insects and red-armored soldier ants with ease. In mere seconds, Chen Jing seemed unstoppable. With one sweeping motion, he effortlessly decapitated two approaching soldier ants. Just as he was about to turn to another side, his expression shifted, and he swiftly dodged to the side. A split second later, a glob of dark green acid splattered onto the spot where he had just stood. The acid hissed upon contact with the concrete ground, burning through it with a sizzle and leaving a deep, gaping hole. Chen Jing frowned slightly, knowing well the destructive power of the third-tier red-armored soldier ant's acid, but witnessing it firsthand was still unsettling. He was grateful for his quick reflexes, knowing the consequences could have been dire. Not far away, the third-tier soldier ant, undeterred by its first miss, opened its jaws again, launching another acid attack. Chen Jing acted quickly, kicking a nearby second-tier ant's corpse into the path of the incoming acid. Then, like a phantom, Chen Jing charged towards the third-tier soldier ant with incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant. Before the ant could launch another acid attack, Chen Jing lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to its jaw, disrupting its attack. Taking advantage of the ant's momentary imbalance, Chen Jing pressed forward, his battle knife slashing across. The seemingly impenetrable red armor fell apart, like paper under his blade, leaving a massive gash. Blood and internal organs spilled out as the ant's body toppled heavily to the ground. Chen Jing did not relent. In a fight where life and death were on the line, any lapse could be fatal. He stepped forward, his blade poised, the tip aimed at the soldier ant's head. However, the fierce beast was not ready to give up. Just as Chen Jing was about to strike, a dark shadow shot out from its tail's deadly stinger. Anticipating this, Chen Jing pushed off the ground with his right foot, accelerating his movement. The sharp stinger narrowly missed his back as he moved like a flash, driving his blade straight into the ant's head. With a crisp crack, the blade pierced through the armor effortlessly, embedding itself to the hilt. The third-tier soldier ant's limbs thrashed wildly, but under Chen Jing's firm control, it couldn't budge. Soon, it ceased all movement, life extinguished. Standing beside the massive beast's corpse, Chen Jing breathed lightly. Despite the suddenness of the battle, his performance was impeccable. Whether facing beasts of the same tier or formidable third-tier foes, they were no match for his blade. Only the top-ranked, most powerful 13th-tier beasts might engage him in a prolonged battle. At the edge of Pengjia Avenue in the center of Jianghua District, a crossroads was stained with blood. The bodies of fierce ants were piled like mountains, with a figure swiftly moving among them. Chen Jing's light-colored coat was drenched in ant blood and his own, marked by several wounds. Despite his power surpassing his apparent level, he struggled against the swarming red-armored ants. As Chen Jing fought alone, the shouts of reinforcements reached him. A young warrior leapt into the fray like a leopard, swiftly cutting down a second-tier red-armored male ant that was ambushing Chen Jing. This senior from Jiangnan Military Academy quickly stood beside Chen Jing, naturally forming a two-person battle formation. Time was of the essence, and Chen Jing couldn't spare a moment to take a good look at his senior's face. With a nod, he plunged back into the fight. Their fierce battle drew more red-armored ants, increasing the danger but also buying time for the nearby hiding survivors. This was Chen Jing's duty and his personal choice. Suddenly, a strong corrosive ant acid was sprayed in their direction. They quickly dodged, immediately identifying the third-tier red-armored soldier ant responsible for the attack. This new threat had to be eliminated immediately to prevent further complications in their fight. Chen Jing and his senior charged at the third-tier soldier ant simultaneously. First-tier flying insects and second-tier male ants attempted to block their path, but fell under their relentless assault. Finally, they broke through the encirclement to face the third-tier soldier ant. Two flashes of cold light sealed its fate, as the ordinary third-tier beast fell instantly to the combined efforts of a near fourth-tier and a top third-tier warrior. With the greatest threat neutralized, Chen Jing and his senior found themselves in a war of attrition. Fortunately, more and more warriors arrived to help, allowing Chen Jing to catch his breath as the pressure eased. Although the battle continued, the situation began to turn in their favor with the support of reinforcements. Within just a few minutes, over 30 warriors surged onto the battlefield like a tide, joining this life-and-death struggle. They came from 3 different groups, each showcasing their unique fighting styles. The students from Jiangnan Military Academy moved with precision and efficiency, skillfully taking down the beasts as if it were part of their daily training. Each of their strikes was impeccably accurate, displaying the essence of military discipline. The other fighters from various departments around them were not to be outdone, their combat skills rivaling those of the academy students. These warriors, who had worked on the front lines for years, demonstrated their practical experience with lethal moves. Most admirable were the civilian fighters. Though relatively weaker, they joined the battle with a fervent spirit, fully aware of the dangers. Even Chen Jing and others, who typically looked down on these fitness enthusiasts, couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. "Damn beasts die," shouted a newly arrived warrior, overwhelmed by the gruesome scene before him. He attacked the beasts with a long sword, driven by sheer passion rather than conserving his strength. Initially, he managed to take down 3 or 4 first-tier beasts with this fervor, but as time went on, signs of exhaustion became apparent. Just as this warrior was about to fall prey to a second-tier male ant, Chen Jing, who was resting at the back, quickly picked up a fist-sized stone. At the critical moment, just as the ant's sharp mandibles were about to bite, Chen Jing acted swiftly. The stone, propelled by force beyond that of an ordinary third tier, shot through the air like a cannonball, accompanied by a sharp whistle. In an instant, it reached the male ant's head with a thunderous crash, shattering half its skull. A mix of red and white fluids gushed like a waterfall, drenching the warrior. Chen Jing pulled the warrior back from the front lines, who was now vomiting uncontrollably, clearly shaken by the bloody scene. "Are you all right?" Chen Jing asked, patting his back with concern. "Thank you." The warrior stammered, having vomited until there was nothing left, but still mustered the energy to respond to his savior. Once he recovered slightly, he bowed deeply and gratefully said, "When Shuyan from Nancy University thanks this senior for saving my life. May I know your name?" "Senior?" Chen Jing studied the young man before him, whose face was smeared with blood but clearly youthful. Nancy University. He suddenly remembered his high school class president, who also entered that university. He wondered how she was doing and whether she had become a warrior. Momentarily lost in thought, Chen Jing didn't immediately respond. However, the university student, when Shuyan, remained patient and respectful despite the lack of an immediate answer. Soon, Chen Jing snapped back to reality, helped him up, and told him his name. "Thank you, Senior Chen, for saving my life." When Shuyan earnestly expressed his gratitude again. "We're all here for the country and the people, no need to thank me further," Chen Jing replied with a smile. He thought to himself that someone like Wen Shuyan, who was sensible, courteous, and appreciative, would be well received anywhere. Chen Jing was about to inquire about his former class president Gu Yifei, who, with her looks and talent, must be a prominent figure at Nancy University. But at that moment, the battlefront became increasingly dire, with more and more red-armored ants swarming in, including several third-tier soldier ants, necessitating his immediate support. Rest here for now. In your current state, going back would be suicidal. Remember, during battle, don't let anger cloud your emotions, Chen Jing advised, patting Wen Shuyun on the shoulder before swiftly heading back to the front lines. Wen Shuyun watched Chen Jing's heroic figure fighting in the distance with a mix of shame and admiration. He felt embarrassed for being so helpless in his first real battle, nearly losing his life, while envying his peer, Senior Chen, whose formidable strength marked him as a true warrior. Senior Chen must be a genius from Jiangnan Military Academy. Jiangnan Military Academy. When Shuyun began to question his own university choice for the first time. Attention, all personnel. Evacuate the center of the road immediately. A loud electronic voice suddenly interrupted Chen Jing's combat rhythm. He had just taken down a second-tier red-armored ant with his battle knife. Looking up, he saw two armed helicopters loaded with ammunition approaching not far away. Underneath the helicopter wings, 90mm rocket launchers spewed fire, sending rockets whistling through the air. Following closely, a few air-to-ground missiles roared away. Small mushroom clouds blossomed one after another in the middle of the road, with fire and smoke rapidly spreading in all directions. Chen Jing's face changed dramatically, and he shouted to those around him, "Retreat to the shops on either side." As he spoke, he kicked aside a blocking flying ant and dashed towards the nearest milk tea shop without finishing it off. He leaped inside and quickly hid beneath the counter. Other warriors followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, the street was left to the red-armored ant horde. A few seconds later, it felt as if the sky was falling. The continuous explosions made Chen Jing's eardrums ache, and dust rained down from the ceiling. The shelves behind the counter shook violently, with bottles and jars crashing to the ground. The entire floor trembled as if in an earthquake. When the dust settled, Chen Jing coughed, brushed the dust off his clothes, and cautiously peered outside. The sight left him stunned. The once flat road was now pockmarked and uneven, scattered with shattered chitinous shells and desiccated body parts. 90% of the dense red-armored ants had been blasted to bits, with the remainder either maimed or barely alive. "It seems they've decided to sacrifice this commercial center," Chen Jing remarked, picking up an intact cup of milk tea from the counter and taking a sip. After this missile barrage, the transportation infrastructure was in ruins, and with the beast's destruction, who knew how long it would take to return to normal? Finishing the milk tea, he left 10 yuan on the counter, gripped his battle knife, and stepped outside. Other survivors emerged as well, and together they finished off the remaining beasts. Just as they thought the crisis was over, a black tide appeared on the horizon, surging towards them like a wave. Looking at the seemingly endless swarm of ants, Chen Jing could only curse inwardly. In this critical moment, ground reinforcements finally arrived. The sound of tracks rumbled as heavily armored tanks, like steel giants, appeared behind Chen Jing and the others. Following them were squads of tough soldiers in combat gear, wielding swords and guns. Boom, boom, boom. Large caliber shells rained down on the ant swarm, scattering their formation. Then came the rapid gunfire, interspersed with the deep booms of heavy sniper rifles. The newly arriving ant swarm was decimated before it even got close. Witnessing all this, Chen Jing suddenly understood how the alien beasts and barbarians were defeated 15 years ago. The power of modern weapons was something these primitive creatures simply couldn't withstand. Under the overwhelming assault of the armored forces, even the formidable strength of enemies from another world stood little chance. On the battlefield's edge, Chen Jing and over 30 other warriors were temporarily enlisted by the armored unit's leader, integrated into the combat sequence to protect the unit's flanks and rear. The main battle tanks of the armored cluster roared forward, their tracks thundering across the ground. Two armed helicopters hovered above, providing fire support for the ground troops. With the protection of Chen Jing and the other warriors, the red-armored ants couldn't breach the line, allowing the tanks to unleash their firepower without restraint as they steadily advanced toward the epicenter of the incident. As the troops pushed within 100 meters of the massive sinkhole, the situation intensified. Waves of ants surged from the whole first-tier ant flyers circled in the air, large second-tier red-armored male ants charged in formation, and formidable third-tier red-armored soldier ants bolstered their ranks. Despite the tank's fierce firepower, the relentless tide of ants led to a stalemate in the battle. Chen Jing and the other warriors held their positions at the rear, ready for action. Given their abilities, recklessly charging into the ant swarm would be suicidal, as they would quickly be overwhelmed. Colonel Li Jun, the commanding officer, frowned deeply. The sudden incident meant the armored unit's ammunition reserves were insufficient, and the ant swarm's numbers were unpredictable. Prolonged engagement wasn't viable. To avoid unnecessary delays, he decisively issued a special order to his deputy. Four uniformed warriors stepped forward from the ranks, some unarmed, others wielding blades. Though they appeared ordinary, their presence set off alarm bells in Chen Jing's mind. They felt like dormant volcanoes ready to erupt, prompting an instinctive urge to retreat despite the distance. At Li Jun's command, the battlefield erupted with the most intense barrage of firepower. As the roar began to fade, the four warriors shot forward like arrows. In the fleeting glimpse Chen Jing managed to catch, they left only faint afterimages on his retinas, covering 100 meters in a second and cutting through the ant swarm like a hot knife through butter, heading straight into the sinkhole. The surprise attack by the four fourth-tier warriors was clearly aimed at taking out the ant queen. Yet, considering the potential presence of multiple elite fourth-tier guardian ants and the queen's own formidable defenses, Chen Jing couldn't help but worry about their safety. He glanced at Colonel Li Jun, who remained expressionless and unmoved. With Chen Jing's current strength and status, all he could do was wait silently for the outcome, hoping for a successful mission. A minute later, a loud commotion erupted from the deep cave 100 meters away. Immediately, four disheveled figures dashed out of the cave entrance, closely pursued by four massive creatures elite ant queen guards, each twice the size of a heavy tank. Plan B, shouted a fourth-tier warrior towards this direction. Chen Jing was frowning, contemplating whether the mission had failed, when he noticed through his peripheral vision that the operation commander, Li Jun, was quickly issuing orders into his earpiece. The answer soon became clear. The top of the unassuming light armored vehicle in the center of the team emitted a crisp mechanical sound as its side armor panels unfolded outward and a silver metal plate slowly rose. Mounted on the metal plate was a small drone in a gliding position, with a silver-white missile conspicuously attached beneath its belly. As a military enthusiast, Chen Jing quickly identified the missile was a laser-guided thermobaric bomb, Type 2. Its power was between that of a single-soldier thermobaric bomb and a small thermobaric bomb, making it an extremely formidable weapon. The entire plan suddenly made sense. Plan A was a decapitation mission, and if it failed, Plan B would be initiated to leave the laser disperser inside the cave before retreating, providing guidance for the thermobaric bomb. The destructive mechanism of the thermobaric bomb was terrifying. It used fuel-air explosives, with the explosion occurring in two stages. The first explosion released fuel, and 0.1 seconds later, the second explosion created an overpressure of up to 100 kilograms per square meter, capable of destroying biological organs. More deadly, the explosion would instantly deplete the surrounding air of oxygen, causing asphyxiation. For the large fourth-tier red-armored ant queens, this was undoubtedly a fatal blow. With the queen's reproductive ability lost, the entire ant colony's expansion would be halted. Chen Jing had to admit that Colonel Li Jun's strategy was impeccable, though he still worried about whether nearby structures could withstand the blast impact. By this time, the drone had completed its adjustments and soared into the sky with a sharp whooshing sound. After circling once, it flew directly towards the cave. Following a command from inside the control vehicle, the thermobaric bomb detached from the drone's belly, its guidance head immediately locking onto the laser signal emitted by the disperser inside the cave. Precise information was transmitted to the execution system of the drone armored vehicle. The operator took a deep breath and decisively pressed the final execute command. The missile adjusted its direction instantly, trailing a long plume of flame as it shot towards the deep hole like an arrow. Everyone present, including Li Jun, held their breath, their eyes fixed on the missile's trajectory. Although the laser guidance system theoretically guaranteed a 100 hit rate, no one dared to take it lightly. If the missile deviated from its target and hit the surrounding buildings, the consequences would be unimaginable. Losing their military cap would be the least of their worries. Facing a military tribunal would be the real nightmare. Fortunately, everything went smoothly as expected. The missile drilled precisely into the deep hole, followed by a deafening explosion echoing from deep underground, far surpassing the sum of all previous explosions. A massive white mushroom cloud surged from the depths of the hole, immediately followed by a suffocatingly powerful shockwave. The ground shook violently, as if it had been hit by an earthquake of magnitude 8. Chen Jing and others were prepared and stood their ground, but the survivors inside the surrounding buildings were terrified by the sudden tremor, screaming in panic. Meanwhile, the air was filled with the piercing cries of the red-armored ants in their death throes. The tremors lasted for a full minute before gradually subsiding. When the dust settled, everyone was astonished to find that the already enormous hole had nearly doubled in size. More gratifyingly, the once relentless swarm of red-armored ants was now nowhere to be seen. They held their breath for a few more minutes, but the deep hole remained silent. Finally, a collective sigh of relief was heard. However, their attention quickly shifted to the still roaming, but significantly reduced number of fierce ants nearby. No one doubted that in the wake of such a cataclysmic explosion, anything could have survived in the hole. The situation was under control. Without the queen ant's coordination, the entire red-armored ant colony was like headless chickens, scattering aimlessly and unable to mount an organized attack. As for the four elite queen's guards, they were being held back by four fourth-tier warriors and were doomed to die. Li Jun, the operation commander, decisively called off the group march. opting instead to construct a defensive wall with armored tanks and create a temporary safe zone. Apart from essential personnel left to guard, others were divided into teams to search the area and rescue survivors. The powerful Chen Jing was assigned to act alone, along with his senior, Jiang Fong, who had first fought alongside him. The two were dispatched to the southeast. Along the way, they easily dealt with a few low-level fierce ants. Suddenly, cries for help echoed from the right. Looking in that direction, they saw the top floor of a five-story building where a dozen faces filled with panic, fear, and a glimmer of hope crowded around the windows, desperately calling out. "Brother Jiang, you go save them. I'll continue searching ahead," Chen Jing suggested. Jiang Fong, who admired his younger peer's formidable abilities, nodded in agreement. "All right, Brother Chen, be careful. By the way, let's have a drink together when school starts." Chen Jing smiled and agreed. "No problem, it's on me. I insist. There's no reason for a junior to treat a senior." Jiang Fong laughed, patting Chen Jing on the shoulder before raising his sword and charging towards the fierce ants attracted by the cries for help. Chen Jing quickly assessed the number and level of the approaching ants, ensuring that Senior Jiang, with his peak third-tier strength, could handle them. He then confidently turned away to continue his rescue mission. Wow! Blood gushed out like a high-pressure hose, instantly painting a giant red fan on the ground. The massive third-tier red-armored soldier ant, twice the size of a buffalo, collapsed with a thud, causing the concrete ground to shake and sending debris half a meter into the air. Chen Jing tucked the blood-stained battle knife under his left arm, gripping the handle with his right hand as he slowly withdrew it from the ant. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of silver light, restoring its bright sheen. He nodded in satisfaction, glanced at his soiled clothes, and thought that he would discard them after the battle anyway, having served their purpose. "It's safe to come out now," Chen Jing called out as he approached a clothing store. A moment later, a small door inside the store creaked open, and a cautious head peeked out. Seeing only Chen Jing and the terrifying beast lying dead, the person breathed a sigh of relief and excitedly informed the others inside. Cheers erupted as more than 20 people poured out of the room. Besides a few staff members, the rest were customers. Many wore smiles of relief mixed with tears of joy. A man in his 30s, dressed in a work uniform and appearing to be the store manager, rushed up to Chen Jing, exclaiming, "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, we would have been." Chen Jing expertly soothed the relieved survivors. With his extraordinary hearing and sense of smell, he could easily locate them even if they were hiding deep inside, without calling for help. So far, he had rescued hundreds of people, and calming the traumatized survivors had become second nature to him. Once everyone was calm, Chen Jing asked them to wait and used an earpiece to contact the safe zone, requesting an armored vehicle for pickup. The road to the safe zone had been cleared by him and others, and with the protection of the armored vehicle, the survivors' safety was assured. Having experienced unprecedented horror and bloodshed, the group had lost their individuality, obediently following Chen Jing's instructions. Yet, they still glanced nervously toward the door, fearing another terrifying beast might appear, looking as if they were on edge. While waiting, Chen Jing received another note, reminding him of a previous rescue where he saved a fiery young woman from a ravenous ant. Overcome with emotion, she had given him a passionate French kiss, and if not for the inappropriate timing and place, she might have gone further. Although Chen Jing managed to stop her in time, she still handed him a note with her name and contact information before leaving. Compared to that encounter, the current situation was much calmer. The girl had a youthful and fresh appearance, resembling a college student. After handing Chen Jing a note, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly ran away. Despite several people standing between them, Chen Jing noticed her stealing glances at him multiple times. He smiled and discreetly tucked the note into his pocket, ensuring the girl wouldn't feel awkward. The girl saw out of the corner of her eye that Chen Jing accepted the note, and she finally felt relieved. Then, she remembered something, and her blush deepened. She recalled her previous skepticism towards the cliched scenes of heroes rescuing damsels in distress and love at first sight in movies and novels. Now, she truly understood the thrill and emotion of finding a glimmer of hope in a dark, desperate moment. She realized why such classic scenes endure over time. Her action was completely out of character. Even knowing there might be no outcome, she still took such a bold step. Of course, Chen Jing's striking appearance played a significant role. It reminded her of the online tales about the two outcomes after a hero saves a damsel in ancient times. If she found him handsome, she would pledge herself to him. If not, she would promise to repay him in the next life. Though crude, this saying held some truth. After all, humans are visual creatures, and beautiful things always bring joy. The efficiency of the safe zone was impressive. Within 5 minutes, the roar of an engine was heard. An armored transport vehicle with tight security stopped at the clothing store entrance, its small-caliber automatic cannon on the roof vigilantly scanning the surroundings. With Chen Jing's help, the group entered the vehicle from the back door. Despite the cramped space with over 20 people, No one complained given the life-threatening situation. Finally, Chen Jing helped the girl who had given him the note into the vehicle. Her ears were visibly red, and she avoided eye contact with him, as if her earlier courage had vanished. As Chen Jing was about to close the door, the girl mustered her last bit of courage to glance at him, her lips moving slightly as if wanting to say something, but only a barely audible sound escaped. Looking at the shy girl, Chen Jing felt a sense of contentment. He understood what she wanted to convey. On this blood-soaked day, this sweet and warm moment was a delightful reprieve. Although he was focused on martial arts, the past months of relentless bloodshed had left him weary and confused. Yet, the presence of such a charming girl made him realize that everything he did was worthwhile. He understood that the purpose of fighting was to protect better. Chen Jing gave the girl a reassuring look, watching her lower her head in embarrassment, and smiled to himself as he gently closed the armored vehicle's rear door. Just then, an urgent shout came from a distance. "Wait! Don't close the door! Wait for us!" A sudden call interrupted Chen Jing's actions. He quickly turned around to see a couple holding a little girl, desperately running towards him. It was clear that the family had noticed the commotion. Chen Jing swiftly reopened the closing armored door, signaling the passengers inside to make room. Seeing that the armored vehicle hadn't left, the family was overjoyed. A man in his 30s, dressed in an elite business suit, clutched the little girl tightly and accelerated forward with his young wife. Hope was within reach. They could almost see the dawn of survival. However, Chen Jing's expression suddenly changed drastically. He drew his battle knife and rushed towards the family, shouting, "Hurry up!" The man was momentarily confused as he saw the warrior charging at them with a weapon. In that split second, a thunderous crash erupted from behind. Alarmed, the man instinctively glanced back and turned pale. A colossal third-tier red-armored soldier ant, twice the size of a giant ox, was charging towards them, clearly attracted by the commotion. In mere seconds, the distance between the monster and the family shrank rapidly. The man could even see the blood-stained mandibles of the beast. Fear surged over him, and he desperately tried to speed up, but in his panic, he tripped over a fist-sized rock and the family fell to the ground. "Damn it," the man cursed. Due to inertia, he and his wife slid forward several meters, while their daughter remained where she fell. Now, the couple was in front, and their daughter was behind, less than 5 meters apart. The young girl lay on the ground, crying and calling for her parents. The young wife, focused solely on her child, quickly got up and ran to pick her up. She turned to ask her husband for help, only to be shocked to find he hadn't followed. The man intended to go back, but as he looked up, he realized the terrifying beast was almost upon them. He froze after just a few steps. Fear consumed his rationality. Delaying even a few seconds meant certain death. He was so young, so wealthy, he didn't want to die. "Honey, come help. I can't run fast holding Yuan alone," the wife anxiously called out. Although aware of the deadly threat behind them, her priority was her daughter's safety. Little Yuan, though tearful, still called out expectantly, "Daddy, carry me." The man's face twisted with indecision, but ultimately, his survival instinct prevailed. Under his daughter's confused, tearful gaze and his wife's look of disbelief turning to despair, he scrambled towards the armored vehicle. Chen Jing witnessed this despicable scene. The man, a husband and father, shamelessly abandoned his wife and child to save himself. "Help me. Please help me." The man shouted frantically at Chen Jing, who had reached him, his desperation on full display as if clinging to his last hope. If it weren't for the presence of others, Chen Jing would have undoubtedly slit the throat of the despicable man before him. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he swatted away the man's outstretched hand and rushed toward the mother and daughter without slowing down. The force of his strike was so powerful that it sent the man who had abandoned his family sprawling to the ground. The middle-aged man scrambled to his feet, clutching his right hand, which had just been struck, with his left. The area was already turning purple and red, with a dull ache in the bone. He shot a venomous glance at Chen Jing's back before turning and fleeing, ignoring the wife and daughter he once loved. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping came from the left. Instinctively, the man glanced over, and a chill ran down his spine. His piercing cries for help soon echoed through the air. Chen Jing's keen hearing made him fully aware of what had happened. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't break stride, completely ignoring the commotion behind him. The young mother's face was ashen, yet she hadn't given up hope. Clenching her teeth, she held her daughter tightly and ran desperately forward. However, how could an ordinary woman with a child outrun a third-tier beast? In the blink of an eye, the red-armored soldier ant had closed in on them. Sensing the weak aura of its prey, it didn't spray acid but instead opened its massive mandibles, intending to swallow the mother and daughter whole. At the critical moment, Chen Jing arrived just in time. Without hesitation, he hurled his battle knife. The blade spun through the air like a crescent moon, whistling as it flew toward the red-armored soldier ant. Just as the beast was about to bite down, the nearly meter-long blade pierced its mouth, embedding a third of its length. Wounded in a vital spot, The red-armored soldier ant howled in pain, rolling frantically on the ground, completely ignoring its food. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jing grabbed the mother and daughter and skillfully tossed them backward. They flew over 20 meters, landing safely. The young mother immediately picked up her daughter and ran towards safety. As they passed the body that once cried, "Husband," her eyes dimmed, but she quickly covered her daughter's eyes and pressed on without looking back. With the mother and daughter safe, Chen Jing turned to face the red-armored soldier ant. His right leg tensed and whipped fiercely against the beast's jaw. With a resounding clang, the red armor, harder than steel, shattered instantly, scattering fragments everywhere. This powerful blow not only shattered the armor, but also slammed the beast's jaw upward. The blade, which had been lodged in its mouth, now drove deeper, nearly piercing its brain. The red-armored soldier ant was battered and bruised, yet remained unyielding. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Yu swiftly extended his right index finger. The sound of muscles and bones cracking filled the air as his finger transformed into a razor-sharp weapon. With two quick slashes, the ant's eyes burst, sending blood splattering everywhere. Blinded, the giant ant went into a frenzy, its body swelling as it wildly destroyed everything around it. Chen Jing cautiously retreated, waiting for the right moment. When the red-armored ant exhausted its energy and calmed down, he seized the opportunity to strike. With a few agile steps, Chen Jing reached the ant's mouth. He swiftly pulled out the battle knife lodged there, giving the creature no chance to recover, and leaped onto its head. Gripping the knife tightly, he drove it down with all his might. The sharp blade easily pierced the hard shell, sinking deep into the ant's head. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the third-tier red-armored ant collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With the battle over, Chen Jing began his journey back. As he passed the corpse of a middle-aged man, he paused for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Today, he had witnessed the extremes of human nature, those who were selfless and noble, and those who were selfish and despicable. To Chen Jing, only the former were worth protecting. Upon returning to the armored vehicle, he found the mother and daughter had been settled by others. Although the young mother looked pale, she still thanked him politely. Chen Jing nodded silently, meeting her eyes that were filled with complex emotions. In such a short time, they had experienced so many unbelievable events. If not for the mother's strong will, she might have already broken down. Chen Jing slowly closed the rear door of the armored vehicle. Faintly, he heard the little girl innocently ask, "Mommy, isn't Daddy still outside?" A silence fell inside the vehicle, followed by the mother's quiet reply, "That wasn't Daddy." Buzzing sounds filled the 7th floor as two transparent wings flapped furiously. Gu Yifei's clothes were stained with blood. She had just cut down a first-level fierce antfly with her sword. Before she could catch her breath, another insect with a menacing mouthpiece lunged at her head. Her reflexes were swift. She instinctively ducked, and with a snap, a broken rubber band and a few strands of hair fell slowly. The antfly barely missed her as her one-side hair cascaded down like a waterfall, drawing a graceful arc in the air. At this critical moment, a young man rushed towards her. Despite the urgency, he was momentarily stunned by the sight, swallowing hard unconsciously. Coming back to his senses, he shouted, "Yifei, watch out." He quickly positioned himself beside Gu Yifei, protectively wielding his knife. Gu Yifei frowned slightly, but had no time to address the familiarity of his address. She glanced at the crowd fleeing in panic not far behind, and said to the man beside her, "Senior Brother Wu, I'm fine here. One person is enough to hold them off. You should go help the others, they need more support." However, Wu ignored her suggestion, instead looking at Gu Yifei with intense eyes and said affectionately, "Don't worry, Yifei. Junior Brother Yu and the others can handle themselves. It's too dangerous for you to be here alone. I have to help you." Gu Yifei sighed helplessly. This senior brother, Wu Yiming, was a fellow student she met in the martial arts class. Despite his young age, he was already a second-level martial artist and one of the most popular figures at school. They had no real connection, having only exchanged polite greetings at a school-wide martial arts class exchange. Yet, since then, he had been persistently pursuing her. As a woman, Gu Yifei understood his intentions. However, she had no interest in dating, and Wu Yiming's gaze made her uncomfortable. Despite her clear rejections, he clung to her like a persistent shadow. She couldn't resort to drastic measures, and had no choice but to keep her distance. Today, she couldn't refuse the enthusiastic invitation from several senior martial arts classmates, and reluctantly joined them. Unexpectedly, they coincidentally ran into Wu Yiming, who naturally joined their group. Clever as she was, she saw through the carefully orchestrated plan. Still, she couldn't blame her well-intentioned classmates. After all, they thought they were facilitating a good match, not acting out of malice. She could only swallow her frustration, wearing a forced smile as she half-heartedly dealt with Wu Yiming's advances. Coincidentally, their shopping location was right in the area of the beast attack. After the incident, being martial artists, they fought and retreated, leading many fleeing civilians to this high-rise office building. Due to their size, the third-tier soldier ants avoided the buildings that seemed too crowded in their eyes, leaving the first-tier fierce ant flyers and a few second-tier red-armored male ants as the main force in pursuit. This actually reduced the casualties among the escapees. Seeing that her persuasion could not deter Wu Yiming, Gu Yifei resolutely raised her sword and charged forward. She realized that the best strategy was to team up with Wu Yiming, who had second-tier combat power, to quickly eliminate the beasts in front of them and then support their fellow disciples. Sister Gu, wait for me. It's too dangerous. Wu Yiming's heart tightened as he watched the captivating young woman charge forward without regard for her safety. He hurriedly grabbed his sword and followed. Gu Yifei's performance was astonishing. She quickly adapted to the bloody battle, displaying strength beyond that of a typical first-tier warrior. Her fellow disciples were shocked, as they were older and had undergone combat training. Gu Yifei's talent and adaptability made it clear why the martial arts instructor gave her special attention. After about 10 minutes, having cleared the fierce ant flyers in front of them, Gu Yifei, ignoring her fatigue, immediately ran to another battlefield. Wu Yiming, panting heavily, was about to call for her to rest, but saw she was already far ahead. He shook his head helplessly and gritted his teeth to catch up. After the grueling battle, everyone finally caught their breath. Even Wu Yiming lost his playful demeanor and slumped to the ground. Gu Yifei, dragging her weary body, walked over to his senior sister and quietly inquired about Brother Li's condition. Upon learning he was only lightly injured and unconscious, she breathed a sigh of relief and sat down next to Sister Lin to rest. Sister Lin noticed the stifled sobs around them and Gu Yifei's somber expression, comforting her. Don't worry, I heard the sound of artillery earlier. Rescue should be arriving soon. Just hold on a bit longer and we'll be safe. Gu Yifei nodded silently, though she felt uncomfortable after witnessing such a brutal scene for the first time. To distract her, Sister Lin suddenly asked, Sister Gu, what do you think of Brother Wu? Gu Yifei couldn't help but laugh, but she politely replied, Brother Wu is a good person. Sensing gossip, Sister Lin whispered, you must know Brother Wu is interested in you, right? What do you think? Gu Yifei rolled her eyes and straightforwardly gave Wu Yiming a good person card. Sister Lin, surprised, listed Wu Yiming's virtues, but Gu Yifei remained unmoved, even suggesting that Sister Lin could have him. This conversation stirred up Gu Yifei's thoughts of another person, as she quietly compared his strength to Wu Yiming's. Just as Gu Yifei was lost in thought, Sister Lin quietly pointed out that Wu Yiming was approaching. Gu Yifei turned to see Brother Wu approaching with a look of eager attentiveness, and she sighed helplessly. On a scorching summer day, the sun blazing overhead, Wu Yiming was drenched in sweat as he hurriedly approached Gu Yifei, clutching a hard-to-find bottle of mineral water. His face was lit up with an enthusiastic smile, and his voice carried a hint of flattery. Yifei, you must be thirsty. I managed to get a bottle of water, please have it. Before he could finish, Sister Lin quipped with a playful glint in her eye and a slight smirk. Brother Wu, I'm parched too. Could you spare me a bottle? Wu Yiming chuckled awkwardly, the sweat on his forehead becoming more apparent. There's only one bottle, so it should go to Yifei first since she's the youngest among us. His gaze remained fixed on Gu Yifei's face. Sister Lin shrugged theatrically and gave Gu Yifei a knowing look. Gu Yifei sighed inwardly and was about to politely decline when she caught a sound behind her. She quickly changed her mind, accepted the bottle, and said politely, Thank you, Brother Wu. A flicker of joy passed through Wu Yiming's eyes, and his heart raced. It was the first time Gu Yifei had accepted his goodwill, and he felt his persistence was finally paying off. His eyes lingered on Gu Yifei's delicate and graceful features, and he discreetly observed her slender frame, feeling pleased that he was one step closer to his goal. Suddenly, Gu Yifei felt uneasy and instinctively looked up at Wu Yiming. He immediately composed himself and returned to his usual poised demeanor, saying with concern, Yifei, drink up and regain your strength. There might be more challenges ahead. Gu Yifei nodded in thanks and then stood up to walk away. To Wu Yiming's surprise, she weaved through the crowd and approached a mother and her child. The boy appeared to be 11 or 12 years old, lying weakly in his mother's arms. His cracked lips parted slightly as he murmured, Mom, I'm thirsty. The mother gently stroked his hair, offering constant reassurance. We'll have water soon. Gu Yifei crouched down and gently said, Little brother, have some water. Her voice was as clear as a bell. The boy looked up to see a woman more beautiful than any celebrity on television, smiling as she handed him the bottle. With his mother's permission, the boy thanked her politely and eagerly opened the cap, drinking deeply. The boy's mother, recognizing Gu Yifei as one of the warriors protecting them, expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, young lady. Gu Yifei interrupted the boy's mother's gratitude with a smile and softly said, It's nothing. It's what I should do. Get some rest. She gently patted the boy's head and turned back to Wu Yiming. Noticing the complex look in his eyes, Gu Yifei apologized slightly. I gave away the water that Brother Wu gave me. I hope you don't mind. Wu Yiming's facial muscles twitched slightly as he tried to remain calm. How could I blame you? I can only admire such a gesture from you, Yifei. Sister Lin, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle to herself. She thought, Brother Wu still has a long way to go. 15 minutes later, the peace within the office building was shattered by a sudden loud noise. A martial arts classmate rushed back in a panic, barely able to catch his breath as he reported. At least 30 or 40 fierce ant-flying insects are coming up from below, along with 3 larger ones, probably second-tier wild beasts. This news hit like a sledgehammer, crushing the last bit of hope in everyone's hearts. Wu Yiming and the others' faces changed drastically. Their team of less than 10 warriors could barely handle 20 fierce ant-flying insects, and now the number had doubled, with 3 additional second-tier wild beasts. Even Wu Yiming, a second-tier warrior, could only manage to deal with one of them. Panic spread like a tidal wave across the 7th floor of the building. Screams, cries, and shouts echoed, plunging the crowd into chaos. This commotion not only sped up the beast's attack, but also drew the attention of more wild beasts nearby. At that moment, a loud sound came from not far away. Gu Yifei looked in the direction of the noise, her pupils contracting sharply. A fierce ant-flying insect was hovering outside, level with their floor, its wings beating rapidly. The next second, it crashed into the floor-to-ceiling window, the glass groaning under the strain. Someone tried to reassure the crowd with a trembling voice. Don't worry, the outer layer of glass in this office building is high strength and thick, very sturdy. That beast won't. Before he could finish, a faint crack interrupted him as a small crack appeared in the glass. Soon, more fierce ant-flying insects appeared in front of the surrounding windows. This became the last straw for the crowd. Except for the martial artists from Nancy University and a few calm individuals, most people went into a frenzy, running in all directions, some even recklessly heading downstairs. Gu Yifei made a quick decision and shouted, Run upstairs! Run upstairs! The other senior brothers and sisters also reacted, starting to organize the crowd to retreat to the upper floors. Suddenly, the glass that was first hit shattered completely. A fierce ant-flying insect swiftly lunged in, but Gu Yifei was ready and pierced it with her sword. However, this was just the beginning, as more fierce ant-flying insects broke through the windows. Gu Yifei, overwhelmed, urgently called out, Brother Wu, come help me. Wu Yiming hesitated for a moment, weighed the time, then charged forward with his sword, shouting, Yifei, I'm coming to help you. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Chen Jing keenly noticed the disturbance in the distance. His eagle-like sharp eyes clearly saw several black dots high in the sky. There are survivors. Chen Jing's expression changed, and without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the office building with astonishing speed. Heavy, rapid breathing echoed throughout the cramped, dark storage room. Gu Yifei and Wu Yiming were huddled inside, disheveled and covered in dust and sweat. Violent thuds came from the door as the beast outside frantically attempted to break in. Fortunately, the heaps of clutter inside temporarily barricaded the entrance, but it was clear this was only a temporary respite. Despite her exhaustion, Gu Yifei forced herself to her feet and began searching the confined space for any glimmer of hope. Her eyes swept over the piles of junk, looking for anything useful. Meanwhile, Wu Yiming sat dejectedly on the ground, his eyes vacant as he watched Gu Yifei's frantic movements. Don't waste your energy. There's no other way out. Wu Yiming sighed, his voice heavy with despair. Gu Yifei ignored his words, meticulously examining every corner. Only after exhausting all possibilities did she let out a small sigh. But she quickly regained her composure, determination shining in her eyes. Even with just a sliver of a chance, she refused to give up. Clutching her sword tightly, Gu Yifei turned to Wu Yiming and said, Senior Brother Wu, it's only a matter of time before the door gives way. We have no other options. We must fight with all we have, and never resign ourselves to defeat. Soon, the two of us. She laid out her plan in detail, her voice steady and calm. However, Wu Yiming, though appearing to listen intently, was actually lost in his own thoughts. If one looked closely, they might notice the flicker of something dangerous in his eyes. Unfortunately, Gu Yifei was too focused on strategizing to notice. Inside, Wu Yiming was caught in a spiral of despair. He knew there were at least a dozen beasts waiting outside. In their current weakened state, resistance seemed futile, leading only to death. He regretted his earlier decision to stay behind with Gu Yifei. If not for that choice, with his second-rank martial skills, he might have had a good chance of escaping alone. Resentment brewed within him, fueled by thoughts of his privileged upbringing and his exceptional martial talents. Always the prodigy in the eyes of others. Was this where it all ended, in a filthy, cramped storage room? His anger grew as he blamed Gu Yifei for their predicament. Although he was never short of female admirers, he was always drawn to those he couldn't easily have. He had hoped to play the hero and win her over, only to find himself in this dire situation. Not only was his life at risk, but he hadn't even held her hand a complete loss. A dark thought crept into Wu Yiming's mind. Since death seemed inevitable, why not indulge once before the end, fulfilling his desire? With that, he lowered his head, a sinister smile hidden in the darkness. Senior Brother Wu, what do you think? Gu Yifei asked, awaiting his response after explaining her plan. Snapping back to his usual demeanor, Wu Yiming nodded and said, let's go with your plan, Yifei. Seeing Wu Yiming regain his composure at a critical moment, Gu Yifei couldn't help but glance at him again, secretly admiring the leader of the martial arts class for his poise. Normally, Wu Yiming would have been overjoyed by such a look from Gu Yifei, but at this moment, already considering her as his possession, he was indifferent. Yifei, take a break and recover as much strength as you can, Wu Yiming said calmly. Gu Yifei nodded in agreement, sat cross-legged with her sword resting across her legs, and closed her eyes to rest. The storeroom fell silent, the only sound being the constant thudding at the door. A minute later, Wu Yiming, who was pretending to rest, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze shifted from calm to fiery, more aggressive than ever, as if he wanted to devour the person in front of him. He greedily watched Gu Yifei's face, which remained elegant and refined even when smeared with blood and sweat, and felt a burning desire in his gut. Though Wu Yiming had known many women, he had never encountered someone like Gu Yifei, who was both stunningly beautiful and exuded an extraordinary aura. Her resolute and tenacious character fascinated him even more. Tired of the demanding and coquettish women around him, Wu Yiming had been captivated by Gu Yifei from the first glance. He had pursued her relentlessly, dreaming of the day he could have this independent beauty beneath him, listening to her defiant lips utter sounds that would intoxicate him. Although things hadn't gone as he imagined, with his goal nearly within reach, Wu Yiming could no longer hold back. He swallowed hard and slowly stood up, looking down at Gu Yifei. Through the torn fabric from battle on her chest, he could barely make out the tender skin yet to fully bloom. No longer hesitating, Wu Yiming moved toward Gu Yifei. The sudden footsteps startled her awake, and she asked in confusion, Brother Wu, what are you doing? I'm just going to block the door with the scattered items again to gain more time. You keep resting, Wu Yiming replied nonchalantly as he walked. Gu Yifei, unsuspecting, watched Wu Yiming pass by to stack the items at the door again, then closed her eyes to continue regaining her strength. When Wu Yiming returned, she paid him no further attention. Then, at that moment, as he stood beside the unsuspecting Gu Yifei, a lecherous glint flashed in Wu Yiming's eyes, and he suddenly made his move. First, he kicked the sword from her lap, then struck her temple with a fierce punch. Caught off guard, Gu Yifei couldn't dodge, and the blow hit her squarely. Despite her warrior's resilience and Wu Yiming's lack of lethal intent, the strike left her dizzy, seeing stars. Before she could recover, a massive force pinned her to the ground. Accompanied by heavy breathing and a strong masculine scent, a nearly 80-kilogram body pressed down heavily upon her. Gu Yifei, suddenly caught in this ordeal, shivered like a startled bird. However, in just a second, she regained her usual calm composure. She struggled with all her might, her voice cold and sharp as a blade slicing through the air. Why? Why are you doing this? Wu Yiming's face twisted into a sinister, leering smile as he echoed Gu Yifei's question, mocking her helplessness. His limbs clamped down on her like iron grips, continuously wearing down her resistance. The room was filled with his heavy breathing, accompanied by the harsh sound of tearing fabric. With his mask removed, Wu Yiming's tongue flicked out like a serpent's as he greedily eyed Gu Yifei's curvaceous figure beneath him. He spat out viciously. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess. Since I'm at the end of my rope, I might as well enjoy myself and fulfill my last wish. Yifei, you're still a virgin, right? You can't die without experiencing the pleasures of a man and a woman. Come on, stop resisting. Let me show you one last earthly delight. With that, Wu Yiming puckered his thick lips, moving towards Gu Yifei's face. Disgusted by his repulsive demeanor, Gu Yifei seized the moment when his lust clouded his mind and sharply kneed him between the legs. Wu Yiming's face turned ashen, his assault halted abruptly. However, he quickly recovered. In his desperate state, he paid no heed, his hands and feet pinning Gu Yifei's limbs, determined to steal a kiss from her lips. Gu Yifei resisted fiercely, and for a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate. They were oblivious to the fact that the persistent banging on the door had ceased for several seconds. Occasionally, a few urgent animal-like roars echoed from outside, but they soon vanished. This all went unnoticed by the engrossed pair until a thunderous crash, several times louder than before, exploded. Wu Yiming's body stiffened as he slowly turned to look at the door. Gu Yifei followed suit. In their astonished gaze, the sturdy door, along with the numerous obstacles behind it, was blown away. Bright light pierced the dim interior like a sword, leaving the room exposed to the outside. Thud, thud, thud. Solid, powerful footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, drawing closer. Finally, under Wu Yiming's despairing eyes and Gu Yifei's mix of relief and gratitude, the owner of the footsteps appeared in their view. The encounter surprised both the duo and the newcomer. Awkwardly, the newcomer spoke. Do you need me to step out? Upon hearing that a living person had been attacked in the office building, Chen Jing immediately rushed to the scene. At the entrance of the building, he swiftly dealt with two flying ant-like creatures and then followed the cries for help upward. He quickly arrived at the 7th floor, where the incident had occurred. The sight before him was shocking. Office equipment was toppled, the marble floor was cracked and dented, and the surrounding floor-to-ceiling windows were shattered. Scattered on the ground were several human bodies and the remains of over 20 of the insect-like creatures, with a pungent smell of blood permeating the entire floor. Chen Jing heard intense sounds of fighting from upstairs, with a dozen or so beasts rampaging on the other side of the floor. Determined to protect the majority of the survivors, he pressed onward without hesitation. Soon, he caught up with the main group of evacuees. Facing a group of beasts primarily composed of first-tier flying ants and a few second-tier red-armored male ants, Chen Jing showed no fear. With his current strength, these first- and second-tier beasts were no match for him. The narrow terrain provided him an advantage, preventing him from being surrounded. Under the astonished gaze of the martial arts class from Nansu University, led by Sister Lin and other ordinary people, Chen Jing swiftly took down most of the beasts. His movements were like lightning, each strike precise and lethal, leaving the beasts no time to react before they fell. Is this guy even human? A male student from the martial arts class asked in disbelief, swallowing hard. Cough. Although he's a second-tier warrior, cough. Even a third-tier might not be his match. Another male student, clearly injured with a sunken chest, said with difficulty. The other warriors nodded in agreement. Though their skills were limited, their judgment was sharp. They silently compared him to Wu Yiming, a fellow senior of the same tier, and even the strongest third-tier senior in their class, concluding that none could match this young man. He's so young and handsome. Sister Lin, now out of danger, had a moment to spare, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light, clearly having forgotten her previous admiration for Brother Wu. This guy must be a student from Jiangnan Military Academy, the first male student mused. Only a school focused on martial arts training could produce such a young and powerful warrior. As the martial arts class discussed among themselves, Chen Jing had already cleared out all the beasts. Sister Lin and the others hurried forward to express their gratitude. Chen Jing held great respect for these ordinary university warriors. Despite lacking his extensive combat experience and having no mandatory duty to protect civilians, they chose to stay and guard others rather than flee alone. Although they lost 2 classmates, they successfully safeguarded over 100 people, a spirit worthy of admiration. While both sides exchanged warm words, the more than 100 ordinary people behind them finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived. The floor was filled with a relaxed atmosphere following the tension, but everyone knew that this disaster was far from over. Mom, that new guy is really handsome. A little boy excitedly clung to his mother's neck, pointing in the direction of Chen Jing. This was the same child who had once brought bottled water to Gu Yifei, and his eyes were filled with admiration. One day, I want to become a strong martial artist like him, to protect you and everyone else. His mother gently ruffled his hair, smiling. Then you must work hard in your martial arts training. I believe that day isn't far off. Yeah. The boy nodded enthusiastically, his eyes full of hope. The scene shifted as Sister Lin anxiously asked Chen Jing, Brother Chen, did you happen to see 2 people on your way here? A man and a woman, also our classmates. She briefly explained the situation. Chen Jing frowned in thought for a moment, recalling the noises he heard when passing the 7th floor. He shared his suspicions with the group and then politely declined their assistance, deciding to head downstairs alone. With his skills, he could handle it easily. Chen Jing initially assumed there wouldn't be any first-year students like Gu Yifei in this martial artist team, but he underestimated the situation at other schools. Unlike Jiangnan Military Academy, most schools had smaller martial arts classes and often mixed students from different years. Gu Yifei, being a rare first-year martial artist, not only joined the martial arts class, but also caught the attention of many, including Wu Yiming. When Chen Jing effortlessly dealt with a dozen first-level wild beasts and kicked open the door, he was momentarily stunned by the sight. In the dim room, a man and a woman were entangled in an ambiguous position. Out of courtesy, he quickly averted his gaze, just as a familiar female voice urgently called out, Chen Jing, save me. Class president. Chen Jing immediately recognized the voice. Looking again into the room, he finally saw that the woman was indeed Gu Yifei. Instantly, his expression turned ice cold. Wu Yiming, hearing Gu Yifei's cry for help, felt a surge of dread. Just as he was about to grab Gu Yifei by the neck to use her as leverage, Chen Jing appeared before him like a phantom. A swift, powerful kick struck Wu Yiming's chest, and with a shuddering impact, his body was driven deep into the wall. Once Chen Jing confirmed Gu Yifei was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. He gently helped her up, draping his jacket over her to cover her exposed clothing. Despite the time apart, their unspoken understanding remained unchanged. Gu Yifei tightened the jacket around herself and gave Chen Jing a faint smile. Don't worry, I'm okay. She then turned to Wu Yiming, who was embedded in the wall, her gaze turning icy and piercing. What do you want? Wu Yiming shouted in terror, his back pressed against the cold wall. His eyes darted between Gu Yifei and the stranger who had suddenly appeared, sensing the menacing aura in the air. Gu Yifei, I'm your senior brother. Are you planning to harm a fellow disciple? His voice trembled. You know that killing is illegal, right? Do you really want to ruin yourself? Wu Yiming's heart pounded as regret washed over him like a tide. He cursed his fate for its cruel twists. Had he known someone would come to rescue Gu Yifei, he would never have acted as he did. Just a minute or two more. Gu Yifei ignored him completely, her expression growing colder with each step she took forward. Although Wu Yiming's attempt had failed, the humiliation was unbearable for her. She would not retreat in the face of threats. The sound of her footsteps echoed clearly in the silent space. She stopped in front of Wu Yiming, her eyes like a volcano on the brink of eruption, calm on the surface but filled with intense anger. She said nothing, just stared directly at him. Wu Yiming felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, and the harsh words he had planned to say got stuck in his throat. He stammered, Yifei. Before he could finish, he noticed the anger in Gu Yifei's eyes and quickly corrected himself. Junior Sister Gu. Junior Sister Gu. Wu Yiming cautiously watched her reaction. Seeing that she wasn't taking any further action for the moment, he relaxed slightly. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands was a new experience for him, who had always had things his way. He felt his dignity had been trampled on, but he dared not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he put on a sycophantic smile, resembling those who sought his father's favor and begged like a lapdog. Junior Sister Gu, I was momentarily out of my mind and had improper thoughts about you, Wu Yiming explained urgently. It was my fault. I deserve punishment. I apologize. You can hit me or scold me however you like. But before that, I want you to know that I truly like. He had a plan in mind, intending to start with an apology, then reminisce about the past and express his feelings, hoping to frame his previous actions as driven by affection. However, reality shattered his fantasy. Before he could finish, a sharp pain hit him, making him gasp. Tears, snot, and saliva flowed uncontrollably. Watching this scene, Chen Jing couldn't help but twitch and instinctively pressed his legs tightly together. Gu Yifei had no interest in hearing Wu Yiming's explanations. She had long seen through his true nature, and now, facing his deceitful face and insincere words, she felt nothing but disgust. Finally, Gu Yifei could no longer contain her anger. She swiftly lifted her long right leg and delivered a fierce roundhouse kick, hitting Wu Yiming's vulnerable spot with precision. This strike was several times more powerful than her previous hasty attack, and a sharp crack resounded, as if something had shattered. Wu Yiming let out an earth-shattering wail, his face contorted with pain as he clutched his lower body and curled up on the ground. The harrowing scream was almost unbearable to hear, and those who witnessed it couldn't help but be moved. Seeing Wu Yiming incapacitated on the ground, Gu Yifei's anger subsided slightly. She didn't want to waste another second on this disgusting person and suddenly remembered something. She quickly turned and rushed to Chen Jing's side. I almost forgot. There are over 100 people upstairs being chased by wild beasts, she said urgently. Chen Jing, let's hurry up and help them. She reached out to grab Chen Jing's arm, ready to run. Fortunately, Chen Jing gently stopped her by placing a hand on her shoulder and calmly explained, Don't worry, I've already taken care of the beasts upstairs. Your fellow students and the civilians are all safe. I came down to help after learning about your situation from Lin Shiji at your school. Hearing this, Gu Yifei breathed a sigh of relief, her tense nerves finally relaxing. She no longer felt the urgency to rush to aid and instead took a moment to seriously observe her long-lost classmate. Chen Jing had visibly changed. He had grown a few centimeters taller, his physique was more solid, and his appearance had become more handsome. Compared to his high school days as a pretty boy, he now exuded maturity and determination, undoubtedly attracting more attention from girls. As for his strength, Gu Yifei wasn't surprised that he had advanced to a second-level martial artist. However, judging by how easily he handled all the beasts, he was likely far more powerful than he appeared. You're not bad yourself, Chen Jing smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to advance to a first-level martial artist so quickly at a regular university. You're ahead of many students from my year. It's a pity, though, with your talent, you should have been at Jiangnan Military Academy. Hearing this, Gu Yifei couldn't help but smile wryly. She knew Chen Jing meant well, but she had her reasons. Her grandmother was her only family, and the old woman only wished for her safety, not wanting her to pursue the dangerous path of martial arts. To ease her grandmother's worries, Gu Yifei chose a regular university and treated martial arts as a hobby. However, after experiencing the bloodshed and chaos of the day, Gu Yifei began to question her choice. She was frustrated by her lack of strength, unable to protect more people. If Chen Jing hadn't arrived in time, she feared that the 100-plus people might not have survived. Anyway, we're not out of danger yet. Let's quickly rejoin the main group, Gu Yifei said, eager to change the subject. Chen Jing nodded but didn't move immediately. He smiled and said, You go ahead. Oh, and when you see them, just say you were the only one I rescued. As for Wu Yiming, just say you got separated earlier. Gu Yifei paused mid-step, turning abruptly with her eyes wide in surprise, staring blankly at Chen Jing. Gu Yifei's intelligence shone through in that moment. She keenly sensed the hidden menace in Chen Jing's words. Her bright eyes widened in surprise as she stared into his, searching for any hint of jest. Yet all she found was a chilling seriousness. Instinctively, Gu Yifei glanced at the agonized Wu Yiming behind her, then lowered her voice to whisper in Chen Jing's ear, "Why?" Despite her deep-seated hatred for Wu Yiming, she had never considered taking his life. To her, that kick was revenge enough. However, Chen Jing had no prior connection to Wu Yiming, so why make such an extreme decision? As her mind raced, Gu Yifei suddenly recalled Chen Jing's high school pursuit of her. Although she had politely turned him down in favor of her studies, now, her cheeks flushed as she thought that any man witnessing the earlier scene would likely be furious. The unfamiliar feeling that had just risen in Gu Yifei's heart quickly dissipated. Yet, she was unaware that Chen Jing's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Chen Jing observed Gu Yifei's slightly compassionate expression and silently lamented her naivety. Despite Wu Yiming's constant fear of being silenced, she had never entertained such a notion. Chen Jing realized that Gu Yifei lacked experience, still living in an ivory tower with innocent fantasies. Although it was Chen Jing's first encounter with Wu Yiming, from his behavior, he had formed a general impression of him. Wu Yiming's attire suggested a privileged background, either as a wealthy heir or a scion of power. Such individuals, often talented in martial arts, grow up with high aspirations, becoming arrogant and self-important. Chen Jing understood that people like Wu Yiming, with their haughty nature, are often narrow-minded, unable to tolerate the slightest grievance, and are likely to be vindictive. Gu Yifei's kick had ruined Wu Yiming's most vital aspect, an unbearable humiliation he could never let slide. Particularly, observing Wu Yiming's shamelessly obsequious demeanor towards Gu Yifei was a stark contrast to his usual arrogant demeanor. Such a swift and complete change was beyond typical spoiled brats. With such profound cunning, his retaliation would be relentless and overwhelming. Gu Yifei, with her straightforward nature, was ill-equipped to handle such insidious tactics. Moreover, with Wu Yiming's character, even Chen Jing, an accomplice, wouldn't be spared. It was at the moment he saw Wu Yiming's sycophantic transformation that Chen Jing resolved to act decisively. In his months of assignments, most involved dealings with people, his hands were already stained with the blood of various heinous criminals, and his heart had been steeled. For someone so vile that even other prisoners despised him, Chen Jing felt no qualms, especially when it concerned his own and his friend's safety. In his past life, Chen Jing was deeply averse to certain novel plots where the protagonist, due to a momentary lapse or soft-heartedness, allowed the enemy to escape, ultimately inviting revenge. To him, killing had to be decisive, and any threat to oneself or loved ones had to be nipped in the bud. If you don't eliminate the roots, the weeds will grow again with the spring breeze. He briefly explained this analysis to Gu Yifei. After hearing this, Gu Yifei's expression became unusually complex. Her emotions resisted believing Chen Jing's words, but after some rational analysis, she had to admit that, given her understanding of Wu Yiming, he was very likely to act that way. She had considered bringing Wu Yiming to justice, but considering he was a second-tier martial artist with a strong family background, and that he had also contributed in the battle against the beasts today, with no substantial loss on her part, it might just end up being minimized and compensated. Besides, speaking out about this would not be good for her reputation, so she simply kicked him to vent her anger. Looking back, Gu Yifei did not regret that kick. She was not a saint, and could not repay evil with good. Moreover, even without that kick, Wu Yiming probably wouldn't have let her go. After all, no one wants their ugliest side exposed to others. Even if Gu Yifei didn't spread it, this matter would always be a thorn in Wu Yiming's heart, and with his character, he would eventually try to remove it. Thinking of this, Gu Yifei couldn't help but clench her fists, her gaze flickering. Although she dared to draw her sword against beasts for the first time, she was in turmoil when facing her own kind, especially a senior from the same school. Chen Jing sighed inwardly. If not for today's rare beast attack, Gu Yifei should have been like millions of ordinary college students, enjoying her campus life, then graduating to work, marry, and have children. Life would inevitably have its troubles, but they were nothing out of the ordinary, and they would pass with time. For ordinary people, the so-called blood and gore were just scenes from news and films. She had originally planned her life this way. However, now the beasts from the books had come to life before her eyes, and a familiar life was about to end with her silent consent. Even someone as mentally strong as Gu Yifei couldn't help but feel a bit lost at this moment. Her peaceful life had been disrupted by a sudden external force. It was getting late, and Chen Jing decided to deliver the final blow to Gu Yifei. Yifei, think about your grandmother. He pointed directly to the core issue. This sentence hit Gu Yifei's weakness like a heavy hammer. She shuddered, her gaze quickly focusing, staring intently at Chen Jing. Yes, it didn't matter if she was in danger, but what about her grandmother? There was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't use her grandmother to threaten her. Moreover, She couldn't die either, or who would take care of her grandmother in her old age? With this in mind, Gu Yifei no longer hesitated. I will explain to others as you said. She nodded heavily, then turned and left. Seeing that Gu Yifei was persuaded, Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief and then approached Wu Yiming. What do you want to do? Seeing Chen Jing approaching, Wu Yiming hurriedly concealed the resentment on his face and asked in a trembling voice. Chen Jing just smiled without answering. For some reason, Wu Yiming found this smile particularly unsettling. Disposing of a body is an art, Chen Jing muttered to himself, his ears twitching as he caught the sound of several rapid wing beats approaching from a distance. The stage was set, just waiting for the main act to begin. Unwilling to listen to the ramblings of a dying man any longer, Chen Jing, under Wu Yiming's incredulous gaze, directly jabbed his throat with a finger. Wu Yiming convulsed like a fish out of water, his eyes wide open in death. With an expressionless face, Chen Jing grabbed Wu Yiming's body, yanked it from the wall, and quickly dragged it away. The temporary safe zone was bustling with people, lively and crowded. In just 1 hour, thousands of survivors had poured in, forcing the camp to expand repeatedly. Fortunately, many skilled warriors arrived in time, and the four most threatening fourth-tier beasts were slain, leaving only a few remaining. The beast attack was nearing its end. Survivors were either sipping hot soup, nibbling on dry food, or calling their families to assure them of their safety. In the corners, some were weeping alone. Temporary barriers were raised as over 10 armored vehicles drove in. As the doors opened, more than 100 survivors stepped out, their faces lighting up with smiles of relief and survival as they took in the vibrant scene before them. Medics and volunteers rushed to the armored vehicles, transferring the severely injured onto stretchers. Lin Shiji carefully helped a classmate onto a stretcher, her smile suddenly overwhelmed by tears. How are we going to explain this to our teachers and classmates when we go back? This operation had been devastating for their group of friends. Out of a team of 10, 3 had died, 4 were severely injured, and only she, Gu Yifei, and another male classmate could still stand. Gu Yifei's eyes were red. She had just learned that 2 senior students had died in battle. Besides Wu Yiming, these seniors had enthusiastically taught her martial skills. Seeing their bodies now, she couldn't hold back her grief. Chen Jing silently patted her shoulder, knowing that words were insufficient comfort at this moment. Jiangnan military school was never a safe haven. Every mission carried the risk of death. He had attended several funerals of familiar classmates. Although it was hard at first, he gradually became accustomed to it. Having chosen this thorny path, one should not regret it, regardless of the outcome. The surviving classmate from Nancy University choked up. It's such a shame about Brother Wu. With his skills, he could have survived till the end, but he sacrificed himself to cover us. Chen Jing inwardly chuckled. It's a pity you don't know the true nature of the Brother Wu you admire. Lin Shiji's expression was grim. Even Brother Wu's body. Those damned beasts. At these words, Gu Yifei's expression changed dramatically, her heart involuntarily tensed. She knew the reason and understood that she must not show any suspicious signs at this moment. Nonetheless, as a first-timer at such a thing, she couldn't help but feel uneasy, like someone who has committed a mistake encountering a police officer on the street, knowing they won't notice her, yet still feeling guilty. Fortunately, Chen Jing sensed Gu Yifei's emotional turmoil. He quickly increased the pressure on her shoulder, silently offering his support. The slight sting made Gu Yifei immediately compose herself, forcing her to focus. At that moment, Chen Jing skillfully picked up the conversation with Lin Shiji and the others, with a hint of regret in his voice. Everyone, if I had arrived a bit earlier, perhaps I could have saved Brother Wu's life. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiji quickly retorted anxiously, Brother Chen, don't say that. Without you, we might have all been wiped out. We are grateful, not blaming you. If we did, what kind of people would we be? Although Lin Shiji knew that Chen Jing and Gu Shimi were the same age, in the martial arts world, strength was what mattered, not seniority. She still respectfully called Chen Jing brother, while only those like Wang Chun and Sun Xiaowei, who had known him for a long time, would affectionately call him junior brother. Yes, yes, the student who spoke first quickly echoed, fearing that Chen Jing might misunderstand. Having successfully diverted everyone's attention, Chen Jing naturally engaged in conversation with the two. This brief respite allowed Gu Yifei to calm her emotions and put on her usual facade. She silently reminded herself, although the first attempt was risky, it would likely be easier next time. Being cautious is never wrong. 2 hours later, a cheer suddenly erupted from one corner of the temporary camp, quickly rippling through the entire area. Amidst the chorus of cheers, Chen Jing stretched with a relaxed tone. Finally, it's over. Beside him, Gu Yifei didn't share his sense of relief, merely echoing softly with a complex expression, yes, it's finally over. A fit of harsh coughing echoed through the spacious and luxurious hall. An elderly man, with graying hair and loose skin, clutched his cane tightly, seated in the center of an expensive leather sofa. His body trembled with each cough, as if he might collapse at any moment. The evening sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue over the room, enveloping it in a somber, time-worn aura, much like the old man himself. Water. The old man's raspy voice suddenly broke the silence. A male servant, who had been standing by, quickly handed him a glass of water, carefully assisting him in drinking it before silently retreating to his position. The room returned to silence, broken only by the occasional cough of the old man. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of footsteps approached, breaking the quiet. A few seconds later, they stopped in front of the old man. "Mr. Wu, the investigation results are in." A middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this, the old man quickly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing beneath his swollen lids. The middle-aged man quickly averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact. "What are the results?" The old man's voice carried more strength than before. "The results are consistent with the official report. The young master died at the hands of a beast," the middle-aged man said, respectfully handing over the investigation file. The old man did not take the file, but the rise and fall of his chest revealed his inner turmoil. The middle-aged man maintained his bowed posture, not daring to relax. 5 minutes later, the old man finally took the file and began to examine it closely. After a long silence, he spoke, his voice suppressing anger. "Why? Ming was the strongest among them all, yet he's the one who perished." "What?" The middle-aged man answered cautiously. "According to the investigation, the young master stayed behind to help others retreat and ultimately sacrificed himself." As he spoke, he took out a medal case, offering it to the old man. "This is the National Hero Medal awarded to the young master." The old man laughed bitterly in anger. "A medal? Does the Wu family need such a worthless thing?" With that, he flung the case, which clattered loudly on the marble floor, the brass metal rolling far away, disappearing from sight. "Staying behind? Sacrificing? My son Ming's life was more precious than theirs. What right did they have to let him stay behind? What right to let him sacrifice himself?" The old man could no longer sit still, standing abruptly, his cane striking the marble floor with resounding thuds. He strode over to the middle-aged man, grabbing his tie and pulling his head down, his wrinkled face nearly touching the other's nose. The old man questioned him, word by word. "What right do they have to survive? Tell me." The middle-aged man, struggling to breathe, looked at the old man's irrational eyes, swallowed nervously, and nodded quickly. "They have no right." Hearing this, the old man patted his face in satisfaction and turned to leave. Just as the middle-aged man was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the old man suddenly turned back, fixing him with a beast-like gaze, his voice low and dangerous. "Since you know, then get to it." "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man shivered violently, hurriedly bowing out of the hall. The space plunged back into a deathly silence. After a long time, an anguished cry, repressed to the extreme, suddenly echoed. "Ming!" The sudden beast attack on the city cast a heavy shadow over what should have been a festive New Year. The streets of Nansu City, once vibrant with New Year decorations, now bore the tracks of armored tanks as fully armed soldiers and martial artists stood guard, vigilantly scanning every corner. The usual bustling scenes of visiting friends and family had vanished, replaced by a heavy atmosphere and empty streets. Amidst this gloom, Chen Jing's home unexpectedly became a warm haven. Although Xia Yuner and Zhang Xiaoming were a bit down due to reduced New Year money, their spirits were quickly lifted by the generous red envelopes from Chen Jing. As Zhang Xiaoming received her envelope, she weighed it in her small hands, her smile stretching from ear to ear, repeatedly praising Chen Jing's generosity. Even the usually aloof Xia Yuner broke character, affectionately calling him brother, with a rare smile on her face. Qin Qing and Zheng Huixin, while verbally chiding Chen Jing for his lavish spending, had eyes that sparkled with gratitude. After Chen Jing insisted on his theory of raising daughters lavishly and demonstrated his financial capability, the minor dispute quietly ended. Despite the tense atmosphere outside, the warmth of the new year flowed quietly within this small family consisting of Chen Jing and the four women. However, this brief tranquility was soon disrupted. The sudden announcement of an early start to the new semester forced Chen Jing to leave his cozy home and return to school in haste. On campus, classmates eagerly exchanged holiday stories upon reuniting, but inevitably, conversations returned to the catastrophic attack. Among the bustling crowd, Shang Qingmei stood out. Her aura was sharper than before, exuding a fierce energy with every movement, like a sword ready to be unsheathed. Chen Jing surmised that she had likely reached the threshold of a third-level martial artist. This realization put considerable pressure on him. Even though he could easily handle ordinary third-level opponents, Shang Qingmei was evidently not one of them. Chen Jing's gaze was also drawn to another individual, Li Haoran. Although Shang Qingmei was his acknowledged rival, Li Haoran's presence was equally impossible to ignore. There seemed to be an invisible competition between them, a feeling that had been seeded since the freshman assessment. As the new semester began, Chen Jing realized that the real challenges were just beginning. Whether dealing with potential threats or advancing in martial arts cultivation, he needed to maintain a vigilant and proactive mindset. In this world filled with unknowns and dangers, only by continuously improving himself could he hope to stand undefeated in the storms to come. Since the beginning of the school term, this individual has maintained a low profile, appearing more like a poet than a warrior, with a demeanor that suggests a lack of interest in competition. His presence is hardly noticeable, yet during the elite class's monthly elimination assessments, he effortlessly defeats challengers with just a few moves. Gradually, no one dares to underestimate this mysterious classmate. His interactions with others are perfectly balanced, not too close, yet not distant, maintaining a polite acquaintance with everyone. His approach to relationships embodies the saying, "A gentleman's friendship is as insipid as water." Chen Jing observed this enigmatic classmate, contemplating in silence. Apart from brief encounters during assessments, almost no one had seen him truly in action. Judging by the strength he displayed during the freshman assessments, his skills were certainly not inferior to Lin Zhan's, and might even surpass them. Chen Jing had attempted to spar with him several times, but was always politely declined. As for Lin Zhan, Chen Jing found it amusing. Despite setbacks in the sewer battle and the fight against the fourth-tier barbarians, he had quickly reverted to his usual arrogance. Upon meeting today, Lin Zhan couldn't resist throwing a provocative glance, as if forgetting past lessons. Such a forgetful nature, even Liang Jingru couldn't save him. Looking around the elite class, Chen Jing had to admit that it truly gathered the cream of the crop. Each student exuded a unique aura, naturally attracting attention on the street, far superior to the likes of Wu Yiming, who was merely self-important. After a short break, most of the class had advanced to second-tier warriors, a remarkable achievement at their age. Chen Jing even sensed a few classmates who posed a vague threat to him, further solidifying his determination to train diligently. In the martial path, being ahead temporarily means little. For young warriors, constant competition is the norm. The first day's lessons were straightforward. The instructor discussed the impact of the beast attacks on the city and the heavier responsibilities they would face in the future. This was expected by Chen Jing, as the beast's actions were a slap to the southern military district's face, and the military would undoubtedly respond. The strength of these student warriors was crucial, whether for frontline combat or maintaining stability in the rear. After class, Xian Menglei, dressed in black martial attire that accentuated her figure, approached. Her outfit and the sword at her waist added to her charisma. She playfully bumped Chen Jing's shoulder and invited him with a smile. "Do you have time to join senior brother Wang and senior sister Sun for dinner tonight? It's been a while, and it'd be nice to catch up." Chen Jing gladly accepted, noting her noticeably enhanced aura. "Not bad. You've reached the second tier. Congratulations." This compliment made Xian Menglei beam with joy. As the weakest member of the team, her previous lack of strength had always been a regret. Now, having finally broken through, she was naturally delighted. Okay, keep smiling and your gums might pop out, ruining your image as a beauty," Chen Jing teased. Xian Menglei quickly covered her mouth, her straightforward nature unchanged. That evening, the four comrades reunited, enjoying food and drink late into the night. Despite this, they all appeared promptly in class the next day. The new semester's curriculum was noticeably more intense than the last, covering everything from military weapons to martial arts essentials, barbarian culture to beast analysis, along with practical assignments. Chen Jing's life was fulfilling and structured, with his skills steadily progressing toward a third-tier warrior. Such a life was meant to continue until the phone call that changed everything came. Following the directions given over the phone, Chen Jing, dressed in casual attire, arrived in front of a European vintage industrial-style cafe. The cafe was situated on a bustling commercial street adjacent to the university town, where the majority of people were lively college students. As he pushed open the cafe's glass door, the rich aroma of coffee greeted him. Even though it wasn't peak coffee time, the place was already packed. Chen Jing glanced around and noticed that the entire space retained the original framework of the building. The exposed concrete structures and various pipes blended perfectly with retro green tin lamps, old wooden chairs made from door panels, and graffiti, creating a strong vintage vibe. Soft and elegant piano music flowed like a clear spring, complementing the unexpectedly tranquil atmosphere inside the cafe. Chen Jing felt a growing fondness for the place. As he stood there appreciating the ambience, a waiter with a polite smile approached him gently and asked, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Chen Jing nodded and provided his table number. The waiter then courteously led him through the bustling crowd to a dim, secluded corner. There, a graceful and charming woman sat at the table, her expression grave. Chen Jing unceremoniously sat across from her and smiled. "What made you suddenly want to meet for coffee? Is something up?" Gu Yifei sighed softly, glanced around cautiously, and then lowered her voice to say, "Yes, there is something." Her voice was slightly hoarse, and her complexion was poor, clearly filled with worry. The smile on Chen Jing's face gradually faded, and he furrowed his brow slightly. He then noticed that his old classmate had chosen such a concealed spot instead of the available window seats, obviously to avoid prying eyes. Oh, let's hear it then, Chen Jing said, while discreetly heightening his alertness, not just towards Gu Yifei, but also to the surrounding environment. I suspect someone is following me, Gu Yifei said wearily. Chen Jing's eyelid twitched, and he immediately activated his extraordinary senses. However, his perception didn't detect anything unusual. Most of the cafe's patrons were couples, and the air was filled with a romantic vibe. Through breathing, heartbeat, breath detection, and observing expressions, he confirmed that apart from himself and Gu Yifei, there were no other martial artists present. Are you sure? Chen Jing asked with a serious expression. Gu Yifei paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically. I'm sure. Recently, I've often felt a shiver as if someone was watching me. Although I initially thought it was just my imagination, after it happened a second and third time, I'm completely certain now that the person has ill intentions. Chen Jing no longer doubted her and asked, do you have any clues about who's following you? No, Gu Yifei shook her head, but I'm sure the person is also a martial artist. This revelation changed the nature of the situation entirely. Chen Jing's expression grew more solemn, realizing that they might be facing a more complex and dangerous scenario. Chen Jing frowned in thought, his gaze sharp as he looked at Gu Yifei. Have you offended anyone recently? Gu Yifei shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. You know me well. Do I seem like the kind of person who makes enemies everywhere? Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Gu Yifei's gentle nature, she was not one to stir up trouble. This only made the situation more perplexing. She was an ordinary college student. Even though she practiced martial arts, she wasn't like him, getting entangled with various factions due to missions. Gu Yifei focused on her studies, never even visiting nightclubs, let alone getting involved in any romantic rivalries. How could such a model student get into trouble? Chen Jing rubbed his temples as a frightening thought crossed his mind. Could it be that some cult had targeted Gu Yifei, wanting to use her for some bloodthirsty and cruel martial art practice? In recent years, martial arts had developed rapidly, largely benefiting from the martial techniques seized during wars with barbarian tribes. However, among these techniques were some that were gruesome and cruel, involving extracting blood and tendons, using infant skulls, virgin menstrual blood, and brain matter. For a modern civilization like Xia, these practices were naturally against human ethics. Although the authorities had destroyed these inhumane techniques, some remnants still circulated among the public, falling into the hands of ambitious individuals. Tempted by the promise of rapid power, these people abandoned their conscience and pursued dark arts. Such individuals and organizations were collectively known as cults. Despite Xia's significant efforts to crack down on cult organizations, in some small southern countries, these cult martial artists still ran rampant. Suddenly, Chen Jing thought of a crucial question. By the way, have you reported this to the school? Gu Yifei shook her head helplessly. I don't have any evidence. Even if I did report it, it would be like chasing shadows. How could the school take it seriously? She paused, her voice low. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. You're the only person I could think of to turn to. Chen Jing feigned dissatisfaction. Take back that first part, but I'll gladly accept the second. With our relationship, if you didn't come to me first, then I'd be upset. Despite her worries, Gu Yifei couldn't help but smile at his words. Save those lines for other girls. I've long been immune to them. Seeing Gu Yifei's mood lighten, Chen Jing also smiled. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, those shadowy figures won't succeed. I've lost count of how many of those types I've taken down. Looking at Chen Jing's confident smile, Gu Yifei felt slightly reassured. It was precisely because she knew Chen Jing's capabilities that she sought his help. After a moment of hesitation, she finally voiced her suspicion. Actually, I do have a lead, though I'm not sure if it's correct. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.